Chapter 1. Rebirth 500 years ago, Xuanji. I regard you as my closest friend. Why did you want to kill me? In a dimly lit room, a pale-faced young man suddenly woke up, drenched in sweat. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with pain and anger. His name was Su Chen, the strongest martial artist of the Xintian continent. With the power of the Nine Dragons, his combat strength was unmatched, earning him the title of Nine-Dragon Martial Emperor, ranked first among the 10 martial emperors. The third-ranked Xuanji martial emperor was his closest friend. After discovering a supreme treasure, the Qianquan Ding, in an ancient relic, he attracted the envy of his friend, Xuanji martial emperor. Xuanji martial emperor spread the news of his acquisition of the Qianquan Ding, leading countless powerful foes to hunt him down. He sustained heavy injuries, and in the end, Xuanji martial emperor, revealing his true intentions, ambushed him to seize the Qianquan Ding. Despite his extraordinary strength, after consecutive battles and being ambushed by Xuanji martial emperor, he was nearly exhausted and could not match Xuanji martial emperor. In his final moments, he self-destructed the Qianquan Ding, hoping to perish together with Xuanji martial emperor. But unexpectedly, he did not die. I'm still alive. Wait, is it 500 years ago? Su Chen's body shook, and he suddenly raised his head to see a handsome young boy, around 15 or 16 years old, reflected in the mirror. A tide of memories surged in. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had actually been reborn 500 years ago. Could it be because of that supreme treasure, the Qianquan Ding? Su Chen thought to himself. Creak. At that moment, the door was pushed open. A girl dressed in a light yellow long dress, with skin as white as jade and an exceptionally beautiful face, rushed in with an anxious and joyful expression. Brother, you're awake? That's great. You've been in a deep sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. The girl exclaimed joyfully. You are Ling. Seeing the girl before him, Su Chen trembled and his eyes turned red instantly. The painful memories that he had sealed deep in his heart surged forth like a tide. The girl before him gradually merged with the figure in his memory, causing Su Chen to feel dazed. He was Su Chen, the young master of the Su family in Yunjiang City. He had possessed extraordinary martial arts talent since childhood, outstanding among his peers, and was hailed as the most brilliant genius of the Su family. By the age of 15, he had already opened his dantian and reached the qi refining realm. However, a major incident occurred when he turned 16. His cousin, Su Yao, also a martial arts genius, had grown up with Su Chen and would always sweetly call him Brother Chen and play with him. Su Yao's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the body refining realm and was about to open her dantian. She requested Su Chen to accompany her to the ancient Moon Mountain range to find a rare treasure to help her open her dantian and break through to the qi refining realm. In the ancient Moon Mountain range, they found the treasure but inadvertently fell into a beast horde. To protect Su Yao, Su Chen sustained heavy injuries. Although he escaped with his life, his dantian was shattered. His cultivation fell directly to the 9th level of the body refining realm. Martial artists have a total of 9 realms: body refining, qi refining, yuan dan, martial ancestor, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial emperor. For martial artists, the dantian is fundamental. If the dantian is shattered, it signifies that there is no hope for further advancement in their lifetime. In one night, he went from being a martial arts genius admired by everyone to a waste. Following this, he was stripped of his position as the young master of the Su family, and Su Yao inherited that title. After Su Chen became a waste, Su Yao turned cold and indifferent towards him. Instead of feeling grateful for his life-saving act, she kicked him when he was down. Su Chen's mother sought spiritual medicine to heal him, but was ruthlessly rejected by the cold-hearted Su family and humiliated, even having the only divine token left by his father snatched away by Su Yao. Don't be delusional. Do you really think I admire you just because I call you Brother Chen? If it weren't for your decent talent, would I even bother to look at a waste like you? We're not from the same world from now on. I will soar to the pinnacle of martial arts while you will live a life of mediocrity, forever a waste. He would always remember that incredibly beautiful girl, Su Yao, who had once followed him calling him Brother Chen, but now looked down on him with disdain and arrogance. He and his mother and sister were driven out of the Su family, enduring countless sneers and ridicule, and he fell into despair, giving up on himself. Later, when his mother and sister died tragically because of him, he left Yunjiang City to wander, encountering the only light in his life. His master took him out of suffering, healed his Dantian, and led him into the vast Xintian continent. However, the deaths of his mother and sister became an eternal regret in his heart. Now, seeing his sister Su Linger standing before him once again, he felt as if he were in a different world, but more than that, he felt grateful and joyful. I, Su Chen, am fortunate to be reborn. In this life, I will make up for all my regrets and will not let my mother and sister suffer even a bit of harm. The most poisonous heart belongs to women. Su Yao, you are right. We are not from the same world, whether in the last life or this life. Everything you took from me, you will repay 1,000-fold. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he vowed in his heart. He stepped forward and tightly embraced the girl before him, as if afraid that if he let go, this beautiful dream would shatter. Brother, what's wrong? Of course, I'm Ling. Don't worry. Mother went to seek the Grand Elder. As long as she retrieves the divine token left by Father. Once we reach the Divine Martial Academy, we will definitely be able to heal your Dantian. Su Linger was somewhat puzzled by Su Chen's actions, but she could sense Su Chen's fear and excitement, mistakenly thinking he was worried that the injury to his Dantian could not be healed, so she gently comforted him. Linger, I'm fine. I'm just so happy to see you. Su Chen realized he had lost his composure, released Su Linger, and affectionately patted her little head, saying with tenderness, "What did you just say? Where did Mother go?" Suddenly, Su Chen remembered something, and his face changed. I said, "Mother went to seek the Grand Elder for the divine token. Is there a problem?" Su Linger asked, somewhat confused. Not good. Su Chen's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. If he remembered correctly, today was the day the family held a council of elders to strip him of his position as heir and let Su Yao inherit it. Wasn't his mother going to humiliate herself by going there now? If Mother went to seek the Grand Elder today, not only would she not obtain the divine token, but she would also suffer humiliation and even be slapped hard by someone. The Su family, if you dare to bully my mother, I will make you wish you had never come into this world. A surge of murderous intent erupted in Su Chen's eyes. Linger, wait here for me. I'm going to find Mother. Su Chen left a sentence and then hurriedly walked outside. I hope it's not too late. Chapter 2. Su Chen's Fury. Su family, Elder Hall. Su Chen is reckless, brave, but unwise, leading to the destruction of his Dantian and becoming a waste. From this day forth, Su Chen's position as young master is revoked, and Su Yao will inherit it. The elder of the Su family, dressed in a black robe and with an imposing demeanor, coldly announced. A middle-aged woman kneeling in front of him trembled all over, her face instantly losing color, filled with sorrow and anger in her eyes. She was none other than Lu Hanyan, the mother of Su Chen. Today, she came to seek an audience with the elder to request the return of the divine martial order, which the family had kept on behalf of Su Chen, so that he could enter the Divine Martial Academy and find a way to heal his damaged Dantian. However, she never expected to hear the terrible news that the family intended to strip Su Chen of his position as the young master. Seated in the elder hall were several elders of the Su family, their expressions stern and indifferent. Beside the elder stood a stunningly beautiful, cold, and proud young girl, her indifferent gaze emotionlessly fixed on Lu Hanyan. It was Su Yao. Elder, Su Chen's Dantian was damaged in order to protect Su Yao. Now that the family has stripped him of his position as young master, as a woman, I cannot stop it. But there is one thing I ask of you. Lu Hanyan took a deep breath, forcing down her humiliation as she spoke. Oh, what is it? The elder responded indifferently. I asked the family to return the divine martial order to Su Chen. The family has no way to heal his Dantian, but the Divine Martial Academy surely has. Lu Hanyan pleaded. The Divine Martial Order? Only those who possess it can enter the Divine Martial Academy for training. Su Chen is a waste. How can he be worthy of such a treasure? I think you're dreaming. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. The second elder, Su Yuanzhang, who is also Su Yao's father, stepped forward with a cold laugh. Hanyan, we elders have already decided to bestow the Divine Martial Order to Su Yao, so she can enter the Divine Martial Academy. She will be the hope for the rise of the Su family. I cannot agree to your request, but out of consideration for Su Chen's former status as young master, I will give you 1,000 taels of silver. Now, please leave. The elder glanced at Lu Hanyin and casually tossed a silver note in front of her. You, how can you do this? The divine martial order was earned by my husband at great cost, and it is meant for my son Su Chen. You have stripped him of his position as young master, and now you want to take his divine martial order? This is too unfair. Lu Hanyin said angrily. Bold. As members of the Su family, the divine martial order belongs to the Su family. Who it is given to will be decided by us elders, and it is not for a mere woman like you to interfere. The elder's face darkened as he scolded. Second sister-in-law, Su Chen has become a waste. How can he be qualified to go to the Divine Martial Academy? Among the entire Su family, only Su Yao is worthy of the Divine Martial Order. I advise you to stop your foolish fantasies and go back to take care of your useless son. Su Yuanzhang sneered. I refuse to accept this. The family is being unjust. The Divine Martial Order was left by my husband and has nothing to do with the family. If you do not return to Su Chen, I will smash my head against the wall right here. Lu Hanyin's eyes turned red, filled with grief and anger. Bold, you dare to speak such wild words in the family's sacred place? Guards, slap her. Su Yuanzhang said coldly. Yes. At that moment, two burly guards walked into the elder hall. One guard grinned maliciously and grabbed Lu Hanyin's arm, rendering her unable to move, while the other guard directly slapped her. Slap. A crisp sound, accompanied by Lu Hanyin's painful groan, made her cheek instantly swell, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, her eyes red and filled with grievance, anger, and despair. All the elders, as well as Su Yao, looked on coldly, with no one daring to intervene. At that moment, a figure burst into the elder hall like the wind. Su Chen? Su Yao frowned. She did not expect that Su Chen had woken up from his coma and had come to the elder hall, which surprised her greatly. Mother? Su Chen's gaze swept across the elder hall, landing on Lu Hanyin in an instant. However, when he saw Lu Hanyin's swollen face, blood rushed to his head, and his expression turned extremely ferocious. He was still too late. I curse your ancestors. Who dares to hit my mother? An overwhelming rage surged within Su Chen, his eyes filled with killing intent. Boom! He stepped forward in an instant, exuding an overwhelming killing intent, and his fierce fist, like a divine dragon, came crashing down. Although Su Chen's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the physical realm, that brutal and terrifying fist intent made everyone change their expressions involuntarily. At that moment, Su Chen was like an enraged giant dragon. Crack! The guard who slapped Lu Hanyin's face changed color, wanting to resist, but that punch directly struck his chest. His chest instantly caved in, and he coughed up blood, his body flying sideways and smashing into the wall in the distance. Looking at him, his internal organs shattered. He was on the verge of death. Second elder, save me. The other guard felt a chill run down his spine, his face pale, and he hurriedly let go of Lu Hanyin, ready to flee. Su Chen's eyes brimmed with killing intent, and with a flash of light under his feet, he was like a shadow, delivering another punch. Su Chen, you dare. Su Yuanzhang regained his senses and couldn't help but erupt in anger. He knew that those two guards were his men. Even when hitting a dog, one must look at its owner. How could Su Chen kill his men right in front of him? But before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen had already caught up with the guard, delivering a punch to his head, instantly exploding it like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The entire elder hall was filled with a strong smell of blood. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Su Chen to be so brutal, directly killing Su Yuanzhang's two guards as soon as he made his move. More importantly, both of those guards had cultivation at the qi refining stage. How could Su Chen, who had his dantian destroyed and was turned into a waste, still possess such terrifying combat power? Mother, are you all right? I am an unfilial son. I have come too late. Su Chen saw Lu Hanyin's face, his eyes turning red, tears almost spilling out as he trembled and walked forward, supporting Lu Hanyin. After 500 years, he finally saw his mother again. Chinner, I'm fine. Don't be impulsive. This is the elder hall. Lu Hanyin felt both joy and worry, fearing that the elders would take out their anger on Su Chen. Su Chen, you dare to kill an elder hall? Today, I will cleanse the Su family and kill you, a heartless and heinous beast. Su Yuanzhang shouted angrily, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Chapter 3. Su Yao, do you dare to fight me? Boom. Su Yuanzhang's true energy surged, and his cultivation at the 6th level of the Qi refining stage erupted with full force. Killing intent filling his eyes as his hand took the shape of an eagle's claw, radiating a faint golden light, rapidly reaching for Su Chen. Yellow grade superior martial skill, golden eagle claw. Martial arts are divided into yellow, Shen Xian, DD, and Tan Tian grades, with each grade further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and top levels. Golden Eagle Claw is one of the few yellow-grade superior martial skills of the Su family. With Su Yuanzhang's cultivation, he could crush a boulder into powder. His use of the Golden Eagle Claw right away showed that Su Yuanzhang truly intended to kill Su Chen. Looking for death, a cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. If it were the previous Su Chen, with a physical body at the 9th level of cultivation, he would naturally not be a match for Su Yuanzhang. However, Su Chen was reborn after 500 years, although his powerful cultivation was gone. He was still the 9 Dragons' martial emperor, just half a step away from the divine realm. His martial arts experience and combat instincts were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The Golden Eagle Claw was strong, but Su Chen instantly noticed several flaws. Boom! He did not dodge or evade. His foot shook, and he also threw a punch. He actually dares to confront Yuanzhang, truly overestimating himself. Numerous elders, along with Su Yao, looked on coldly and did not intervene. In their view, Su Chen, whose Dantian and Qi Si were shattered, was simply no match for Su Yuanzhang. The outcome was already determined. Even if Su Chen did not die, he would be severely injured. But what happened next made them all widen their eyes in shock. Crack! Su Chen's figure moved like a ghost, as if teleporting, appearing beside Su Yuanzhang, and that fierce, unmatched punch struck directly on Su Yuanzhang's forearm. A crisp sound rang out, with a faint splash of blood, and Su Yuanzhang's golden eagle claw missed as his forearm was brutally smashed by Su Chen. Ah, my hand! Su Yuanzhang screamed in agony, clutching his arm, his face contorted in pain. Smack! Another crisp sound echoed as Su Chen transformed his fist into a palm and slapped Su Yuanzhang's face, sending him flying. Su Yuanzhang coughed up blood repeatedly, and half of his face swelled up. What? The great elder, Su Yao, and the others were all stunned. A useless Su Chen with a shattered Dantian actually defeated Su Yuanzhang? Presumptuous Su Chen, how dare you defy me? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? The great elder's gaze was extremely dark, his voice cold. Defy you? Clearly, it was Su Yuanzhang who struck first, yet you turn a blind eye. At your age, do you really want to be Su Yao's dog? Su Chen sneered, showing no respect to the great elder. In his eyes, there was not a single good person in the Su family. He remembered everything that happened in his past life, and he had long seen through the true nature of the Su family, no longer harboring any illusions. Su Chen, you little beast, are seeking death. The great elder trembled with rage, a terrifying murderous intent radiating from him, as if he would strike and kill Su Chen in the next moment. Great elder, kill him. Kill this little beast. He's nothing but an ungrateful white-eyed wolf, just like that dead old man of his. Su Yuanzhang spoke with immense resentment. Enough. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Su Yao stepped forward. Su Yuanzhang and the great elder instantly fell silent. Su Yao, you finally dare to stand up? Su Chen sneered. He had long known that the great elder, Su Yuanzhang, and even the entire Su family revolve around Su Yao. Su Yao was stunningly beautiful, with a cold demeanor, possessing an innate pride. Her gaze swept over Su Chen as if he were merely an ant, with an air of superiority. Su Chen, I originally thought that with your Dantian and Qi Si destroyed, you would behave yourself. I didn't expect you to commit such a heinous act. Since that is the case, don't blame me for being heartless. Su Yao said coldly. There was a hint of murderous intent in her voice. Be heartless? Su Chen scoffed. Su Yao, if it weren't for me risking my life to save you in the ancient Moon Mountains, you would have long since died in the wolf pack and become a meal for those beasts. You still have a nerve to talk to me about being heartless? You have been plotting for this Su family's young master position and the divine martial order left by my father, right? Truly the most venomous of women's hearts. Seeing Su Yao before him, even though Su Chen had been tempered like iron and steel in his rebirth, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions. He couldn't understand how the human heart could be so malicious. Su Yao, somewhat angered and humiliated, her gaze grew even colder. Su Chen, whether it's the Su family young master or the divine martial order, it's not something a useless person like you can covet. This world is ruled by the strong. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being a waste. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself with me? Ruled by the strong? Haha, what a great statement about the strong being respected. Su Chen laughed heartily. Then he suddenly looked at Su Yao, his eyes filled with chilling murderous intent. Su Yao, do you dare to fight me? You want to challenge me? Su Yao frowned. Exactly. Didn't you say I'm a waste? You wouldn't dare to accept a challenge from a waste like me, would you? Let us battle to decide victory and defeat, life and death. Su Chen declared firmly. In his second life, he wanted to protect those he cared about and resolve all grievances with his own hands. If he didn't kill Su Yao, he would never resolve his heart's turmoil. Fine. However, the date is set for 1 month later. If you win against me, the Su family young master position will be yours, and the divine martial order will also be yours. Su Yao said coldly. Agreed. I don't care about the Su family young master position. I only want the divine martial order. Su Chen replied casually. Then, he supported Lu Hanyin and turned to leave the elder hall. 1 month from now, are you confident you could defeat him? This little beast, although his Dantian and Qi Si are destroyed, is still very strong. Su Yuanzhang looked at Su Chen's departing figure, speaking with resentment. Father, you know my physique 1 month later, I will definitely reach the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. And by then, his true energy will surely be exhausted, making it easy to kill him. Su Yao said coldly. Although she was proud, she was also very cautious. She had just broken through the Qi refining realm and had witnessed Su Chen's powerful combat ability. So naturally, she wasn't confident in defeating him at that moment. But 1 month later, she was absolutely confident. Let Su Chen live for another month. Chapter 4. 9 Dragons Battle Heaven Technique. Divine Artifact Qian Kuanding Shao Chun. It's your mother who is incompetent, making you suffer. Even the divine martial order left by your father has been taken away by them. Back in the small courtyard, Lu Hanyin sighed with a bitter smile. No, mother, it's all my fault for making you suffer today. But don't worry, everything the Su family took from me, I will make them return it with interest, and I will no longer let anyone bully you and my little sister. Su Chen said seriously. In his second life, he realized how weak he had been before, and the tragic deaths of his mother and little sister were all because of him. Given a second chance by the heavens, he would never allow anyone to bully his mother and little sister again. Shao Chen, I'm fine, but seeing you able to pick yourself up, I'm relieved. My greatest wish is for you and Ling to be safe and happy. This is a Qi condensing pill I bought for you. I heard it has restorative effects for the injuries to your Dantian and Qi Si. Take it, and I'll go make you something delicious. Lu Hanyin said with a look of relief, then took out a porcelain bottle and placed it in Su Chen's hand before turning to leave. Qi condensing pill. Su Chen's heart trembled. This Qi condensing pill was just an ordinary first-tier spirit pill that could enhance cultivation in the Qi refining realm, but even one would cost over 1,000 taels of silver. Although it wasn't expensive, Lu Hanyin simply couldn't come up with 1,000 taels of silver. Su Chen clearly saw that the gold hairpin on his mother's head had vanished. That was the last token his father left for his mother, but she likely sold the hairpin to buy this Qi condensation pill for him. Su Chen, once known as the 9 Dragons Martial Emperor, had seen countless treasures. Not only was his martial arts cultivation exceptional, but he was also skilled in alchemy and artifact forging, even having concocted heaven-defying divine pills. Yet this small Qi condensation pill made him feel an overwhelming weight. Mother, Ling in this life, I will never let you suffer the slightest harm. Su Chen murmured to himself, his gaze unwavering. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. In the ancient Moon Mountain range, he had been severely injured while rescuing Su Yao, and his Dantian's Qi Si had shattered. In Su Chen's perception, his Dantian's Qi Si resembled a water pool filled with cracks, and the once concentrated true Qi had completely drained away. With my Dantian's Qi Si shattered to this extent, unless I have a healing holy pill of the 7th rank or above, there's simply no way to recover. However, fortunately, I have the 9 Dragons Battle Heaven Technique. There was a brilliant light in Su Chen's eyes. The Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique was a heaven-defying skill obtained by his master from ancient ruins, and it was the foundation that allowed him to become the Nine Dragons Martial Emperor. It was precisely the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique that repaired his Dantian's Qi Si, allowing him to be reborn and giving him hope to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. The Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique requires breaking before establishing. It needs supreme willpower to shatter the Dantian's Qi Si and then condense the nine great true dragon Qi Sis to build an unparalleled foundation. The first step of the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique that Su Chen received was to lay the foundation. He needed to shatter his Dantian's Qi Si and recondense the nine great Qi Sis, also known as the true dragon Qi Sis, thus granting him 9 times the magical power of others, with an incredibly solid foundation, claiming to be invincible at the same level. Ultimately, when he fully cultivated his 9 great true dragon Qi Sis, they could even transform into 9 true dragons, wielding the power of the 9 dragons to pluck stars and seize the moon, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. It was through the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique that he ascended step by step to the peak, sweeping away all enemies, earning the invincible title of Nine Dragons Martial Emperor, becoming the foremost among the 10 martial emperors. However, to condense the 9 great true dragon Qi Sis, I still need to refine a 9 Dragons pill. The spiritual herbs required for the 9 Dragons pill are numerous, but aside from the extremely rare main herb, the 9 Dragons Sacred Heartgrass, the others could be purchased. And if I remember correctly, there should be 9 Dragons Sacred Heartgrass in the ancient Moon Mountain Range. It seems I need to enter the ancient Moon Mountain Range again. Su Chen pondered. Wait, that's not right. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly felt something was amiss. In his perception, there was something new in his shattered Dantian's Qi Si. That is, the Qinquan Cauldron. Su Chen's heart trembled. He sensed that within his Dantian's Qi Si, there was actually an ancient, majestic alchemical cauldron. The aura of unity, mystery, and power was unmistakably that of the treasured artifact, the Qinquan Cauldron. Boom! The Qinquan Cauldron vibrated, and Su Chen's spiritual power was drawn in an instant, appearing in a chaotic space. Before him emerged a 3-legged, twared cauldron, ancient and mysterious, with engravings of mountains, rivers, flora, and celestial bodies, along with mysterious rhythms of time and space changing and worlds evolving. However, the ancient cauldron was also covered in cracks, its brilliance dimmed, as if it had suffered a heavy blow. It was indeed the Qinquan Cauldron. Standing before the Qinquan Cauldron, Su Chen felt as small as an ant. The Qinquan Cauldron actually appeared in my Dantian's Qi Si. It seems my guess was correct. My ability to return to 500 years ago is closely related to the Qinquan Cauldron. Su Chen was shaken. I wonder what use this Qinquan Cauldron has. Su Chen was curious. In his previous life, after acquiring the Qinquan Cauldron, he knew it was a treasured artifact, but he could never refine it, nor did he know its function. Later, although with Su Chen's powerful cultivation, he forcibly integrated a trace of spiritual imprint, he was still far from fully refining the Qinquan Cauldron. The cracks on the Qinquan Cauldron might have been caused by Su Chen's self-detonation. Buzz! At that moment, the Qi condensation pill in Su Chen's hand trembled slightly, and in an instant, it transformed into a streak of flowing light, flying into the Qinquan Cauldron. The Qinquan Cauldron emitted strands of light, auspicious energy rising, and soon the Qi condensation pill flew out again. However, the Qi condensation pill had changed somewhat. It even bore strange patterns, fragrant and giving a sense of perfection. This is a superior Qi condensation pill. Su Chen's heart jolted. The Qi condensation pill that Lu Hanyan had just given him was merely the lowest grade, but after emerging from the Qinquan Cauldron, it had transformed into a superior Qi condensation pill. This Qinquan Cauldron actually had the effect of enhancing the grade of pills. This is too heaven-defying. If I can refine the 9 Dragons pill, after enhancement by the Qinquan Cauldron, wouldn't I obtain a superior 9 Dragons pill? That would be a heaven-defying pill that even my master couldn't refine. Su Chen's eyes immediately ignited with passion. If he had a superior 9 Dragons pill, he could open up a perfect true dragon Qi Si, and his foundation would be even more terrifying than in his previous life, naturally making his cultivation and combat power even stronger. This Qinquan Cauldron truly lives up to its status as a supreme artifact. I will immediately head to the ancient Moon Mountain range to search for the 9 dragons' sacred heart grass. Su Chen made his decision right away. Chapter 5. Ancient Moon Mountain Range, Xian Yin Pool Second Elder. Just now, Su Chen left the Su family and exited Yunjiang City. It seems he is heading towards the ancient Moon Mountain Range. A black-clad guard reported respectfully. Ancient Moon Mountain Range? What does that little beast want to do there? No matter what he does, this is just looking for death. Su Yuanzhang turned around, a hint of cold, killing intent in his eyes. Just based on that little beast, he dares to challenge Yao? He truly doesn't know the meaning of death. You take 100,000 taels of silver to Black Cloud Village and tell the leader Su that I want Su Chen's head. A large denomination silver note floated down from Su Yuanzhang's sleeve. His face was filled with a fierce, killing intent. Understood. The black-clad guard respectfully accepted the 100,000 taels of silver note and hurriedly left. Black Cloud Village was the largest bandit group outside Yunjiang City, located on the outskirts of the ancient Moon Mountain Range. The leader of Black Cloud Village, Su Gang, possessed the cultivation of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and his 3 subordinates were also Qi refinement experts, powerful and ruthless. Dealing with a Su Chen whose Dantian's Qi Si had shattered posed no unexpected challenges. It seemed that Su Chen was doomed. After leaving Yunjiang City, Su Chen arrived at the ancient Moon Mountain Range a few hours later. The ancient Moon Mountain Range stretched for thousands of miles, with ancient trees reaching the sky and steep peaks deep within it resided many powerful demonic beasts, making even Qi refinement experts hesitant to venture further. If I remember correctly, the 9-dragon sacred heart grass is located in Xianyin Pool within the ancient Moon Mountain Range. In my previous life, my master obtained the 9 dragons' sacred heart grass there. Su Chen thought to himself. The 9 dragons' sacred heart grass was extremely precious and rare, a terrestrial-level spiritual herb that grew at the intersection of utmost yin and utmost yang. It was the main herb for refining the 9 dragons pill. Although he knew the ancient Moon Mountain Range was fraught with danger, Su Chen was undeterred. Su Chen entered the ancient Moon Mountain Range. Outside the Guyu Mountains, there were only some first-tier demon beasts, which Su Chen easily dealt with without taking them seriously. Second-tier demon beasts were comparable to Qi refining realm martial artists, while they were a bit more troublesome. They posed no real threat to Su Chen. Thus, he deliberately concealed his aura and hurried on his way, quickly delving deep into the Guyu Mountains, reaching a point 300 miles in. There were already many second-tier demon beasts here. 3 days ago, he had been surrounded by demon beasts in this very place with Su Yao, and to save her, he had been severely injured by the demon beasts, shattering his Dantian Qi Si. The Xianyin Pool should be nearby. A glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He performed a secret technique that allowed him to faintly sense the extreme yin energy in the world converging in a certain direction ahead. The Xianyin Pool was indeed a place of extreme yin. However, since yin gives rise to yang, even a place of extreme yin would also have extreme yang energy. Only when yin and yang converge can the 9-dragon sacred heart grass, a rare treasure, grow. Whoosh! Su Chen sped up, carefully avoiding a group of second-tier demon beasts and darting into a valley ahead. Splash! Sounds of water echoed from within the valley. Before him, a breathtaking sight unfolded. A silvery white waterfall cascaded down from a cliff over 100 feet high, with mist rising and spiritual light shimmering, creating a magnificent scene. Below, there was indeed a deep pool. It really is the Xianyin Pool. Su Chen's eyes brightened. He could see that in the deep pool, a faint blue mist was rising, causing the surrounding cliffs to be coated with a thick layer of frost. Such an extreme cold and yin place could only be the Xianyin Pool. Standing before the Xianyin Pool, Su Chen immediately felt a wave of chill hit him, making him shiver involuntarily. The 9-dragon sacred heart grass was right in the Xianyin Pool. Just as Su Chen contemplated how to enter the Xianyin Pool to search for the 9-dragon sacred heart grass, whoosh! A sound of something piercing through the air came from afar. Su Chen's heart stirred, and he instantly darted behind the waterfall, then performed the secret technique to conceal his aura, even reducing the beating of his heart to an almost imperceptible level. He seemed to transform into a lifeless stone. This was the tortoise breathing technique recorded in the Nine-Dragon Battle Heaven Sutra. Even someone several major realms above him would not detect his presence unless they intentionally scanned with mental energy. Through the flowing water, Su Chen saw a woman in white descending from the sky. Flying in the air? Is she a martial arts master? Su Chen's heart jolted. With his current cultivation, he certainly could not contend with a martial arts master. He exerted all his effort to utilize the tortoise breathing technique, removing distracting thoughts and merging himself with the surrounding rocks. What's she doing? A strange look appeared in Su Chen's eyes. The woman in white had her back to him. Although her face was not visible, she exuded a cold, ethereal aura. At that moment, she unexpectedly shed her clothing, revealing her snow-white skin, and then slowly walked into the Xianyin pool. As she soaked in the Xianyin pool, she even emitted sounds of moans that made one blush. Su Chen's hair stood on end. He had no doubt that if he revealed himself now, that woman in white would definitely tear him to pieces. What in the world is going on? Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. No, she is the Xianyin holy body. Moreover, her Xianyin holy body has a problem. Is she using the Xianyin pool to heal? A glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he noticed something amiss. Crack! As if to confirm his words, a dense, eerie blue chill emanated from the woman in white, seemingly freezing the entire Xianyin pool. Furthermore, it continued to spread in all directions. This is bad. At this rate, even if she doesn't discover me, I'll be frozen to death. Su Chen began to feel anxious. Who is it? Come out. At that moment, the woman in white suddenly turned around, revealing an incredibly beautiful face. However, at this moment, that flawless face was filled with frost, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. I've been discovered? Su Chen was slightly stunned. He bitterly smiled in his heart. Now, it was truly impossible to explain himself. Would that woman in white really kill him out of embarrassment and silence him? Haha. As expected of the renowned Rawway fairy of the Eastern Domain, even though I hid so deeply, you still found me. An old laughter echoed. Above the waterfall, a young dwarf dressed in a large red robe, with an extremely ugly face, appeared. He hovered in the air, looking down at the woman in white in the Xianyin pool, his eyes filled with lewdness. Jiao Tongzi. The face of the woman in white instantly changed dramatically. Chapter 1 Rebirth 500 years ago Xuanji. I regarded you as a close friend. Why did you want to kill me? In a dimly lit room, a pale-faced young man suddenly awoke, drenched in sweat. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with pain and anger. His name was Su Chen, the strongest martial artist in the Xintian continent. With the power of the Nine Dragons, unmatched combat strength, he was titled the Nine-Dragon Martial Emperor, ranked first among the 10 titled martial emperors. The third-ranked Xuanji Martial Emperor was his close friend, because he found a supreme treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding. In an ancient relic, it drew the covetous eyes of his friend, Xuanji Martial Emperor. Xuanji Martial Emperor spread the news that he had obtained the Qian Kuan Ding, leading to countless strong warriors hunting him down. He was severely injured, and in the end, Xuanji Martial Emperor, revealing his true intentions, ambushed him, wanting to seize the Qian Kuan Ding. Although Su Chen's strength was extraordinary, after consecutive battles and being ambushed by Xuanji Martial Emperor, he was nearly at the end of his rope. How could he be a match for Xuanji Martial Emperor? In the final moment, he self-detonated the Qian Kuan Ding, wanting to perish together with Xuanji Martial Emperor. But unexpectedly, he did not die. I'm still alive. No, wait, it's 500 years ago. Su Chen's body shook, and he suddenly raised his head to see in the mirror a handsome young boy, merely around 15 or 16 years old. A flood of memories surged in. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had actually been reborn 500 years ago. Could it be because of that supreme treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding? Su Chen thought to himself. Creak. At that moment, the door was pushed open. A girl dressed in a light yellow long dress, with skin as white as jade and a stunningly beautiful face, rushed in with an expression of anxiety and joy. Brother, you're awake? Great. You've been in a coma for 3 days and nights. The girl exclaimed excitedly. You are Ling. Seeing the girl in front of him, Su Chen trembled and his eyes instantly turned red. The painful memories sealed deep in Su Chen's heart surged forth like a tide. The girl before him, gradually merging with the figure in his memories, made Su Chen feel dazed. He was Su Chen, the young master of the Su family in Yunjiang City. He had extraordinary martial arts talent since childhood, surpassing his peers, and was hailed as the most outstanding genius of the Su family. At just 15 years old, he had already opened his dantian and breakthrough to the qi refining realm. However, when he turned 16, a great change occurred. His cousin, Su Yao, also a martial arts genius, had grown up with Su Chen, always calling him Brother Chen and playing together. Su Yao had reached the 9th level of the body refining realm, about to open her dantian. She asked Su Chen to accompany her to the gloomy Moon Mountain range to search for a rare treasure to aid in her breakthrough. In the gloomy Moon Mountain range, they found a treasure but accidentally fell into a beast horde. To protect Su Yao, Su Chen was severely injured. Although he narrowly escaped with his life, his dantian was shattered. His cultivation level fell directly to the 9th level of the body refining realm. The martial arts cultivation had a total of 9 realms: body refining realm, qi refining realm, yuan dan realm, martial sect, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial emperor. For martial artists, the dantian was fundamental. If it shattered, it meant he would never have the chance to advance again. Overnight, he went from being an admired martial arts genius to a useless person. Next, he was stripped of his title as the young master of the Su family, which was inherited by Su Yao. After Su Chen became a waste, Su Yao became extremely cold and ruthless, showing no gratitude for his life-saving act, but rather kicking him when he was down. Su Chen's mother sought spiritual herbs to heal him, but was ruthlessly rejected by the indifferent Su family, suffering humiliation. Even the only divine martial token left by his father was taken away by Su Yao. Don't delude yourself. Do you really think I admire you just because I call you Brother Chen? If it weren't for your decent talent, would a waste like you be worth my attention? We're not from the same world. From now on, I will soar to the pinnacle of martial arts, while you will live a mediocre life, always a waste. He would always remember that incredibly beautiful girl, Su Yao, who had once followed him, calling him Brother Chen, but now looked at him with disdainful superiority. He and his mother and sister were driven out of the Su family, subjected to disdain and ridicule. He fell into despair and self-abandonment. Until later, when his mother and sister died tragically because of him, he left Yunjiang City to wander, meeting the only light in his life. His master took him out of suffering, healed his dantian, and led him into the vast Xintian continent. But the deaths of his mother and sister became an eternal regret in his heart. Now, seeing his sister Su Linger standing before him again, he felt as if he were in another world, but more so, he felt grateful and joyful. I, Su Chen, am fortunate to live again. In this life, I will make up for all my regrets and will not let my mother and sister suffer even the slightest harm. The most poisonous of all hearts, Su Yao, you are right. We are not from the same world. Whether in the past life or this life, what you took from me, you will have to return 1,000-fold. Su Chen's gaze was sharp as he vowed in his heart. He stepped forward and tightly embraced the girl in front of him, as if fearing that if he let go, this beautiful dream would shatter. Brother, what's wrong? Of course, Linger. Don't worry, Mother went to seek the Great Elder. As long as she retrieves the Divine Martial token your father left for you. When we get to the Divine Martial Academy, your dantian will definitely be healed. Su Linger was puzzled by Su Chen's actions, but she could sense Su Chen's fear and excitement, mistakenly thinking he was worried that the injury to his dantian could not be healed, so she softly comforted him. Linger, I'm fine. I'm just so happy to see you. Su Chen realized he had lost composure, released Su Linger, and patted her little head affectionately. What did you just say? Where did Mother go? However, Su Chen suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. I said, Mother went to ask the Great Elder for the Divine Martial Token. Is there a problem? Su Linger asked, somewhat confused. Not good. Su Chen's face instantly turned extremely ugly. If he remembered correctly, today was the day the family held the Elder meeting to strip him of his position as the young master and let Su Yao take over. Wasn't Mother going to seek humiliation? If Mother went to ask the Great Elder today, not only would she not get the Divine Martial Token, but she would also suffer humiliation and even be slapped hard. Su family, if you dare to bully my mother, I will make you wish you were never born. A murderous intent surged in Su Chen's eyes. Linga, wait for me here and what a fine mother. Su Chen left those words and hurriedly walked outside. Hopefully, it's not too late. Chapter 2: Su Chen's Fury, Su Family, Elder Hall. Su Chen is reckless, brave, but foolish, resulting in his Dantian being destroyed and becoming a waste. From today on, Su Chen's position as young master is revoked, and it will be inherited by Su Yao, the elder of the Su family, dressed in a black robe and with a stern expression, coldly announced. Kneeling before him was a middle-aged woman, trembling all over, her face instantly drained of color, her eyes filled with sorrow and anger. She was Su Chen's mother, Lu Hanyan. She had come today to seek an audience with the elder, wanting to ask the family to return the divine martial token that was kept for safekeeping, so that Su Chen could enter the Divine Martial Academy to find a way to heal his damaged Dantian. But she never expected to hear the dreadful news that the family planned to strip Su Chen of his title as the young master. In the elder hall, several elders of the Su family sat with imposing and cold expressions. Next to the elders stood a stunningly beautiful, aloof young girl, her indifferent eyes emotionlessly staring at Lu Hanyan. It was Su Yao. Elder, the reason Su Chen's Dantian was damaged was to protect Su Yao. Now that the family is stripping him of his position as the young master, as a mere woman, I cannot stop this. But there is one thing I hope the elder will agree to. Lu Hanyan took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation in her heart as she spoke. Oh, what is it? The elder replied indifferently, I asked the family to return the divine martial token that was kept for safekeeping to Su Chen. The family has no way to heal his Dantian, but the Divine Martial Academy must have a way. Lu Hanyan pleaded. The divine martial token? Holding the divine martial token allows entry into the Divine Martial Academy for cultivation. How can a waste like Su Chen be worthy of such a treasure? I think you are dreaming. At this moment, a piercing voice interrupted. The second elder, Su Yuanzhang, who was also Su Yao's father, stepped forward with a cold laugh. Hanyan, we elders have already decided to give the divine martial token to Su Yao so she can enter the Divine Martial Academy. She will be the hope for the rise of the Su family. I cannot agree to your request, but considering Su Chen was once the young master, I will give you 1,000 taels of silver. Now, please leave. The elder cast a glance at Lu Hanyan and casually took out a silver note, throwing it in front of her. How can you do this? The divine martial token was obtained by my husband at great cost, meant for my son Su Chen. You have stripped him of his title, and now you want to take his divine martial token? This is too unfair. Lu Hanyan shouted angrily, bold. As members of the Su family, the divine martial token is the Su family's property. To whom it is given is a decision for us elders alone, and it is not for a mere woman like you to interfere. The elder's face darkened as he scolded. Second brother, Su Chen has become a waste. How can he be qualified to go to the Divine Martial Academy? Only Su Yao is worthy of obtaining the Divine Martial Token. I advise you to stop your foolish hopes and go back to take care of your waste of son. Su Yuanzhang sneered, I refuse to accept this. The family is being unfair. The Divine Martial Token was left by my husband and has nothing to do with the family. If you do not return to Su Chen, I will smash my head here. Lu Hanyan's eyes turned red, filled with grief and anger. Bold. How dare you speak wildly in the family stronghold? Come, slap her. Su Yuanzhang said coldly. Yes. At that moment, 2 burly guards walked into the elder hall. One guard grinned menacingly as he grabbed Lu Hanyan's arm, immobilizing her, while the other guard directly slapped her. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, accompanied by Lu Hanyan's pain groan. Her cheek instantly swelled up. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes turned red with grievance, anger, and despair. The elders and Su Yao all looked on coldly, with no one speaking up to stop it that moment. A figure burst into the elder hall like the wind. Su Chen? Su Yao frowned. She did not expect Su Chen to wake up from his coma and come to the elder hall, which surprised her greatly. Mother, Su Chen's gaze swept across the elder hall and landed on Lu Hanyan. However, when he saw Lu Hanyan's swollen face, blood rushed to his head, and his expression turned incredibly ferocious. He was too late. Who the hell dares to hit my mother? A towering rage surged within Su Chen, his eyes filled with killing intent. Boom! He instantly stepped forward, exuding overwhelming killing intent, his powerful fist like a divine dragon, crashing down. Although Su Chen's cultivation was only at the ninth level of the physical realm, that brutal and terrifying fist intent made everyone's expression change. At that moment, Su Chen was like an enraged giant dragon. Crack. The guard who had slapped Lu Hanyan changed color and tried to defend himself, but that fist directly slammed into his chest. His chest caved in instantly, blood spurted from his mouth, and he was sent flying, crashing hard against the distant wall. It was evident that his organs were shattered, and he was on the verge of death. Second Elder, save me. The other guard, terrified, turned pale and quickly let go of Lu Hanyan, wanting to flee, die. Su Chen's eyes brimmed with killing intent as he flashed forward, like a shadow, delivering another punch to Su Chen. You dare. Su Yuanzhang came to senses and could not help but erupt in anger. He knew that those two guards were his men. Point one should be cautious when hitting a dog. How could Su Chen kill his men right in front of him? But before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen had already caught up to that guard, delivering a punch to his head, which exploded like a watermelon, blood and brains splattering everywhere. The entire Elder Hall was filled with a strong smell of blood. Everyone was stunned. They never expected Su Chen to be so brutal, killing Su Yuanzhang's two guards with a single blow. What was more important was that both guards had cultivation at the Qi refinement stage. Su Chen's Dantian had been destroyed, and he had become a waste. How could he still possess such terrifying combat power? Mother, are you all right? I am an unfilial son. I have come late. Su Chen saw Lu Hanyan's face, his eyes turning red, nearly in tears as he trembled and approached her, supporting Lu Hanyan. After 500 years, he finally saw his mother again. Share him fine. Don't be impulsive. This is the Elder Hall. Lu Hanyan was both overjoyed and worried, fearing that the elders would take their anger out on Su Chen. Su Chen, you dare to kill in the Elder Hall? Today I will cleanse the Su family and kill you, a heartless and guilty beast. Su Yuanzhang shouted, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Chapter 3. Su Yao, do you dare to fight me? Boom! Su Yuanzhang's true energy surged, his cultivation at the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage fully unleashed, his eyes filled with killing intent as his hands formed into eagle claws, radiating a faint golden light, rapidly reaching for Su Chen. Yellow grade superior martial skill, golden eagle claw. Martial arts are divided into yellow, mysterious, earth, and heavenly grades, each grade further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme levels. The Golden Eagle Claw is one of the few superior yellow-grade martial skills of the Su family, and with Su Yuanzhang's cultivation, he could crush even a giant rock to dust. His first move was the Golden Eagle Claw, indicating that Su Yuanzhang truly intended to kill Su Chen. Seeking death, a cold gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. If it were the previous Su Chen, with a physical cultivation level of the 9th layer, he would naturally not be a match for Su Yuanzhang. However, after being reborn from 500 years later, although his powerful cultivation was no longer there, he was still the 9 Dragons' martial emperor, just half a step away from the divine realm. His martial arts experience and combat instincts were beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The Golden Eagle Claw was strong, but Su Chen quickly spotted several flaws. Boom! He did not dodge or evade, and with a stomp of his foot, he also punched out. How dare he confront Yuanzhang? Truly overestimating himself. The many elders, along with Su Yao, watched coldly and did not intervene. In their eyes, Su Chen, whose Dantian was shattered, was simply no match for Su Yuanzhang, and the outcome was already certain. Even if Su Chen did not die, he would be severely injured, but the next scene left them all wide-eyed. Crack! Su Chen's figure appeared beside Su Yuanzhang like a ghost, as if he had teleported. That fierce and unmatched fist print smashed directly onto Su Yuanzhang's forearm. A crisp sound rang out, and faint bloodlight spread. Su Yuanzhang's Golden Eagle Claw missed its target, and his forearm was brutally shattered by Su Chen. Ah, my hand! Su Yuanzhang clutched his arm and screamed, his face filled with pain. Slap! Another crisp sound echoed as Su Chen transformed his fist into a palm and slapped Su Yuanzhang's face, sending him flying. Su Yuanzhang coughed up blood repeatedly, and half of his face swelled up. What? The Grand Elder, Su Yao, and everyone else were stunned. A waste with a shattered Dantian, like Su Chen actually defeated Su Yuanzhang? Bold Su Chen, how dare you commit such an act of rebellion? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? The Grand Elder's gaze was extremely dark as he spoke coldly. Commit an act of rebellion? It was clearly Su Yuanzhang who attacked first, yet you turned a blind eye. At your age, do you really want to be Su Yao's dog? Su Chen sneered, showing no respect for the Grand Elder at all. In his eyes, there was not a single good person in the Su family. Everything that had happened in his past life was etched in his memory, and he had long seen through the faces of the Su family members, no longer harboring any illusions. Su Chen, you little beast, seeking death. The Grand Elder trembled with rage, a terrifying killing intent enveloping him, as if he would strike and kill Su Chen the next moment. Grand Elder, kill him. Kill this little beast. He is an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf, just like his dead old man. Su Yuanzhang said with deep resentment. Enough. At that moment, a clear and cold voice rang out. Su Yao stepped forward. Su Yuanzhang and the Grand Elder immediately fell silent. Su Yao, you finally dare to step forward? Su Chen sneered. He had long known that the Grand Elder, Su Yuanzhang, and even the entire Su family were all centered around Su Yao. Su Yao was extraordinarily beautiful, with a cold demeanor and an innate pride. When her gaze swept across Su Chen, it was as if she was looking at an ant, exuding an air of superiority. Su Chen, I originally thought that with your dantian shattered, you would keep a low profile. I didn't expect you to commit such an outrageous act. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being unkind. Su Yao said coldly. There was a hint of killing intent in her voice. Be unkind? Su Chen scoffed. Su Yao, if it weren't for me risking my life to save you in the ancient Moon Mountains, you would have long been dead among the wolf pack, becoming their meal. How dare you talk to me about being unkind? You have schemed for this position of the Su family's young master and the divine martial order left by my father, right? Truly the most venomous of women. Seeing Su Yao before him, even though Su Chen had been tempered by his rebirth, his heart could not help but waver. He couldn't understand how the human heart could be so malicious. Su Yao was somewhat embarrassed and angry, her gaze growing colder. Su Chen, whether it is the young master of the Su family or the divine martial order, how could it be something a waste like you could covet? This world is inherently ruled by the strong. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being a waste. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to me? Ruled by the strong? Ha ha, good one, ruled by the strong. Su Chen laughed loudly. Then he suddenly looked at Su Yao, his eyes filled with an icy killing intent. Su Yao, do you dare to fight me? You want to challenge me? Su Yao frowned. Exactly. Didn't you say I was a waste? You wouldn't dare to accept a challenge from a waste, would you? Let's fight, let's settle this with victory or defeat, life or death. Su Chen said firmly. Having lived again, he wanted to protect those he wished to protect and personally resolve all grievances. If he didn't kill Su Yao, his heart would remain troubled. Good. However, let's set the time for 1 month later. If you win against me, the position of young master of the Su family and the divine martial order will be yours. Su Yao said coldly. Deal. I don't care for the position of young master. I only want the divine martial order. Su Chen replied indifferently. Then, he supported Lu Hanyan and turned to leave the Elder Hall. Do you have confidence in defeating him a month later? Although this little beast has a shattered dantian, his combat power is still strong. Su Yuanzhang said resentfully as he watched Su Chen's departing figure. Father, you know my constitution. In a month, I will definitely reach the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm. And by then, his true energy will surely be exhausted, making it easy to kill him. Su Yao said coldly. Although she was proud, she was also very cautious. Having just broken through to the Qi refining realm, she had seen Su Chen's strong combat power, and at this moment, she naturally did not have confidence in defeating him. But a month later, she was absolutely confident. Let Su Chen live for another month. Chapter 4. 9 Dragons Battle Heaven Technique. Artifact Qinkuan Cauldron Shao Chun. It's your mother's incompetence that has caused you to suffer. Even the divine martial order left by your father has been taken away by them. Back in the small courtyard, Lu Hanyan said with a bitter smile. No, mother, it's all my fault for making you suffer today. But don't worry, everything the Su family has taken from me, I will make them return it with interest, and I will not let anyone bully you or little sister again. Su Chen said seriously. Having lived again, he knew how weak he had been before, and the tragic deaths of his mother and little sister were all because of him. Given a second chance, he would not allow anyone to bully his mother and little sister again. Xiao Chen, I'm fine, but seeing you able to cheer up, I can rest easy. My biggest wish is for you and Linger to be safe and happy. This is a qi condensation pill I bought for you. I heard it can help recover from the injuries to your dantian. You take it, and it'll go make you some delicious food. Lu Hanyan said with a look of relief, then took out a porcelain bottle and placed it in Su Chen's hand before turning to leave. Qi condensation pill. Su Chen's heart trembled. This qi condensation pill was merely an ordinary first-tier spirit pill that could enhance cultivation in the qi refining realm, but even a single one cost over 1,000 taels of silver. Although it wasn't expensive, Lu Hanyan couldn't possibly come up with 1,000 taels of silver. Su Chen clearly saw that the gold hairpin on his mother's head had disappeared. That was the last memento his father left for his mother. But for his sake, she probably sold the hairpin to buy this Ning Qi Dan. Su Chen, who once claimed to be the Nine Dragons' martial emperor, had seen all kinds of treasures. Not only was his martial arts cultivation exceptional, but he was also skilled in alchemy and weapon forging, even having refined miraculous divine pills. Yet this small Ning Qi Dan made him feel an immense weight. Mother, Linger, in this life, I will never let you suffer even the slightest harm. Su Chen murmured to himself. His gaze was incredibly firm. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. In the ancient Moon Mountain range, to save Su Yao, he had fallen into a beast horde and suffered severe injuries, shattering his Dantian's Qi Si. In Su Chen's perception, his Dantian's Qi Si resembled a pool covered in cracks, and the once concentrated true Qi had completely drained away. The Dantian's Qi Si is shattered to this extent unless I have a healing holy pill of 7th grade or above. There's no way to recover. But fortunately, I have the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique. Su Chen's eyes were filled with brilliant light. The Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique was a heaven-defying skill obtained by his master from ancient ruins and was the foundation of his rise to become the Nine Dragons Martial Emperor. It was precisely the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique that repaired his Dantian's Qi Si, allowing him to undergo a transformation and giving him hope to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. The Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique requires breaking and then establishing, needing unparalleled willpower to shatter the Dantian's Qi Si, and then condensing the 9 true dragon Qi Sis to build an unparalleled foundation. The first step of the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique he obtained was to establish a foundation. He needed to shatter his Dantian's Qi Si and recondense the 9 great Dantian Qi Sis, also known as true dragon Qi Sis, enabling him to possess 9 times the mana of others, with an incredibly solid foundation, claiming to be invincible at the same level. In the end, as he cultivated, his 9 great true dragon Qi Sis could even transform into 9 true dragons, possessing the power of the 9 dragons, capable of plucking stars and moons, destroying heaven and earth. It was by relying on the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique that he stepped onto the peak, sweeping away all foes, establishing the invincible name of the Nine Dragons Martial Emperor, becoming the leader among the 10 martial emperors. However, to condense the 9 great true dragon Qi Sis, I still need to refine a 9 Dragons pill. Although there are many spiritual herbs needed for the 9 Dragons pill, apart from the extremely rare main herb, the 9 Dragons Holy Heartgrass, the others could be purchased. And if I remember correctly, there should be 9 Dragons Holy Heartgrass in the ancient Moon Mountain range. It seems I need to enter the ancient Moon Mountain range once more. Su Chen pondered. Wait. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly felt something was amiss. In his perception, something had appeared in his shattered Dantian's Qi Si. Is that the Qinkuan cauldron? Su Chen's heart trembled. He sensed that within his Dantian Qi Si, there was indeed an ancient and majestic alchemy cauldron that kind of unified, mysterious, and powerful aura was none other than the treasure artifact, the Qinkuan cauldron. Boom! The Qinkuan cauldron vibrated, and Su Chen's spiritual force was drawn in, instantly appearing in a chaotic space. Before his eyes appeared a 3-legged cauldron with 2 ears, ancient and mysterious, imprinted with scenes of mountains, rivers, plants, and celestial bodies, along with the mysterious rhythms of time and space transformation and world evolution. However, the ancient cauldron was also covered in cracks, its light dimmed, as if it had suffered heavy damage. It was indeed the Qinkuan cauldron. Standing before the Qinkuan cauldron, Su Chen felt as small as an ant. The Qinkuan cauldron actually appeared in my Dantian's Qi Si. It seems my guess was correct. My ability to return of 500 years ago is closely related to the Qinquan cauldron. Su Chen's heart was shaken. I wonder what use this Qinquan cauldron has. Su Chen was curious. After obtaining the Qinquan cauldron in his previous life, although he knew it was a treasured artifact, he could never refine it, nor did he know its function. Later, although with Su Chen's powerful cultivation, he forcibly fused a trace of spiritual imprint, he was still far from completely refining the Qinquan cauldron. The cracks on the Qinquan cauldron might have been caused by Su Chen's self-explosion. Buzz. At that moment, the Gingqi Ban in Su Chen's hand trembled slightly, instantly transforming into a streak of flowing light and flying into the Qinquan cauldron. The Qinquan cauldron emitted strands of light, auspiciousness rising, and soon the Gingqi Dan flew out again. However, the Gingqi Dan had become somewhat different. It even bore strange patterns, fragrant and giving a sense of perfection. This is a top-grade Gingqi Dan. Su Chen's heart shook. The Gingqi Dan that Lu Hanyan had just given him was merely the lowest grade, but after flying out from the Qinquan cauldron, it had directly transformed into a top-grade Gingqi Dan. This Qinquan cauldron actually had the effect of enhancing the grade of pills. That's too heaven-defying. If I can refine the Nine Dragons pill, and with the enhancement of the Qinquan cauldron, wouldn't I be able to obtain a top-grade Nine Dragons pill? That is a heaven-defying pill that even my master couldn't refine. Su Chen's gaze instantly became fervent. If he had a top-grade Nine Dragons pill, he would be able to open up a perfect true Dragon Chi Sea, and his foundation would be even more terrifying than in his previous life, naturally making his cultivation and combat power even stronger. This Qinquan cauldron is indeed an unparalleled artifact. I will head to the ancient Moon Mountain range immediately to seek the Nine Dragons' Holy Heart Grass. Su Chen made his decision right away. Chapter 5. Ancient Moon Mountain Range. Xianyin Pool Second Elder. Su Chen has just left the Su family and exited Yunjiang City. He seems to be heading towards the ancient Moon Mountain Range. A black-clad guard reported respectfully. Ancient Moon Mountain Range? What does that little brat one do in the ancient Moon Mountain Range? No matter what he does, he's just looking for death. Su Yuanzhang turned around, his eyes filled with a trace of cold, killing intent. With that little brat, he still dares to challenge Yao? He doesn't know how to die. Take 100,000 taels of silver to Heiyun village and tell the chief Su that I want Su Chen's head. A large silver note floated down from Su Yuanzhang's sleeve. His face was full of a sinister killing intent. Yes. The black-clad guard respectfully accepted the 100,000 taels of silver note and hurriedly left. Heiyun village was the largest bandit group outside Yunjiang City, located on the outskirts of the ancient Moon Mountain Range. The leader of Heiyun village, Su Gang, had a cultivation of the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, and the 3 sub-leaders under him were also at the Qi refining realm, with strong power and ruthless hearts. Dealing with a Su Chen whose Dantian's Qi Si was shattered was completely without any surprise. It seemed that Su Chen was doomed. Su Chen left Yunjiang City, and a few hours later, arrived at the ancient Moon Mountain Range. The ancient Moon Mountain Range stretched for thousands of miles, with towering ancient trees and steep peaks, and deep within, many powerful Yaoshu lurked. Even strong practitioners of the Qi refining realm dared not venture deep inside. If I remember correctly, the Nine Dragons' Holy Heart Grass is in the Xianyin Pool of the ancient Moon Mountain Range in my previous life. My master found the Nine Dragons' Holy Heart Grass right there. Su Chen thought to himself. The Nine Dragons' Holy Heart Grass was extremely precious and rare. Growing in the intersection of the utmost yang and utmost yin, and was the main herb for refining the Nine Dragons pill. Although he knew that the ancient Moon Mountain Range was fraught with danger, Su Chen felt no fear. Su Chen entered the ancient Moon Mountain Range. Outside the Guyu Mountains, there were only some first-level demon beasts, which Su Chen easily dealt with without taking them seriously. Second-level demon beasts were comparable to Qi refining realm warriors, although they were a bit tricky. They posed no threat to Su Chen. Thus, he deliberately concealed his aura and hurried along, quickly delving deep into the Guyu Mountains, reaching a point 300 miles in. There were already many second-level demon beasts here. 3 days ago, he had been surrounded by demon beasts in this very place with Su Yao. To save her, he was severely injured by the demon beasts, shattering his Dantian and Qi Si. The Xianyin Pool should be nearby. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. He performed a secret technique that allowed him to vaguely sense the extreme yin energy of the world gathering in a certain direction ahead. The Xianyin pool was indeed a place of extreme yin. However, where there is extreme yin, there is also extreme yang. The convergence of yin and yang is necessary to produce the rare nine dragons' holy heart grass. Whoosh! Su Chen moved swiftly, carefully avoiding a group of second-level demon beasts as he rushed into a valley ahead. Splash! The sound of water came from within the valley. Suddenly, the view opened up before him. A white waterfall, like a silk ribbon, cascaded down from a cliff hundreds of feet high, with mist swirling and spiritual light shimmering, creating a magnificent sight. Below was a deep pool. It really is the Xianyin pool. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He could see that in the deep pool, a light blue mist was rising, coating the surrounding cliffs with a thick layer of frost. Such an extreme yin and cold place could only be the Xianyin pool. Standing before the Xianyin pool, Su Chen felt a chill rush towards him, making him shiver involuntarily. The nine dragons' holy heart grass was indeed in the Xianyin pool. Just as Su Chen was contemplating how to enter the Xianyin pool to search for the nine dragons' holy heart grass, a whoosh. A sound of breaking air came from afar. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat as he quickly darted behind the waterfall. Then, he used a secret technique to suppress his aura, making even the beating of his heart incredibly faint. He seemed to transform into a lifeless stone. This was the turtle breathing technique recorded in the Nine Dragons battle technique. Even someone several realms higher than him would not be able to detect his presence unless they deliberately scanned with their mental energy. Through the flowing water, Su Chen saw a woman in white descending from the sky. Fly in the air? Is she a martial arts master? Su Chen's heart trembled. With his current cultivation, he could not possibly be a match for a martial arts master. He exerted all his effort to perform the turtle breathing technique, eliminating distractions and merging himself with the surrounding rocks. What is she doing? A strange expression appeared in Su Chen's eyes. The woman in white had her back to him, although he could not see her face clearly. She exuded a cold and ethereal aura. At this moment, she unexpectedly shed her clothes, revealing her snowy white skin, and then slowly walked into the Xianyin pool. She soaked in the Xianyin pool. She let out moans that would make anyone blush. Su Chen's hair stood on end. He had no doubt that if he were to reveal himself now, that woman in white would definitely tear him apart. What in the world is happening? Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Wait, she is the Xianyin sacred body? And her Xianyin sacred body is malfunctioning. Is she using the Xianyin pool to heal? A spark of realization flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he recognized something was off. Crack! As if to confirm his thoughts, a rich, dark blue cold air surged from the woman in white, seemingly freezing the entire Xianyin pool. It continued to spread out in all directions. This is bad. At this rate, even if she doesn't discover me, I will freeze to death. Su Chen felt a sense of urgency rising within him. Who is it? Come out. At that moment, the woman in white suddenly turned around, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face. However, at this moment, her flawless features were filled with frost, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Discovered? Su Chen was slightly stunned. He bitterly smiled inwardly, realizing that he could no longer explain himself. Would that woman in white really kill him in a fit of anger to silence him? Haha. As expected of the renowned Rollway Fairy from the Eastern Domain, even though I've hidden so deeply, you still found me. An old, mocking voice echoed. A figure in a large red robe, with an extremely ugly face, appeared above the waterfall, looking down at the woman in white in the Xianyin pool with lewd eyes. Jiao Tongzi. The expression of the woman in white changed drastically. Chapter 1. Rebirth 500 years ago, Xuanji. I regarded you as my closest friend. Why did you want to kill me? In a dimly lit room, a pale-faced youth suddenly awoke, drenched in sweat. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with pain and anger. His name was Su Chen, the strongest martial artist in the Xintian continent. Endowed with the power of the Nine Dragons, unparalleled in combat strength, he was known as the Nine-Dragon Martial Emperor, ranked first among the 10 titled martial emperors. The third-ranked Xuanji Martial Emperor was his close friend, because he found a treasure artifact, the Qian Kuan Ding. In an ancient relic, it attracted the covetousness of his friend, the Xuanji Martial Emperor. Xuanji martial emperor spread the news that he had obtained the Qian Kuanding, leading to countless powerful beings hunting him down. He was gravely injured, and in the end, Xuanji martial emperor even resorted to a sneak attack, wanting to seize the Qian Kuanding. Despite Su Chen's extraordinary strength, after consecutive battles and being ambushed by Xuanji martial emperor, he was nearly exhausted. How could he possibly be a match for Xuanji martial emperor? In the final moment, he self-destructed the artifact Qian Kuanding, wanting to perish together with Xuanji martial emperor. But what he didn't expect was that he actually didn't die. I'm still alive. No, wait, it's 500 years ago. Su Chen's body trembled, and he suddenly raised his head, seeing in the mirror a handsome young boy, merely 15 or 16 years old. A flood of memories surged in. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He actually reincarnated 500 years ago. Could it be? Because of that treasure artifact, the Qian Kuanding? Su Chen thought to himself. Creak. At that moment, the door was pushed open. A girl in a light yellow long dress, her skin as white as jade and her face extraordinarily beautiful, rushed in with an anxious and joyful expression. Brother, you're awake? That's great. You've been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. The girl exclaimed with delight. You are. Linger. Seeing the girl before him, Su Chen trembled and his eyes turned red instantly. The painful memories that Su Chen had sealed deep in his heart surged like a tide. The girl before him gradually merged with the figure's memories, causing Su Chen to become dazed. He was Su Chen, the young master of the Su family in Yunjiang City. He had extraordinary martial talent since childhood, surpassing his peers, and was hailed as the most remarkable genius of the Su family. By the age of 15, he had already opened his dantian and reached the qi refinement stage. However, a major incident occurred when he was 16. His cousin, Su Yao, also a martial arts genius, had grown up with Su Chen, always calling him Chungu and playing together. Su Yao's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the body refinement stage, on the verge of opening her dantian. She requested Su Chen to accompany her to the ancient Moon Mountains to find a rare treasure to help her open her dantian and break through to the qi refinement stage. In the ancient Moon Mountains, they found that rare treasure but inadvertently fell into a beast swarm. To protect Su Yao, Su Chen was gravely injured. Although he escaped death, his dantian was shattered. His cultivation fell directly to the 9th level of the body refinement stage. There are 9 major realms in martial arts cultivation: body refinement, qi refinement, yuan dan, martial sovereign, martial venerable, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial emperor. For a martial artist, the dantian is fundamental. If the dantian is shattered, it means he will never have the possibility to advance again. Overnight, he went from a revered martial arts genius to a waste. Subsequently, he was stripped of his position as the young master of the Su family, and Su Yao inherited it instead. After Su Chen became a waste, Su Yao became cold and ruthless, showing no gratitude for Su Chen's life-saving act, but instead adding insult to injury. His mother sought spiritual herbs to heal him, but was ruthlessly rejected by the indifferent Su family. Suffering humiliation, and even the divine martial token left by his father was snatched away by Su Yao. Don't harbor delusions. Do you really think I admire you just because I call you Chingu? If it weren't for your decent talent, would a waste like you be worth my attention? We are not from the same world from now on. I will soar to the pinnacle of martial arts, while you will live a mundane life, forever a waste. He would always remember the extraordinarily beautiful girl, Su Yao, who once followed him and called him Chungu, now looking at him with disdain and superiority. He and his mother and sister were driven out of the Su family, subjected to disdain and ridicule, and he fell into despair, giving up on himself. Until later, when his mother and sister died tragically because of him, he left Yunjiang City to wander, encountering the only light in his life. His master rescued him from suffering, healed his dantian injury, and brought him into the vast Xintian continent. But the deaths of his mother and sister became an eternal regret in his heart. Now, seeing his sister Su Linger standing before him once more, he felt as if he were in a different world, but more than that, he felt relief and joy. I, Su Chen, am fortunate to live again. In this life, I will make up for all my regrets and will not let my mother and sister suffer even the slightest harm. The heart of a woman is the most poisonous. Su Yao, you are right. We are not from the same world, whether in the last life or this life. Everything you took from me, you will have to repay 1,000-fold. Su Chen's eyes were sharp, and he vowed in his heart. He stepped forward and tightly embraced the girl before him, as if afraid that if he let go, this beautiful dream would shatter. Brother, what's wrong? I am obviously Ling. Don't worry, Mother went to seek the Grand Elder. As long as she retrieves the divine martial token left by Father, we will definitely be able to heal your Dantian. Su Linger was a bit puzzled by Su Chen's actions, but she could sense Su Chen's fear and excitement, mistakenly thinking that Su Chen was worried about whether the injury to his Dantian could be healed, so she comforted him softly. Linger, I'm fine. I'm just so happy to see you. Su Chen realized he had lost his composure, released Su Linger, and gently patted her head, speaking with affection. You just said, where did Mother go? However, Su Chen suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. I said, Mother went to ask the Grand Elder for the divine martial token. Is there a problem? Su Linger asked, a bit confused. Not good. Su Chen's face instantly became extremely grim. If he remembered correctly, today was the day the family convened the elders' meeting to strip him, Su Chen, of his position as heir and let Su Yao inherit it. Wasn't it self-humiliation for Mother to go there now? If Mother went to seek the Grand Elder today, not only would she not retrieve the divine martial token, but she would also suffer humiliation and even be slapped hard. Su family, if you dare to bully my mother, I will make you wish you were never born. A sea of killing intent surged in Su Chen's eyes. Linger, wait here for me. I'm going to find Mother. Su Chen left the sentence and then hurriedly walked outside. I hope it's not too late. Chapter 2. Su Chen's Fury. Su family, Elder Hall. Su Chen is reckless, brave, but foolish, leading to the destruction of his Dantian and becoming a waste. Henceforth, he is stripped of his position as young master, and Su Yao shall inherit. The elder of the Su family, dressed in a black robe and with an imposing demeanor, coldly announced. A middle-aged woman kneeling before him trembled all over, her face instantly drained of color, her eyes filled with sorrow and anger. She was Su Chen's mother, Lu Hanyan. She had come today to seek the elder, hoping to get the divine martial order, which the family had temporarily kept, returned to Su Chen so that he could enter the divine martial academy to find a way to heal his damaged Dantian. But she never expected to hear the dreadful news that the family planned to expel Su Chen from his position as the young master. Seated in the elder hall were several elders of the Su family, their expressions stern and indifferent. Next to the elder stood a stunningly beautiful and aloof young girl with cold, emotionless eyes fixed on Lu Haiyan. It was Su Yao. Elder, Su Chen's Dantian was damaged to protect Su Yao. Now the family wants to strip him of his position as the young master. And, as a woman, I cannot stop this. But there is one thing I ask of you. Lu Hanyan took a deep breath and said, suppressing her humiliation, "Oh, what is it?" The elder replied indifferently, "Please return the divine martial order, which the family has kept for safekeeping, to Su Chen. The family has no way to heal his Dantian, but the divine martial academy must have a solution." Lu Hanyan pleaded, "The divine martial order? Only those with the divine martial order can enter the divine martial academy. Su Chen is a waste. How can he be worthy of such a treasure? I think you are dreaming." At that moment, a harsh voice rang out. The second elder, Su Yuanzhang, who was also Su Yao's father, stepped forward with a cold laugh. "Hanyan, we elders have decided to grant the divine martial order to Su Yao so she can enter the divine martial academy. She will be the hope for the rise of the Su family. I cannot agree to your request, but considering Su Chen was once the young master, I will give you 1,000 taels of silver. You should go home." The elder glanced at Lu Hanyan and casually took out a silver note, throwing it in front of her. "You, how can you do this?" "The divine martial order was obtained by my husband at great cost, meant for my son, Su Chen. You have stripped him of his position as young master, and now you want to take his divine martial order? This is too unfair." Lu Hanyan shouted angrily, bold. As a member of the Su family, the divine martial order belongs to the Su family. Who to give it to is a decision for the elders to make. It does not concern you, a mere woman. The elder's face darkened as he reprimanded. "Second sister-in-law, Su Chen has become a waste. How can he go to the divine martial academy? Only Su Yao and the entire Su family is qualified to receive the divine martial order. I advise you not to have unrealistic hopes. You should go home and take care of your useless son? Su Yuanzhang sneered that I refused to accept this. The family is unjust. The divine martial order was left by my husband and has nothing to do with the family. If you don't return to Su Chen, I will smash my head against the wall right here. Lu Hanyan's eyes turned red, filled with grief and anger. Bold. How dare you speak recklessly in the family's sacred ground? Someone slap her. Su Yuanzhang said coldly, yes. At that moment, two burly guards entered the elder hall. One guard grinned wickedly, grabbing Lu Hanyan's arm, preventing her from moving, while the other guard slapped her directly. Smack. A crisp sound echoed, accompanied by Lu Hanyan's painful groan. Her cheek instantly swelled, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, her eyes red, filled with grievance, anger, and despair. The elders and Su Yao looked on coldly, with no one stepping forward to stop it. Just then, a figure rushed into the elder hall like the wind. Su Chen? Su Yao's brows furrowed. She did not expect that Su Chen had awakened from his coma and had come to the elder hall, which surprised her greatly. Mother? Su Chen's gaze swept across the elder hall, landing on Lu Hanyan in an instant. However, when he saw Lu Hanyan's swollen face, blood rushed to his head, and his expression turned extremely fierce. He was still too late. Who the hell dares to hit my mother? Su Chen's heart was engulfed in a raging fury, and killing intent surged in his eyes. Boom. In an instant, he stepped forward, exuding overwhelming killing intent, his fierce fist like a divine dragon, crashing down. Although Su Chen's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the physical realm, the terrifying fist intent made everyone's expression change involuntarily. At that moment, Su Chen was like a furious, giant dragon. Crack. The guard who had slapped Lu Hanyan changed color, wanting to block, but the punch landed squarely on his chest. His chest instantly caved in, blood spurting from his mouth as he was sent flying, crashing hard into the distant wall. Looking at it, his internal organs were shattered, and he was on the verge of death. Second elder, save me. The other guard's scalp tingled, his face pale, hurriedly releasing Lu Hanyan and turning to flee. Die. Killing intent surged in Su Chen's eyes as he moved like a blur, delivering another punch. Su Chen, you dare. Su Yuanzhang snapped back to reality, filled with rage that he knew that those two guards were his men. One must consider the owner when beating a dog. How could Su Chen kill his men in front of him? But before he could finish a sentence, Su Chen had caught up with the guard, delivering a punch to his head, causing it to explode like a watermelon, blood and brain matter spilling out. The entire elder hall was filled with a thick smell of blood. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Su Chen to be so brutal, killing Su Yuanzhang's two guards with a single strike. More importantly, both guards had cultivation at the Qi refining realm. Su Chen's Dantian had been destroyed, rendering him a waste. How could he still possess such terrifying combat power? Mother, are you okay? I am unfilial. I came late. Su Chen looked at Lu Hanyan's face, his eyes turning red, tears almost spilling out as he trembled and stepped forward to support her. After 500 years, he finally saw his mother again. Chinner, I'm fine. Don't be impulsive. This is the elder hall. Lu Hanyan felt both joy and worry, fearing that the elders would take their anger out on Su Chen. Su Chen, you dare to kill in the elder hall? Today, I will cleanse the family of treachery and kill you, the heartless and heinous beast. Su Yuanzhang shouted, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Chapter 3. Su Yao, do you dare to fight me? Boom. Su Yuanzhang's true energy surged, fully unleashing his cultivation at the 6th level of the Qi refining realm. His eyes filled with killing intent, his hands forming the shape of an eagle claw, glowing with faint golden light, rapidly reaching for Su Chen. Golden Eagle Claw, a yellow-grade upper-tier martial technique. Martial arts are categorized into yellow, mysterious, earth, and heaven grades, with each grade further divided into inferior, medium, upper, and top tiers. The Golden Eagle Claw is one of the few yellow-grade upper-tier martial techniques of the Su family. With Su Yuanzhang's cultivation, he could crush a boulder to dust. His immediate use of the Golden Eagle Claw indicated that Su Yuanzhang truly intended to kill Su Chen. Seeking death, a cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. If it were the previous Su Chen, with a physical cultivation level of the 9th layer, he would naturally not be a match for Su Yuanzhang. However, Su Chen had been reborn after 500 years. Although his powerful cultivation was no longer there, he was still the Dragon 9 martial emperor, just half a step away from the divine realm. His martial arts experience and combat instincts were far beyond what ordinary people could understand. The Golden Eagle Claw was indeed strong, but Su Chen instantly spotted several flaws. Boom! He did not dodge or evade instead. He stomped his foot and threw out a punch of his own. How dare he take on Yuanzhang? Truly overestimating himself. Many elders and Su Yao watched coldly, not intervening. In their eyes, Su Chen, with his shattered dantian, could not possibly be a match for Su Yuanzhang. The outcome was already determined. Even if Su Chen did not die, he would still be severely injured. But the next scene left them all wide-eyed. Crack! Su Chen's figure appeared like a ghost, as if teleporting at Su Yuanzhang's side. That fierce punch struck ruthlessly on Su Yuanzhang's forearm. A crisp sound echoed, accompanied by a faint blood glow. Su Yuanzhang's golden eagle claw missed, and his forearm was brutally shattered by Su Chen. Ah, my hand! Su Yuanzhang clutched his arm, screaming in agony, his face contorted with pain. Slap! Another crisp sound rang out as Su Chen transformed his punch into a palm and slapped Su Yuanzhang's face, sending him flying. Su Yuanzhang coughed up blood repeatedly, and half of his face swelled up. What? The Grand Elder, Su Yao, and the others were all stunned. A waste like Su Chen, with a shattered dantian, actually defeated Su Yuanzhang? Bold Su Chen, how dare you rise against your superiors? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? The Grand Elder's gaze was extremely dark as he spoke coldly. Rise against my superiors? It was clearly Su Yuanzhang who attacked first, yet you turn a blind eye. At your age, do you really want to be Su Yao's dog? Su Chen sneered, showing no respect for the Grand Elder. In his view, there was not a single good person in the entire Su family. Everything that happened in his past life was etched in his mind. He had long seen through the faces of the Su family and held no illusions. Su Chen, you little beast, seeking death. The Grand Elder trembled with rage, a terrifying killing intent radiating from him, as if he was about to strike and kill Su Chen at any moment. Grand Elder, kill him. Kill this little beast. He's just an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf, just like his deadbeat father. Su Yuanzhang said resentfully. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Su Yao stepped forward. Su Yuanzhang and the Grand Elder immediately fell silent. Su Yao, you finally decided to step forward? Su Chen sneered. He had long known that the Grand Elder, Su Yuanzhang, and even the entire Su family revolve around Su Yao. Su Yao was breathtakingly beautiful, with a cold demeanor and an inherent pride. Her gaze swept over Su Chen as if she were looking at an ant, carrying an air of superiority. Su Chen, I originally thought that with your dantian destroyed, you would behave yourself. I didn't expect you to commit such an outrageous act. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not showing old feelings. Su Yao said coldly. There was a hint of killing intent in her voice. Show old feelings? Su Chen scoffed. Su Yao, if it weren't for me risking my life to save you in the ancient Moon Mountains, you would have long been dead in the wolf pack, becoming a meal for those beasts. How can you still have the nerve to talk about old feelings? You have your own schemes, aiming for the position of the Su family's young master and the divine martial token left by my father, right? Truly the most venomous of women's hearts. Seeing Su Yao before him, even after living a second life, Su Chen's heart still couldn't help but ripple. He couldn't understand how human hearts could be so sinister. Su Yao was somewhat enraged, her gaze growing even colder. Su Chen, whether it's the Su family young master or the divine martial token, how could it be something a waste like you can covet? This world is one where the strong are respected. If you want to blame someone, just blame yourself for being a waste. What qualification do you have to compare with me? Strong are respected? Ha! What a strong are respected. Su Chen laughed heartily. Then, he suddenly looked at Su Yao, his eyes filled with chilling, killing intent. Su Yao, do you dare to fight me? You want to challenge me? Su Yao frowned. Exactly. Didn't you say I'm a waste? You wouldn't even dare to accept a challenge from a waste like me, would you? Let's fight, and we will determine victory in death. Su Chen declared resolutely. Having lived a second life, he wanted to protect those he wished to protect and personally resolve all grudges. If he didn't kill Su Yao, his heart would remain unsettled. Good. However, let's set the time for a month later. If you win against me, the position of the Su family young master will be yours, and the divine martial token will also be yours. Su Yao said indifferently. Agreed. I don't care for the position of the Su family young master. I only want the divine martial token. Su Chen responded nonchalantly. Then, he helped Lu Hanyin and turned to leave the Elder Hall. Do you have confidence in defeating him a month later? This little beast, although his Dantian is destroyed, still has great combat power. Su Yuanzhang looked at Su Chen's departing figure and said resentfully, Father, you know my physique. A month later, I will surely reach the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm. And by then, his true energy will definitely be exhausted. Killing him will be as easy as pie, Su Yao said coldly. Although she was proud, she was also very cautious. Having just broken through the Qi refining realm, seeing Su Chen's formidable combat power, she naturally did not feel confident in defeating him at this moment. But a month later, she was absolutely confident. Let Su Chen live for another month. Chapter 4. The 9 Dragons Battle Heaven Technique. The divine artifact Qian Kuan called Su Chen. It's your mother who is useless, making you suffer, even letting them take away the divine martial token left by your father. Back in a small courtyard, Lu Hanyin said with a bitter smile, No, mother, it's all my fault for making you suffer today. But don't worry, everything the Su family took from me, I will make them return it with interest, and I won't let anyone bully you and my little sister again. Su Chen said seriously. Having lived a second life, he knew how weak he had been before his mother and little sister's later tragic deaths were also because of him. Given a second chance by heaven, he would not let anyone bully his mother and little sister again. Su Chen, I'm fine, but seeing you able to cheer up, I'm relieved. My greatest wish is for you and Ling to be safe and happy. This is a qi condensing pill I bought for you. I've heard it helps with the injuries to your Dantian. Take it, and it'll go make you something delicious. Lu Hanyin said with a look of contentment, then took out a porcelain bottle and placed it in Su Chen's hand before turning to leave. Qi condensing pill. Su Chen's heart trembled. This qi condensing pill was just an ordinary first-tier spiritual pill, capable of enhancing cultivation in the qi refining realm, but even one cost over 1,000 taels of silver. Although it wasn't expensive, Lu Hanyin couldn't possibly take out thousands of taels of silver. Su Chen clearly saw that the gold hairpin on his mother's head had disappeared. That was the last memory his father left for his mother. But for his sake, she probably sold the hairpin to buy this qi condensation pill. Su Chen, who was once known as the 9 Dragons Martial Emperor, had seen all kinds of treasures. Not only was his martial arts cultivation exceptional, but he was also skilled in alchemy and artifact forging, having even refined legendary divine pills. However, this small qi condensation pill made him feel an immense weight. Mother Ling in this life, I will never let you suffer even the slightest harm. Su Chen murmured to himself. His gaze was unwavering. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. In the ancient Moon Mountain range, to save Su Yao, he had fallen into a beast horde and suffered serious injuries, leaving his Dantian and Qi Si shattered. In Su Chen's perception, his Dantian Qi Si resembled a water pool filled with cracks, with the previously condensed true Qi having completely drained away. With the Dantian Qi Si shattered like this, unless there is a healing holy pill above the 7th rank, there is no way to recover. But fortunately, I have the 9 Dragons Battle Heaven Technique. Su Chen's eyes shone with brilliant light. The 9 Dragons Battle Heaven Technique was a heaven-defying skill obtained by his master from ancient ruins and was the foundation for him becoming the 9 Dragons Martial Emperor. It was precisely this technique that repaired his Dantian Qi Si, allowing him to be reborn and giving him hope to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. The 9 Dragons Battle Heaven Technique requires breaking before rebuilding. It demands unparalleled willpower to shatter the Dantian Qi Si, then condense the 9 true Dragon Qi Sis to establish an unmatched foundation. The first step of the 9 Dragons Battle Heaven Technique that Su Chen obtained was to establish a foundation. He needed to shatter the Dantian Qi Si and recondense the 9 Dantian Qi Sis, also known as the true Dragon Qi Sis, thus granting him 9 times the mana of others, with an incredibly solid foundation, claiming to be invincible at the same level. In the end, his 9 true Dragon Qi Sis could even transform into 9 true dragons, possessing the power of the 9 dragons, plucking stars and moons, and destroying the heavens and earth. It was through the 9 Dragons Battle Heaven Technique that he stepped onto the peak, sweeping away all foes, and achieved the invincible name of the 9 Dragons Martial Emperor, becoming the foremost among the 10 martial emperors. However, to condense the 9 true dragon chi seeds, I need to refine a 9 dragons pill. Although many spiritual medicines are required for the 9 dragons pill, apart from the extremely rare main medicine, the 9 dragons sacred heart grass, the others can be purchased. And if I remember correctly, there should be 9 dragons sacred heart grass in the ancient Moon Mountain range. It seems I need to enter the ancient Moon Mountain range again. Su Chen pondered. Wait, something's not right. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly felt something was off. In his perception, there was something new in his shattered Dantian Chi Si. Is that the Qinquan Ding? Su Chen's heart trembled. He sensed that within his Dantian Chi Si, there was indeed an ancient and majestic alchemy cauldron, radiating a mysterious and powerful aura. This was the treasured artifact, the Qinquan Ding. Boom! The Qinquan Ding vibrated and resonated, drawing Su Chen's mental energy, and in an instant, he found himself in a chaotic space. Before his eyes appeared a 3-legged cauldron with 2 ears, ancient and mysterious, imprinted with scenes of mountains, rivers, plants, and celestial bodies, along with the mysterious rhythms of time and space transformation and world evolution. However, the ancient cauldron was also covered in cracks, its light dimmed, as if it had suffered severe damage. It was indeed the Qinquan Ding. Standing before the Qinquan Ding, Su Chen felt as small as an ant. The Qinquan Ding has actually appeared in my Dantian Chi Si. It seems my guess was correct. I can return to 500 years ago, and it has a great relationship with the Qinquan Ding. Su Chen's heart was shaken. I wonder what use this Qinquan Ding has. Su Chen was curious. In his previous life, after obtaining the Qinquan Ding, he knew it was a treasured artifact, but no matter what, he could never refine the Qinquan Ding, nor did he know its purpose. Later, despite Su Chen's powerful cultivation, he forcibly integrated a trace of mental imprint, but he was still far from completely refining the Qinquan Ding. The cracks on the Qinquan Ding might have been caused by Su Chen's self-explosion. Buzz! At that moment, the qi condensation pill in Su Chen's hand trembled slightly and instantly transformed into a beam of light, flying into the Qinquan Ding. The Qinquan Ding emitted rays of light, auspicious energy rising, and soon the qi condensation pill flew out again. However, the qi condensation pill had changed somewhat. It even bore strange patterns, exuding a fragrant aroma, giving a sense of perfection and flawlessness. This is a top-grade qi condensation pill. Su Chen's heart jolted. The qi condensation pill that Lu Hanyan had just given him was merely the lowest grade, but after flying out from the Qinquan Ding, it had directly transformed into a top-grade qi condensation pill. This Qinquan Ding actually had the effect of enhancing the grade of pills. That's too heaven-defying. If I can refine the 9 dragons pill, after the enhancement from the Qinquan Ding, wouldn't I be able to obtain a top-grade 9 dragons pill? That is a heaven-defying pill that even my master couldn't refine. Su Chen's gaze suddenly became fiery. With a top-grade 9 dragons pill, he could establish a perfect true dragon chi si, and his foundation would be even more terrifying than in his previous life, naturally making his cultivation and combat power even stronger. This Qinquan Ding is truly an unparalleled artifact. I will immediately head to the ancient Moon Mountain range to find the 9 dragons sacred heart grass. Su Chen made his decision right away. Chapter 5. Ancient Moon Mountain Range. Xianyin Pool's second elder. Su Chen just left the Su family and exited Yinjiang City. He seems to be heading towards the ancient Moon Mountain Range. A black-clad guard reported respectfully. Ancient Moon Mountain Range? What does that little beast want in the ancient Moon Mountain Range? No matter what he's doing, he is just seeking death. Su Yuanzhang turned around, a hint of cold, killing intent in his eyes. With that little beast, he dares to challenge Yao? He doesn't know the meaning of death. You take 100,000 taels of silver to Black Cloud Village and tell the head of the village, Suda, that I want Su Chen's head. A huge silver note floated down from Su Yuanzhang's sleeve. His face was filled with a fierce, killing intent. Yes. The black-clad guard respectfully took the 100,000 taels of silver and hurriedly left. Black Cloud Village was the largest bandit group outside Yinjiang City, located on the outskirts of the ancient Moon Mountain Range. The head of Black Cloud Village, Su Gang, had the cultivation of the 9th level of qi refining, and his 3 subordinates were also at the qi refining stage, powerful and ruthless. Dealing with a Su Chen whose Dantian Chi Si was shattered posed no challenge at all. It seemed that Su Chen was doomed. Su Chen left Yunjiang City, and a few hours later, arrived at the ancient Moon Mountain Range. The ancient Moon Mountain Range stretched for thousands of miles, with towering ancient trees and steep peaks deep within. Many powerful beasts resided, making even Qi refining experts wary of venturing too deep. If I remember correctly, the Nine-Dragon Sacred Heartgrass is in the Xianyin Pool of the ancient Moon Mountain Range. In my previous life, my master found the Nine Dragons Sacred Heartgrass right here in the ancient Moon Mountain Range. Su Chen thought to himself. The Nine Dragons Sacred Heartgrass was extremely precious and rare, a terrestrial-grade spiritual medicine that grew at the junction of the utmost yang and utmost yin, and it was the main medicine for refining the Nine Dragons pill. Despite knowing the dangers within the ancient Moon Mountain Range, Su Chen felt no fear. Su Chen entered the ancient Moon Mountain Range. On the outskirts of the ancient Moon Mountain Range, there were only some first-tier demon beasts, which Su Chen did not take seriously and easily dealt with. Second-tier demon beasts were comparable to Qi refining realm warriors, although they were a bit tricky. They posed no threat to Su Chen. Thus, he deliberately concealed his aura and hurried forward, quickly delving into a depth of 300 miles into the ancient Moon Mountain Range. There were already many second-tier demon beasts here. 3 days ago, he had been ambushed by demon beasts here while with Su Yao, and to save her, he had suffered serious injuries and shattered his Dantian Chi Si. The Xianyin Pool should be nearby. Su Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. He performed a secret technique that allowed him to vaguely sense the extreme yin energy in the world converging in a certain direction ahead. The Xianyin Pool was indeed a place of extreme yin. However, where there is extreme yin, there is also extreme yang. The convergence of yin and yang is necessary for the growth of the Nine-Dragon Sacred Heartgrass, a rare treasure. Whoosh! Su Chen moved swiftly, carefully avoiding a group of second-tier demon beasts as he darted into a valley ahead. Splash! The sound of water echoed from within the valley. His surroundings suddenly opened up. A white waterfall, like a silk ribbon, cascaded down from a cliff over 100 feet high, with mist rising, creating an ethereal scene that was truly magnificent. Below was a deep pool. It really is the Xianyin Pool. Su Chen's eyes brightened. He could see that within the deep pool, a light blue mist was rising, causing a thick layer of frost to form on the surrounding cliffs. Such a place of extreme yin and cold could only be the Xianyin Pool. Standing before the Xianyin Pool, Su Chen instantly felt a chill rush toward him, making him shiver all over. The Nine-Dragon Sacred Heartgrass was within the Xianyin Pool. Just as Su Chen was contemplating how to enter the Xianyin Pool to search for the Nine-Dragon Sacred Heartgrass, whoosh! A sound of something cutting through the air came from afar. Su Chen's heart stirred, and he quickly darted behind the waterfall, using a secret technique to conceal his aura, even diminishing the beating of his heart to an almost imperceptible level. He seemed to transform into a lifeless stone. This was the turtle breathing technique recorded in the Nine-Dragon Battle Heaven art. Even someone several realms higher than him would find it difficult to detect his presence unless they deliberately scanned with mental power. Through the flowing water, Su Chen saw a woman in white descending from the sky, flying through the air. Is this a martial Tao venerable? Su Chen's heart trembled. With his current cultivation, he was naturally no match for a martial Tao venerable. He exerted all his effort to employ the turtle breathing technique, eliminating distractions and merging himself with the surrounding rocks. What is she doing? A strange look appeared in Su Chen's eyes. The woman in white had her back to him, and although he could not see her face clearly, she exuded a cool, ethereal aura. At this moment, she unexpectedly shed her clothes, revealing her snow-white skin, and then slowly stepped into the Xianyin Pool. As she soaked in the Xianyin Pool, she even let out moans that would make anyone blush. Su Chen's hair stood on end. He had no doubt that if he revealed himself now, that woman in white would definitely tear him apart. What in the world is happening? Su Chen felt both amused and helpless. Wait, she is the Xianyin sacred body? Moreover, there seems to be something wrong with her Xianyin sacred body. Is she using the Xianyin Pool to heal herself? A glint of understanding flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he sensed something amiss. Crack. As if to confirm his thoughts, a dense, eerie blue, cold air emanated from the woman in white, seemingly freezing the entire Xianin pool. Moreover, it continued to spread in all directions. This is bad. At this rate, even if she doesn't discover me, I'll be frozen to death. Su Chen began to feel anxious. Who is it? Come out. Just then, the woman in white suddenly turned around, revealing an incredibly beautiful face. However, at this moment, her flawless visage was filled with frost, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Discovered? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. He felt a bitter smile. Now, it would be impossible to explain himself. Would that woman in white really become so enraged that she would kill him to silence him? Ha ha! No wonder you are the renowned fairy Ruawei of the Eastern Domain. Even when I hid so deeply, you still found me. An old, mocking voice echoed. A gnome-like young man in a large red robe appeared above the waterfall, looking down at the woman in white in the Xianin pool with lewd eyes. Jiao Tongzi. The woman's face instantly changed dramatically. Chapter 6 Poisoned? It's them? Su Chen's heart stirred as he recognized the two individuals. The woman in white was named Lin Ruawei, also known as the Ruawei Fairy, the eldest princess of the Dali Kingdom. It was rumored that she was stunningly beautiful, possessing a rare and extraordinary talent for cultivation, and was immensely powerful due to her Xian-Yin sacred body. The blissful boy was the most notorious flower thief in the Eastern Domain, practicing a sinister technique that harmed countless women. Moreover, he had reached the peak of martial sovereign and had always evaded capture due to his secretive movements. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruawei had caught the attention of the blissful boy. Boom! A powerful surge of true energy erupted around Lin Ruawei, causing the Xianin pool to explode with waves of water as she emerged from it wearing a white dress. TSK, Ruawei Fairy, if I were you, I would advise against using your true energy recklessly. Don't you feel your entire body is hot and weak right now? The blissful boy said lecherously. You poison me? Lin Ruawei's expression changed. A hint of abnormal redness appeared on her stunning face. No. How could I, the blissful boy, be so cruel? I merely sprinkled a bit of blissful yin-yang powder in the Xianin pool. The blissful boy said with a grin. Blissful yin-yang powder? You deserve to die? Lin Ruawei's face turned pale as terror flashed in her eyes. The blissful yin-yang powder was the blissful boy's secret poison. Don't be so angry. Divine maiden known for your purity. Ruawei Fairy, the blissful boy leered, having long set his sights on Lin Ruawei and preemptively drugged her in the Xianin pool. Did he already discover me? Su Chen furrowed his brow, sensing a crisis. The blissful boy probably regarded him as an insignificant ant due to his mere physical realm, not taking him seriously at all. However, once the blissful boy dealt with Lin Ruawei, he certainly wouldn't spare him. Lin Ruawei fell from the void, desperately circulating her true energy to resist the effects of the poison. But the more she tried, the hotter she felt. Her face flushed, fueling her humiliation and anger. Blissful boy, if you dare lay a finger on me, I will kill you even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth. Lin Ruawei collapsed to the ground, yet her eyes were filled with a chilling, killing intent. Don't worry, Ruawei Fairy, I will never betray you. I advise you to stop struggling, the blissful boy said as he descended from the cliff, closing in on Lin Ruawei with increasing lust in his eyes. Puff! Overcome with rage, Lin Ruawei spat out a mouthful of blood, her breath instantly becoming weak. Ruawei Fairy, the blissful boy said, realizing that the effects of the blissful yin-yang powder were activated. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Lin Ruawei's eyes suddenly regained clarity, filled with cold, murderous intent. Whoosh! A small black snake shot out like lightning, its triangular head glinting ominously as it flew toward the blissful boy. Then, a ghostly blue sword light appeared in Lin Ruawei's palm, sharp and boundless, as if it could pierce anything, thrusting toward the blissful boy's heart. You little bitch. Are you playing me? The blissful boy's expression changed drastically as he twisted his body at an unbelievable angle, narrowly avoiding Lin Ruawei's lethal sword light. However, he couldn't dodge the black snake. The vicious snake head broke through his protective aura and bit into his neck. Smack! The blissful boy slapped the black snake, turning it into a pulp. Yet, he still felt a violent toxin rapidly spreading through his body. Poisoned. The blissful boy's face changed as he frantically pulled out various healing pills and swallowed them. This is the 7-step heart-piercing snake, incredibly poisonous, with no antidote. You're dead. Blissful boy, Lin Ruawei said, her face deathly pale, swaying unsteadily, with blood trickling from her mouth. You poisonous woman. What benefit do you get from killing me? You've been poisoned by the blissful yin-yang powder. Without a man's favor, you're just as doomed. The blissful boy's eyes were filled with fear as he shouted madly. But the poison from the seven-step heart-piercing snake was too potent. His healing pills had no effect. As black mist spread across his face, he continuously spat out black poisoned blood. He was filled with resentment, never expecting to fall at Lin Ruowei's hands. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless, his eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness and regret. Su Chen was stunned. Should he save her? Looking at Lin Ruowei's state, Su Chen felt conflicted. If he didn't use the antidote, Lin Ruowei would undoubtedly die. But if he saved her, what if this woman went mad and decided to kill him to silence him? Chapter 7 Nine Dragons Sacred Heart Grass Forget it. I'll save her. Su Chen sighed. He dashed out from behind the waterfall and approached the blissful boy's corpse. The blissful boy should have the antidote to the blissful yin-yang powder on him. The body of the blissful boy had turned pitch black, emitting a strong stench, and was filled with deadly poison. Su Chen carefully removed the storage ring from his finger. The antidote should be inside. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted over. A pair of soft arms wrapped around him from behind. A hot and soft body pressed tightly against him. Su Chen's eyes widened, his body suddenly stiffening. Lin Ruowei was completely unclothed, her skin as white as jade. Her figure tall and elegant, curves exquisite, her hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an otherworldly grace, her features stunningly beautiful. It was a face that looked noble and untouchable. But now her gaze was hazy, her cheeks flushed, indicating something was seriously wrong. Having lived 2 lives, Su Chen had never encountered such a scene. Though I'm not a righteous man, I can't take advantage of someone in trouble. Su Chen forced a bitter smile, even though he too felt a surge of heat. He suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind and attempted to retrieve the antidote from the storage ring to feed it to Lin Ruowei. Help me, help me. Lin Ruowei's voice was intoxicating. Su Chen realized he couldn't escape her embrace at all. After all, Lin Ruowei was a powerful martial sovereign. While Su Chen was merely at the 9th level of the physical realm, his little arms couldn't possibly resist her. Su Chen was pushed to the ground. Lin Ruowei tore his clothes apart and entangled herself with him tightly. Am I being forcefully pushed? Su Chen's eyes widened. Several hours later, watching Lin Ruowei beside him, peacefully asleep with beads of sweat on her beautiful face, Su Chen wore a bitter smile. This time, I really can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. But you can't blame me. After all, you were the one who forced me. And I had no way to resist, Su Chen muttered softly. Then, he jumped directly into the Xianyin pool. In the depths of the Xianyin pool, the icy cold pierced to the bone, instantly waking Su Chen. However, the deeper he went, the warmer it became. By the time he reached the bottom of the Xianyin pool, it felt like a hot spring, incredibly steamy. Su Chen saw a strange spiritual herb growing among several rocks, with 9 leaves shaped like dragons, crystal clear and bright red, radiating a rich glow. It was the 9-dragon sacred heart herb. He found it. Su Chen's eyes were filled with immense joy. He carefully plucked the 9-dragon sacred heart herb and placed it into a prepared jade box before leaving the Xianyin pool. Looking at Lin Ruowei, who was sleeping beside the Xianyin pool, Su Chen murmured, Fairy Ruowei, although I took advantage of you, I also saved you, so let's consider ourselves even. After saying this, Su Chen left the valley without any hesitation. After leaving the Xianyin pool, Su Chen sprinted towards Yunjiang City. At the same time, he recognized the storage ring of the blissful boy with his blood. Although the blissful boy had left a spiritual mark on the storage ring, it disappeared after his death, allowing Su Chen to easily claim it as his own. Inside the storage ring was a space the size of a room, filled with various items. Although this storage ring was merely a high-grade Xian tier spiritual artifact, it was still quite good. After all, storage rings are incredibly precious, and this haul was indeed substantial. Su Chen examined the contents of the storage ring and smiled. The main goal was to find the 9-dragon sacred heart herb, and obtaining the blissful boy's storage ring was purely a pleasant surprise. As a notorious flower thief, the blissful boy had often robbed and pillaged, accumulating a considerable fortune. There were hundreds of various spiritual herbs and dozens of bottles of spirit pills for enhancing cultivation and healing. Among them were several Xian tier martial skills, with the most precious being the blissful boy's blissful Xian Gong, a fragmented earth tier technique. Su Chen naturally didn't care much for it, but these martial skills could be sold. There were several million taels in silver notes. To the blissful boy, silver notes were as good as waste paper. They were merely for emergencies. What Su Chen valued most was a small pile of spirit stones. There were a total of 621 spirit stones. Though they were all low-grade, they were still quite rare in this remote Donglin domain. These spirit stones were just right for enhancing his cultivation. Su Chen thought to himself. Spirit stones are treasures used by warriors above the Yuan-Dan realm to enhance their cultivation, and they are extremely valuable. A single spirit stone is worth at least 100,000 taels of silver. With these spirit stones, I can quickly break through to the Yuan-Dan realm. The blissful boy's spiritual herbs were well preserved, and most could be used to refine 9 dragon pills, but a few more herbs were needed, which he would have to buy in Yunjiang City. Su Chen contemplated. He was eager to refine the 9 dragon pill, open up the 9 true dragon chi seas, establish a supreme foundation, and then begin practicing the 9 dragon battle heaven technique. He moved quickly and soon reached the outskirts of the Gyue mountain range. However, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a group of uninvited guests was rushing towards the valley where the Xianin pool was located. Chapter 8. The complicated Lin Ruowei Xianin pool. Lin Ruowei woke up slowly. Looking at the clothes draped over her and the slight pain in a certain area, she immediately recalled the madness from a few hours ago. Feeling both shame and anger, her face turning red. Who is it? Who are you? You took advantage of this princess and think you can just walk away? I will never let you go. Lin Ruowei took out a white dress from her storage ring and put it on. Her expression a mix of anger and complexity as she gritted her teeth and said, although she had been under the influence of the blissful yin-yang powder, her consciousness was hazy and her instincts uncontrollable, she still vaguely remembered. It seemed like she had actively forced herself onto someone else. Even though that guy saved her, she was still furious. Bastard, I remember you. Do you really think this princess is someone who can't tell right from wrong? You saved me, and at most, I would just beat you up to vent my anger. How could I kill you? Coward. Lin Ruowei realized she wasn't as angry as she had imagined. What made her the angriest was that the guy took advantage of her and just left. She swore she would find that guy. Big boss, according to the Falcon's scouting. That Su Chen should be in this valley. Now he has nowhere to escape. Just then, Lin Ruowei's ears perked up as she heard faint sounds coming from outside the valley. Good. Second, you've done well. Once we kill Su Chen and take his head, we can go to Su Yuanzhang and demand 200,000 taels of silver. Thinking just 100,000 taels is enough to hire me? Dream on. A rough voice replied. Big brother is right. If Su Yuanzhang dares not give us the silver, we brothers will expose all the dirty deeds he has done. Ha ha. Several of them laughed together. Su Chen. Lin Ruowei's heart stirred. She suddenly had a premonition that this Su Chen was very likely the guy who had taken advantage of her. Soon, 4 figures entered the valley. Leading them was a burly man with a scarred face, wielding a giant ghost-headed knife, exuding a murderous aura, and his eyes flickering with fierce light. Behind him were 3 middle-aged men in black robes. They were the big boss of the Black Cloud stronghold, Su Gang, and 3 other leaders. They had taken on the job from Su Yuanzhang to kill Su Chen and had heard of Su Chen's achievements. So they dared not be the slightest bit careless. All 4 moved out together. In their view, with Su Gang at the 9th level of Qi refining, plus 3 other Qi refining warriors, dealing with a Su Chen whose Dantian Qi Si was shattered was undoubtedly a sure kill. Following the tracking of a falcon tamed by the second-in-command, they made their way to the valley where the Xianin pool was located. Huh, Su Chen is not here. Who are you? Su Gang's eyes flashed, and he immediately noticed Lin Ruowei beside the Xianin pool. Instantly, all 4 of them felt a sense of awe. Lin Ruowei, in a white dress, had a stunningly beautiful face and an ethereal, cold grace, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, exuding an air of noble elegance. When had they ever seen such a beauty? Who is this Su Chen you just mentioned? Lin Ruowei asked coldly in a tone that left no room for refusal. Little girl, why do you ask about Su Chen? You aren't that trash Su Chen's lover, are you? Why not come back with me and be the wife of the Black Cloud stronghold? Wouldn't that be delightful? Ha ha. A flicker of heat flashed in Su Gang's eyes as he laughed heartily. Although not finding Su Chen was somewhat unexpected, Lin Ruowei's unmatched beauty ignited a strong desire within him. Looking for death, a cold glint flashed in Lin Ruowei's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 strands of eerie blue sword energy erupted from her palm, icy to the bone, instantly enveloping Su Gang and the other 3. True Qi released? Not good. She is actually a Yuan-Dan realm expert? Su Gang and the others' faces changed drastically. They finally realized they had kicked an iron plate. Uffed. But in front of a martial arts master, the four of them were as weak as ants. How could they possibly escape? Blood flashed, accompanied by their screams. As their legs were directly severed, blood gushing forth. "Spare us. We didn't recognize the great master and offended you. Please spare us." Su Gang and the others were filled with immense fear, hurriedly bowing their heads to plead for mercy. "Who is Su Chen? Tell me all you know about him." "I don't want to say it a second time," Lin Ruowei said coldly. Su Chen, he was the genius of the Su family in Yunjiang City. But a few days ago in the ancient Moon Mountain range, he was severely injured by a beast, his dantian shattered, becoming a waste. Su Gang dared not conceal anything, quickly revealing all the information he knew. "Yunjiang City, Su Chen?" After a moment, Lin Ruowei murmured, a hint of regret in her eyes. "What a pity. With his dantian shattered, even I have no way to help. If he could still cultivate, I might assist him on the path of martial arts. But now it seems it would be better for him to remain an ordinary person." Lin Ruowei felt disappointed. She originally intended to investigate Yunjiang City, but now it seemed unnecessary. "Su Chen, I hope you remain safe. Once I handle matters in the royal capital, I will come to find you in Yunjiang City," Lin Ruowei softly said to herself. She was merely passing through the ancient Moon Mountain range, eager to return to the Dali royal capital to deal with some matters. She took a deep look in the direction of Yunjiang City, then soared into the air, flying towards the Dali royal capital. In the valley, Su Gang and the other three had their foreheads pierced by sword energy, dying with their eyes wide open. They could not understand why Lin Ruowei had to kill them until their last breath. Unaware of all this, Su Chen had safely exited the ancient Moon Mountain range and returned to Yunjiang City. In Yunjiang City, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce had the most variety of spiritual herbs. "Once I purchase the last few types of spiritual herbs, I can refine the 9-dragon pill," Su Chen murmured to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. He took a step towards the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 9. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Master Gu Yin, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, is the largest trading company in the Dali Kingdom, with branches in dozens of cities and a reputedly deep background. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in Yunjiang City is located in a central area of the city, with exquisite architecture that looks very grand. Su Chen arrived at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. "Young master, what do you wish to buy?" "Our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has all sorts of spiritual tools, herbs, and pills." Upon seeing Su Chen enter, a beautiful maid greeted him with a smile. "I want these 5 types of spiritual herbs: rootless fire vine, sunfire flower, firefly wood, cold shadow fruit, and tricolor ice lotus. Do you have them?" Su Chen asked. Though these 5 spiritual herbs weren't as precious as the 9-dragon sacred heart grass, they were auxiliary herbs for the 9-dragon pill and equally rare. Even the storage ring of the extreme pleasure boy did not contain them. However, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce should have them. The maid was slightly taken aback, her smile instantly fading as she coldly said, "Young master, are you here to make fun of me? I've never heard of these 5 spiritual herbs. You must be making them up. That you haven't heard of them only shows your ignorance. I'm in a hurry, so if you don't know, just let your chamber's elder come out." Su Chen said indifferently. "Meet our elder? You think you are worthy? If you're not here to buy herbs, then get out. Otherwise, I'll call the guards." The maid sneered. Su Chen's attire was quite ordinary, with even some tattered areas. From her sharp gaze, it was clear she considered him not to be a wealthy young master. Thus, she assumed he was merely here to cause trouble. Is this how the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce conducts business? If they don't even have the rootless fire vine, sunfire flower, firefly wood, cold shadow fruit, and tricolor ice lotus, then the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is truly not worthy of its name. Su Chen said loudly. His voice was thick and resonant, using a special technique that instantly spread throughout the entire Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. "You dare! How dare you cause trouble in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce? Someone, throw him out." The beautiful maid's expression changed, and she quickly shouted. If Su Chen offended a big shot in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, she would be in serious trouble. Swish, swish, swish. As her voice fell, several tall and stern guards dressed in black rushed in, their true chi surging, their sharp gazes locking onto Su Chen. All of them were at the 9th level of chi refining. It should be noted that the elder of the Su family was only at the 9th level of chi refining, yet within the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. They were merely guards, demonstrating the wealth and power of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. The 9-dragon pill was crucial for him to establish a supreme foundation for those 5 spiritual herbs. He was willing to cause a scene in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Who was looking for the rootless fire vine, sunfire flower, firefly wood, cold shadow fruit, and tricolor ice lotus? At that moment, an old and urgent voice rang out. Within the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, an old man in a Taoist robe, with messy hair and a somewhat dirty appearance, rushed out like the wind. Is it Master Guyan? Wow, I didn't expect Master Guyan to come out. People gasped. This kid is causing a ruckus in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Master Guyan probably won't let him off easily. He's doomed. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is highly respected even by the city lord's mansion, and Master Guyan is an extremely famous alchemist in the royal capital. Who would dare to offend him? The surrounding crowd immediately showed great respect upon seeing the old man in the Taoist robe. Master Guyan, this kid is causing a ruckus in our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The 5 types of spiritual herbs he mentioned, I've never even heard of. He must be here to cause trouble. The beautiful maid quickly reported after seeing Master Guyan. Master Guyan's gaze instantly fell upon Su Chen. Young friend, you are looking for the rootless fire vine, sunfire flower, firefly wood, cold shadow fruit, and tricolor ice lotus. Are you perhaps going to refine the 9-dragon pill? Master Guyan asked. You know about the 9-dragon pill? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. The 9-dragon pill was an ancient elixir long lost to time. Aside from his master, very few people should know about it. It really is the 9-dragon pill. Young friend, may I invite you inside for a chat? I have some matters I wish to discuss. Master Guyan's eyes instantly lit up, becoming exceedingly enthusiastic. Master, he is clearly here to cause trouble. The beautiful maid sensed something was off, but still spoke up. Smack. You insolent thing, this young master is my esteemed guest. How dare you offend him? If you haven't heard of it, that just shows your ignorance. You dare to tarnish the reputation of my Wanbao Chamber of Commerce? Someone throw her out. Master Guyan said without hesitation, slapping the beautiful maid's face, and then reprimanding her angrily. He was afraid that due to the maid's rudeness, Su Chen would refuse his invitation. The beautiful maid's face instantly swelled, but her eyes were filled with immense fear as she quickly knelt and begged for mercy. Master, I was wrong. Please spare me. I won't dare again. But Master Guyan ignored her, allowing a few guards to drag her out. Master Guyan continued to look at Su Chen with great enthusiasm, waiting for his response. All right. Su Chen pondered for a moment and then nodded. It seems that this Master Guyan should have those 5 spirit herbs, and it wouldn't hurt to talk to him. Thank you, young master, please follow me. Master Guyan was overjoyed and quickly led Su Chen deeper into the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Who exactly is that young man? How could he be so valued by Master Guyan? The 9 dragons pill? I've never heard of such a pill. That young man seems to be on the verge of success. Everyone was curious about Su Chen's identity, and at the same time, they couldn't hide their envy in their eyes. Deep within the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, in an alchemy room, in the center stood an ancient alchemical cauldron, with a strong medicinal fragrance wafting through the air and various precious spirit herbs scattered around the room. However, inside the cauldron, there was charred powder emitting choking black smoke, clearly indicating a failed alchemy attempt. Su Chen walked up to the cauldron, looked at the charred powder, and with a flash in his eyes said, You were trying to refine the 5 dragons transforming yang pill? Young master, you recognized at a glance that I was trying to refine the 5 dragons transforming yang pill? Could it be that you are also an alchemist? Master Guyan was instantly excited. Sort of. Su Chen nodded. The 5 dragons transforming yang pill is a simplified version of the 9 dragons pill, made primarily from 5 spirit herbs, rootless fire vine, fiery sunflower, firefly wood, cold fruit, and tricolor ice lotus. It can resolve the extreme cold energy. But your order of adding the herbs and controlling the fire is all wrong. Even if you tried 100 times, you would still fail. Su Chen sniffed the black powder and said lightly, Order of adding herbs and controlling fire wrong? Please advise me, young master. Master Guyan's eyes lit up, and he immediately bowed deeply to Su Chen, speaking earnestly. Su Chen's words made him feel that the doubts in his heart had suddenly cleared up. But he still couldn't grasp the solution. The 5 spirit herbs, rootless fire vine, fiery sunflower, firefly wood, cold fruit, and tricolor ice lotus, appear to be herbs of yin and yang properties, but actually conceal the power of the 5 elements. The 5 elements generate and restrain each other. If you add them one by one, with even a slight error in order or timing, it will all be in vain. The best method is to put them all into the cauldron at the same time. Then use the 5 elements fire control technique to condense the essence of the 5 elements, refining out all impurities, and then successfully condense the pill in one go. But you are using the yin-yang fire control technique to try to stimulate the power of yin and yang. It would be strange if you didn't fail. If it weren't for the good grade of your cauldron, you would have likely blown it up while refining the 5 dragons transforming yang pill. Su Chen said lightly. The power of the 5 elements and the 5 elements fire control technique. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Young master, you are so young. Could it be that you are a master of alchemy? Master Gu Yan was enlightened, excitedly gesturing with his hands, his eyes filled with immense excitement. At the same time, he was also incredibly shocked. Su Chen merely glanced at his cauldron and sniffed the remnants of the pill. Yet he was able to completely point out the problems in his alchemy and even provided a perfect solution. Such an achievement in alchemy was astonishing in his eyes. Perhaps only a master of alchemy could achieve this, but a 15 or 16-year-old master of alchemy, he had never heard of such a thing. I am not a master of alchemy, just know a bit. You don't need to thank me. Just give me the rootless fire vine, fiery sunflower, firefly wood, cold fruit, and tricolor ice lotus, and we will be even. Su Chen said lightly. Master of alchemy? In his previous life, Su Chen had refined supreme divine pills. So calling him a pill god would not be an exaggeration. He naturally wouldn't kindly guide Master Gu Yan. He said this because he wanted those 5 spirit herbs. Rest assured, young master, I will give you as many of those 5 spirit herbs as you want. But may I ask, I noticed something unusual in your Dantian's Qi Si. Are you seeking these 5 spirit herbs to refine the 9 dragons pill and condense the true dragon Qi Si? Master Gu Yan asked cautiously. How did you know about the 9 dragons pill? Su Chen countered. Although Master Gu Yan was an alchemy master, he had also reached the peak of the Yuan Dan realm in martial arts, so noticing the anomaly in Su Chen's Dantian Qi Si was not difficult. Please do not misunderstand. I obtained fragments of the 9 dragons pill from an ancient text, which is why I asked. It seems that you truly want to refine the legendary 9 dragons pill. Master Gu Yan was extremely excited. The legendary 9 dragons pill, although not of high grade, can transform the Dantian Qi Si into a powerful true dragon Qi Si, possessing the miraculous effect of seizing the creation of heaven and earth. How could Master Gu Yan, who was obsessed with alchemy, not be excited? That's right. Do you want to observe? Su Chen's eyes flashed. Can I really? Master Gu Yan was instantly ecstatic. He had never dared to hope to watch Su Chen refine the 9 dragons pill, as it was far too precious. You must have seen that my Dantian Qi Si is shattered, and I currently only have the cultivation of the 9th layer of the physical realm. Unable to personally refine the 9 dragons pill. I can teach you the recipe for the 9 dragons pill, and you can refine it for me. What do you think? Su Chen asked. He needed to find someone to refine the 9 dragons pill for him. And this Master Gu Yan clearly had a passion for alchemy and did not seem to have ulterior motives, so Su Chen felt at ease asking him for help. That's great. Master Gu Yan was so excited he was dancing with joy. He never imagined he would be so lucky. Meeting Su Chen not only solved his problem with the 5 dragons transforming yang pill, but also allowed him to get a glimpse of the legendary 9 dragons pill. How could he not be excited? Master Gu Yan seemed to have made a decision, then knelt before Su Chen with a thud. Master, please accept your disciple Gu Yan's bow. Master Gu Yan said respectfully. Get up. I didn't say I would take you as a disciple. You help me refine the 9 dragons pill, and I will teach you the method of refining it. We will owe each other nothing. Su Chen quickly stepped aside and said lightly, if my master does not agree, I will not get up. You have taught me the method for refining the 5 dragons transforming yang pill and are going to teach me the 9 dragons pill. If I do not repay such great kindness, I, Gu Yan, would be worse than a pig or dog. Please, master, grant me this. Master Gu Yan's eyes were filled with fervent admiration. Although it seemed absurd for an alchemy master to take a young boy as a teacher, he knew that this was a tremendous opportunity for him. He absolutely could not let it slip away. Seeing Gu Yan so sincere, Su Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. All right then. In that case, I will take you as a registered disciple for now. You may rise. Thank you, master. But may I ask your name? Master Gu Yan was overjoyed. My name is Su Chen. Su Chen. Could it be that my master is the Su Chen of the Su family? Master Gu Yan's body trembled. That's right. So, I am not the master of alchemy you think I am. If you regret it, you can still back out. Su Chen said with a half smile. Regret? How could that be possible? My master is a genius. Once you take the 9 dragons pill, condensing the true dragon Qi Si, you will surely soar to great heights. With an unlimited future. How ridiculous that the people of the Su family are blind and regard you as a waste. Truly despicable. Master, do you need me to vent your anger? Master Gu Yan sneered. No need. I will handle the matters of the Su family myself. For now, let us focus on refining the 9 Dragons pill. This is the formula for the 9 Dragons pill. Familiarize yourself with it first, Su Chen said. Then a page of the pill formula flew out from his sleeve and landed in front of Gu Yan. Yes, thank you, Master. Gu Yan respectfully took the page of the pill formula, like a pilgrim, and began to study it carefully. Chapter 11. Refining the 9 Dragons pill. 9 great true dragon chi sees after a moment. Gu Yan raised his head, his eyes filled with immense admiration and reverence. Master, this 9 Dragons pill is indeed a creation that seizes the essence of heaven and earth. I didn't expect your understanding of the 9 Dragons pill to be so profound. Gu Yan was filled with respect. He was increasingly glad to have Su Chen as his mentor. The formula for the 9 Dragons pill is certainly precious, but it also contains many insights from Su Chen regarding the refining of the 9 Dragons pill and the principles of alchemy. Just a few words allowed Gu Yan to clear up many of his doubts about alchemy. With this page of the pill formula, Gu Yan felt that his success rate for refining the 9 Dragons pill had greatly increased. This is the 9 Dragons sacred heart grass, the main ingredient for refining the 9 Dragons pill. If there are no problems, then let us begin, Su Chen said with a calm smile. Yes, Gu Yan respectfully acknowledged. He sat cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace, his vast true chi surging, activating the earth fire formation around the furnace. Immediately, blazing flames ignited, enveloping the alchemy furnace. Using the 5 elements fire control technique, he simultaneously placed 5 fire vines, the fire sunflower, the firefly wood, the cold fruit, and the 3-color ice lotus to refine the power of the 5 elements, and then sequentially added the Xianjing grass and the transforming spirit fruit. Su Chen's voice rang out. Gu Yan's expression was serious. Following Su Chen's guidance, he quickly formed hand seals, as the blazing fire transformed into the 5 elemental forces, wrapping around the 5 types of spiritual herbs for refinement. Gu Yan's speed was extremely fast, constantly changing various fire control techniques, alternating between rapid and slow. The flames splitting into threads that enveloped all the spiritual herbs, refining their impurities and leaving only the most essential medicinal power. Although the 9 Dragons pill is not of a high grade, the refining process is very complex. Even with Gu Yan's mastery, after several hours, his face turned slightly pale, covered in sweat, and he had consumed more than half of his true chi. Add the 9 Dragons sacred heart grass, Su Chen said quickly. With a flick of his sleeve, Gu Yan sent the last 9 Dragons sacred heart grass flying into the alchemy furnace. Roar! A vast and ancient dragon roar sounded, and in the blazing flames, the 9 Dragons sacred heart grass transformed into 9 small true dragons, merging with the essence of the surrounding spiritual herbs. Inside the alchemy furnace, the flames blazed brightly and divine light surged. The 9 small true dragons, after devouring the essence of the spiritual herbs, continuously grew larger, and the dragon roars echoed endlessly, gradually showing signs of merging into one. It's the final step. Once the 9 dragons are unified, immediately condense the pill. A hint of expectation appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he took a deep breath. Yes, Gu Yan replied solemnly. Boom. Within the alchemy furnace, it seemed as if thunder was rumbling. The 9 small true dragons shone with an unparalleled brilliance, and then instantly merged into one, with various powers perfectly intertwining, transforming into a golden pill that shot up into the sky. Gu Yan's hands continuously intertwined to form seals. Then he reached out into the air and caught the golden pill in his palm. Master, the 9 Dragons pill is ready. Gu Yan trembled all over. His eyes filled with immense joy as he handed the 9 Dragons pill to Su Chen. The 9 Dragons pill was radiant with golden brilliance, with subtle dragon patterns emerging on its surface, exuding a majestic and mysterious aura and a faint fragrance that invigorated the spirit. Good, 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 Su Chen exclaimed repeatedly. He was also extremely excited. This 9 Dragons pill was the foundation for him to condense the true dragon chi and cultivate the 9 Dragons battle heaven technique. And now it had finally been successfully refined. Master, take the opportunity of the medicinal power of the 9 Dragons pill to cultivate here. I will guard the law for you outside, Gu Yan said seriously. Then, he swallowed a pill to restore his energy and left the alchemy room. It truly is the 9 Dragons pill. Although it's only of medium quality, to successfully refine it at once is quite good. Fortunately, I have the Qian Kuan Ding. Su Chen thought to himself. Buzz. With a thought, the 9 dragons pill in Su Chen's palm instantly entered the Qian Kuan Ding, which hummed and trembled, emitting strange divine light. Almost in an instant, a golden pill, resplendent with golden brilliance and featuring the shadow of 9 true dragons, appeared. A perfect quality 9 dragons pill. This Qian Kuan Ding is indeed extraordinary. Su Chen's eyes lit up. In his previous life, his master was powerful, with skills surpassing creation, and the best he could refine was only a superior 9 dragons pill. A perfect quality 9 dragons pill can definitely establish his supreme foundation. Without delay, I will take the 9 dragons pill now and condense the true dragon chi si. Su Chen did not hesitate at all and directly swallowed the 9 dragons pill. Boom. The 9 dragons pill melted upon entering his mouth, and in an instant, a vast and overwhelming energy flowed through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging towards his Dantian Chi Si. Su Chen's Dantian Chi Si had already shattered, but the energy of the 9 dragons pill seemed to transform into 9 true dragons, merging with his Dantian Chi Si. Boom. Like the opening of chaos, thunder roared. In Su Chen's Dantian Chi Si, mist rose, and divine light burst forth, with 9 ancient true dragons seemingly emerging from the vast void, occupying 9 positions. Su Chen felt his entire bloodline boiling. His Dantian Chi Si instantly divided into 9, resembling 9 true dragons coiling in the chaotic void, exuding an immense and mysterious dragon might. Su Chen operated the 9 dragons battle heaven technique, and the energy of the 9 dragons pill transformed into strands of incomparably pure innate true chi, allowing the 9 great Dantian Chi Sis to continuously be opened up, becoming increasingly perfect. Boom. The 9 great true dragon Chi Sis were successfully condensed. Su Chen's cultivation level also directly broke through from the 9th layer of the physical body realm to the Chi refining realm. Su Chen's flesh and bones had been refined once. His body became incredibly strong, exuding powerful dragon might, causing his entire aura to become even more imposing. Boom. At the same time, a vast innate supreme Yin energy surged from Su Chen's body, merging into his 9 great Dantian Chi Sis, causing his cultivation to continuously rise. Chi refining realm 1st layer. Chi refining realm 2nd layer. Chi refining realm 3rd layer. Is this the innate supreme Yin energy contained within Lin Ruowei's Xian Yin sacred body? Su Chen trembled all over. He finally remembered. Lin Ruowei was the Xian Yin sacred body, and after their night together, the Yin and Yang intermingled, causing the innate supreme Yin energy to merge into his body. However, before, his Dantian Chi Si had shattered, and now that he had condensed the 9 great true dragon Chi Sis, the innate supreme Yin energy instantly transformed into the purest innate true Chi, driving his cultivation to continuously soar. Chapter 12. Rebirth, the dragon's reverse scale roar. With the sound of an ancient and vast dragon roar, Su Chen completely refined that innate supreme Yin energy, and his cultivation level directly rose to the 9th layer of the Chi refining realm. In Su Chen's Dantian Chi Si, among the 9 great true dragon Chi Sis, one of the Chi Sis was already filled with innate true Chi, resembling a vividly alive true dragon, majestic and mysterious. However, the other 8 true dragon Chi Sis still contained only a tiny strand of innate true Chi. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and there was a dazzling light flickering in his gaze. The 9th level of the Chi refining realm? That strand of innate extreme Yin Chi is indeed powerful. It has directly filled one of my true dragon Chi Sis. However, I am different from others. I need to fill all 9 true dragon Chi Sis to continue breaking through my realm. Su Chen murmured to himself. He possesses 9 true dragon Chi Sis, and once all 9 are filled, he will have at least 9 times the combat power of others. This is the terrifying aspect of the 9 dragons battle heaven technique. Even if Su Yao's cultivation breaks through to the 9th level of the Chi refining realm, I can still easily suppress her. Su Chen slowly stood up. He could feel that his 9 true dragon Chi Sis were far more powerful than in his previous life. This is the miraculous aspect of the perfect 9 dragon pill. Su Chen pushed the door open and walked out. Master, you have come out of seclusion? Gu Yan, who was waiting outside, exclaimed in surprise and joy upon seeing Su Chen. He saw that Su Chen's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Chi refining realm. 3 days ago, Su Chen was only at the 9th level of the body refining realm. He never expected that in just 3 days. Su Chen not only repaired his Dantian and Qi Si, but also experienced a significant rise in his cultivation to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. What an astonishing cultivation speed. The 9-Dragon Pill is indeed an ancient spiritual pill. I have repaired my Dantian and Qi Si. Guyan, I will be returning to the Su family now. If you have any questions about alchemy, you can come to find me at the Su family anytime. Seeing Gu Yin waiting outside the alchemy room, Su Chen smiled lightly. This registered disciple is quite diligent. Thank you, Master, Gu Yin said with great joy. He suddenly thought of something and continued, Master, I successfully refined the 5 Dragons Transforming Yang Pill because the daughter of City Lord Deng has a cold condition and needs the 5 Dragons Transforming Yang Pill to save her life. Now, City Lord Deng's daughter has already recovered. He knows that it was Master who guided me to successfully refine the 5 Dragons Transforming Yang Pill. So he wants to meet Master in person to express his gratitude. I wonder if Master would like to see him? City Lord Deng? He should be thanking you. I won't meet him. Su Chen shook his head. He knew that the City Lord of Yunjiang City was named Deng Tao, an established Yuan Dan realm expert. Among the 3 major forces in Yunjiang City, the City Lord's mansion is the strongest, followed by the Wang family, while the Su family is the weakest, as they have not had a Yuan Dan realm expert since one of their ancestors died a few years ago. Su Chen was not interested in the City Lord of Yunjiang City, so he declined outright. All right, Guyan nodded. I'll head back first. If you need anything, you can come find me at the Su family. Su Chen left the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce after saying this. He had been out for 3 or 4 days, and he was worried that his mother and younger sister would be very concerned. He also wondered if the Su family had bullied them again. Su family's courtyard. Before he even entered, Su Chen heard the sound of a quarrel coming from within. Not good. His heart sank, and he quickly pushed the door open and entered. In the small courtyard, Su Linger was surrounded by a group of people, covering her red and swollen face. Her eyes were red, looking very aggrieved and helpless. Su Linger, confess honestly, is this jade Buddha something you stole? If you don't come clean, I'll take you to the law enforcement hall. A sharply dressed woman in a red skirt sneered from across. She was Su Mei, Su Chen's cousin. In the past, she had often flattered Su Chen. But since Su Chen's Dantian and Qi Si were destroyed, she had turned to Su Yao. I didn't. This jade Buddha, I bought it. Su Linger turned pale upon hearing the words law enforcement hall, but she still anxiously defended herself. You bought it. I can't even afford a jade Buddha of this quality. Where did you get the money? Maybe you stole money from the family. Su Mei sneered, and then raised her hand, ready to strike Su Linger. Slap. At that moment, a sound of air breaking came through. A crisp sound echoed as a hand directly slapped Su Mei's face, sending her flying. Bullying my sister, do you want to die? Su Chen rushed over like a furious lion, his cold gaze sweeping over Su Mei and the others. His heart was filled with murderous intent. He never expected that just a few days after he left, the people of the Su family would bully his sister again. Did they really think that Su Chen would not dare to kill? Brother, you finally came back. This jade Buddha is really something I bought. I didn't steal it. As soon as Su Linger saw Su Chen, she burst into aggrieved tears, tightly hugging Su Chen, her whole body trembling. Linger, your brother is back. Don't worry. I won't let anyone who bullies you go. Su Chen looked at Su Linger's severely swollen face, feeling immense pain in his heart, and an icy killing intent surged in his eyes. The Su family is too much. Su Chen, you dare to hit me? You're dead. I will make you wish you were never born. Su Mei got up from the ground, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, her hair disheveled, and her eyes filled with extreme resentment as she yelled at Su Chen. Boom. Su Chen suddenly kicked out, sending Su Mei flying again. Which hand hit my sister? Su Chen said coldly. Young Master Su, you can't lay a hand on Miss Su Mei. Don't you fear the elder's punishment? At this moment, several of Su Mei's guards rushed up, trying to stop Su Chen. Get lost. Su Chen's eyes flashed, and his figure moved like lightning, delivering fierce punches. Bang, bang, bang. The guards, whether they were body refining realm warriors or Qi refining realm warriors, were all sent flying, spewing blood and unable to stand up again. Su Chen, what do you want to do? If you dare to harm me, the young Master Su Yao will not let you go. Su Mei said, her fierce demeanor faltering, but she couldn't hide the fear in her eyes. Su Chen's overwhelming presence completely frightened her. Since you won't speak, then there's no need to. Su Chen's gaze was indifferent as he suddenly stepped forward. Bang! One of Su Mei's arms instantly shattered, blood gushing out. Oh! Su Mei let out a heart-wrenching scream. Bang! Su Chen kicked out again, and Su Mei's other arm was similarly crushed, blood and flesh mangled. Chapter 13. The Strange Jade Buddha. Su Chen, you're so bold. An angry shout rang out. Su Yuanzhang, along with a group of people, stormed into the small courtyard in a fury. Uncle, save me. Kill Su Chen. Kill this waste. Upon seeing Su Yuanzhang, Su Mei immediately cried out as if she had seen a savior, her eyes filled with extreme resentment. Su Chen, you dare to harm your own kin? It seems that today, you shall not escape. Su Yuanzhang's face was dark, and he sneered. He was also extremely shocked. He had contacted Su Gang from the Black Cloud stronghold to deal with Su Chen in the ancient Moon Mountains, but he never expected that Su Chen would return unscathed. Could it be that Su Gang, at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, was not even a match for Su Chen? Su Yuanzhang was filled with trepidation towards Su Chen, and his killing intent grew stronger. Harming your own kin? This Su Mei is the one you instigated, right? Whoever dares to bully my sister, I will kill them, including you, Su Yuanzhang. Su Chen sneered. Boom. Then, he kicked out forcefully, striking Su Mei in the abdomen and sending her flying, landing directly in front of Su Yuanzhang. Su Mei let out a miserable scream, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. Su Chen, you're seeking death. Someone, capture Su Chen for me, regardless of whether he lives or dies. Su Yuanzhang's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he shouted. The guards behind him, all strong practitioners at the Qi refinement stage and elite members of the Su family, were resolute in their intent to kill Su Chen after witnessing his arrogance. Very well. Today, don't blame me for going on a killing spree. A layer of blood-colored killing intent spread across Su Chen's eyes. He didn't even regard the so-called elite of the Su family, including Su Yuanzhang, as threats. Seeing the Su family's treachery and shamelessness, Su Chen's patience was wearing thin. Since the Su family was unkind, they shouldn't blame him for being unjust. Stop. At this moment, an old figure suddenly appeared in the small courtyard. Boom. A powerful burst of true energy erupted, like a storm, pushing back the guards brought by Su Yuanzhang. In the small courtyard stood an old man dressed in black, thin and frail. Uncle Ing, why are you stopping me? Su Chen is harming his fellow disciples and deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Su Yuanzhang's expression changed as he recognized the person in front of him. Uncle Ing, the servant of the Su family head, Su Kaishan, was utterly loyal to him, and his strength was unfathomable, suspected to be at the half-step Yuan dance stage. In a way, Uncle Ing was the spokesperson for Su Kaishan, and even the elders of the Su family held him in some fear. The family head has ordered that tomorrow is the family head's 80th birthday, and no one is allowed to cause trouble. As for Su Chen's matter, the family head will handle it after the birthday celebration. Uncle Ing said indifferently. Yes. Although Su Yuanzhang was reluctant, he could only nod in compliance. Su Chen, I'll let you live a few more days. Su Yuanzhang glared at Su Chen and turned to leave with his group in defeat. A half-step Yuan dance stage practitioner. Huh. It seems my cheap grandfather has already broken through to the Yuan dance stage. Su Chen looked at Uncle Ing with a half-smile, his eyes showing no fear. In his previous life, his grandfather, Su Kaishan, had just exited seclusion recently, and he would officially announce his breakthrough to the Yuan dance stage during his 80th birthday, greatly boosting the Su family's prestige. Su Chen, the family head wants you to behave for the next few days. Even though you've become a waste, he can still ensure your safety for life. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond your ability to bear. Uncle Ing warned Su Chen with a glance. Then his figure flickered and vanished from the small courtyard. If it weren't for the family head's orders, he wouldn't even bother to say a word to a descendant who had turned into waste. Brother, grandfather has exited seclusion. He cares for you the most. Tomorrow is his 80th birthday. I bought this jade Buddha for him, hoping he can heal your injuries. He will definitely agree. Su Linger said with hope and excitement. Is this the purpose of your buying the jade Buddha? Su Chen's heart trembled, a warmth flooding over him. Yes, yes. Su Linger nodded vigorously and continued. Mother has given me quite a bit of pocket money over the years, and I saved up 500 taels. Today, I saw someone selling an iron Buddha in the market. I felt that there was something hidden inside, so I spent 500 taels to buy it. I smashed open the iron Buddha and found an incredibly exquisite jade Buddha inside. I didn't expect Su Mei to follow me all the way and try to snatch my jade Buddha. Luckily, brother came back just in time. Brother, look at this jade Buddha. Grandfather will definitely like it. Su Linger presented the jade Buddha to Su Chen like a treasure. The Jade Buddha was about 3 feet tall, made of a substance resembling mutton fat jade, crystal clear and lifelike, giving a sense of peace and serenity at first glance. This Jade Buddha. Su Chen's whole body shook, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Within this Jade Buddha, it seemed that 5-colored light was bursting forth, resembling some legendary treasure. If that's the case, the value of this Jade Buddha is immeasurable, enough to buy the entire Su family. Could it be that Linger has a very strong spiritual talent to have discovered this Jade Buddha? I should verify the Jade Buddha first. If that's true, Linger might also be a cultivation genius. Su Chen thought to himself. Thank you, Linger. This Jade Buddha is indeed remarkable. Tomorrow is grandfather's 80th birthday. I will give him a surprise. Su Chen said indulgently, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. His cheap grandfather was also a harsh and ungrateful person. In his previous life, he and his mother and sister were driven out of the Su family, which was permitted by Su Caishan. All of this was simply because Su Chen's father was not Su Caishan's biological son, but his adopted son. In the past, Su Chen's talent was exceptional, and Su Caishan naturally favored him. After Su Chen's dantian was destroyed and he became a waste, Su Caishan's true nature was revealed. Tomorrow at Su Caishan's 80th birthday, Su Chen would surely give him an unforgettable birthday feast. That's good. Brother, I'll go tell mother. She will definitely be happy. Su Linger, unaware of Su Chen's gaze, was extremely joyful, bouncing out towards the outside. Su Chen took the Jade Buddha back to his room. I hope it is that kind of treasure. A hint of anticipation appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he unleashed his true energy from his palm, sending a sharp energy blade towards the Jade Buddha. Crack! The Jade Buddha shattered. A dazzling 5-colored light burst forth from within, radiant to the extreme. Chapter 14 5-Color Divine Liquid. Boom. It was a mysterious liquid, flowing with 5-colored light, crystal clear and brilliant like the sun, exuding a fragrant aroma that was refreshing. It truly is the 5-color divine liquid. Su Chen's eyes revealed an incredibly excited expression. The 5-color divine liquid is an unparalleled heavenly material and earthly treasure that can only be nurtured from the 5-color divine stone after hundreds of thousands of years. The 5-color divine liquid is a treasure for refining supreme divine pills. A single drop of 5-color divine liquid can transform a person's soul and greatly enhance their spiritual power, turning them into a supreme cultivation genius. Su Chen's spiritual talent could only be considered average. In his previous life, his master spent a great deal to find treasures and herbs from ancient ruins to refine a supreme pill that allowed his spiritual power to undergo transformation. The 5-color divine liquid, however, is the best treasure for enhancing spiritual power. It's just that the 5-color divine liquid is too rare, a priceless treasure. Boom. Without any hesitation, Su Chen suddenly inhaled, and that whole mass of 5-color divine liquid was drawn into his abdomen. Like the creation of the world, the 5-color divine liquid erupted into brilliant light within Su Chen's body, instantly splitting into 2 torrents. One surged upward, merging into his sea of consciousness, enveloping his spiritual power and continuously refining it. The other merged into Su Chen's dantian, transforming into vast and mighty innate true energy, constantly filling his dantian. Roar! Roar! 2 ancient and profound dragon roars echoed, and within Su Chen's dantian chi-si, the 9 great true dragon chi-sis had 2 more chi-sis filled with innate true energy, resembling 2 true dragons, mysterious and unfathomable. Su Chen's aura became increasingly unfathomable. The spiritual energy contained in the 5-color divine liquid was not abundant, primarily consisting of vast mental energy. Su Chen's mental power, originally like a thin mist, was not particularly remarkable compared to ordinary people. However, after merging with the 5-colored divine liquid, his mental power became denser and eventually surged like a vast torrent. Then, brilliant golden rays burst forth, and the intensely concentrated mental power gradually coalesced into a golden figure. Although the face was somewhat blurry, it resembled Su Chen remarkably. Was this the martial arts primordial spirit? 6th tier mental power. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of golden divine light shot out, captivating the heart. While his heart was filled with shock and excitement, it should be noted that his original mental power was merely 1st tier. He never expected that the 5-color divine liquid would transform his mental power, directly condensing the martial arts primordial spirit and achieving 6th tier mental power. 6th-tier mental power is comparable to the martial king realm, a level only attainable by alchemy masters. With Su Chen's current mental power, he could easily refine the 9-dragon pill. This 5-colored divine liquid truly deserves its title as a supreme treasure. Unfortunately, I cannot refine it into a pill, otherwise, it would at least grant me 7th tier or even 8th tier mental power. Su Chen exclaimed. With 6th tier mental power, Su Chen had no cultivation bottlenecks left before breaking into the martial king realm. Tomorrow is Su Caishan's 80th birthday. A hint of complexity appeared in Su Chen's eyes. His feelings towards Su Caishan were complicated. Before his Dantian Qi Si shattered, Su Caishan indeed doted on him and treated their family well. Su Chen's father, Su Yuanzong, was Su Caishan's adopted son, exceptionally talented, having broken into the Yuan Dan realm 10 years ago, making him the foremost in the Su family. However, later on, due to the opening of an ancient relic in the Dali kingdom, Su Yuanzong went to seek treasures within the relic for Su Caishan, looking for items to extend his lifespan and break through the Yuan Dan realm, but he never returned. After Su Chen's Dantian Qi Si shattered, Su Caishan showed his cold and ruthless true colors, mercilessly expelling Su Chen's family from the Su family. Let me call you Grandpa for the last day. After tomorrow, I will take back the divine martial order and leave the Su family, cutting ties completely. Su Chen sighed inwardly. After all, Su Caishan had treated him well in the past, providing nurture and guidance, making it difficult for him to be harsh towards Su Caishan. A glimmer flickered in Su Chen's palm, and a white jade porcelain bottle appeared, containing some crystal-clear liquid. This bottle of Changchun spiritual liquid is now more appropriately called Changchun longevity liquid. Let this bottle of spiritual liquid repay Su Caishan for his years of nurturing and guidance. Su Chen murmured softly. The Changchun spiritual liquid was something he found in the storage ring of the blissful child. It was merely an ordinary first-tier healing spiritual liquid, with basic healing effects for body realm and Qi refining realm warriors. However, after being enhanced by the Chinko and Ding, the Changchun spiritual liquid gained miraculous longevity effects, capable of extending lifespan by 10 years. It should be noted that longevity pills are at least 6th-tier spiritual pills, possessing profound and wondrous effects. This bottle of Changchun longevity liquid could be considered a priceless treasure, making it quite suitable as a birthday gift for Su Caishan. It's a benefit for that old man. Let us consider it as a face-saving gift for my mother, Su Chen said lightly. The next day was Su Caishan's 80th birthday. The entire Su family was festively decorated, everyone was cheerful, and various guests came to congratulate, creating a lively atmosphere. As one of the 3 major families in Yunjiang City, even though the Su family had declined somewhat in recent years, their foundation remained. Families, martial arts halls, and escort agencies in Yunjiang City all sent people to congratulate. The Zhao family from Yunjiang City presented a piece of red coral worth 100,000 taels, congratulating the Su family head on having fortune as vast as the East Sea. The Songlin escort agency from Yunjiang City sent 10 blood recovery pills, congratulating the Su family head on having longevity like the South Mountain. The Maple Leaf Martial Arts Hall from Yunjiang City sent a book of yellow-tier intermediate martial skill, returning wind palm, congratulating the Su family head on having pines and cypresses evergreen. With the Su family's chief steward leading the way, one esteemed guest after another entered the Su family residence. Su Caishan, clad in a red robe, had a radiant face, looking majestic and sprightly, smiling and cupping his fists at the arriving guests. Beside him stood Su Yuanqing, Su Yuanzhong, Su Yao, and Su Feng. Su Yuanqing was his eldest son, Su Yuanzhong was the 3rd son, and his adopted son Su Yuanzong, who was Su Chen's father, was the 2nd in line. Su Feng was Su Yuanqing's son, considered the eldest grandson of the Su family. Although his martial arts talent was not as good as Su Yao's, at just 18 years old, he had already opened his Dantian Qi Si and entered the Qi refining realm. Su Yao, while exceptionally talented, was destined to enter the Divine Martial Academy and climb to the peak of martial arts, so she was not valued in the Su family. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Feng will be the next head of the Su family. His face was full of self-importance and pride. Su Caishan had broken through to the Yuan Dan realm, and Su Yao had unmatched cultivation talent. Seeing the Su family thriving, he naturally felt immense excitement. I heard Grandpa invited that waste Su Chen to the birthday banquet. When that waste arrives, I will definitely humiliate him well. Su Feng thought to himself, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 15. The 80th birthday. Su Chen was tall, with a radiant face, looking at the many guests with immense pride. Especially when he looked at Su Yuansheng, Su Yuanzhang, Su Yao, and Su Feng, his heart was filled with satisfaction. Both sons were quite impressive, and the grandchildren's cultivation talents were also extraordinary, especially Su Yao, whose talent had caught the attention of the Divine Martial Academy. It wouldn't be long before Su Yao entered the Divine Martial Academy. This was the glory of the Su family and also the glory of Su Chen. Head of the family, second madam, and young Master Chen, Miss Linger have arrived. At that moment, the chief steward came to report. Su Chen's smile froze. If Su Chen was once his pride, now he was the waste and disgrace of the Su family, an existence he greatly despised. It was precisely because Su Chen's Dantian Chi Si was destroyed and he became a waste that the Su family became the laughingstock of Yunjiang City. However, after today, the Su family would rise again. As for Su Chen, he could just be the best stepping stone for Su Yao. That waste Su Chen came. Let him be seated at a servant's table. Does he expect Grandpa to personally welcome them? Su Feng reprimanded the chief steward. Seeing Su Chen's indifferent expression, the chief steward sighed inwardly and nodded, yes. You go and welcome them. I will host them. Su Feng suddenly turned his eyes, sneering. He walked towards the outside. Su Chen, Lu Hanyan, and Su Linger happened to walk in from outside. Come with me. Su Feng glanced at the three of them and said indifferently. Lu Hanyan looked at Su Chen welcoming guests in the distance. Her eyes dimmed, but she still forced a smile. Thank you, little Feng. Second aunt. We are not that familiar. Don't call me little Feng. You can sit here. Su Feng said disdainfully, then led them to the last position of the birthday banquet. Casually pointing. There, it was clearly where the servants sat, with only a few plates of cold vegetarian dishes. Su Feng, we are here to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. How can you humiliate us like this? Su Linger felt extremely wronged, her eyes turning red. The Su Feng before her used to curry favor with Su Chen and her. Who would have thought he would become so snobbish now? Humiliate? You're overthinking it. Inside the hall, all are esteemed guests of the Su family. If you offend them, it would be a disgrace to the Su family. This is your position. Behave yourselves. Su Feng sneered, then glanced at Su Chen and turned to leave. You. Su Linger was filled with anger. Forget it. Linger, let's just sit here. Lu Hanyan sighed with a bitter smile, stopping Su Linger. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes, but he said nothing and sat down directly. Lord Deng Tao, the city lord of Yunjiang City, congratulates the head of the Su family on his 80th birthday and presents the goddess birthday painting. At that moment, a grand voice rang out. What? Su Chen trembled all over, his eyes revealing immense joy. He did not expect that Deng Tao, the city lord of Yunjiang City, would personally come to congratulate him. It is known that Deng Tao is an established Yuan Dan realm expert, close to becoming a martial Dao master, representing the Dali kingdom. He thought it would be remarkable enough for the city lord's mansion to send someone to congratulate him, but he never expected Deng Tao to come in person. Grandpa, even Lord Deng has come to congratulate you personally, which shows how much he values our Su family. Su Feng said excitedly. Indeed. Everyone follow me to welcome the esteemed guest. Su Chen said, his face glowing with joy. Outside the Su family mansion, a middle-aged man in a blue robe, very elegant, entered with a young girl veiled in light gauze beside him. Lord Deng's arrival brings glory to our Su family. Su Chen greeted him, smiling broadly. Brother Su, you are being polite. It is my duty to come in person to celebrate your 80th birthday. This goddess birthday painting is Master Lanling's masterpiece. Please do not refuse. Deng Tao smiled slightly, a radiant glow appearing in his palm, revealing an ancient painting. Is it actually Master Lanling's work? That is priceless. Worth over 10 million taels of silver. Indeed, Master Lanling is not only a master in painting, but also a great martial Dao master. And he has been gone for more than 10 years. What remains are unique pieces, extremely rare. The head of the Su family is too impressive. Lord Deng never attends such banquets. Many guests around revealed expressions of shock and envy. Su Chen was also stunned. He never expected that the usually elegant and aloof Deng Tao would be so warm towards him, calling him brother and presenting a painting by Master Lanling. This kind of treatment is unique in all of Yunjiang City. Thank you, Lord Deng, please come in. Su Chen felt elated, his face flushed with excitement, quickly leading Deng Tao into the inner hall. Brother Su, may I ask where young Master Su Chen is? Deng Tao asked while walking and smiling. Su Chen, Lord Deng, that waste is not worth your attention. This is my sister Su Yao, a martial arts genius of the Su family. Su Feng couldn't help but interrupt when he heard Deng Tao mention Su Chen. I'm speaking with your ancestor. Where do you have the right to interrupt? Miss Su Yao is good, but the one I most want to meet is still young Master Su Chen. Deng Tao's expression changed, and he sneered. Being reprimanded by Deng Tao, Su Feng's face turned green and white, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. Su Yao also showed a hint of surprise. Why did Deng Tao value Su Chen so much? Lord Deng is looking for Su Chen for something? He is right there. Su Kaishan was also filled with suspicion, but still pointed at Su Chen. Upon seeing Su Chen sitting at the end of the birthday banquet, the veiled girl beside Deng Tao gently said, "Daddy, let's sit there." Okay. Deng Tao nodded lightly. Upon seeing Su Chen's position, he naturally understood Su Chen's situation in the Su family and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Lord Deng, you are an esteemed guest of our Su family. You should sit in the main seat. How can you sit there? Su Kaishan was suddenly alarmed and hurriedly advised. No need. Deng Tao's tone had become much more indifferent as he walked with his daughter Deng Ruodong towards Su Chen's direction. Su Kaishan wanted to advise again, but at that moment, another voice rang out. Master Gu Yin from the Wandao Chamber of Commerce has come to celebrate and presents 10 Spring Breeze transformation pills, wishing Lord Su a long life. What? All the guests in the Su family were shocked. Is it Master Gu Yin from the Wandao Chamber of Commerce? He actually came to congratulate Su Kaishan? The head of the Su family had too much face. This was a figure of even greater stature than Lord Deng. Quick, go take a look. Everyone was in an uproar. Su Kaishan was also stunned. He did not expect Master Gu Yin to come. That was a figure he needed to look up to. Even Lord Deng had to be respectful before this alchemy master. Dad, that's Master Gu Yin. Let's go welcome him. Su Yuanqing and Su Yuanzhong said excitedly. Good, good, good. Quickly follow me to welcome Master Gu Yin. Su Kaishan, ignoring Deng Tao, was excited, his old face flushed, and hurriedly led Su Yuanqing and the others outside. Chapter 16. Speculations outside the Su mansion. Master Gu Yin, accompanied by the crowd, stepped in. He wore a luxurious alchemist robe, had a youthful face with white hair, and his deep gaze exuded an aura of a master. Everyone around was filled with awe. I did not know Master Gu Yin was coming. Our Su family has failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive me. Su Kaishan, his face glowing, welcomed him excitedly. Brother Su, no need to be polite. I heard that the Su family has produced a genius, so I came specially to congratulate you. Please don't blame me for coming uninvited. Master Gu Yin smiled slightly. Su Kaishan was even more flattered, repeatedly saying he didn't dare. He did not expect Master Gu Yin to be so approachable. Far from the aloof persona he had heard of. However, upon mentioning the Su family's genius, a proud smile emerged on his face. Subconsciously thinking that the genius Master Gu Yin referred to was Su Yao. Su Yao had extraordinary talent, having awakened the Xianbing spirit body, and was now training at an astonishing speed, soon to break through to the 9th level of qi refining. Master Gu Yin is too kind. This is my Su family's genius Su Yao. Please give her more guidance. Su Kaishan pointed at Su Yao and said to Master Gu Yin. Su Yao was also quite excited. Although her personality was cold, she knew Master Gu Yin's importance, a highly respected figure even in the Daili royal capital. I am Su Yao. I have met Master Gu Yin. Su Yao bowed slightly. Not bad. Master Gu Yin casually glanced at her, nodded, and then said to Su Kaishan, Brother Su, may I ask where young Master Su Chen is? Su Chen. Su Kaishan and the others frowned, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. Why was Master Gu Yin also looking for Su Chen? Master Gu. Su Chen is just a waste from the Su family and not worth your attention. Su Yao is the true pride of our Su family. Su Yuanzhong hurriedly said. That's right. Master Gu, that waste Su Chen has a shattered dantian and no talent for cultivation at all. While Su Yao will soon be going to the Divine Martial Academy. Su Feng also said. When did the younger generation of the Su family become so disrespectful? I'm talking to Su Kaishan, and you dare to interrupt? Master Gu Yan's gaze turned cold as he reprimanded. At the same time, an immense pressure enveloped Su Yuanzhong and Su Feng. Su Yuanzhong and Su Feng trembled all over, feeling as if a giant mountain was pressing down on them. Drenched in cold sweat, their faces pale, filled with immense fear. A martial sovereign. Su Kaishan was shaken, his eyes filled with deep reverence. He had thought Master Gu Yan was only at the peak of the Yuandan realm, but never expected that Master Gu Yan's cultivation had actually reached the martial sovereign realm. A martial grandmaster. coupled with Master Gu Yan's identity as a master of alchemy, who in Yunjiang City would dare to offend him? Master Gu Yan, please forgive me. Su Chen is right there. Although Su Kaishan didn't know what Master Gu Yan wanted with Su Chen, he quickly said. Master Gu Yan saw Su Chen sitting at the last table of the birthday banquet. His eyes flashed, and he sneered. Su family head, I will be sitting there. Then, without waiting for Su Kaishan to say anything, he strode over to Su Chen. Everyone was stunned. Earlier, when Mayor Deng came to celebrate, he also wanted to find Su Chen. And now Master Gu Yan is also looking for Su Chen. Wasn't Su Chen a waste with a shattered dantian? How could these two big figures value him so much? The expressions of Su Kaishan, Su Yuanzhang, Su Feng, and Su Yao all turned extremely ugly in an instant. How could that waste Su Chen know Mayor Deng and Master Gu Yan? Su Feng gritted his teeth, filled with jealousy. Don't pay any attention to him. His dantian is shattered. Even Master Gu Yan cannot fix it for him. He poses no threat to me, Su Yao said coldly. Yet, a trace of coldness and panic flashed in her eyes, revealing that her heart was not as calm as it appeared. I have met young Master Su Chen and the lady. Master Gu Yan arrived in front of Su Chen and was about to bow when he saw Su Chen's gaze. Instantly understanding, and quickly changed his words. There is no need for Master Gu Yan to be courteous. Please take a seat. Su Chen said indifferently. Young Master Su Chen, thank you for saving my daughter's life. Deng Tao said seriously to Su Chen. That's right. If it weren't for young Master Su Chen, I wouldn't have been able to refine the 5-dragon transforming sun pill, nor could I have healed Miss Deng. Master Gu Yan also said with a smile. No wonder Mayor Deng and Master Gu Yan value Su Chen so much. It turns out that Su Chen has had the luck to save Miss Deng Zichen. Miss Deng is the most beautiful woman in Yunjiang City, but it is rumored that she has a congenital cold disease and has been physically weak, unable to recover. It is said that Master Gu Yan has been refining pills for Miss Deng, searching for various spiritual herbs. Perhaps Su Chen found the spiritual herbs needed by Master Gu Yan? It seems that should be the case. Everyone speculated. So it was to save Miss Deng? How could this waste have such good luck? Su Feng's eyes turned red with jealousy. He harbored immense admiration for Miss Deng Zichen and wished that he were the one who saved her. So that's how it is. Su Kaishan felt relieved and immediately thought little of it. How could someone like Su Chen curry favor with such big figures as Mayor Deng and Master Gu Yan? Although they valued Su Chen now, he was just a waste and would soon be forgotten. Not worth worrying about. Chapter 17. Birthday Gift. Soon, the birthday banquet began. Su Kaishan, dressed in a ceremonial robe, radiated joy and was very pleased with himself. Guests toasted each other warmly, with many standing up to raise their glasses to wish Su Kaishan a happy birthday. Even the head of the Wang family looked on with envy. After all, being able to have the mayor of Yunjiang City and Master Gu Yan personally come to celebrate, Su Kaishan could boast about it for a lifetime. However, Su Kaishan still felt a bit regretful. If only Mayor Deng and Master Gu Yan could sit at the main table instead of being squeezed in with that waste Su Chen. Now, he found Su Chen increasingly annoying. After a few rounds of drinks, it was soon time for the descendants of the Su family to present their birthday gifts to the family head. Su Feng took the lead. Grandpa, I have prepared 1,000-year-old He Shou Wu for you, wishing you good health and longevity. Su Feng had the servants bring up a huge Zetenwood box, then opened it to reveal a uniquely shaped, extraordinary 1,000-year-old He Shou Wu. It's actually a 1,000-year-old He Shou Wu. This is a Tier 3 spiritual herb, capable of refining Tier 3 spiritual pills, and has a slight effect of prolonging life. Worth 100,000 taels of silver. Someone exclaimed. Su Feng really spent a lot of effort. Su Kaishan looked at this precious grandson with a beaming smile. Good, good, good. This 1,000-year-old He Shou Wu is very precious. You truly are my good grandson. Grandpa likes it very much. Son, I have prepared a Tier 2 spirit beast, the Qinglin horse, which can travel 3,000 miles a day, wishing you longevity like the Nanshan. Son, I have prepared a piece of Nanhai red coral for you, which can calm the mind and help with cultivation, wishing you everlasting longevity. Su Yuansheng and Su Yuanzhang also presented their gifts. Grandpa, I have prepared a Tier 3 spiritual pill, the Changchun pill. It can increase your lifespan by 3 years and is a treasure personally refined by Master Gu Yan. Su Yao stepped forward, bowing gracefully as she spoke slowly. As soon as she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. Su Yao, the young master of the Su family, is exceptionally gifted, already a Qi refining realm warrior at just 15 years old, and it is said she possesses a special spiritual body with limitless potential for the future. Not to mention, Su Yao is stunningly beautiful, ranked alongside Deng Zichen as one of the two greatest beauties in Yunjiang City, the object of affection for many young men. Moreover, the gift she presented shocked everyone. A Tier 3 spiritual pill, incredibly precious, worth over 1,000,000 taels of silver, and even difficult to obtain. And the master, Guyan, is right here. If Su Yao dares to say it's a pill refined by Master Guyan, it must be true. The Changchun pill. Su Kaishan couldn't help but stand up suddenly, his face flushed, his eyes filled with overwhelming excitement. His gaze involuntarily turned to Master Guyan. Master Guyan saw the jade box that Su Yao held open and nodded slightly. It is indeed the Changchun pill I refined. Good, good, good. Yaoer, you truly are my good granddaughter. I like this Changchun pill very much, very much. Su Kaishan trembled as he received it, filled with excitement. It is known that he is already 80 years old and has just broken through to the Yuan Dan realm, without any accidents. It would be very difficult for him to break through to the martial sovereign realm in his lifetime. But with this Changchun pill, he has a glimmer of hope. Breaking through to the martial sovereign realm would grant him 200 years of lifespan, an irresistible temptation for a warrior. Grandpa, Sister Su Yao prepared the Changchun pill for you, which shows her filial piety. I just don't know what Aunt Air and Su Chen have prepared as gifts this time. Grandpa usually loves you both so much. You wouldn't come empty-handed this time, would you? Su Feng suddenly sneered and said with a sarcastic tone. Everyone immediately looked at Su Chen, their expressions filled with oddity. Lu Hanyan's face turned red, but she still stood up bravely, holding a wooden box in front of Su Kaishan. Dad, this is a long shirt I sewed according to your measurements. The material is cloud silk, which can help calm the mind and promote blood circulation. I wish you well, Lu Hanyan said earnestly. Aunt Air, you brought just this piece of rag to fool Grandpa? How much is this rag worth? If you don't have money to buy a gift, you can just tell me. I can lend you some. Su Feng and Su Yuanzhang jumped out one after another, mocking Lu Hanyan coldly. That's thoughtful. Just put it down. Su Kaishan said unhappily, not even glancing at it. What cloud silk shirt? As the head of the Su family, does he lack clothes? Lu Hanyan felt very wronged, her eyes red. But she quietly placed the wooden box on the nearby table and awkwardly turned to leave. Brother, how can Grandpa do this? That long shirt took Mother 100 days of hard work to sew. The cloud silk is very tough and difficult to sew, and Mother has scars on her hands. She prepared this gift with such care for him. Why does he treat her like this? Su Linger said, her eyes turning red, feeling very wronged. It's okay. A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, but then he lowered his gaze. The Su family truly has an inherited sense of superiority. Su Chen, where's your gift? Su Feng sneered. Now that Su Chen had been stripped of his position as the young master and had become useless, living in poverty, how could he take out a decent gift? He was eager to see Su Chen make a fool of himself. Chapter 18. Longevity Elixir. I have indeed prepared a gift. Su Chen said calmly. Then take it out. Su Feng urged impatiently. A bottle of longevity elixir, which I personally concocted, can fully heal severely injured and dying individuals. And it can extend life by 10 years. I hope Grandpa will like it. Su Chen walked up to Su Kaishan and said calmly. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Mayor Deng and Master Guyan's eyes lit up. Su Kaishan frowned, his eyes filled with indifference and dissatisfaction. The so-called elixir is something of no rank, even inferior to a first-grade elixir, and is the cheapest thing, mostly used by martial artists at the body refinement level. How dare Su Chen boast that his self-made elixir can fully heal severely injured and dying individuals, and even extend life by 10 years. That would require at least a 5th-grade elixir, or even a 6th-grade elixir to achieve such miraculous effects. Naturally, he felt dissatisfied with Su Chen's brazen claims. Su Chen, have you lost your mind? This is clearly longevity elixir, worth 100 taels of silver a bottle, and you dare to say it's longevity elixir? Su Feng snatched the jade bottle, opened it, and sniffed it, then sneered. That's right. Su Chen, do you think you're a grandmaster in alchemy? An elixir that extends life by 10 years. Even Master Gu Yan might not be able to concoct it. How can you boast in front of Master Gu Yan? Su Yuanzhang also sneered. Has Su Chen gone mad since his Dantian was destroyed and he became useless? Is he just trying to draw attention? Many guests laughed heartily. An elixir that can extend life by 10 years is such a treasure. They've never even seen one. Moreover, they all recognized that Su Chen's so-called longevity elixir was clearly just the most ordinary longevity elixir available in the market, which could only have an effect on minor injuries. Since you don't believe me, then forget it, Su Chen said lightly, then turned to leave. Don't go, cousin Su Chen. Since you say this longevity elixir can heal severely injured and dying individuals and extend life by 10 years, if you don't prove it, won't that be saying we are slandering you? Su Feng blocked Su Chen's way and said mockingly. He wanted to see Su Chen humiliated. A useless person like him has no right to challenge Su Yao. It's better to be knocked down. Someone, find an old dog and drag it over here half dead, Su Feng ordered. Soon, one of his guards came in, carrying an old black dog, nearly bald, with broken limbs and severely injured internal organs, blood frothing from its mouth. Clearly on the brink of death. Su Chen, do you want to do it yourself, or should I? Su Feng mocked. A group of narrow-minded individuals, since that's the case. I'll grant you your wish. Su Chen glanced at Su Feng and the others and said lightly, who is he? The dignified emperor of the 9 dragons. The #1 person in this world. His alchemy, weapon forging, and formations have all reached the realm of transformation, and he once concocted supreme elixirs. The pills he casually made in his previous life were coveted by martial saints and emperors. After speaking, Su Chen poured half of the elixir from the jade bottle and walked up to the black dog, administering it. The black dog drank it, then lay there, no longer struggling, its breathing becoming weak. This black dog won't be poisoned to death by you, will it? Ha ha ha, what longevity elixir, it's truly laughable. Seeing the black dog's reaction, Su Feng immediately burst into laughter. But soon, it was as if someone had grabbed his throat, his laughter abruptly stopped, and his eyes widened in disbelief. A brilliant light burst forth from the black dog's body, a surging vitality spreading, accompanied by crackling sounds. The black dog's broken limbs were reassembling, its injured internal organs were healing, and even the hair that had fallen out was growing back like satin. Soon, the black dog stood up from the ground, looking even larger than before, like a robust calf. Even the black dog's lost teeth had grown back. This miraculous transformation of coming back to life left everyone stunned. Those with discerning eyes could see that this black dog not only came back to life, but seemed to have rejuvenated, full of vitality, becoming even stronger and more powerful. Originally just an ordinary old black dog, now it seemed to have transformed from old age to youth. Did that elixir really have the effect of extending life? Instantly, everyone looked at the jade bottle in Su Chen's hand, their eyes filled with intense heat. An elixir that can bring the dead back to life and extend life by 10 years is a treasure comparable to a 6th grade elixir, its value immeasurable. Even if they sold the entire Yunjiang city, they probably couldn't afford this bottle of elixir. How is this possible? Su Feng and Su Yao's eyes widened, feeling a burning sensation on their faces, filled with disbelief. Chapter 19. A man is not as good as a dog in fact. Su Feng was instigated by Su Yao to make Su Chen humiliate himself at the birthday banquet, but they never expected that this time. They had lifted a stone and smashed their own foot. The so-called Changchun longevity elixir from Su Chen was actually real. Su Kaishan looked at the jade bottle in Su Chen's hand, his eyes filled with an insatiable greed. An elixir that could extend life by 10 years might allow him to advance further in his cultivation, reaching the realm of a grandmaster in martial arts. At that point, he would have a lifespan of 200 years. Good grandson, your intentions are understood by Grandpa. I will accept this Changchun longevity elixir. Su Kaishan's gaze was fervent as he reached out towards the jade bottle. However, Su Chen directly withdrew the jade bottle. Since you all think this item is unworthy and does not deserve to appear at this longevity banquet, then forget it. I see this black dog has a fate with me, so I'll give it the elixir, Su Chen said lightly. Then, he poured all the elixir from the jade bottle into the mouth of that black dog. Su Kaishan's hand immediately froze in midair. His face turned ashen. Su Chen was humiliating him. A surge of immense anger and deep heartbreak welled up in his heart. That was the Changchun longevity elixir, an unparalleled treasure that could increase lifespan by 10 years, and he had just missed it. His heart was filled with regret. What a pity. Master Gu Yan also had a look of regret on his face. Then, he glanced at Su Kaishan and the others, sneering. Su Chen's alchemical skills are so impressive that even I greatly admire him. It's no surprise he could refine the Changchun longevity elixir. It's laughable that your Su family is deaf and blind, not even recognizing a true dragon. How ridiculous and lamentable. That's right. Su Chen's alchemical skills are extraordinary. If it weren't for his guidance, Master Gu Yan wouldn't have been able to refine the 5 dragons transforming yang pill to heal my little girl. How could the Su family treat Su Chen like this? Truly shameful. City Lord Deng Tao also stepped forward, sneering. Enough, Linger, let's go, Su Chen said. Then, he helped Lu Hanyan up, and together with Su Linger, turned to leave the Su residence. The gazes of the crowd were filled with mixed emotions when they looked at them. Their eyes toward Su Kaishan and the others were full of glee. Stop! Su Feng's eyes turned red, and he suddenly shouted. Whoosh! He flashed and blocked Su Chen's path. Su Chen, how dare you disrespect Grandpa and feed Grandpa's longevity gift to a dog? Kneel down and apologize, otherwise you won't be able to leave today. Su Feng gritted his teeth. Disrespecting Grandpa? That is not right. You simply didn't want my longevity gift. Moreover, what gives you a waste the right to stop me? Su Chen sneered. You're looking for death. Su Feng was instantly enraged by Su Chen's words, his eyes filled with killing intent. Boom. A chilling energy surged in his palm as he unleashed a fierce palm strike towards Su Chen. Xianbing palm. Su Feng mobilized the true energy within him. Executing the mid-grade yellow tier martial skill, Xianbing palm, unleashing his strongest combat power, wanting to suppress Su Chen. Today his face had been slapped by Su Chen, and he had to beat Su Chen up to vent his anger. Too weak, Su Chen said. Then, he casually slapped out a palm. Slap. With a crisp sound. He slapped Su Feng's face, sending him flying. Su Feng screamed in agony, half of his face swollen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting immediately. Your Dantian has actually recovered, Su Yao exclaimed in disbelief. Her originally cold expression could no longer maintain its calm, her eyes filled with shock. Su Chen's palm clearly carried fluctuations of true energy. This indicated that Su Chen's Dantian had been restored. What? Everyone was shocked. It was well known that Su Chen's Dantian had been shattered and he had become a waste. How could it possibly be restored? How could a 6th-tier spirit pill be so easily obtained? Are you disappointed? Su Yao, I told you that everything you took from me, I will make you return. Su Chen stared at Su Yao, his eyes glinting with sharpness. Whether in his past life or this life, he found it hard to let go when facing Su Yao. He did not understand why people could be so treacherous and ungrateful, why repaying kindness with malice could be so taken for granted. He wanted to publicly destroy everything Su Yao had. He wanted to make up for all the regrets. Su Chen, although I don't know what method you used to restore your Dantian, you are still no match for me. You will definitely die? Su Yao stared fiercely at Su Chen, her voice becoming slightly shrill. There was even a hint of trembling hidden within. Su Yao was afraid. Is that so? Then let us settle it on the life and death stage. Su Chen said. Su Chen, no need to wait until a month later. Let's go to the life and death stage tomorrow. Do you dare? Su Yao said coldly. All right, then tomorrow it is. Su Chen said. The grievances between him and Su Yao should be settled. Chapter 20. Su Kaishan spits blood. Su Chen helped Lu Hanyan and Su Linger leave the Su residence. Indeed, Su Chen's Dantian has been restored, but it was not due to old man Gu's efforts. Su Chen's alchemical skills even surpassed his. Your Su family is willing to give up a true dragon for a Su Yao? Truly foolish. The spring breeze and rain pill I refined. I see that Su Kaishan is not qualified to take it. Farewell. Master Gu Yan sneered and turned to chase after Su Chen. The Su family really is blind. A talent like Su Chen is actually treated as a waste by you? Since Su Chen has left, then there is no need for me to stay here. Come, take away the goddess birthday painting. We shall return home. Deng Tao also stood up, glancing at the crowd, and finally resting his gaze on Su Kaishan, sneering before turning to leave. No one expected that Master Gu Yan and City Lord Deng Tao would directly turn against the Su family for Su Chen, showing such blatant disregard. Many guests, especially the head of the Wang family, looked at Su Kaishan with pity and mockery. Now, the Su family was in big trouble. They had heard about Su Chen's experiences in the Su family. Originally, he was the young master of the Su family, with unparalleled talent. But because he was besieged by beasts in the Guem mountain range, his Dantian was destroyed, and he was reduced to a waste, leading to the Su family revoking his title as young master. Although the Su family's actions were too ruthless, no one would stand up for a waste. Now, Su Chen was not only not a waste, but had also restored his Dantian, becoming a genius in alchemy in Master Gu Yan's eyes, with an immeasurable future ahead. The Su family had truly thrown away a sesame seed to lose a watermelon. Su Chen, Su Chen. Su Kaishan's face turned pale, and finally, he spurted out a mouthful of blood, roaring in anger, and fainted directly. The entire Su family was thrown into chaos. At this moment, Su Chen had already taken his mother and younger sister away from the Su family. Behind them, Master Gu Yin and Deng Tao followed closely. Su Chen. The Su family is truly heartless. However, Su Yao is exceptionally talented, possessing the ice spirit body and formidable strength. Do you have confidence in tomorrow's battle? Master Gu Yin asked. He knew that Su Chen did not want others to know about their relationship. So he referred to Su Chen as young Master Su in front of outsiders. Su Yao is nothing to worry about, Su Chen said lightly. He had opened up 9 true dragon Qi Cs and reached the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. Not to mention Su Yao. Even Su Kaishan at the Yuan Dan stage could be easily defeated by him. He had no worries at all about the battle tomorrow. With young Master Su's talent and strength, he can easily defeat Su Yao. However, there is one thing to be cautious about. City Lord Deng Tao said slowly. Oh, what is it? Su Chen asked. I have heard that there is a big shot in the Xinwu Academy who has taken a liking to Su Yao's ice spirit body and intends to take her as a disciple. If you kill Su Yao, you might offend that big shot from the Xinwu Academy, Deng Tao said seriously. Mentioning the Xinwu Academy, even he was filled with immense awe. The Xinwu Academy was established by the founding emperor of the Great Li Kingdom, holding a position of great superiority within the kingdom and possessing countless martial arts experts. Many young men and women take pride in being able to enter the Xinwu Academy for training. Thus, the Xinwu order that Su Chen's father obtained, which allowed direct entry into the Xinwu Academy, was incredibly precious, coveted even by Su Yao. A big shot from the Xinwu Academy? I want to see who will back her up. The people I want to kill will not be saved by anyone. A chilling light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. It's just the Xinwu Academy. The strongest in the academy is merely a martial king. In my previous life, even the martial emperor had to bow respectfully before me. What is a martial king? As long as Su Chen was given time, not to mention a martial king, even surpassing the peak of his previous life or becoming a god would not be difficult. Young Master Su, indeed, has great ambition. I see that the Su family will not be able to go back to their old ways. How about you temporarily stay at my city lord's mansion? I have yet to repay you for saving my life, so please do not decline. Deng Zichen, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Her eyes, like stars, were filled with admiration. Zichen is right. Young Master Su, please stay at my city lord's mansion. Tomorrow I will accompany you to the Su family. I also know some people at the Xinwu Academy. Perhaps I can connect you with that big shot. Deng Tao thought for a moment and then gritted his teeth. Although he knew that Su Chen offending Su Yao was not a good thing and could lead to great trouble, Su Chen had saved his daughter, and he could not act ungratefully. Moreover, he had a gut feeling that Su Chen was no ordinary person and would eventually shine brightly. He decided to take a gamble. Then thank you, City Lord Deng, Su Chen said with a faint smile. Chapter 21. Su Yao, come out and die the next day. As dawn broke. In the center of Yunjiang City, the square surrounding an ancient arena was already filled with onlookers, their eyes filled with anticipation. Today was the life and death battle between Su Yao, the young master of the Su family, and Su Chen, the former young master of the Su family. Both Su Yao and Su Chen were legendary figures, renowned geniuses in Yunjiang City. Everyone was well aware of their grudges. Therefore, this life and death battle attracted countless people from Yunjiang City. Who do you think will win today's battle? It should be Su Yao, right? I heard she possesses the ice spirit body and is incredibly strong. With Su Chen's Dantian Qi Si destroyed, how could he possibly be Su Yao's opponent? You're behind on the news, aren't you? Yesterday, at Su Kaishan's 80th birthday, Su Chen displayed powerful combat strength. It is said that his Dantian Qi Si has been restored, so this battle should be interesting. His Dantian Qi Si has been restored? Did Master Gu Yin intervene? Su Chen must be incredibly lucky. I heard that both City Lord Deng and Master Gu Yin hold him in high regard. Indeed, that's why this battle is exciting. But I still favor Su Yao. After all, she has the ice spirit body, an unparalleled talent, while Su Chen is still somewhat lacking compared to her. Around the ancient arena, people were eagerly discussing. The 3 major forces in Yunjiang City, the Su family and the Wang family, had naturally arrived early. Su Kaishan and the head of the Wang family were conversing while standing beside a young man dressed in a white robe adorned with cloud patterns, both wearing smiles. The young man in the white robe, with a proud expression, handsome features, sharp and arrogant eyes, and a powerful aura, stood side by side with Su Yao, resembling a pair of perfect match. Junior sister Su Yao, it seems that after you took the cloud spirit pill given to you by senior brother Lin, your cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. Congratulations. Today's battle is without suspense. The young man in the white robe smiled slightly. Thank you, Senior Brother Zhang. Please thank Senior Brother Lin for me. After today's battle, I will go to the royal capital and enter the Xinwu Academy. Su Chen is just a stepping stone for me. Su Yao said indifferently. Su Kaishan felt the powerful aura from Su Yao and was extremely excited. Su Yao had caught the attention of a big shot from the Xinwu Academy, and that big shot's true disciple, Lin Hao, was a well-known genius of the academy. This time, Lin Hao sent his junior brother Zhang Kuan to give Su Yao a bottle of third-tier cloud spirit pills, allowing her to break through several levels of cultivation overnight and reach the 9th level of the Qi refining stage directly. Su Chen had just restored his Dantian Qi C. At most, he was at the 1st or 2nd level of the Qi refining stage. How could he be Su Yao's opponent? There was no suspense in this battle at all. Congratulations to the head of the Su family. With Su Yao as this talented girl, it is likely that the Su family will leave Yunjiang City and become a prominent family in the royal capital. The head of the Wang family looked at Su Kaishan with envy. Ha ha ha, Head Wang, you flatter me, but Su Yao is indeed the pride of our Su family. Su Kaishan laughed heartily, unable to hide his pride. As the first golden ray of sunlight broke through the clouds and illuminated Yunjiang City, the ancient arena shone brilliantly. In the distance, a young man in black clothing, with a handsome face and steady eyes, walked slowly toward the ancient arena. Behind him were Lu Hanyan, Su Linger, as well as Deng Tao, Deng Zichen, and Master Gu Yan. Su Chen is here, someone exclaimed. Immediately, all eyes were on Su Chen. Zhang Kuan, why is he here? Master Gu Yan frowned as he saw Zhang Kuan next to Su Yao, a student of the Xinwu Academy. Deng Tao's expression also changed slightly upon seeing Zhang Kuan in the white robe with a golden small sword pattern on his sleeve, which was the emblem of the Xinwu Academy. A student from the Xinwu Academy is here to back up Su Yao. It seems trouble is brewing. Master, that Zhang Kuan is a disciple of the Xinwu Academy, and his master is a very powerful elder of the academy. If you defeat Su Yao today, it would be best to leave her life. Master Gu Yan's expression darkened as he slowly said, Do you have a grudge against that Zhang Kuan's master? Su Chen noticed Master Gu Yan's expression and asked casually, I was originally at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in the royal capital, but I was pushed out to Yunjiang City because of Zhang Kuan's master, who is a martial venerable. Master Gu Yan said with a bitter smile, You are just a mere martial venerable. Once you become a Dan Dao Grandmaster, even a martial king will have to show you some respect. What does a martial venerable count for? Rest assured, Master has avenged you. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth, his eyes sharp and unmatched. He could sense that Zhang Kuan's cultivation had already broken through to the Yuan Dan realm. But so what? Even if the martial venerable behind Zhang Kuan came in person, it would not make Su Chen bow his head. He slowly stepped forward and ascended the arena. Su Yao, come out and die. Su Chen's voice was clear and passionate, resounding like thunder. Chapter 22. Flickering light, who is that girl? Zhang Kuan's eyes lit up when he saw Su Linger behind Su Chen. Although Su Linger was only 13 years old, her beauty was stunning and innocent, already a beauty in the making. Zhang Kuan particularly liked girls of this tender age, having ruined many of them in the royal capital, earning a notorious reputation. That is Su Chen's sister, Su Linger. If you like her, once I kill Su Chen, she will be yours. Su Yao noticed the heat in Zhang Kuan's gaze and said lightly, Hee, then I thank you, junior sister Su Yao. Zhang Kuan nodded without hesitation. Just then, Su Chen's voice rang out on the arena. Su Yao, come out and die. Su Yao's gaze turned cold, and she immediately sprang forward like a flying swallow, leaping dozens of feet to land on the arena. Su Chen, do you really think you can defeat me? Today I will tell you. Even if your Dantian and Qi Si are restored, you are still a waste. Su Yao mocked. Boom. Her aura surged, and the icy true energy erupted, revealing her cultivation at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, causing the temperature around the ancient arena to drop several degrees instantly. Hiss, 9th level of Qi refining? Su Yao broke through to the Qi refining realm in less than a month, right? To be precise, it was only 9 days. Breaking through 9 small realms in 9 days? This cultivation speed is simply astonishing. It seems Su Chen is bound to lose today. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They originally thought Su Yao was at most at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, but they never expected her cultivation to reach the 9th level. In the entire Yunjiang city, even many older martial artists were still stuck in the Qi refining realm, and Su Kaishan had only recently broken through to the Yuan Dan realm. Su Yao's talent is terrifying, even among the geniuses of the royal capital, right? Ninth level of qi refining? Is that your reliance? Su Yao, I don't even care about the position of the Su family's young master. If you want it, take it. But you should not be ungrateful. You should not humiliate my mother. You should not take away my only hope, the divine martial order. Today, we will settle old scores together. Su Chen's gaze was sharp, filled with an icy killing intent. Seeing Su Yao reminded him of the humiliation from his previous life, the regret of his mother and little sister dying tragically, a pain he could never make up for. Therefore, even if today the King of Heaven himself came, he should not think to stop him from killing Su Yao. Su Yao must die. In this world, the strong are respected, and the weak can only complain about injustice. Su Chen, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too useless. If you want to die today, I will fulfill your wish. Su Yao said indifferently, her eyes cold and emotionless. Clang. Behind her, a sky-blue long sword was unsheathed, radiating a cold light as it landed in her palm, exuding unmatched sharpness. A low-grade Xian-class spirit weapon. This time, Su Chen is in trouble. The expression of City Lord Deng Tao changed slightly. Weapons are also divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Among them, Huang, Xian, and D-class weapons are all spirit weapons, while Tian-class weapons can be called divine weapons. A low-grade Xian-class spirit weapon is something even many Yuan Dan realm warriors do not possess. Yet Su Yao actually has such a powerful weapon. With her 9th level of qi refining cultivation, combined with this Xian ice sword, she is capable of battling even Yuan Dan realm experts and potentially defeating them. How will Su Chen defend against this? Kill. The cold light flickered in Su Yao's eyes as she swung her sword, imbued with overwhelming coldness, slashing down towards Su Chen. Flickering light sword technique. This is the strongest sword technique of the Su family, a high-grade Huang-class martial skill. Su Yao has practiced it for several years and has already reached the realm of great accomplishment. Combined with the low-grade Xian-class spirit weapon, the Xian ice sword, it could be said to be invincible. Flickering light sword technique, you haven't mastered it well enough. Su Chen said lightly. A flash of light appeared beneath his feet, and with his fingers resembling a sword, a brilliant and dazzling sword light emerged, instantly traversing the void and slashing down towards Su Yao. Su Chen's figure moved like a ghost, leaving a phantom in the air under the radiant sword light, making him appear even more inscrutable. The sword energy was so solid. Could it be that Su Chen's cultivation has reached the Yuan Dan realm? Someone exclaimed. No, it's not the Yuan Dan realm. He is merely at the qi refining realm. But his true energy is exceptionally pure, and his comprehension of the flickering light sword technique has reached the transformation realm. Is this the legendary flickering light shadow? In the distance, Su Kaishan's expression changed, his eyes filled with shock. As a Yuan Dan realm expert who practiced the flickering light sword technique, he was naturally very familiar with it and immediately recognized that this was the supreme realm he had been pursuing. The flickering light shadow that could only appear at the peak of the flickering light sword technique. Su Chen's attainment in the flickering light sword technique is even higher than his. Boom. Just then, Su Chen's sword light was dazzling, instantly destroying the countless sword energies unleashed by Su Yao. Clang. The Xian ice sword vibrated violently, and Su Yao was sent flying as if struck by lightning. Her expression filled with disbelief. How is this possible? She never expected that Su Chen's flickering light sword technique could be so extraordinary. Chapter 23. You have lost. There is nothing impossible. Su Yao, take my sword, Su Chen said. His gaze was bright and dazzling, and a sharp sword energy shot out from his fingers, emitting an ancient dragon's roar. To the spectators, it seemed as if a divine dragon flew out from Su Chen's fingertips, soaring through the void at incredible speed, heading straight for Su Yao. That sword energy traversed the skies, ethereal in the void, resembling a streak of flowing light, containing a powerful and vast true energy fluctuation that made it impossible for anyone to think of resisting it. Su Yao's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly raised the Xian ice sword to defend. Boom. The sword energy crashed into the Xian ice sword, causing it to vibrate violently, and an unimaginable force surged forth. Su Yao was knocked back as if struck by lightning, and the Xian ice sword flew out of her hand. She crashed hard onto the distant arena, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her breath becoming weak and faltering. You are at the 9th level of qi refining? How is that possible? Su Yao's eyes were filled with horror. It should be noted that just a few days ago, Su Chen's Dantian Qi Si had shattered, causing his cultivation to drop to the body refining realm, rendering him a waste who could not cultivate. In just a few short days, not only had Su Chen's Dantian Qi Si recovered, but his cultivation had also skyrocketed to the 9th level of Qi refining, especially with that terrifying combat power, leaving Su Yao in disbelief. What kind of fortune did Su Chen obtain? Su Yao, you have lost, Su Chen said. He not only reached the 9th level of Qi refining, but also possessed 9 true dragon Qi Cs, with true energy several times thicker than Su Yao's. Not to mention, he also has the experience and knowledge from his previous life. Defeating Su Yao was completely expected. Su Chen's words were like a mountain pressing down on Su Yao, causing her face to turn pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. No, I will not be defeated. Su Yao's eyes were filled with unwillingness. A black pill appeared in her palm, which she swallowed in one gulp, and then her aura began to surge dramatically. Explosive Yuan pill. This is bad. Master Gu Yan's expression changed. Su Yao consumed a 3rd-tier spirit pill, the explosive Yuan pill, which, although it had significant side effects and could even lead to a drop in cultivation, could unleash several times the combat power within 1 hour of consumption. Su Yao was prepared to fight Su Chen to the death. Su Chen, damn you. Su Yao's eyes were filled with a chilling, killing intent. Her injuries seemed to heal instantly. A terrifying true energy surged around her, and the Xianbing sword flew into the air, unleashing a powerful sword aura that enveloped Su Chen. Furious Wind Sword Technique. This was another high-grade yellow-tier martial skill she practiced, requiring substantial true energy to unleash a violent sword aura, leaving no escape. From a distance, it looked like a violent wind sweeping in, with sword auras crisscrossing through the air, surrounding Su Chen. Su Yao hated Su Chen to the extreme, and thus poured everything into trying to kill him. Whoosh! Su Chen lightly stepped, instantly rising into the air, evading Su Yao's storm-like sword attack. Useless. Su Chen, with your Qi refining realm cultivation, you cannot withstand my furious wind sword technique at all. If you kneel and beg for mercy today, I might spare your life, otherwise, no one can save you. Su Yao's gaze was icy, her voice cold. She was inherently proud, so she had never regarded Su Chen highly. Especially after his Dantian was shattered, he had become a waste in her eyes. But now, this waste had unleashed such powerful combat power that even she was nearly defeated. How could she tolerate that? So if Su Chen didn't kneel before her and cry for mercy, she would completely kill him, even with the explosive Yuan pill. You are still too weak. Su Chen's expression remained calm and indifferent. He could naturally tell that Su Yao had consumed the explosive Yuan pill. Although this pill could unleash extremely strong combat power for an hour, the side effects were severe. Moreover, once injured, it could lead to irreversible damage and harm the source. Su Chen, do you still want to boast with your words at this point? I know your strength is great, but compared to me, you will always be a waste. Su Yao shouted angrily, her beautiful face becoming somewhat twisted. A waste, huh? Fine, then today I will let you know who the true waste is. Su Chen said lightly. True energy surged in his palm. Dragon might enveloped him, as if a golden divine dragon coiled around him, making him appear majestic and mysterious. Then, he slammed his palm down towards Su Yao. That palm seemed to instantly cover the heavens and earth, accompanied by the ancient sound of a dragon's roar, vast and terrifying like a mountain. Crack! The violent sword auras in the air were instantly obliterated beneath that palm, collapsing like paper. The Xianbing sword flew out of Su Yao's hand again and embedded itself into the hard bluestone ground in the distance. Su Chen's powerful palm then struck fiercely against Su Yao's chest. Boom! Su Yao's chest caved in, her ribs unknown how many were broken, and she continuously spat out blood, instantly flying out. Chapter 24. The Arrogant Zhang Kuan. What? Everyone was stunned. The surroundings of the ancient arena were silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. What did they just witness? Su Yao consumed the explosive Yuan pill, increasing her combat powers several times, nearly comparable to a Yuan Dan realm expert, unleashing a storm-like attack on Su Chen. But Su Yao was still defeated. Su Chen's palm was incredibly fierce, like a true dragon, like a mountain, invincible, shattering the Xianbing sword, breaking through layers of sword auras, and sending Su Yao flying. I have lost. Su Yao's face was as pale as paper, her hair disheveled. Looking extremely disheveled, lying on the arena, unable to get up. She mumbled to herself, appearing dazed. She couldn't understand why, despite using all her powerful techniques, she still lost to Su Chen. Su Yao, I said, everything you took from me, I will take back with my own hands. What else do you have to say? Su Chen said calmly. He inhaled, drawing the ancient token from Su Yao's arms into his palm. The token was neither gold nor jade, inscribed with the ancient characters Divine Martial, looking quite extraordinary. It was the Divine Martial token. Holding the Divine Martial token allows direct admission to the Divine Martial Academy. This is the supreme token of the Divine Martial Academy, and those who hold it will receive the Academy's full support. There are very few in the entire Dali Kingdom. Now, the Divine Martial token has returned to its rightful owner. Su Chen, the Divine Martial token is mine. You are just a waste. Your father is also a bastard, not a member of the Su family. What right do you have to obtain the Divine Martial token? Give it back to me. Su Yao shouted anxiously. Your Divine Martial token? Ha ha ha. At this point, you really are unrepentant. If that's the case, then you can die. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he prepared to strike and completely kill Su Yao. Stop. Just then, a piercing voice rang out. With a sound of breaking air, a figure in a cloud-patterned white robe, looking quite impressive, leaped onto the ancient arena. Let go of Su Yao. Give her the Divine Martial token. Given your good talent, I can spare your life. Zhang Kuan stood in front of Su Chen, commanding with an air of superiority. Spare my life? Su Chen asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. This student from the Divine Martial Academy couldn't resist making a move. That's right. Su Chen, you are guilty of grievous crimes, injuring junior sister Su Yao, which is unforgivable. I, this noble son, am magnanimous. If you offer your sister to me, I can spare your life. How about it? Zhang Kuan said with a proud smile. He believed Su Chen wouldn't dare defy his orders. He was a student of the Divine Martial Academy, a colossal entity in the Dali Kingdom. Even the high-ranking nobles in the royal capital wouldn't dare offend him. Who in a small city like Yunjiang would dare not comply? In his view, asking Su Chen to offer up his sister and sparing his life was already the greatest kindness he could show Su Chen. Su Linger was terrified when she heard Zhang Kuan's words, her face turning pale. Lu Hanyan was also shocked and angry. She never expected that Zhang Kuan would dare to have designs on Su Linger. Offer my sister to you, just to spare my life? A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Although his expression remained calm, those who knew him understood that he was truly furious. In his second life, what he cared about most were his parents and family, and he would never allow the tragedies of his previous life to repeat. The fact that Zhang Kuan dared to have designs on Su Linger instantly filled Su Chen's heart with overwhelming killing intent. That's right, Su Chen. Although you come from a humble background, your talent is not bad. If you offer your sister to me, I can make you my guard. And there may come a day when you can enter the Divine Martial Academy to cultivate. This is your fortune, so think carefully, Zhang Kuan said with a faint smile. He was a student of the Divine Martial Academy, and in the capital of the Dali Kingdom, there were countless people wanting to be his guard. He believed Su Chen would not miss this great fortune. I want your mother. Dare to have designs on my sister? Go to hell. The murderous intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he suddenly roared. Boom. His violent true energy surged, seeming to transform into a dragon shape coiling around him. Then he punched toward Zhang Kuan. This Zhang Kuan is damned. Su Chen, you are bold. Zhang Kuan was both shocked and angry. He never expected Su Chen would dare to strike him. Was Su Chen not afraid of the Divine Martial Academy? Zhang Kuan possessed the cultivation of the Yuan Dan realm, with true energy condensed into a martial Dao Yuan Dan, making his true energy extraordinarily thick, far surpassing that of a Qi refining realm martial artist. He also unleashed his true energy, his palm sharp as a blade, with a silver claw shadow striking towards the sky. Sky Eagle Claw, a low-grade Xian class martial technique. He had immersed himself in the Sky Eagle Claw for several years. His palm was as strong as metal, capable of tearing apart gold and stone, invulnerable. He aimed to grab Su Chen's arm, intending to shred it and give him a harsh lesson. Boom. The fierce fist imprint and the sharp claw shadow collided instantly on the ancient arena. Chapter 25, Blood-splattered 5 steps crack. A crisp sound rang out. The invulnerable Sky Eagle Claw, upon contact with Su Chen's fist imprint, actually shattered. Su Chen's punch did not lose momentum, directly smashing into Zhang Kuan's arm, breaking it. Ah! Zhang Kuan let out a scream, his whole body crashing backward. He clutched his arm, his face filled with resentment and pain, and more so with inexplicable horror. Su Chen's physical body was too terrifying, like a human-shaped fierce beast, relying solely on physical strength, He had shattered Zhang Kuen's protective true energy and crushed his arm. Bang! Su Chen's gaze was extremely cold as he kicked out, striking Zhang Kuen in the chest and sending him flying. Daring to have designs on my sister? Today, no one can save you. Su Chen's eyes were dark, filled with icy killing intent. Not good. Su Chen, quickly stop. The city lord Deng Tao's face changed as he hurriedly spoke to stop him. Deng Lord, are you going to stop me? Su Chen raised his head, staring at Deng Tao expressionlessly. Upon meeting Su Chen's sharp gaze, even Deng Tao felt a tremor in his heart, his scalp tingling. He had underestimated Su Chen's combat strength. Su Chen's displayed fighting power was too terrifying, defeating Zhang Kuen of the Yuan Dan realm so easily. But Zhang Kuen cannot die here. Young Master Su Chen, it's not that I want to stop you from killing him, but Zhang Kuen's identity is special. His master is an elder of the Divine Martial Academy, and his family is one of the 4 great families of the capital. If you kill him, it will bring you enormous trouble. Deng Tao said sincerely. That's right. Young Master Su Chen, although Zhang Kuen spoke disrespectfully, just teaching him a lesson is enough. Spare his life. Master Gu Yan also spoke up. Students of the Divine Martial Academy? Disciples of the 4 great families. Are they really that powerful? A hint of a smile that was not quite a smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Seeing Su Chen hesitate and not immediately strike, Zhang Kuen's eyes revealed an extremely resentful expression as he said, Su Chen, if you are smart, you will obediently let me go and offer your sister to me. Otherwise, when I return to the capital, I will make sure your Su family is exterminated, making your sister wish for death, but unable to die. Not good. Deng Tao and Master Gu Yan's hearts skipped a beat. They did not expect Zhang Kuen to be so foolish, to dare to threaten Su Chen at this point. Oh really? Then you can go die? A flash of killing intent appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he unleashed a powerful punch. Crack! He stepped forward, vast true energy erupting, directly landing on Zhang Kuen's chest, shattering his heart. You! Zhang Kuen's eyes showed disbelief and unwillingness. He couldn't understand how Su Chen dared to kill him. Did Su Chen not fear death? With the Divine Martial Academy and the Zhang family of the capital bearing down, whether it was Su Chen or the Su family, they would be crushed to dust. Where did Su Chen get the confidence to kill him? But he would never know the answer. With his heart shattered, the brilliance in his eyes faded, and moments later, he died gasping for breath. Young Master Su Chen, you have really caused a huge mess now, City Lord Deng Tao said with a bitter smile. He had not expected Su Chen's character to be this fierce and to directly kill Zhang Kuen. Su Yao, it's your turn now. After killing Zhang Kuen, Su Chen's expression was utterly indifferent, without a hint of emotion, as his gaze shifted to Su Yao. Su Yao trembled all over, her face pale as a ghost. She also did not expect Su Chen to really dare to kill Zhang Kuen. Su Chen, you are dead. You killed Zhang Kuen. And the elders of the Divine Martial Academy, as well as the Zhang family of the capital, will not let you go. At that time, it won't just be you. Your mother and sister will also die. Su Yao said frantically, staring at Su Chen. Whether I will die or not, it's a pity you won't see it. Su Chen's gaze was extremely indifferent. Whoosh! A sharp sword energy shot out from his fingertips, instantly piercing Su Yao's forehead and nailing her to the arena. Below, Su Kaishan, Su Yuanzhong, Su Yuansheng, Su Feng, and other members of the Su family were stunned as if they were dumbfounded. The head of the Wang family and others kept their distance, as if they had seen a plague god. Everyone knew that Su Chen had killed Zhang Kuen, and the Su family was completely finished. At this moment, who would still dare to get close to them? Mother, little sister, we're leaving. Su Chen's expression was incredibly calm, without a trace of worry. After stepping down from the arena, he supported Lu Hanyin and prepared to leave with Su Ling. No. You can't go, you can't go. You killed Zhang Kuen. What will happen to the Su family if you leave? You must stay to pay for Zhang Kuen's life. Su Kaishan seemed to wake from a dream, his eyes filled with extreme fear. He hated Su Chen to the core, roaring angrily, his true energy erupting. And a palm struck towards Su Chen. Originally, with a talent like Su Yao, the Su family was bound to prosper and thrive in the future. It wouldn't be impossible to become a prominent family in the capital. But now, all hopes were destroyed in Su Chen's hands? How could Su Kaishan not hate? With a vengeful strike, he seemed determined to kill Su Chen on the spot. Chapter 26. Leaving after the matter is settled. Su Kaishan, you are seeking death. Su Chen's eyes turned cold as he suddenly turned around, vast true energy surging forth, and he met the strike with his own palm. Boom. The two palms collided, producing a sound like muffled thunder in the air. Su Chen stood motionless, while Su Kaishan was sent flying at a faster speed. The violent true energy surged into his body, injuring his organs, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, staggering unsteadily. Considering you are my adoptive father, I will spare you today, but from now on, I, Su Chen, sever all ties with the Su family and have nothing to do with you. Su Chen coldly said to Su Kaishan, then turned and left. Su Chen, Su Chen. Su Kaishan roared, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Whether out of fear or regret, he could not tell. He spat out a mouthful of reverse blood and fainted. Head of the family. Father. The members of the Su family were thrown into chaos. But none of this had anything to do with Su Chen anymore. After killing Su Yao, Su Chen felt all the resentment from his 2 lives dissipate, and he became incredibly relaxed, nearly unable to hold back a long howl. The grievances of the Su family had come to an end. As for the lives or deaths of Su Kaishan and the others, he couldn't care less. Next, Su Chen needed to protect his mother and little sister well, and strive to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Su Chen believed that in this life, he would definitely surpass the peak of his previous life, even breaking through to become a god and ascend to the divine realm. It wouldn't be long before my master would appear at the Divine Martial Academy, right? It seems I need to hurry to the Divine Martial Academy. Su Chen thought to himself. Thinking of the figure in his mind, his heart was filled with gratitude. In his previous life, it was that master who saved him from the sea of suffering, forging an unparalleled foundation for him, allowing him to rise and grow into the 9 dragons martial emperor who dominated the world. That was a life-saving grace and a grace of teaching, even a rebirth grace. It couldn't go unreturned. Young Master Su Chen, you killed Zhang Kuan, the elder of the Divine Martial Academy. And the Zhang family in the royal capital will definitely not let this go easily. However, fortunately, you have the Divine Martial Token. So you should hurry to the Divine Martial Academy. Present the Divine Martial Token to see the Dean, and strive to become the Dean's disciple to ensure your safety. City Lord Deng Tao caught up and said seriously to Su Chen. That's right, young Master Su Chen. The Dean of the Divine Martial Academy is the strongest martial king of our Dali Kingdom. A figure like the Divine Needle of the Sea, becoming his disciple not only ensures your safety, but is also a great fortune. I will escort you all the way to the royal capital. Master Gu Yin also said seriously. Aren't you afraid of the revenge from that martial sovereign of the Divine Martial Academy and the Zhang family in the royal capital? You should know that I am now someone everyone fears and avoids. Su Chen said with a faint smile. Master, what are you talking about? Although Master killing Zhang Kuan will cause trouble, it was a good kill. These young masters should have died long ago. I, Gu Yin, know some big figures in the royal capital, so how could I be afraid of the Zhang family? Master Gu Yin said. He had long been convinced by Su Chen's alchemy skills and was more than willing to take Su Chen as his master. So how could he leave Su Chen? Moreover, he believed that given time, with Su Chen's talent, he would definitely rise and become the most dazzling genius. City Lord Deng Tao sighed with a bitter smile, saying, Young Master Su Chen's actions are indeed a bit extreme. However, youthful vigor can be understood. Moreover, you are my daughter's lifesaver. If I abandon you, that would be too ungrateful. Then I thank City Lord Deng. Su Chen looked deeply at Deng Tao and nodded. This Deng Tao is not bad. If there is an opportunity, I can indeed support him a bit. Young Master Su Chen, you are too polite. However, I have one more request. I hope young Master Su Chen can agree. City Lord Deng Tao said. Su Chen asked, City Lord Deng, please speak. My daughter, Zi Chen, also wants to enter the Divine Martial Academy for training, so I would like to trouble you to take her with you when you go to the royal capital. Deng Tao said sincerely. All right. Su Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. He could see that although Deng Zichen had just recovered from her cold and had no cultivation, her talent was extraordinary, seemingly possessing a legendary physique. If she entered the Divine Martial Academy, her cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. However, City Lord Deng Tao really has great courage to let Deng Zichen accompany him. Thank you, young Master Su Chen. Facing the veiled Deng Zichen, her beautiful eyes sparkled with light as she smiled and thanked him. There's no time to lose. Let's leave Yinjiang City now and aim to enter the Divine Martial Academy before the news reaches the royal capital. Master Gu Yin urged. Okay. Su Chen nodded. Although he was not afraid of the martial sovereign of the Divine Martial Academy or the Zhang family in the royal capital, he still had to protect his mother and little sister. If he could enter the Divine Martial Academy, It would also provide a place for his mother and little sister to shelter from the storm. They returned to the city lord's mansion to pack some things. Then rode on the second-tier spirit beast, the Qinglin horse, provided by Deng Tao, and directly left Yunjiang City, heading towards the royal capital of Dali. Chapter 27. Royal capital of Dali. Leaving Yunjiang City, they headed north. After passing through the ancient Moon Mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles, they arrived at a vast plain dotted with large cities. Traveling further north for several thousand miles, they could see a towering and ancient giant city, lying on the earth like a giant beast. It was the royal capital of Dali. As the capital of the Dali kingdom, this ancient city had been built for over 1,000 years, with a very long history. The city had a population of millions and was bustling and prosperous. Young Master Su Chen, it seems we are lucky. The journey has been smooth, and we reached the royal capital of Dali in just 3 days. Looking at the enormous city gate in the distance, Master Gu Yan on the Qinglin horse smiled slightly. The royal capital of Dali is indeed prosperous. Su Linger also blinked her big eyes, exclaiming. Compared to the royal capital of Dali, Yunjiang City seemed like a small rural town, especially at the city gate. The long queue waiting to enter the city was filled with either the rich or the noble, each with an extraordinary demeanor. There were Qi refining realm martial artists everywhere, and many were in the Yuan Dan realm. Occasionally, figures riding on huge demon beasts rushed by, exuding a powerful aura that made people fearful. They were martial sovereigns. Martial sovereigns were vigorous, powerful, and even among the army of the Dali kingdom, they were generals commanding large troops. Therefore, martial sovereigns enjoyed privileges, not needing to queue and could enter the city directly. To avoid trouble, Master Gu Yan directly released his martial sovereign aura. And under the envious and respectful gazes of the crowd, Su Chen and his party smoothly entered the royal capital. Young Master Su Chen, it's getting late today, and the Divine Martial Academy has already closed. How about we stay at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce for the night and visit the Divine Martial Academy tomorrow? Master Gu Yan asked. Sure. Su Chen nodded. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce had a deep background and was powerful, even in the royal capital of Dali. It was a top-tier force. Therefore, the headquarters of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in the royal capital occupied a vast architectural complex not far from the royal city. Even the guards at the gate had hawk-like eyes, strong physiques, and powerful auras, all of whom were Yuan Dan realm experts. Master Gu Yan, you're back? The black-clad guard, upon seeing Master Gu Yan, instantly showed an expression of great surprise and bowed respectfully. Is the Grand Elder here? Master Gu Yan waved his hand and asked lightly. The Grand Elder is not in the Chamber of Commerce. Master Gu Yan, you returned just in time. Hurry and take a look. Someone is causing trouble at our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The black-clad guard said with a bitter smile. Who is it? How dare they cause trouble in my Wanbao Chamber of Commerce? Master Gu Yan frowned. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce holds immense power. Even the royal family and the Divine Martial Academy maintain good relations with it. Who would dare to cause trouble there? Just then, a proud and cold voice came from within. I, the young lady, declare here today, if none of you can refine the Hunyuan spirit pill, I will dismantle the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The little princess? Master Guyan furrowed his brows, feeling that things were becoming quite troublesome. From the voice, he recognized that the person inside was the little princess of the Dali kingdom, the most beloved daughter of the current king, possessing great martial talent and a special spiritual body, with a fiery personality and arrogance. In the Dali royal capital, no one dared to provoke this little princess. Who would have thought that this reckless figure would cause trouble in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce? Although Master Guyan felt it was troublesome, it was after all a matter concerning the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, so he steeled himself and walked in. The Hunyuan spirit pill? Interesting. A glint of brilliance flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He did not expect to hear information about the Hunyuan spirit pill, an ancient elixir. However, he said nothing more and quietly followed inside. In the grand hall of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, a girl dressed in a red gown, holding a long whip, with skin as smooth as jade and breathtakingly beautiful, yet with a proud expression, appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Surrounding her were many customers, pointing and whispering in glee. Meanwhile, a group of stewards and guards from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce were sweating profusely, desperately trying to persuade the girl in red. The girl in red was none other than the little princess of the Dali kingdom, Lin Qingqing. Stop with the nonsense. Have that bastard Xianbin come out. If you can't refine the Hunyuan spirit pill today, then I see no reason for the existence of your Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Lin Qingqing said with a fierce expression. Your Highness, what brings you to our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce? Let us talk things over. Let us not ruin the atmosphere. Master Gaian said with a smile as he walked in. Old Master Gaian, weren't you exiled to Yunjin City? How did you come back? Well, since there's no one in charge of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce today, your return is timely. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't care about our past friendship. Lin Qingqing glanced at Master Gaian and sneered. Old Master Gaian, you finally returned. Here's the thing. It's all Xian Bin's fault. One of the stewards, seeing Master Gaian, rushed over as if he had found a savior and began to explain. Chapter 28. Hunyuan Spirit Pill? I can refine it. That bastard Xian Bin dared to tarnish the reputation of our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce? He deserves to die? After hearing the explanation from the steward in black, Master Gaian was instantly furious. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, aside from the mysterious president and the Grand Elder, had 4 great alchemy masters, and Master Gaian was one of them. Xian Bin, on the other hand, was another alchemy master, a well-known genius in the royal capital, who had become an alchemy master by the age of 30. Lin Qingqing had obtained an ancient recipe for the Hunyuan Spirit Pill, a third-tier spirit pill that could help a martial artist at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm condense a martial essence pill and break through to the essence pill realm. Lin Qingqing came to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce hoping that the Grand Elder would refine the Hunyuan Spirit Pill for her, but the Grand Elder was not present. And Xian Bin coveted the recipe for the Hunyuan Spirit Pill, promising to refine it for Lin Qingqing. However, although the Hunyuan Spirit Pill was only a third-tier spirit pill, refining it was not that simple, and Xian Bin failed several times. Ultimately, when the agreed time with Lin Qingqing arrived, Xian Bin failed to produce the Hunyuan Spirit Pill and simply hid away. This led to Lin Qingqing causing a scene at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. All of this was caused by Xian Bin. Your Highness, may I see the recipe for the Hunyuan Spirit Pill? Xian Bin indeed did not refine it, and he owes you an apology. How about I refine the Hunyuan Spirit Pill for you? Master Gaian said with a bitter smile. Humph, old Master Gaian. It's not that I look down on you, but I doubt anyone besides the Grand Elder could refine the Hunyuan Spirit Pill, including you. If you want to see it, I'll let you see, Lin Qingqing said with a cold laugh. However, she still took out the ancient recipe for the Hunyuan Spirit Pill and handed it to Master Gaian. Heavenly Essence Grass, Earth Huang Wood, and Wanlian Flower are not rare spiritual herbs. Logically speaking, Xian Bin should be able to refine it. Master Gaian's eyes were filled with skepticism. Wait, Earth Huang Wood and Wuyang Vine. How can these 2 spiritual herbs be used to refine pills? Master Gaian suddenly widened his eyes. With his experience, he immediately noticed the problem. Earth Huang Wood is a wood attribute spiritual herb, and Wuyang Vine is a supreme yang spiritual herb that contains a trace of fire attribute essence. Wuyang Vine is extremely domineering and is used to refine supreme yang attribute spirit pills. However, the Hunyuan Spirit Pill is a non-attribute spirit pill. Fire overcomes wood, and Wuyang Vine naturally conflicts with Earth Huang Wood. If both were placed in the alchemy furnace, they would immediately turn to powder. They cannot coexist. This is likely the reason why Xian Bin was unable to refine the Hunyuan Spirit Pill. Even Master Gaian was momentarily at a loss. What? Old Master Gaian, don't tell me you can't refine the Hunyuan Spirit Pill either. If that's the case, I will dismantle the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Lin Qingqing said with a cold laugh upon seeing the troubled expression on Master Gaian's face. Your Highness, I truly cannot refine it. This Hunyuan Spirit Pill is exceedingly peculiar. Master Gaian said with a bitter smile, just as he was about to say something when a calm voice interrupted him. I can refine the Hunyuan Spirit Pill. Moreover, I can provide it to you in 3 hours. Su Chen said. Instantly, he attracted everyone's attention. Who are you? If even old Master Gaian can't refine it, how can you? Are you perhaps a master alchemist? Lin Qingqing's gaze flickered as she looked down at Su Chen, scrutinizing him with a hint of skepticism. Where did this kid come from? How dare he speak so arrogantly? Both Master Xian Bin and Master Gaian couldn't refine it. Does that mean he is stronger than these 2 alchemy masters? This kid is doomed. The little princess is not to be trifled with. If he doesn't provide an explanation, he might get beaten half to death today. The surrounding crowd murmured, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. I am Su Chen. I can refine the Hunyuan Spirit Pill. If I cannot produce it in 3 hours, you can dispose of me as you wish. However, if I can refine it, I would like to ask the princess for 1 item. Su Chen said. What item? Lin Qingqing asked. Your hairpin. Su Chen replied with a faint smile. The reason he stepped forward was not only to help Master Guyan out of a predicament, but more importantly, for Lin Qingqing's hairpin. That hairpin embedded with a red gemstone resembled a treasure Su Chen had seen before. "You little brat, you have some guts." A cold glint flashed in Lin Qingqing's eyes, and her crimson long whip seemed poised to strike. "Your Highness, please hold on." Master Guyan's heart raced, and he quickly stepped in front of Su Chen. "Your Highness, Su Chen's alchemical talent is extremely high. Even I cannot compare to him. If he says he can refine the Hunyuan spirit pill, he will definitely be able to do so. I am willing to vouch for him," Master Guyan said earnestly. "Are you sure?" Lin Qingqing's eyes revealed a hint of doubt, but she still put down the long whip. "All right, this princess will give you 3 hours. If you can refine it, how about I give you this hairpin? If you can't refine it, I believe you wouldn't want to experience my methods a second time." Lin Qingqing sneered. The crowd around them trembled in response. Chapter 29. 2 dragons play with Pearl's master. Can we really refine the Hunyuan spirit pill within 3 hours? The earth yellow wood and the Wuyang vine are mutually exclusive and cannot coexist, Master Gu Yin said anxiously in the alchemy room of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. In the end, Lin Qingqing agreed to Su Chen's terms. Although Master Gu Yin was very grateful and believed in Su Chen's alchemical skills, he was still filled with worry about refining the Hunyuan spirit pill within 3 hours. Who says the earth yellow wood and Wuyang vine can't coexist? Today, I will personally refine the Hunyuan spirit pill, so watch closely, Su Chen said with a calm smile. Master is personally refining pills? Good, good, good. Master Gu Yin trembled all over, revealing an expression of immense joy. This was the first time he would see Su Chen refine pills. Although Su Chen had guided him before, he had never refined pills in front of him. Now that Su Chen was personally refining pills, he was filled with anticipation. The people from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce had long prepared various spiritual herbs. Su Chen sat in front of the alchemy furnace, and his aura changed, emanating a masterful demeanor that made Master Gu Yan's eyes shine with even more expectation. Boom! Golden true qi surged from Su Chen's palm, causing the alchemy furnace before him to hum and tremble, and the blazing fire ignited instantly. He formed hand seals, striking out continuously, making the alchemy furnace tremble in a peculiar rhythm. The ground fire, under his command, became as docile as a sheep, splitting into strands that completely enveloped the alchemy furnace. Then, one after another, spiritual herbs flew into the alchemy furnace, being engulfed by the flames, refining away impurities until only the essence of the herbs remained. Su Chen's alchemy was like flowing clouds and flowing water, filled with rhythm and beauty, captivating Master Gu Yin. He never expected that alchemy could be done this way. He felt even more fortunate to have Su Chen as his master. Even that mysterious president, the only alchemical master of the Great Li Kingdom, could not refine pills as smoothly as Su Chen. Finally, it reached the most critical moment. Earth yellow wood, Wuyang vine. The two were mutually exclusive. How would Su Chen handle it? In Master Gu Yan's gaze, the earth yellow wood and Wuyang vine flew into the alchemy furnace simultaneously. And then 2 flames emitted a slight dragon's roar, transforming into 2 fire dragons that directly swallowed the earth yellow wood and Wuyang vine. A rich medicinal fragrance spread out, and the essence of the spiritual herbs was refined. The 2 fire dragons surprisingly spat out a pearl each, which then instantly merged into one. Is this the legendary 2 dragons play with Pearl's fire-controlling technique? Master Gu Yin trembled all over, his eyes filled with immense shock. The 2 dragons play with Pearl's fire-controlling technique is said to have been created by a legendary alchemy emperor from ancient times, mysterious and unfathomable, capable of seizing the transformation of heaven and earth. Today, he could actually witness the legendary 2 dragons play with Pearl's fire-controlling technique. Instantly, his gaze towards Su Chen was filled with fervent admiration. Boom. An hour later, all the spiritual herbs were completely refined, floating within the alchemy furnace and gradually merging into one. Finally, a blazing light burst forth, and 3 light clusters flew out from the alchemy furnace. Su Chen reached out and caught them, and immediately 3 round red spirit pills landed in his palm. The Hunyuan spirit pill was successfully refined. So fast. Master Gu Yin was immensely shaken. It should be noted that if he were to refine the Hunyuan spirit pill, regardless of success or failure, it would take at least 5 to 6 hours. Su Chen's speed was 5 to 6 times faster than his. What does this mean? Even an alchemical master might not be able to do this, right? Want to learn? Su Chen noticed the look in Master Gu Yan's eyes and said with a calm smile, "Master, are you really willing to pass the two dragons play with Pearl's fire-controlling technique to me?" Master Gu Yan was instantly excited. "Study hard. Once you master it, you should be able to advance to an alchemical master as well. Don't let me down," Su Chen said with a calm smile. Then he wrote down the method for the two dragons play with Pearl's fire-controlling technique and handed it to Master Gu Yan. "Thank you, Master." Master Gu Yan trembled with excitement, not immediately taking it, but respectfully kneeling before Su Chen 3 times and bowing 9 times, before finally accepting the page as if it were a treasure. "Let's go." Su Chen stored away 2 of the Hunyuan spirit pills and placed the remaining 1 into a jade vial, preparing to give it to Lin Qingqing. This Hunyuan spirit pill is incredibly profound and can help one condense a powerful martial arts essence pill, which is also very beneficial for Su Chen's cultivation. They left the alchemy room and returned to the main hall. "You're out in just 1 hour? Don't tell me you've really refined the Hunyuan spirit pill?" Lin Qingqing's eyes flashed with a cold light as she stared at Su Chen. Previously, if it weren't for Master Gu Yan's sake, she would have severely punished Su Chen long ago. It should be noted that Master Xian Bin took a full 9 days without being able to refine the Hunyuan spirit pill and even hid away. She immediately believed that Su Chen was playing tricks on her, refining the Hunyuan spirit pill in 1 hour? Unless he was an alchemical master. That's right. It's not that easy. I think he found it too difficult and gave up directly. This is an attempt to plead for mercy, right? Pleading for mercy? It's too late. Just wait and see. The princess will definitely not let him off. The eyes of the crowd were filled with a gloating look, as if they were watching a show. Chapter 30. Lin Qingqing's shock. "That's right. I have refined the Hunyuan spirit pill," Su Chen said with a calm smile. Then, a jade vial appeared in his palm. Upon opening it, a rich pill fragrance wafted out. Lin Qingqing's eyes were filled with suspicion, but she still accepted the jade vial. As she poured out the spirit pill from the vial, it was entirely red and radiated a strange glow, with a fragrant scent that was clearly not an ordinary product. Lin Qingqing's eyes widened in an instant. Is this really the Hunyuan spirit pill? The Hunyuan spirit pill before her looked exactly like the description she had seen in ancient texts. What? The crowd around them was also shocked. They did not expect that Su Chen could truly refine the Hunyuan spirit pill. It should be noted that this was only 1 hour. Even Master Gu Yan was at a loss, yet Su Chen refined the Hunyuan spirit pill within 1 hour. Could it be that he was an alchemical master? Su Linger looked at Su Chen with immense admiration and pride. This was her brother. Even Deng Zichen's eyes sparkled with interest. "Su Chen, who exactly are you?" Lin Qingqing glanced deeply at Su Chen. She had never heard of any alchemical prodigy named Su Chen in the Great Li Kingdom. This name was very unfamiliar. Su Chen did not answer Lin Qingqing, but smiled calmly and said, "Princess, can I have your hairpin now?" "You can have the hairpin. However, I have another ancient pill formula. I wonder if you can refine it." Lin Qingqing did not hesitate at all. She directly pulled out the hairpin and handed it to Su Chen, then asked seriously. Su Chen took the hairpin, gently brushing over the gem on it, which felt icy to the touch and refreshing, making him feel a surge of joy in his heart. It was indeed that treasure. "What kind of pill formula?" Su Chen asked calmly as he accepted the hairpin. "Tying transformation pill." Lin Qingqing uttered a few words, her gaze fixed intently on Su Chen. Her eyes filled with excitement and tension. "Tying transformation pill?" The surrounding crowd, including Master Gu Yan, displayed expressions of confusion. They had never heard of such a pill. "Tying transformation pill? It should be possible." A hint of intrigue appeared in Su Chen's eyes, but he still nodded. The Tying transformation pill is an extremely ancient spiritual pill that can heal the injuries of the Xian Yin sacred body and assist the spiritual power of the Xian Yin sacred body in transforming and breaking through to the 7th level of spiritual power, thus reaching the martial king realm. Therefore, even though the Tying transformation pill is ranked as a 6th-tier spiritual pill, Master Gu Yan had never heard of it. However, Su Chen thought of someone. Lin Ruowei. In the kingdom of Dali, only the Grand Princess Lin Ruowei is the Xian Yin sacred body. Before breaking through to the martial king realm, the Xian Yin sacred body cannot lose their virginity. Once they do, the primal Yin leaks out, causing great damage to themselves and making it extremely difficult to break through to the martial king realm. At this time, they can only rely on the Tying transformation pill. Lin Qingqing likely wants to refine the Tying transformation pill for Grand Princess Lin Ruowei. However, Su Chen also remembered that Lin Ruowei's loss of virginity. Although due to the dark scheme of the ecstasy child, ultimately benefited Su Chen. Refining the Taiyin transformation pill could be considered helping Lin Ruowei once. You are quite something. Su Chen, I will remember you. I hope you can truly refine the Taiyin transformation pill. If so, I will agree to any conditions you propose. Lin Qingqing trembled all over, her eyes filled with immense excitement and shock. She was excited because she did not expect Su Chen to really agree. She was shocked because the Taiyin transformation pill is a 6th-tier spiritual pill. If Su Chen can refine a 6th-tier spiritual pill, does that not mean he is a master alchemist? Although she found it hard to believe, looking at the Hunyuan spiritual pill in her hand, she still inexplicably chose to believe it. Any conditions? Su Chen assessed Lin Qingqing with a peculiar look in his eyes. Any conditions? It's getting late today. I will come to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to find you tomorrow. Lin Qingqing's face flushed slightly, a bit shy, but she still boldly glanced at Su Chen before turning to leave. The onlookers also dispersed. However, Su Chen's name had already been etched in their hearts. They all prepared to go back and check when such a talent in alchemy as Su Chen emerged in the capital of Dali. However, more people did not believe Su Chen was a genius in alchemy, as he looked too young. Many speculated that it was Master Gu Yan who refined the Hunyuan spiritual pill but did not want to offend Master Xianbin, so he borrowed Su Chen's name. Additionally, with Master Gu Yan returning to the capital of Dali this time, they became even more suspicious. Could it be that Master Gu Yan's alchemical skills had advanced? A master alchemist. Just thinking about it made everyone tremble with excitement. A master alchemist is a significant figure even respected by martial kings. In the entire capital of Dali, only the mysterious president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, who is rarely seen, is a master alchemist. If Master Gu Yan became a master alchemist, it would be a sensational event for the entire capital of Dali. Chapter 31. The Zhang family's fury. Thank you, Master, for helping our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Master Gu Yan looked at Su Chen with gratitude and admiration in his eyes. He felt more and more that his decision to shamelessly take Su Chen as his master was absolutely correct. The alchemical skills Su Chen displayed left him in awe. Originally, he had given up hope for advancing to a master alchemist in this life, but with Su Chen teaching him the two dragons play with Pearl's fire control technique, he was filled with confidence. No need to be polite. Focus on practicing the two dragons play with Pearl's fire control technique. And advancing to master alchemist is the real business. After refining pills for Lin Qingqing tomorrow, we will head to the Divine Martial Academy. Also, if there are spirit stones in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, bring some for me to cultivate. Su Chen said with a calm smile. Spirit stones? Master, don't worry. Although spirit stones are precious, whatever quantity you need, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has. Master Gu Yan said confidently. He then instructed several attendants to accompany him to the treasury to fetch 10,000 spirit stones to give to Su Chen for cultivation. Su Chen and his group temporarily stayed at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. That night, under the moonlight, Su Chen took out the hairpin he obtained from Lin Qingqing. It really is dragon marrow crystal. I never expected to encounter such a treasure. Su Chen looked at the red gem, his eyes shining brightly. He infused his true energy into the gem, and immediately it emitted a brilliant light, within which a small dragon could be faintly seen swimming. Dragon marrow crystal is a heavenly material, an earthly treasure formed from the marrow of a dragon beast, at least above the 7th tier after its death, which takes thousands of years to mature. This dragon marrow crystal can not only help the beast break through, but is also extremely beneficial for Su Chen's cultivation of the 9 dragons fighting the heavens technique. With the dragon marrow crystal and these spirit stones, I can fully fill the 9 true dragon chi seas and truly elevate my cultivation to the 9th level of chi refining. Preparing for the breakthrough to the Yuan Dan realm, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Boom. A powerful aura emanated from Su Chen's body, with a majestic dragon might spreading out, and true energy surged forth, forming a powerful devouring vortex. The surrounding spirit stones emitted wisps of spiritual energy, continuously gathering towards him, making his aura grow stronger. In the capital of Dali, the Zhang family. The Zhang family is one of the 4 great families of the capital, with the head of the family, Zhang Hong, being the minister of war and a powerful martial sovereign. At this moment, a piece of news reached the Zhang family. Inside the main hall of the Zhang family, Zhang Hong and several elders of the Zhang family were present, all with dark and cold expressions. There was also a middle-aged woman with reddened eyes, tears streaming down her face, appearing very sorrowful. In the end, That Su Chen killed young Master Zhang Kuan. That is how it is. A kneeling attendant reported respectfully, relaying the news from Yunjiang City. Master, you must avenge Kuaner. He is only 20 years old. That Su Chen has such a ruthless heart. You must kill him. The middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with resentment as she knelt before Zhang Hong. Su Chen, Su Chen. Zhang Hong's face turned extremely dark as he suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Su Chen, a mere country bumpkin and a lowly ant, dares to kill my son? I will make him wish he were dead. Zhang Hong's eyes were filled with fury. He usually has great composure and rarely loses his temper. But with his beloved youngest son killed, he was driven to rage. Master, please calm down. Su Chen indeed deserves to die. However, according to the news, that Su Chen has already arrived in the capital and is currently in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Su Chen is an ant, but it is said that he has a close relationship with Master Gu Yan, and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is not to be trifled with. An elder from the Zhang family spoke up. Master Gu Yan? He's just a waste about to be buried in the ground. But the Wanbao Merchant Association is indeed hard to deal with. Zhang Hong's gaze was extremely cold. He didn't take Master Gu Yan seriously at all. But the Wanbao Merchant Association was a significant challenge for him. The royal family held the Wanbao Merchant Association in high regard. And although the Zhang family was one of the 4 great families, they didn't dare provoke the association. Send someone to the Divine Martial Academy to find Elder Molo. Kuan-er is his disciple. He can't just ignore this, right? The Zhang family can't afford to offend the Wanbao Merchant Association, but if Elder Molo intervenes, Su Chen will undoubtedly die. Zhang Hong sneered. What the head of the family said is very true. Elder Molo is not only an elder of the Divine Martial Academy, but also a guest elder of the Wanbao Merchant Association. Master Xianbin is even his disciple. If he makes a move, the Wanbao Merchant Association won't say much. Many elders of the Zhang family nodded in agreement. Su Chen, if you dare to kill my son, I will make you regret coming into this world. I will make your mother and sister die in front of you, and let you experience what it's like to be worse than dead. Zhang Hong's gaze was icy, filled with anger and killing intent. Chapter 32. Seeking Justice in the Morning. Who? A stream of white vapor burst from Su Chen's mouth, shooting several meters away like a churning white dragon. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly. After practicing all night, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he appeared more energetic. With the help of the Dragon Essence Crystal, Su Chen refined over 10,000 spirit stones, finally filling all 9 of his true dragon chi seas with innate true energy. His cultivation had reached the great perfection of the chi refining realm. Next, it was time to condense the martial Dao Yuan Dan and break through to the Yuan Dan realm. Currently, although Su Chen was still in the chi refining realm, he possessed 9 Danshins and chi seas, and his true energy was so dense that he was invincible among those of the same rank. Even martial artists in the Yuan Dan realm were not his opponents. To break through to the Yuan Dan realm, he needed to condense 9 martial Dao Yuan Dan and find a place rich in spiritual energy. It seemed he could only break through after arriving at the Divine Martial Academy. Su Chen murmured to himself. He remembered there was a place in the Divine Martial Academy with extremely rich spiritual energy, perfect for his breakthrough. After refining the Tying Transformation Pill for Lin Qingqing today, he would head to the Divine Martial Academy. Boom. At that moment, the door of Su Chen's small courtyard was smashed to pieces by a tremendous force. Su Chen, get out here. A cold voice rang out. A young man in a red robe, handsome in appearance, entered with a group of powerful guards. These guards were all martial artists in the Yuan Dan realm, their eyes sharp and surrounded by a murderous aura. The young man in the red robe was even a martial sovereign. Who are you? Su Chen's gaze flickered. I am Xianbin. Su Chen, you might not know me, but Zhang Kuan is my junior disciple. You dare to kill my junior disciple. You will undoubtedly die today. The young man in the red robe sneered. He was Master Xianbin of the Wanbao Merchant Association. Under the orders of his master, Elder Molo, he personally brought the Zhang family's guards to capture Su Chen. Xianbin, the one who tricked Lin Qingqing with a pill formula and then hid away? Su Chen sneered. He understood that the news from Yunjiang City had probably arrived. And since the Zhang family didn't dare come to the Wanbao Merchant Association, they sent Xianbin to capture him. Su Chen, you're seeking death. Xianbin's gaze turned cold. He hadn't expected Su Chen to dare mock him when death was imminent. Xianbin, what do you want? This is the Wanbao Merchant Association. Young Master Su Chen is our most esteemed guest. How dare you act recklessly here? At that moment, Master Gu Yin rushed in anxiously. Seeing Xian Bin and his guards burst in, he knew something was wrong, his eyes filled with immense anger. Gu Yin, stop acting like an elder here. I haven't even pursued the matter of you sneaking back to the royal capital. He's just a lowly ant. And he dares to call himself a guest of our Wanbao Merchant Association? He killed my junior brother. Today, I will capture him and take him back. If you dare stop me, don't blame me for being rude. Xian Bin sneered. He didn't take Master Gu Yin seriously at all, in his eyes. Gu Yin was just an old man with mediocre martial arts and alchemy talent, with no hope for further breakthroughs in his lifetime. As for Xian Bin, he was a well-known genius in alchemy in the royal capital, already a master at a young age. And it wasn't impossible for him to break through to the alchemy sovereign in the future. Xian Bin, you are outrageous. Young Master Su Chen is not only a guest of our Wanbao Merchant Association, but also a guest of Her Highness the Princess. If you dare to act against him, Her Highness will not spare you. Master Gu Yan's face turned red with anger as he trembled, pointing at Xian Bin. A guest of Her Highness the Princess? Ha ha. Gu Yan, you are getting more and more ridiculous. Su Chen is just a waste from Yunjiang City. What benefit do you get from protecting him? How dare you say he is a guest of Her Highness? Xian Bin laughed heartily, his eyes filled with undisguised sarcasm. Come, attack. It doesn't matter if he dies. Xian Bin's gaze turned cold as he issued the command. Yes. The Zhang family guards around him had icy glares, and upon hearing Xian Bin's order, they charged forward like wolves. Several of them even lunged directly at the frightened Lu Hanyin and Su Linger. You're seeking death. Su Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom. His true energy erupted, shattering the hard bluestone beneath his feet as he instantly soared into the air, blocking Lu Hanyin and Su Linger. Then, he struck out with both fists. Bang! The two Yuan Dan realm martial artists changed their expressions, raising their arms to defend. But they heard a crisp sound. Their arms broke instantly, and then Su Chen's fists slammed heavily into their chests. Cries of agony echoed. Their chests caved in, and they spat blood as they were sent flying. Su Chen's gaze was extremely indifferent, true energy surging around him, and the sound of dragon roars filled the air, making him appear like a humanoid dragon as he charged at those guards. Chapter 33. Who dares to touch my people? Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen's true energy surged, blood boiling. Each punch was incredibly fierce, creating a whirlwind. Although those guards were all martial artists in the Yuan Dan realm with formidable strength, they had no power to resist against Su Chen. In the blink of an eye, a group of wailing guards lay sprawled on the ground. Kill! The leading guard shouted angrily as he charged at Su Chen. His eyes were cold and serious. His cultivation had reached the 7th layer of the Yuan Dan realm, making him the strongest among the guards. Although Su Chen appeared to only be at the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm, he felt incredibly dangerous. So the guard drew his battle knife without hesitation. Clang! A blade of light swept in, sharp beyond compare, as if it could cut through everything. Su Chen's foot flashed, his figure dodging this fierce strike like a ghost. Then he pointed in midair. The point of his finger was incredibly fierce, striking the back of the knife. Instantly, the battle knife vibrated violently, and a tremendous force surged forth, causing the guard to lose his grip on the knife. Boom! Su Chen's gaze was sharp as he threw a punch through the air, accompanied by a roaring dragon's chant, dominating and fierce. This was the Battle Dragon Fist. It was a martial art from the 9 Dragons Battle Heaven technique. Although it was only a Xian level martial skill, its power was terrifying, as if a true dragon had been reborn, and the punch's intent could capture one's soul. The guard's face changed dramatically as he extended his arms to block. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the guard's arms broke, blood bursting forth as his entire body was sent flying. What? Xian Bin's eyes were filled with disbelief. The guards and warriors he brought were all elite members of the Zhang family, all at the Yuan Dan realm. Yet, a group of guards attacking Su Chen, who was only at the 9th level of Qi refining, led to such a result, filling him with horror. Su Chen, you seek death. Xian Bin let out a chilling roar, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The powerful combat prowess displayed by Su Chen made him feel a sense of crisis. Su Chen's talent and strength were too terrifying. Such an enemy must be killed in the bud. A cold glint flashed in Xian Bin's eyes as he prepared to strike. Although Su Chen was at the 9th level of Qi refining, he was still unafraid, and with his unpredictable methods, even killing a martial zone could be within his reach. Boom! Just then, A ghostly figure swept through the air at an incredible speed, landing a palm strike on Xianbin. Xianbin was struck as if by lightning, spitting out blood and flying backward. It was a thin old man, his face covered in wrinkles, but his eyes seemed to dance with ghostly flames, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Snap! At the same time, a long whip, like a venomous snake, lashed out, striking Xianbin's face fiercely, leaving a blood mark accompanied by a scream. Xianbin, you have some nerve to touch my people? Outside the small courtyard, a princess in a red dress, beautiful yet exuding a fierce aura, Lin Qingqing, approached with a long whip in hand. The thin old man quickly returned to stand behind Lin Qingqing, appearing as an ordinary old man. But Su Chen could sense that the old man's cultivation was unfathomable. He was actually a martial venerable eunuch. Lin Qingqing was indeed the most favored princess. Even her guard eunuch was a martial venerable. Your people? Princess, you must be mistaken. This Su Chen is clearly a lowly country bumpkin. Xianbin covered his face, not daring to show anger. But there was a hint of resentment in his eyes as he gritted his teeth at Lin Qingqing. I say he is my person, so he is my person. Xianbin, you deceived me regarding the elixir formula, and now you dare to touch my people? Do you really think I want to kill you? Lin Qingqing sneered. Xianbin felt a pang of panic. When he first saw Lin Qingqing appear, he sensed trouble, and now he was in a difficult position. Princess, you can't blame me. I only wanted to help you. The Hunyuan spirit pill is just too difficult to refine. In the entire Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, only the president can refine it. Spare me, and I will definitely find the president to refine the Hunyuan spirit pill for you. Xianbin said stubbornly. No need. The Hunyuan spirit pill has already been refined. Besides, do you even qualify to invite the president? Let your master go instead. Lin Qingqing coldly laughed. Impossible. Princess, you don't understand. The Hunyuan spirit pill is incredibly profound, an ancient formula that even the elder cannot refine. Only the president can do it. Xianbin shook his head. He had personally refined the Hunyuan spirit pill, so how could he not know its difficulties? It was not something a master of alchemy could resolve. The Hunyuan spirit pill was refined by Su Chen for me. Xianbin, you actually dared to offend Su Chen. You have some nerve. Lin Qingqing sneered. Su Chen, impossible. Xianbin exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 34. Alchemy Battle. Xianbin could never have imagined that it was Su Chen who refined the Hunyuan spirit pill. This kid from Yunjiang City looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Could he really be an alchemy master? This was absolutely impossible. Xianbin, Su Chen's alchemical skills are beyond your imagination. Everyone saw with their own eyes that it was Su Chen who refined the Hunyuan spirit pill. Master Guyan also sneered. Just moments ago, he was worried about Su Chen, but upon seeing Lin Qingqing arrive, he felt reassured. The capital says you are a genius in alchemy. But in my opinion, in terms of alchemical skills, you aren't even worthy to carry Su Chen's shoes. Lin Qingqing looked disdainfully at Xianbin. Xianbin's face turned extremely ugly, his eyes burning with humiliating anger. Alchemy was his lifelong pride, and now he was being told he wasn't even as good as Su Chen? I don't believe it. Princess, he is only 15 or 16. How could he possibly refine the Hunyuan spirit pill? Perhaps he used some method to deceive you. You must not be fooled by him. Xianbin shouted angrily. Whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me. Truly laughable. Princess, this person wants to kill me. Can I kill him? Su Chen's gaze was cold as he stared at Xianbin, his voice chilling. For enemies who wanted to kill him, Su Chen never showed mercy. Su Chen, Xianbin naturally deserves to die. However, I advise you not to kill him. His master, Venerable Moro, is already at the peak of martial venerable cultivation and may break through to martial king at any time. Killing him would be very troublesome. Lin Qingqing frowned and quietly said to Su Chen. Although she also despised Xianbin, she wouldn't directly say to kill him. After all, standing behind Xianbin was Venerable Moro, one of the most powerful warriors in the Great Li Kingdom and a significant figure in the Divine Martial Academy. Such a person, even the royal family would not want to offend. Do you think that if I don't kill him, Venerable Moro will let me go? Zhang Kuan is already dead at my hands. Su Chen smiled indifferently, his expression calm without a hint of fear. What? Lin Qingqing was shocked. She had just been wondering why Xianbin would seek trouble with Su Chen, and now she realized the reason. Although Zhang Kuan was a member of the Zhang family, more importantly, his master was Venerable Moro. Now, the enmity between Su Chen and Venerable Moro could not be resolved. Even Lin Qingqing felt it was incredibly tricky. Su Chen, do you dare to bet with me? Xianbin suddenly shouted. Bet on what? Su Chen sneered. The princess said you refined the Hunyuan spirit pill, so your alchemical skills must be extremely high. Do you dare to bet on alchemy with me? Xianbin stared intently at Su Chen. How to bet? A hint of a smile appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Betting on alchemy with him? The alchemy masters of his past life, the alchemy saints, and the alchemy emperors, all lamented their inferiority in the face of Su Chen's alchemical skills. Xianbin was simply overestimating himself. A month later, there will be an alchemy conference at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and many alchemists will come to participate. We will bet on who ranks higher in the alchemy conference. Xianbin said coldly. Sure. However, how about a life bet? If you lose, just die. Su Chen said. All right. Then let's gamble our lives, Su Chen. I don't believe your alchemy skills are that high. 1 month later, it will be your death date. Xianbin said coldly. He had great confidence in himself. In a month, not only would Xianbin become the champion of the alchemy conference, but he would also trample Su Chen underfoot and make a name for himself. By then, perhaps the entire Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would be under his control. Congratulations, you can live for another month. Let's meet at the alchemy conference. Su Chen said nonchalantly. The reason he agreed to Xianbin was that he suddenly remembered that an incredibly precious treasure would appear at the alchemy conference, which would be of great benefit to him. He could take advantage of the alchemy conference to seize that treasure. As for Xianbin, he would just be dealt with along the way. Xianbin glared at Su Chen with resentment, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Lin Qingqing felt relieved in her heart. Fortunately, Su Chen did not kill Xianbin here. She even forgot that Su Chen was only at the qi refining stage, and it was rather absurd to say he wanted to kill a martial sovereign. However, thinking about the upcoming alchemy conference in a month, she felt a bit worried. Su Chen, your alchemy skills are indeed high. In a month, you might really be able to surpass Xianbin, but I advise you not to kill him. Lin Qingqing said seriously. Are you worried about the Moro Elder? No worries, I will win in a month. Su Chen replied with a faint smile. As for the Moro Elder, he was just a martial sovereign. What was there to fear? Since you have your own ideas, I won't say much. I brought the formula for the Tying transformation pill, and I'll entrust it to you today. Lin Qingqing nodded, then took out an ancient alchemy formula and handed it to Su Chen with great seriousness. The Tying transformation pill was crucial. If Su Chen could really refine the Tying transformation pill, even if the royal family were to fall out with the Moro Elder, they would still protect Su Chen. Chapter 35. Tying transformation pill. The Tying transformation pill is a 6th grade spirit pill. Only the top-tier alchemy masters can refine it successfully. If it were before, Su Chen naturally would not have been able to refine it. However, after he consumed the 5-color divine liquid and his spiritual power broke through to the 6th level, he had already regained the level of an alchemy master. Although the Tying transformation pill was an ancient formula, it posed no difficulty for Su Chen. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Alchemy Room. Master Gu Yin once again witnessed Su Chen's extraordinary alchemy skills, especially when Su Chen deliberately performed the 2 dragons play with Pearl's fire control technique for Master Gu Yin, causing him to be enchanted. With eyes full of excitement and fervent admiration, every time he watched Su Chen refine pills, it was a legendary realm that Master Gu Yin could not reach, enlightening him and resolving many of his previous confusions. A few hours later, swish, 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 3 dark blue pills flew out of the cauldron, appearing round and brilliant, glowing like moonlight and exuding a strange fragrance. The Tying transformation pill was successfully refined. Thank you, Master, for your great teachings. I, Gu Yin, will never forget this in my life. Master, I feel like I have touched the threshold of an alchemy master. When I emerge from seclusion, I will definitely become an alchemy master. Master Gu Yin took a deep breath and then respectfully bowed to Su Chen, his eyes full of gratitude. He had never thought that there would actually be a day when he could break through to become an alchemy master. His spiritual power had long surpassed the 5th level, but he could never make further progress in his understanding of alchemy. Today, he had an epiphany. He was confident he could break through to the realm of an alchemy master. Very good. It was worth my effort to teach you the principles of alchemy. You may go into seclusion. Su Chen smiled slightly. Master, you must not act impulsively in this month. Do not offend the Zhang family or the Moro Elder again. I will definitely emerge from seclusion for the alchemy conference in a month. By then, I will be an alchemy master, and even the Moro Elder will not dare to disrespect me, let alone harbor any thoughts against you. Master Gu Yin said seriously. He knew that Su Chen's talent was unparalleled, both in martial arts and alchemy, something he had never seen in his life. However, Su Chen was still young, and he feared that Su Chen's youthful arrogance might offend the Zhang family and the Moro elder again, provoking the Moro elder to retaliate fiercely. Therefore, he advised Su Chen to endure for now. "Don't worry, I won't have any problems," Su Chen replied with a faint smile. Master Gu Yin went into seclusion in a secret room, while Su Chen returned to the hall. Lin Qingqing was anxiously waiting. How did it go? Seeing Su Chen appear, Lin Qingqing's eyes were filled with both anticipation and nervousness. "I did not disappoint you." Su Chen smiled faintly. Then, a jade bottle appeared and was handed to Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing's face flushed with excitement as she nervously took the jade bottle. Upon opening it, she saw 3 crystal-clear, dazzling spirit pills that looked like moons. Although she did not recognize the Taiyin transformation pill, she instantly believed that Su Chen had truly refined it. "Thank you, really thank you so much." Lin Qingqing was incredibly excited and took a deep breath, deeply bowing to Su Chen. Others might not know, but Lin Qingqing understood how crucial the Taiyin transformation pill was for the Dali kingdom. It was related to whether her aunt, Lin Ruowei, could advance and break through to the martial king realm. It even concerned the life and death of the Dali royal family. "No need to be polite. We are just cooperating. These are some spirit herbs I need. You help me gather them, and we will consider it even." Su Chen smiled faintly and handed Lin Qingqing a piece of paper. Blood of the dragon heart, 7-leaf purple ginseng, Xianhuang ancient stone, 5 elements spirit wood. Lin Qingqing took it and gasped when she saw the rare and precious spirit herbs and treasures listed on it. These spirit herbs and treasures were all extremely rare and valuable, beyond estimation. Of course, compared to the Taiyin transformation pill, they were nothing. "Su Chen, these spirit herbs and treasures are extremely rare. Even in the Dali royal family's treasury, they might not be able to gather them all. But rest assured, I will do my best to collect them for you," Lin Qingqing said with a wry smile, speaking seriously. "No problem, just gather as much as you can." Su Chen smiled slightly. He had given Master Gu Yin a copy of this paper as well, asking the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to help collect them. Knowing the preciousness of these spirit herbs and treasures, these were resources Su Chen needed to practice the 9 Dragons Battle Heaven technique. He did not expect to gather them all at once. "All right," Lin Qingqing nodded. However, she seemed to think of something and said to Su Chen, "Su Chen, there is something you must know. The principal of the Divine Martial Academy is currently not in the academy due to some matters. The current Divine Martial Academy is being run by the Moro Elder. So, I advise you not to go to the Divine Martial Academy for now. Wait until the principal returns." Chapter 36. The Liu family in the royal capital. Could it be that the principal went to explore the Wulong Mountain secret realm? Su Chen's heart stirred, and he asked, "How do you know about the Wulong Mountain secret realm?" Lin Qingqing's whole body trembled, her eyes filled with shock. However, she thought of the relationship between Su Chen and Master Gu Yin. Perhaps it was Master Gu Yin who informed Su Chen. After all, Master Gu Yin was qualified to know about the secrets of Wulong Mountain. That's right. The Dean is indeed exploring the secrets of Wulong Mountain, along with the elder of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and the martial arts experts of the royal family. The matter of the secret realm is of great importance, so please do not spread it. The Dean will return in a few days. Lin Qingqing nodded and said, "I understand." Su Chen nodded. He felt somewhat excited in his heart. Indeed, it is the Wulong Mountain secret realm. Wulong Mountain is an ancient mountain range hundreds of miles outside the capital of the Dali Kingdom, where someone discovered a powerful cave dwelling, which is why the experts from the Xinwu Academy and the Dali capital went to explore it. What they discovered was not just a simple cave dwelling, but a secret realm. It is known that to open a secret realm, one must at least be a martial saint who has comprehended the laws of space. This means that the Wulong Mountain secret realm is likely a relic left behind by a martial saint. Su Chen knew that it was precisely because of the opening of the Wulong Mountain secret realm that several surrounding kingdoms coveted it. And even powerful martial arts holy lands had turned their attention here. And his master also came to the Dali capital because of the Wulong Mountain secret realm. So, it won't be long before he can meet his master, right? Su Chen was naturally very excited. In this rebirth, his greatest hope was to protect his mother and younger sister, and his master was the hope and light that led him out of suffering in his previous life. He must repay this. Lin Qingqing left the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce with the Taiyin transformation pill. After hearing Lin Qingqing's words, Su Chen also planned to stay temporarily at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce until the dean of the Xinwu Academy returned before going to the academy. Although he was not afraid of the Mora patriarch, he did not want to cause any trouble at this time. Ah Chun, now that we are in the capital, why not visit your maternal grandfather's house? Lu Hanyan suddenly spoke up. Maternal grandfather? Su Chen frowned. He remembered that his mother was originally the young lady of the Lu family in the capital, which is one of the four great families. However, Lu Hanyan later met his father, Su Yuanzong, and the two fell in love, but they were rejected by Lu Hanyan's stubborn father. The usually gentle Lu Hanyan revealed an incredibly strong side, insisting on marrying Su Yuanzong, so the Lu family expelled her from the family and severed ties with her. Having lived again, Su Chen was very clear about his maternal grandfather and the Lu family's ruthlessness. Even later, when Lu Hanyan met a tragic end, no one from the Lu family came to see her. With such heartless relatives, what was there to see? Maternal grandfather? Mother, you never mentioned anything about your maternal grandfather. Is he in the capital? Su Linger asked, puzzled. That's right. Your maternal grandfather, Lu Wenyuan, is the current prime minister of the Dali Kingdom, and the Lu family is the head of the four great families in the capital. I left the Lu family because of some matters back then. Lu Hanyan sighed lightly. Su Linger nodded as if she understood. Mother, do you really want to return to the Lu family? You should know how the Lu family treated you back then. Su Chen asked. He originally disagreed with Lu Hanyan returning to the Lu family, but seeing the expectation and longing in her eyes, he could not stop her. Back then, your maternal grandfather stopped me from being with your father, and I forced his heart to hurt. Although your maternal grandfather does not acknowledge me, I have not fulfilled my duty as a daughter-in-law all these years. Since I have the opportunity to return to the capital, I still want to see him. Lu Hanyan's eyes were slightly red as she spoke softly. All right, mother, but you need to be mentally prepared. The Lu family may not welcome you back. Su Chen sighed. Since his mother had this wish, he naturally could not refuse. It's fine. We are just going to see your maternal grandfather. If they do not welcome us, we will leave after we take a look. Lu Hanyan forced a smile. Su Chen nodded. Early in the morning, Deng Zichen had already come to bid farewell to Su Chen. City Lord Deng Tao has a friend in the Xinwu Academy who personally came to welcome Deng Zichen into the academy, so Deng Zichen could not refuse. Seeing Deng Zichen enter the Xinwu Academy, Su Chen felt somewhat relieved, finally not letting City Lord Deng Tao down. Then, he left the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce with Lu Hanyan and Su Linger, heading towards the Lu family mansion. The Lu family in the capital is the head of the four great families. The head of the family, Lu Wenyuan, is the current prime minister, deeply trusted by the king, not only well-versed in literature, but also a master-level martial artist. The Lu family in the capital is a behemoth, occupying a vast complex with strict security. Lu Wenyuan has two sons and one daughter. Both sons hold positions in the court with bright futures. But there is only one daughter, and no one dares to mention her, as if she is a taboo. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the Lu mansion. Revisiting the familiar scenery brought a slight tremor to Lu Hanyan's body, her eyes turning red as she recalled the past. Father, it is the daughter who is unfilial. Lu Hanyan's voice began to choke up. At that moment, a haughty voice rang out. A group of commoners, get away from me. Just then, the sound of urgent hooves approached, and several white horses came galloping, with a young man in a brocade robe sitting proudly on the lead horse. Upon seeing Su Chen and the others blocking the entrance of the Lu mansion, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly lashed down with his riding whip. Chapter 37. The arrogant Lu Yulong. Su Chen's gaze turned cold as he reached out and grabbed the whip, then unleashed a terrifying force. Boom. The brocade-clad young man on the horse felt an indescribable immense force hit him and was instantly thrown off the horse. He landed hard in front of Su Chen, falling in a very embarrassing manner. Ah, my teeth. The brocade-clad young man screamed, blood filling his mouth, with several front teeth knocked out, causing him to speak with a lisp, trembling with rage. You dare! How dare you hurt the second young master? Capture him! The guards behind the brocade-clad young man changed their expressions drastically and jumped down from their horses, angrily shouting as they surrounded Su Chen and the others. Good, good, good. No one has ever dared to cause trouble at my Lu family's door. You are doomed. Not even the King of Heaven can save you. The brocade-clad young man's eyes were filled with rage as he pointed at Su Chen and cursed. What is your relationship with Lu Mingxing? Lu Hanyan looked at the brocade-clad young man and suddenly seemed to realize something, asking excitedly. How dare you directly call my father's name? Someone, take these commoners down. The brocade-clad young man shouted angrily. Stop. Lu Mingsheng is your father. So you are Lu Yulong? Yulong, I am Lu Hanyan, your aunt. Lu Hanyan hurriedly shouted. Her eyes filled with immense excitement. When she left the Lu family back then, her second brother Lu Mingsheng's son, Lu Yulong, was still in swaddling clothes. She never expected him to have grown so big in the blink of an eye. She just saw the brocade-clad young man and thought he resembled her second brother Lu Mingsheng, which is why she asked. Lu Hanyan? The brocade-clad young man, Lu Yulong, was stunned. This name is very unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar. It has been more than a decade since anyone dared to mention this name in the Lu residence. But he knew that Lu Hanyan was indeed the young lady of the Lu family, the youngest daughter of Lu Wenyuan, and also his aunt. Lu Yulong glanced at Lu Hanyan, then swept his gaze over Su Chen and Su Linger, and coldly sneered. Lu Hanyan, you actually dare to return to the Lu residence? You shameless person who has tarnished the reputation of my Lu family. Grandfather has long expelled you from the family and erased your name from the family tree. What face do you have to come back? Erased from the family tree? Lu Hanyan trembled all over, her face turning pale. She did not expect Lu Wenyuan to be so ruthless, truly not intending to acknowledge her as his daughter. How dare you insult my mother? You're seeking death. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. This Lu Yulong was, in a sense, his cousin, yet he was so disrespectful to his mother. Are you the illegitimate child of this shameless Lu Hanyan? Kid, dare to hit your grandfather? You're dead today, take him down. Lu Yulong sneered. Yes. The guards behind him immediately pounced on Su Chen like wolves. Boom. Su Chen's eyes were icy, and his true energy erupted violently. He stepped forward, unleashing unmatched fist strikes, sending the two Qi refinement realm guards flying. Their chests caved in, and they coughed blood, instantly heavily injured. Bang, bang, bang. Su Chen's current combat power was extraordinarily strong. How could these guards be his match? In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen guards were knocked down to the ground. Even two Essence Dan realm guards were spurting blood and unable to stand up. What do you want? Lu Yulong did not expect Su Chen to be so ferocious. Seeing Su Chen walking toward him, he panicked. Slap, slap, slap. Su Chen approached Lu Yulong with a dragon-like stride, lifted him like a chick, and then slapped him dozens of times across the face. You dare to hit me? You're dead. This is my Lu residence. You're dead for sure. I will make you wish you were never born. Lu Yulong trembled with rage, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. How bold! Let go of the second young master. At this moment, the events at the entrance of the Lu residence alarmed the family, and the main door opened, with a group of guards rushing out. The leader, an old man in a black robe, had sharp eyes and surging true energy. He was a martial arts master. Seeing Lu Yulong being beaten so badly by Su Chen, he instantly became furious. Uncle Fu, Lu Hanyan called out upon seeing the old man in black robes. The old man, Fu Jun, was the chief steward of the Lu residence, and he recognized Lu Hanyan at a glance. He had watched Lu Hanyan grow up, so he had a good relationship with her. It's me, Uncle Fu. Lu Hanyan was also extremely excited. Uncle Fu, why are you still dazed? Capture that shameless Lu Hanyan. Her illegitimate child dared to hit me. Grandfather 1T let them off. Although Lu Yulong had received dozens of slaps, he still stubbornly shouted at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu's expression changed upon seeing Lu Yulong disrespect Lu Hanyan so much, and a hint of anger emerged in his eyes. He then realized that the one beating Lu Yulong was Su Chen, Lu Hanyan's son. Second young master, this is a family matter of the Lu family. I cannot interfere. Please endure for a while. I will go fetch the master. Uncle Fu said calmly. Then, he told the guards, the two young masters are causing a ruckus. You must not intervene, understand? When the master returns, he will handle it. Yes. The guards understood the situation and quickly bowed to accept the orders. Uncle Fu gave Lu Hanyan a glance. Then didn't he even look at Lu Yulong, turning to leave. Fu Jun, you old dog dare to defy my orders. Lu Yulong trembled with anger and was about to curse. Seeing Lu Yulong still being so stubborn and arrogant, Su Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. And he became even harsher. Slap, 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 slap. Lu Yulong was slapped again dozens of times, his face swollen and red, looking like a pig's head, with several teeth knocked out. Chapter 38 Lu Wenyuan, stop hitting. I give up. Lu Yulong begged repeatedly. He was completely terrified. Su Chen was too ruthless, and he feared that he would be killed if this continued. Weren't you tough? Apologize to my mother. Su Chen said coldly. Aunt, I was wrong. Please spare me. I won't dare again. Lu Yulong pleaded with Lu Hanyan. At the same time, he was also plotting revenge, thinking that once he got his hands on Su Chen, he would make him wish he were dead. Shouldn't have let him go. Lu Hanyan saw Lu Yulong's pitiful state and felt a bit of pity, sighing lightly. Get lost. Su Chen coldly laughed and threw Lu Yulong out. Lu Yulong's eyes flashed with resentment, but he no longer dared to say anything harsh. Scurrying back into the Lu residence with his guards in fear. Chinner, are you going to get in trouble for beating Lu Yulong like this? Lu Hanyan asked with some concern. Mom, it's fine. He asked for it. Hitting him is too lenient. Let us go inside. I'm sure my uncle will be back soon. Su Chen replied with a calm smile. He thought of Uncle Fu, who had just run out, likely to report to Lu Wenyuan. All right. Lu Hanyan nodded. Hearing Su Chen mention Lu Wenyuan, her eyes were filled with both anticipation and anxiety. Because of Uncle Fu's orders, none of the guards at the Lu residence dared to lay a hand on Su Chen, watching as they walked into the Lu residence. In the Lu residence's main hall, as Su Chen, Lu Hanyan, and Su Linger just entered, a group of people burst in aggressively from outside. Mom, it's that bastard who hit me. Lu Yulong, with a pig-like head, pointed at Su Chen and said hatefully. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful, tall, middle-aged woman, whose eyes were filled with malice as she glared menacingly at Su Chen and the others. Second sister-in-law, long time no see. Lu Hanyan greeted the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was Lu Yulong's mother, Chu Ro. Chu Ro had a significant identity. She was the daughter of the renowned martial arts sect, Luo Shui sect, in the Dali Kingdom. She herself was also a martial arts master. Lu Hanyan, you dare to come back? The Lu family has long expelled you from the clan. Not only did you trespass into the Lu residence, but you also dared to injure my son? Chu Ro sneered, her face filled with malice. Second sister-in-law, it's all a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Lu Hanyan hurriedly said. Explain what? It's clearly your illegitimate son who indiscriminately injured Yulong. Do you really think the Lu family is easy to bully? Come, take her down. Chu Ro directly interrupted Lu Hanyan's words, pointing angrily at Su Chen. Yes. Behind Chu Ro, four burly women with fierce looks activated their true energy and were ready to pounce on Su Chen. These 4 women were guards from the Luo Shui sect who had followed Chu Ro, all of them peak essence Dan realm warriors. They are loyal to Chu Ro and are not from the Lu family, so they only listen to Chu Ro's commands. Su Chen's gaze turned cold, and his true energy surged, ready to take action. Insolence. At that moment, a dignified and aged voice boomed. Outside the Lu residence, an old man dressed in a purple silk robe, with a jade belt around his waist and a golden fish pouch at his side, stepped in. The old man had a strikingly handsome face, appearing to be in his 60s, with a stern expression and a cold gaze that exuded an aura of authority without anger. Followed by Uncle Fu. He was none other than the head of the Lu family and the current prime minister of the Great Li Kingdom, Lu Wenin. Upon seeing Lu Wenin return, even the domineering Chu Ro couldn't help but change her expression, quickly forcing a smile to greet him. Daughter-in-law greets you. Father-in-law. Grandfather. You have returned from court? Lu Hanyan is back, and she brought 2 illegitimate children. That bastard beat me up without distinguishing right from wrong. Grandfather. You must stand up for me. Lu Yulong, who relied on Lu Wenin's favoritism, quickly stepped forward to pay his respects, speaking with great grievance. Slap. Lu Wenin slapped Lu Yulong across the face. Lu Yulong was immediately stunned. He did not expect that his grandfather, who usually favored him, would actually strike him. Shameful thing. Lu Hanyan is someone you can address by name. Get back and reflect on your behavior. Lu Wenin scolded angrily. Grandfather, it was clearly him who hit me. Lu Yulong said, feeling incredibly wronged. Lu Wenin glared. Lu Yulong immediately shrank his neck in fear and turned to run away. Daughter-in-law, I take my leave. Seeing Lu Wenin's anger, Chu Ro dared not provoke him and quickly stood up to excuse herself. Chu Ro, even if I sever ties with Lu Hanyan, she is still my daughter, do you understand? Lu Wenin said blandly. Upon hearing Lu Wenin's reprimand, Chu Ro felt immense pressure and quickly replied, Daughter-in-law understands. Little sister. My second sister offended you just now. Please don't take it to heart. Chu Ro forced a smile at Lu Hanyan, then turned and left in haste. Father. It is the daughter's unfilial conduct. The moment Lu Hanyan saw Lu Wenin, her eyes turned red, and after hearing his words, she could no longer hold back, choking on her words as she deeply bowed to Lu Wenin. Chapter 39. The proud grandfather you actually know to come back? I thought you had died outside. Lu Wenin sneered. However, Su Chen noticed that although Lu Wenin appeared cold, there was a fleeting glimmer of excitement in his eyes. It seemed Lu Wenin was not as heartless as he seemed. Father, it is the daughter's unfilial conduct for not being able to serve you at your knees. Father can punish me, and I will have no complaints. Chener, Linger, quickly come to greet grandfather. Lu Hanyan knelt, her tears blurring her vision. Then, as if remembering something, she hurriedly said to Su Chen and Su Linger, Linger, greet grandfather. Su Linger felt a bit nervous, but still spoke cheerfully. No need. Lu Hanyan, I still recognize you as my daughter because your mother asked me to treat you kindly before her death, but that does not mean I will recognize them. Lu Wenin coldly interrupted Su Ling. Su Linger felt wronged, but obediently stepped back behind Lu Hanyan. Mother, please get up. He doesn't recognize us. So what are we still doing here? The threshold of the Lu family is too high. We cannot afford to climb it. Su Chen sneered and stepped forward to help Lu Hanyan up. Insolence. Lu Wenin's expression changed, revealing anger. Within the entire Lu family, let alone Lu Yulong and the younger generation, even his two sons were like mice seeing a cat when they saw him. This grandson dares to be so insolent? Am I wrong? For your prejudices, you even went so far as to stop your daughter from being with my father, even severing ties and threatening with death. Is this the behavior of a real father? If it weren't for my mother insisting on coming, I wouldn't have set foot in the Lu residence even once. Su Chen sneered. Even though he could sense that Lu Wenin still had feelings for Lu Hanyan, it did not mean he held no grievances against Lu Wenin. If it weren't for Lu Wenin's prejudices and stubbornness, how could Lu Hanyan have such a miserable life? You bold one, do you think your father is a good thing? If not for. Moreover, parents' orders and matchmakers' words are the natural order of things. Your mother's marriage should be decided by me. Lu Wenin was so enraged by Su Chen that his face turned red, his hair standing on end, as he spoke angrily. His true energy surged, and the powerful aura of a martial arts master erupted, causing the tables and chairs around to tremble. Lu Wenin, out of respect for my mother, I will call you grandfather one last time. If anyone else dared to speak about my father like this, he would already be a corpse. If that's the case, we will have no relationship from now on. Mother, let us go? Su Chen's gaze turned cold, but he still suppressed his anger and spoke. Father, the daughter does not expect your forgiveness. Today I just wanted to see you and ensure your safety. That is all that matters to me. As for Yuan Zong, he is my husband and will always be my husband. I hope you will not speak of him like that again. The daughter takes her leave. Lu Hanyan wiped her tears and spoke earnestly. Then, Su Chen and Su Linger supported Lu Hanyan and were about to walk out. Stop. The anger surged on Lu Wenin's face, then slowly dissipated, his expression filled with complex emotions, and he looked significantly older. What else does father have to say? Lu Hanyan turned to ask. Since you have returned to the capital, the Lu residence is your home. Where else do you want to go? Just stay in the Lu residence for a few days. Lu Wenin said sternly. Father, there's no need. Lu Hanyan was about to refuse when Lu Wenin interrupted. Don't overthink it. It's not because of you. Your mother's Memorial Day is approaching. Are you so unfilial that you won't even offer a stick of incense? Lu Wenin coldly snorted. Mother's Memorial Day. Lu Hanyan trembled all over, unable to utter any words of refusal. Lu Wenin glanced at Lu Hanyan and Su Ling. And finally, his gaze lingered on Su Chen with a hint of scrutiny and an inexplicable meaning before turning and leaving. Miss, the master clearly has a soft heart. You should stay for now. I will have someone prepare the Chuizhu pavilion. Uncle Fu smiled. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Lu Hanyan sighed softly and nodded. The Chuizhu pavilion was the place where Lu Hanyan stayed before her marriage. She did not expect the Lu residents to still have it, causing her to feel a mix of emotions. Mother, grandfather is so fierce. But it seems he really wants you to stay, Su Linger said curiously. Your grandfather is always hard on the outside but soft on the inside. Chener, shall we stay for now? After your grandmother's Memorial Day, we will leave. How about that? Lu Hanyan asked Su Chen. Mother, I will follow your lead. Su Chen smiled slightly. Where he stayed was of no consequence, but it seemed that Lu Wenin, that stubborn old man, indeed had a soft side. Even Su Linger noticed that Lu Wenin was looking for an excuse to keep Lu Hanyan. Do my parents perhaps have some hidden feelings? Su Chen thought, feeling a stir in his heart. He felt that there might be some hidden circumstances between his parents, which made Lu Wenyan so resolute in stopping them from being together. Su Chen immediately developed a curiosity to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 40. The Shock of Lin Ruowei, the Royal City. The Back Mountain is an ancient mountain within the royal city, full of spiritual energy, shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. At the top of the Back Mountain, in front of a waterfall, stands a serene bamboo house. This is the residence of the Crown Princess Lin Ruowei of the Dali Kingdom. Because of Lin Ruowei, the Back Mountain has become a forbidden area within the royal city. Even princes cannot come here without permission. However, Lin Qingqing seemed to know the way well and directly entered the bamboo house, going into a secret room. Qingqing, didn't I tell you not to come find me unless it's something urgent? I need to meditate. A clear and pleasant voice echoed. It was a woman dressed in a white long dress, with an exquisite appearance and extraordinary elegance, resembling a moon palace fairy, exuding a cool and ethereal aura. Especially her pair of eyes, bright and dazzling like stars in the sky, made it hard for people to look directly at her. She was indeed the crown princess of the Dali Kingdom, Lin Ruowei. Qingqing pays her respects to Aunt. Even the usually arrogant Lin Qingqing was quite obedient and bowed when she saw Lin Ruowei. Aunt, I definitely won't disturb your meditation. The reason I came here is that someone has refined the Taiyin transformation pill. The Taiyin transformation pill. Could it be that the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has returned? A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Ruowei's eyes. In the entire Dali Kingdom, only the mysterious president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is a master alchemist. Even the Grand Elder is far behind. Only a master alchemist could refine the Taiyin transformation pill. Not him. Lin Qingqing shook her head. Could it be the Grand Elder Yuni? No. Although he is only one step away from being a master alchemist, refining the Taiyin transformation pill is exceptionally difficult, and ordinary master alchemists cannot achieve it. Lin Ruowei pondered for a moment and shook her head. She was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that a new master alchemist had appeared in the Dali Kingdom? Aunt, you definitely won't guess who it is. Because the one who refined the Taiyin transformation pill is a young man named Su Chen, who comes from Yunjiang City. He is about the same age as me, and I didn't expect him to have such accomplishments in alchemy. Lin Qingqing explained eagerly. Yesterday, he refined a Hunyuan spirit pill for me in just 1 hour, so I suddenly thought of asking him to refine the Taiyin transformation pill, and to my surprise, he really succeeded. Su Chen, Yunjiang City? Lin Ruowei trembled all over, and her eyes were filled with an incredible shock. This name was both unfamiliar and familiar. Lin Ruowei couldn't help but recall that wild and crazy night in the Guyu Mountains, and a blush involuntarily crept onto her face. Could it really be that Su Chen? Impossible. Are you talking about the disciple of the Su family from Yunjiang City, Su Chen? His dantian was shattered. Unless a master alchemist refines a spirit pill to repair his dantian, he cannot even break through to the qi refining realm, let alone refine the Taiyin transformation pill. Lin Ruowei found it hard to believe. When she met Su Chen, he was only at the physical body level, his dantian shattered. And he didn't even have a trace of innate true qi in his body. How could he refine the Taiyin transformation pill? Don't forget, even master alchemists must at least have a martial arts master level of cultivation. Otherwise, their true qi would be insufficient to support the refinement of pills. Aunt, do you know Su Chen too? The Su Chen I'm talking about is indeed a disciple of the Su family. Before I came here, I investigated his background. His dantian was indeed shattered, but for some reason, not only has his dantian recovered, but his cultivation has also made a leap, reaching the 9th level of the qi refining realm. In Yunjiang City, he even killed Zhang Kuan, a disciple of the Zhang family, which led to retaliation from the Zhang family and the Mo Luo master. I don't know why Su Chen possesses such extraordinary alchemical skills. Lin Qingqing said curiously. Could it really be him? Lin Ruowei was completely shocked. Based on what Lin Qingqing said, she immediately confirmed that the Su Chen mentioned by Lin Qingqing was indeed the young man she encountered. However, in less than a month, there had been such a transformative change. How did Su Chen achieve this? Could it be that he has a significant figure behind him? Only a master alchemist could teach a master alchemist. Lin Ruowei murmured softly. A saint of alchemy. Lin Qingqing trembled all over. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, feeling that it was somewhat impossible, but she also thought that this was the only explanation that made sense. An alchemy saint is a figure that even master alchemists look up to, with extraordinary skills in alchemy, possessing abilities that are unfathomable. To allow Su Chen to undergo such a dramatic transformation in a short time, perhaps it really is only a saint of alchemy who could do it. This matter must not be made public. That Su Chen is not an ordinary person. If there is a chance, you should befriend him more. Lin Ruowei said seriously. Aunt, don't worry, I understand. But about the Mo Luo master. Lin Qingqing asked. Mo Luo? Our Dali royal family has endured him for a long time. Let him be arrogant for a few more days. Once I break through, I will deal with him. A hint of cold light flashed in Lin Ruowei's eyes as she spoke slowly. Yes, Lin Qingqing respectfully nodded. Chapter 41. Lu Guqing Cui Zhu Xian. This is a rather elegant and unique courtyard where Su Chen, Su Linger, and Lu Hanyan have temporarily settled down. Seeing those familiar items, neatly arranged as before, Lu Hanyan felt a wave of sorrow. Su Chen chose a quiet room to cultivate. My cultivation has already reached the peak of the Qi refining realm. With the 9 true dragon Qi seas filled with true Qi, it's time to break through to the Yuan Dan realm. Su Chen murmured to himself. He took out a Hunyuan spirit pill. This Hunyuan spirit pill appeared dazzlingly golden, mysterious, and unpredictable, different from the one he gave to Lin Qingqing. Because this Hunyuan spirit pill had been enhanced by the Qingquan Ding, turning it into a top-grade Hunyuan spirit pill. Su Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the Hunyuan spirit pill. Boom! As the Hunyuan spirit pill entered his abdomen, it instantly transformed into a vast energy that surged into Su Chen's limbs and bones. At the same time, a mysterious energy enveloped Su Chen's Dantian Qi Si. Su Chen operated the 9 Dragons Battle Heaven technique, and the true Qi inside him surged violently, continuously condensing and reaching an extreme brilliance. Roar! An ancient and strange dragon roar echoed. Inside Su Chen, the vast true Qi was compressed, gradually transforming towards the martial Dao Yuan Dan. The Yuan Dan realm is where the innate true Qi in the Dantian Qi Si condenses into a martial Dao Yuan Dan, thereby causing a surge in true Qi and increasing strength several times. The 9 Dragons Battle Heaven technique that Su Chen practiced is somewhat different. Because he has 9 true dragon Qi Sis, he needs to condense 9 martial Dao Yuan Dan. Boom! Su Chen's body was filled with continuous thunder, his meridians trembled, and his blood surged. The vast true Qi burst forth, shaking the doors and windows. Within his Dantian Qi Si, a martial Dao Yuan Dan was gradually being condensed. Radiant like the sun, all the innate true Qi in the Dantian's Qi Si surged toward the martial Dao Primordial Dan, and faintly, it seemed as if a true dragon could be seen coiling around the martial Dao Primordial Dan. This was Su Chen's true dragon Primordial Dan. Roar! 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 As the ancient and vast sounds of dragon roars echoed, one by one, true dragon Primordial Dawn were condensed in Su Chen's Dantian Qi Si. After a day and a night, 9 true dragon Primordial Dawn radiated a brilliant and dazzling light, floating in the Dantian Qi Si, emitting a powerful and unmatched aura. Su Chen's cultivation had completely broken through to the Primordial Dan realm. Boom! True Qi surged around Su Chen, transforming into 9 dragon-shaped streams of Qi that enveloped him, slowly lifting him into the air. Su Chen sat cross-legged, his face solemn, his eyes sharp and brilliant, exuding a strange aura. He had broken through to the Primordial Dan realm. Su Chen murmured, a hint of joy in his gaze. He could feel that after breaking through to the Primordial Dan realm, with 9 true dragon Primordial Dawn condensed within him, his battle prowess had increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Now, even if a martial Dao master stood before him, he was confident he could suppress them directly. Su Chen, come out. At this moment, a proud and harsh voice came from outside. Lu Yulong? Su Chen frowned, recognizing the voice as Lu Yulong's. Lu Yulong had been severely beaten by him yesterday, and today he dared to come looking for trouble? Seeking death. A hint of murderous intent appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he retracted his aura and left the quiet room. Outside Cui Zhu Xian, Lu Yulong's eyes were filled with hatred as he shouted toward Cui Zhu Xian. Beside him stood a young man in black, tall and straight as a sword, with a handsome face and an incredibly proud demeanor. Su Chen, you cowardly turtle, are you afraid to even come out? Lu Yulong said coldly. Creak. The door of Cui Zhu Xian opened. Su Chen stepped out. Seeing Su Chen appear, Lu Yulong instinctively took a step back, but then remembered Lu Guqing behind him and mustered his courage. Su Chen, my elder brother is here. Why don't you come over and pay your respects? Lu Yulong said coldly. Elder brother? Who is worthy of being my elder brother? Su Chen. Su Chen said indifferently, his gaze falling on the young man in black. The young man in black, carrying an ancient sword, exuded a powerful sword intent, and his sharp eyes fell on Su Chen. Hold. This is my elder brother Lu Guqing. Since you have returned to the Lu family, do you dare to disrespect him? He is a genius disciple of the divine martial academy. Lu Yulong sneered. I am Lu Guqing, and you are Su Chen? You killed Zhang Kuan and caused great trouble, and now you want to drag the Lu family down with you? You should leave. The Lu family does not welcome you. Lu Guqing said coldly. What if I don't leave? Su Chen smiled calmly. Lu Guqing in front of him was much stronger than the useless Lu Yulong. His sword intent was strong, and he was not far from cultivating it. Plus, he had reached the 9th layer of the primordial Dan realm, truly a genius. But in Su Chen's eyes, he was merely acceptable. In the same realm, who could rival Su Chen? Not leaving? Let me ask my sword in hand. Lu Guqing's gaze turned cold, and the ancient sword behind him unsheathed, emitting a chilling light. The sword chi rising, pointing towards Su Chen. Chapter 42. A sword is not used like this. Lu Guqing was the eldest grandson of the Lu family's main branch. At the same time, he was Lu Wenyuan's pride. Lu Guqing began learning the sword at 7, opened his Dantian Chi Si at 12, entered the primordial Dan realm at 16, and now, at just 20, he had already reached the 9th layer of the primordial Dan realm. Moreover, he was a martial fanatic with extraordinary accomplishments in swordsmanship, able to learn any sword technique quickly, and was a famous young genius in the royal capital. Many people said Lu Guqing had the potential of a king. Therefore, Lu Guqing was one of the 4 great talents of the royal capital, known as the Sword Young Master. This time, Lu Yulong exaggeratedly claimed to Lu Guqing that Su Chen had killed Zhang Kuan and was deliberately hiding in the Lu family to use them against the Zhang family. Such malicious intent instantly triggered his anger. That was why he had come to Cuizhu Xian with Lu Yulong, demanding that Su Chen and his family leave Lu Mansion immediately. If it weren't for Lu Wenyuan's request, do you think I would stay here? Su Chen sneered. The younger generation of the Lu family was truly bothersome. A hint of cold light appeared in his eyes. It seemed that if he did not teach them a harsh lesson today, they would continue to seek trouble. Hold! You dare to call my grandfather by his name? Su Chen, you are so disobedient and unfilial. It seems I must teach you a lesson from my little aunt today. Lu Guqing's eyes flashed with cold light as he shouted angrily. He respected Lu Wenyuan the most. Seeing Su Chen disrespect Lu Wenyuan so, he could no longer hold back and directly attacked. Clang! The sword chi whistled, and the ancient sword in his palm shot towards Su Chen like lightning. Su Chen's feet shifted, and then he pointed out in midair, a blazing finger light instantly striking the ancient sword. Buzz! The ancient sword vibrated, and Lu Guqing felt an overwhelming force coming, causing his arm to go numb, almost making him unable to hold the ancient sword. Huh! Lu Guqing's gaze flickered, and he began to pay serious attention to Su Chen. Su Chen's cultivation was extraordinary. He had already reached the primordial Dan realm, and with his first strike, he demonstrated exceptional battle prowess, making him cautious. Primordial Dan realm. How is that possible? Lu Yulong's eyes widened. It should be noted that yesterday, Su Chen was only at the Qi refining realm, and in just 1 day's time, he had broken through to the primordial Dan realm. How could Su Chen's cultivation speed be so terrifying? Su Chen, your battle prowess is decent, but you are not my opponent. Next, I will use the Lu Leaf Whirlwind Sword Technique. Be careful. Lu Guqing stared at Su Chen. Lu Leaf Whirlwind Sword Technique. Is that the Lu family's clan-defining skill? Then let's see if you have mastered it. Su Chen's gaze flickered as he said lightly. The Lu Leaf Whirlwind Sword Technique is a top-tier martial skill of the mysterious rank and a clan-defining skill of the Lu family, incredibly powerful. When executed, the sword chi spreads like willow leaves, fast as the wind, with immense momentum and unmatched power. Then you should be careful. Lu Guqing's gaze was like a sword. The sword chi around him surged, and the ancient sword in his palm vibrated, transforming in an instant into a white ribbon-like arc, slashing towards Su Chen. The sword chi-long rainbow instantly split into dozens of paths in the void, like afterimages, sweeping with a ferocious wind and incredible momentum. Good. Lu Yulong couldn't help but cheer. Lu Guqing had already perfected the Lu Leaf Whirlwind Sword Technique, with unmatched power, and he had only seen such a terrifying sword technique in the hands of his grandfather. Elder brother is indeed the genius of the Lu family. It seems today Su Chen is bound to lose. At that time, I must thoroughly humiliate that Su Chen. A sword is not used like this. Su Chen glanced at Lu Guqing, a hint of regret in his eyes. Then, he took a step back, narrowly avoiding the sword energy that was like a raging storm. After that, without dodging, he threw a punch. Unaware of the danger, Lu Yulong sneered. Su Chen actually dares to resist Lu Ye's storm sword technique with his physical body? This sword is likely to sever Su Chen's arm directly. Even a martial arts master wouldn't dare to take Lu Guqing's sword head-on with their body. Su Chen even said that the sword shouldn't be used like this. Ridiculous. Does he understand the sword better than my brother? Boom. A deafening sound erupted as Su Chen's formidable punch shattered the sky, full of sword light, as if a wild wind had swept away the leaves. Then, as if he had spotted Lu Guqing's flaw, he directly struck at the node of the sword energy. Lu Guqing shook violently, feeling his internal true energy instantly go into chaos, and the originally tamed sword energy erupted violently. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and his whole body was sent flying. With one punch, Lu Guqing was defeated. What? Lu Yulong's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. What did he just see? Su Chen's punch inexplicably defeated Lu Guqing? That was Lu Ye's storm sword technique, a sword technique that Lu Guqing had immersed himself in for over a decade, already mastered. And just like that, it was defeated? You saw my flaw? How on earth did you do it? Lu Guqing's eyes were filled with incredulity as he stared intently at Su Chen. Chapter 43. Sword Intent. Lu Ye's storm sword technique. While you have cultivated it to a great level, it still isn't perfect, so you have a total of 9 flaws throughout your body. And you should understand that the flaw I discovered is the smallest one. Su Chen glanced at Lu Guqing and said indifferently, "What?" Now it was Lu Guqing's turn to be shocked. He could even say it was horror and disbelief. Su Chen defeated him, and he was not as shocked as now when he realized that Su Chen had discovered all 9 of his flaws. It should be known that he had only discovered 2 or 3 of those flaws himself, and when he thought about the others, he broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, the flaw that Su Chen attacked was the smallest one, only causing his true energy to go awry and making him spit out blood. If Su Chen had attacked his other flaws, he would have been seriously injured at the least, or even killed. Your talent in swordsmanship is decent, but you've taken a wrong turn. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be unable to comprehend sword intent. Su Chen said lightly, "Is sword intent really that easy to comprehend?" Among the younger generation in the entire royal capital, no one has been able to comprehend sword intent, and I am just 1 step away. Lu Guqing said somewhat unconvinced. 1 step away? I see it as worlds apart. You don't understand Lu Ye's storm sword technique at all, and you've taken the wrong direction. You're just a fool. Su Chen said calmly. My brother doesn't understand Lu Ye's storm sword technique? Ha ha ha, Su Chen, you really are shameless. In the entire Lu family, apart from grandfather, no one has a greater attainment in swordsmanship than my brother. Lu Yulong mocked. Sword come. Su Chen didn't even look at Lu Yulong and instead focused on Lu Guqing. Lu Guqing was momentarily taken aback, but involuntarily handed the ancient sword in his hand to Su Chen. Holding the ancient sword, Su Chen noticed 2 ancient characters on it. Qishao. The Qishao sword? A good sword, Su Chen exclaimed. He could tell that this Qishao sword was a mysterious grade spiritual weapon and had already developed a trace of spirituality. Extremely extraordinary. Buzz. He slightly trembled in his hand. True energy surged, and the Qishao sword emitted a brilliant glow, sword energy sweeping across. The sound of the sword ringing like a dragon's roar. Lu Guqing's whole body shook, his gaze intense, staring fixedly at Su Chen. The Qishao sword in Su Chen's hand seemed to be endowed with life, the sword energy like a dragon, causing Su Chen's entire aura to change. If the previous Su Chen was like a gentle and refined gentleman, then the current Su Chen was a peerless divine sword, sharp and unsheathed. I will demonstrate once. Watch closely. Su Chen glanced at Lu Guqing and said lightly. Then, the sword light surged. Buzz. The snow-white sword energy pierced through the void like a long rainbow. And in an instant, a fierce wind surged, and the sword energy soared. The Qishao sword in Su Chen's hand seemed to split into thousands of paths in an instant, sweeping up a wild wind, like a divine dragon hiding in the 9 heavens, amidst the clouds and mist, yet harboring an incredibly terrifying killing intent. That sharpness erupted, agile like a swimming dragon, graceful like a startled swan. The Qishao sword in Su Chen's hand seemed to transform into a divine dragon, sweeping up myriad sword lights. The surging sword energy crisscrossing the void. Su Chen's sword was fast to the extreme. It was as if the power of heaven and earth was being drawn in. The fierce wind raging, the waves crashing, the sword energy traversing, cutting through the heavens. That level left Lu Guqing utterly stunned. Is this sword intent? No. This is a sword momentum even more terrifying than sword intent. a sword momentum that can draw on the power of heaven and earth. How did he do it? Lu Guqing was trembling all over. He had seen Lu Wenyuan use Lu Ye's storm sword technique. Lu Wenyuan had naturally comprehended sword intent, but compared to Su Chen, Lu Wenyuan's storm sword technique was like a firefly compared to the sun and moon. Sword momentum. This was the great momentum of heaven and earth that only martial arts kings could touch. Lu Guqing was a sword enthusiast himself, determined to prove his way with the sword, so for over a decade, he had practiced sword techniques like a monk. Even the Qi Shao sword had already connected with his heart. However, years ago, he felt he was close to touching sword intent, but for some reason, he had not made any progress for years and had not comprehended sword intent. Now, seeing Su Chen perform Lu Ye's storm sword technique, he finally experienced a different world. Su Chen was right. This was the true Lu Ye's storm sword technique. He couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed in his heart. How could he dare to perform Lu Ye's storm sword technique in front of Su Chen? It was truly showing off in front of an expert. How is he so powerful? Even Lu Yulong, who only had a superficial understanding of Lu Ye's storm sword technique, could see Su Chen's terror. His eyes were filled with disbelief and resentment. Why is Su Chen so strong? Even my brother is not Su Chen's opponent. Boom. Finally, Su Chen instantly sheathed the sword. The sword energy like clouds and mist surging, ethereal and unpredictable. The surrounding dead leaves seemed to freeze in the void, swirling around Su Chen, looking extremely eerie. Then, the dead leaves floated down gracefully, turning into powder. Now, do you still want to fight me? Su Chen looked at Lu Guqing and said lightly. Chapter 44. Sword enthusiast Lu Guqing. The reason Su Chen chose to demonstrate Lu Ye's storm sword technique in front of Lu Guqing was to shatter Lu Guqing's pride, which he held most dear. Only then could he make Lu Guqing retreat in the face of difficulty. After all, Lu Guqing and Lu Yulong were disciples of the Lu family and could be considered his cousins. If he killed them, it would surely sadden his mother. Since he couldn't kill them, he could only make them retreat. Su Chen believed that after seeing the willow leaf gale sword technique he displayed, Lu Guqing would definitely feel ashamed and have no place to hide. From then on, he would no longer dare to cause trouble. He could see that Lu Guqing was a sword fanatic, and only by completely defeating him in swordsmanship would he truly submit. I'm sorry, Su Chen. Lu Guqing took a deep breath and then deeply bowed to Su Chen. Huh. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Lu Guqing to apologize to him. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled. Your talent is the strongest I have ever seen. To have such accomplishments in swordsmanship, you must not be a person of great evil. I apologize for my rashness. I should not have believed Lu Yulong's instigation and recklessly come to trouble you. Lu Guqing said seriously. Lu Yulong, come over and apologize to Su Chen. Then, Lu Guqing's gaze turned cold as he reprimanded Lu Yulong. Me? Apologize? Lu Yulong was stunned. He did not expect that not only did he fail to provoke a fight between Lu Guqing and Su Chen, but he also made Lu Guqing genuinely submit to Su Chen. Moreover, he had now brought trouble upon himself. He wanted to refuse. But as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he saw Lu Guqing's cold and angry gaze, and he was immediately frightened. His elder brother had a very stubborn personality. He was convinced that if he dared to refuse, Lu Guqing would definitely make him suffer terribly. I'm sorry, Su Chen. Lu Yulong said very reluctantly. Kneel down and apologize. The Qi Shao sword in Lu Guqing's hand directly struck Lu Yulong's legs, forcing him to kneel down. Su Chen, I'm sorry. Lu Yulong said with a mournful face, almost on the verge of tears. You don't need to be like this. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others. Just don't come to Tsuelu Pavilion to cause trouble in the future. Su Chen said lightly without even looking at Lu Yulong, then prepared to turn back. Wait. Lu Guqing hurriedly called out to Su Chen. What else is there? Su Chen turned around and asked lightly. Su Chen, cousin, can I ask you to teach me the willow leaf gale sword technique? Lu Guqing said somewhat hesitantly. His eyes were filled with fervor, excitement, and nervousness, and his face turned red. Having just come to trouble Su Chen, he now wanted to ask Su Chen for sword technique guidance, which made Lu Guqing feel deeply ashamed. However, he was a sword fanatic. His passion for the sword overcame his shame, prompting him to speak boldly. No. Su Chen rejected him outright, and then turned to enter Tsuelu Pavilion. Are you kidding? The reason I displayed the willow leaf gale sword technique was just to intimidate Lu Guqing and make him back off. As for teaching Lu Guqing's sword techniques, I have no interest in that. Elder brother, this Su Chen is too ungrateful. No matter how strong his willow leaf gale sword technique is, Can it be stronger than Grandpa's? Why do you have to go far when you can just go to Grandpa? Lu Yulong couldn't help but say. What do you know? His willow leaf gale sword technique far exceeds Grandpa's. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you provoke him again, you won't even know how you died. Lu Guqing reprimanded. What? Lu Yulong's eyes widened. Su Chen was actually that powerful? Then, Lu Yulong saw Lu Guqing directly sit cross-legged at the entrance of Tsulu Pavilion, with the Qishao sword resting on his knees, closing his eyes to cultivate. Elder brother, aren't you leaving? Lu Yulong asked. Go ahead. I want to stay here and ask Su Chen to teach me the willow leaf gale sword technique. Lu Guqing said seriously. He had a premonition that whether he could comprehend the sword intent would depend on Su Chen. After witnessing the heights of swordsmanship, everything else had already lost its flavor. He was completely convinced by Su Chen's sword path. Therefore, he decided to stay here and wait for Su Chen to teach him the sword technique until Su Chen agreed. What? Lu Yulong was dumbfounded. He initially wanted Lu Guqing to teach Su Chen a lesson, but he never expected that Lu Guqing would turn into Su Chen's little fanboy. This was a disaster. If their uncle and grandpa found out, they would definitely beat him to death. No, I need to go hide for a few days. Lu Yulong's face turned pale with fright, and he shivered all over. Then, disregarding Lu Guqing, he ran straight out of Lu Manor. First, he would avoid the storm. Chapter 45, Master Morwa Shenwu Academy. On top of a misty mountain peak. Master, if it weren't for the little princess favoring that Su Chen, I would have already captured Su Chen. Disciple has failed in his duties, please punish me. The handsome, yet somewhat disheveled Xianbin said resentfully. He stood under an ancient pine tree, facing an old man in a black robe, looking out towards the sea of clouds. Although only the old man's back was visible, the aura emanating from the black-robed elder made Xianbin feel a sense of fear. With each breath of the black-robed elder, the sea of clouds surged and roared as if a vast force of heaven and earth was rising, making one feel a sense of dread. He was Xianbin's master and the grand elder of Shenwu Academy, Master Morwa. Lin Qingqing, why would she help Su Chen? Master Morwa's voice was old and calm, revealing no emotional fluctuations. That Lin Qingqing obtained an ancient pill formula called the primordial spirit pill, which is used to condense martial arts essence pills. It is rumored that Su Chen refined it for her, which is why she favors Su Chen. Xianbin said a bit awkwardly. After all, he had not been able to refine the primordial spirit pill, but Su Chen had. The primordial spirit pill? As long as it's not the Tying transformation pill. It's just a third-tier spirit pill. Although it is somewhat complex, it is not something that a master alchemist cannot refine. You have been somewhat lax in your alchemy studies these years. Master Morwa seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then said with some warning. Yes, master. Xianbin replied submissively. You should know my expectations for you. Your accomplishments in alchemy are extraordinary, and I hope you can break through to the realm of master alchemist soon. As for martial arts, you can set it aside for now. Master Morwa slowly turned around, his deep eyes resembling the night sky, fixing on Xianbin. Xianbin's whole body trembled, as if he felt a vast force of heaven and earth pressing down on him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with immense reverence. He knew that Master Morwa was likely not far from the realm of Martial King. He felt both awed and excited. Master, rest assured, just give me one more year, and I will definitely succeed in advancing to Master Alchemist. Xianbin gritted his teeth and said, a year is too long. 3 months. I will only give you 3 months. Next, I will secure a spot for you in the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm. I hope that after you come out, your spiritual power will break through to the 5th level and advance to the realm of Master Alchemist. Master Morwa said indifferently. Yes, Master. Although Xianbin felt that 3 months was too short, he felt invigorated at the thought of the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm. In fact, the reason he had not been able to break through to the realm of Master Alchemist was that his spiritual power had been stuck at the peak of the 4th level, unable to break through to the 5th level. The secret realm of Wulong Mountain is mysterious and unpredictable. With the heavenly materials and treasures within the secret realm, he believes he will surely succeed in breaking through to the 5th level of spiritual power. As for Su Chen, he is just a small character. The dean will be back soon, and since he has the Divine Martial Order, he will definitely come to the Divine Martial Academy. At that time, let your senior brother take a trip to capture him and hand him over to Zhang Hong to kill, avenging your junior brother. Master Morwa said. Senior brother? Has he already exited his seclusion? With senior brother making a move, Su Chen is doomed. Xianbin trembled all over, his eyes filled with immense joy. Master Moroa's eldest disciple is named Lin Hao. Lin Hao is an extraordinary martial arts genius. In fact, Lin Hao is a few years younger than Xian Bin. Currently only 20 years old, but he has been a disciple taught by Master Moroa since childhood, making him Xian Bin's senior brother. A few days ago, Lin Hao went into seclusion to break through to the martial zone realm, and it seems he has already achieved the status of a martial master. Having become a martial master, Lin Hao is one of the most dazzling figures even in the entire Divine Martial Academy. It is known that when Lin Hao was at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm, he killed 13 bandits single-handedly with a sword in the northern region, and the leader was even a martial master. Now that Lin Hao has broken through to the martial zone realm, his combat power is naturally even more terrifying, making it easy to deal with someone like Su Chen, who is only at the Qi refining realm. Su Chen is not worth worrying about. You should focus on your training and prepare to enter the Wulong Mountain secret realm, Master Moroa said. Yes, Master. Xian Bin respectfully bowed and turned to leave. In the bamboo pavilion. Brother, cousin Lu Guqing has been waiting outside the bamboo pavilion for 3 days. Don't you really want to teach him? Su Linger asked curiously and admiringly. She had heard that Lu Guqing is the eldest grandson of Lu Wenyan and the most talented disciple of the Lu family, studying in the Divine Martial Academy, known as the Sword Prince. However, Lu Guqing was still defeated by Su Chen. Moreover, he is now requesting Su Chen to teach him sword techniques, greatly satisfying Su Linger's vanity. Don't mind him, Su Chen said. In these days, he has been stabilizing his cultivation while practicing several powerful martial techniques, significantly improving his combat power. Oh, just now, Her Highness the Princess sent word that the Dean of the Divine Martial Academy has returned and will come to find you tomorrow to go to the academy together. Su Linger said obediently. Yuan Haoran is back? Great. A hint of nostalgia appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he nodded. Chapter 46. Divine Martial Academy. The Dean of the Divine Martial Academy is named Yuan Haoran. Speaking of Yuan Haoran, Su Chen had quite a bit of interaction with him in his previous life. The reason his master came to the Kingdom of Dali and the Divine Martial Academy, aside from the Wulong Mountain secret realm, was also because of Yuan Haoran. Yuan Haoran is a good-natured man. He has extraordinary cultivation, a kind heart, and great strength, being a true martial arts king and a pivotal figure in the Kingdom of Dali. The more important reason Su Chen wants to enter the Divine Martial Academy is Su Linger. He wants Yuan Haoran to take Su Linger as a disciple. With Yuan Haoran's character, Su Chen is naturally very assured about him taking Su Linger as a disciple. The next day, Lin Qingqing arrived at the Lu residence to look for Su Chen. Lu Guqing, what are you doing here? Lin Qingqing asked, puzzled. I'm waiting for Su Chen. Lu Guqing stammered, awkwardly saying. He had been waiting outside the bamboo pavilion for 4 days. But it seems Su Chen had no intention of teaching him sword techniques. However, Lu Guqing is a very stubborn person, determined to wait for Su Chen here. Fine. Lin Qingqing, being clever, could see Lu Guqing's insincerity at a glance. However, she did not expose him. After all, she and Lu Guqing are considered fellow disciples, both practicing in the Divine Martial Academy. Lin Qingqing entered the bamboo pavilion and soon came out with Su Chen and Su Linger. Lu Guqing naturally followed closely behind. Su Chen, your cousin treats you really well, wanting to escort you to the Divine Martial Academy. You know, this guy is notoriously aloof. How did you manage that? Lin Qingqing asked curiously. Your Highness, cousin Lu Guqing wants my brother to teach him sword techniques, which is why he is here, Su Linger explained softly, recounting the events of the past few days. What? Lin Qingqing's eyes were filled with shock, as if she was seeing Su Chen in a new light. Examining him anew. Lu Guqing is one of the 4 great talents of the royal capital, a famous sword prince, known for his extraordinary achievements in the sword path, even admired by the older generation. And Su Chen actually managed to defeat Lu Guqing, making Lu Guqing completely submit to his swordsmanship and shamelessly begging him to teach him sword techniques. Is Su Chen's talent really that terrifying? Lin Qingqing initially thought Su Chen's alchemy talent was unparalleled, having already become a master alchemist at a young age. But she didn't expect his martial arts talent to be even more astonishing. Could it really be, as Aunt said, that there is a master alchemist behind him? Lin Qingqing was immensely shocked. Soon, they arrived at the Divine Martial Academy. The Divine Martial Academy is located north of the royal capital, occupying a picturesque mountain range, with various palaces, pavilions, and temples built amidst the clouds and mist, looking ethereal and otherworldly, like a dwelling of immortals. Stop right there. Before an ancient stone tablet, two young disciples dressed in white robes, carrying long swords on their backs, said, "They are disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, stationed here, both possessing Yuan Dan realm cultivation and strong auras." However, when they saw Lin Qingqing and Lu Guqing, their expressions changed immediately, becoming respectful. "Greetings, Your Highness the Princess, greetings. Senior Brother Lu." The two quickly bowed. No need for formalities. "This is Su Chen. He has the Divine Martial Order and wishes to see the Dean. You two hurry and inform him." Lin Qingqing waved her hand. "The rules of the Divine Martial Academy are strict. No one from outside the academy is allowed to enter." Therefore, Lin Qingqing did not dare to bring Su Chen and Su Linger inside, only letting the two disciples go inform the Dean. "The Divine Martial Order?" "Yes." The two disciples trembled all over, carefully examining Su Chen before quickly turning to leave. "The Divine Martial Order has appeared once again." The Divine Martial Order was left by the founding ancestor of the Divine Martial Academy, and its quantity is extremely rare. Anyone who possesses the Divine Martial Order can request the Academy to do something within its capacity. Of course, most people who have the Divine Martial Order hope to enter the Divine Martial Academy for training. They never expected that the legendary Divine Martial Order would appear again. Dong, dong, dong. Soon, 9 melodious bells rang out from the Divine Martial Academy, resonating in all directions. The 9 rings of the Divine Martial Bell? It's been so long since I've heard the 9 rings of the Divine Martial Bell. This indicates a distinguished guest has arrived. Who could it be? Even if the king himself came, it would only result in 8 rings of the bell. Could it be a martial arts king or a master alchemist visiting? Have you forgotten there's another possibility? The appearance of the Divine Martial Order could also lead to the 9 rings of the Divine Martial Bell when the holder enters the academy. In the Divine Martial Academy, numerous disciples, teachers, deacons, and elders involuntarily raised their heads, their eyes filled with shock. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures rushed towards the mountain gate, eager to see who had arrived at the Divine Martial Academy. "The president is here," someone exclaimed. An old man dressed in a white robe, with white hair and beard, looking ethereal and dignified, stepped through the air. Upon seeing the old man, everyone's eyes immediately revealed an expression of deep respect. He is the president of the Divine Martial Academy, Yuan Haoran. Chapter 47. Yuan Haoran. Although Yuan Haoran was old, he was spirited and appeared extraordinary, with deep and weathered eyes that sparkled with wisdom that could see through people's hearts. Upon hearing a disciple report that someone was carrying the Divine Martial Order, he personally came to the mountain gate to see who held the Divine Martial Order. "Young friend, may I take a look at the Divine Martial Order in your hand?" Yuan Haoran's eyes flickered as he spotted Su Chen, and he smiled slightly. Of course. Su Chen, upon seeing Yuan Haoran, felt a surge of emotions. In his previous life, he had received much help from Yuan Haoran, and their relationship was both mentor and friend. Now seeing Yuan Haoran again filled him with deep sentiment. However, he appeared calm on the surface and took out an ancient and simple token, handing it to Yuan Haoran. Upon receiving the Divine Martial Order, even Yuan Haoran's expression became solemn. He infused his true energy into the Divine Martial Order, and it immediately radiated with brilliant light. Indeed, it is the Divine Martial Order. Yuan Haoran was extremely excited. After searching for many years, he had finally found the last piece of the Divine Martial Order. Su Chen naturally understood why Yuan Haoran was excited, as this Divine Martial Order was related to a signature martial art of the Divine Martial Academy. Moreover, that signature martial art was exactly what Su Linger needed to cultivate. "Young friend Su Chen, as the owner of the Divine Martial Order, you can request the Divine Martial Academy to do one thing for you." "What is your request?" Yuan Haoran said seriously as he accepted the Divine Martial Order and then looked earnestly at Su Chen. "Su Chen, quickly say you want to join the Divine Martial Academy and take the president as your master. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that must not be missed," Lin Qingqing said excitedly. Yuan Haoran could be said to be the spiritual totem of the entire Greatly Kingdom. However, he was very strict in accepting disciples. Even Lin Qingqing had not been able to become Yuan Haoran's disciple. At present, Yuan Haoran only had one disciple. However, Su Chen was different. He held the Divine Martial Order, and even if he requested to become Yuan Haoran's disciple, Yuan Haoran would agree. "Young friend, I see that your foundation is solid and your talent is extraordinary. Are you perhaps thinking of entering the Divine Martial Academy to cultivate with the Divine Martial Order?" You can bypass the usual requirements and become a core disciple, Yuan Haoran said kindly. Upon hearing Yuan Haoran's words, many disciples around showed envious expressions. It should be noted that within the entire Divine Martial Academy, there were only a handful of core disciples, most of whom were disciples of the president and elders. Only those with exceptional talent could become core disciples. Most disciples were just ordinary students. Su Chen had directly skipped over ordinary and inner disciples to become a core disciple. It could be said he had stepped into the sky in one leap. That's right, someone does want to enter the Divine Martial Academy to cultivate, but not me. It's my sister, Su Ling. Su Chen pointed to Su Linger and smiled slightly. President Yuan, I want you to accept my sister Su Linger as a disciple. That is my request, Su Chen said seriously. What? Lin Qingqing was stunned. Even Su Linger did not expect her brother would want to let her cultivate in the Divine Martial Academy. Brother, no you. Su Linger said anxiously, quickly interrupting. Linger, be obedient. I have my decision. Su Chen gave Su Linger a reassuring look, interrupting her words. Yuan Haoran was quite surprised by Su Chen's request. He did not expect that Su Chen was not doing this for himself, but was giving this golden opportunity to Su Linger. Young friend Su Chen. I only have one disciple, Jun Xiling, and I originally did not plan to take in any more disciples. However, since you have brought the Divine Martial Order, I naturally won't refuse your request. But are you sure you don't want to enter my Divine Martial Academy? Yuan Haoran asked curiously. President Yuan, my request is to let my sister be your disciple, and you will definitely not regret it. You will even be glad to have accepted my sister. Su Chen said with a slight smile. Oh, Yuan Haoran was somewhat surprised. He carefully looked at Su Linger and suddenly seemed to discover something, his eyes revealing an expression of immense excitement. Miss Su, may I check your body? Yuan Haoran took a deep breath and said. Su Linger looked at Su Chen, who nodded. Yes. Su Linger then answered crisply. Yuan Haoran held Su Linger's arm and then infused a stream of true energy into her body, immediately causing her to tremble, a glint of brilliance appearing in her eyes. I didn't expect you to be. Yuan Haoran's voice became somewhat excited, but he quickly stopped, looking at Su Linger as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Su Linger, from today on, you are my second disciple, Yuan Haoran. Do you agree? Yuan Haoran said seriously after taking a deep breath. Linger agrees. Linger pays respects to master. Seeing Su Chen's encouraging gaze, Su Linger obediently knelt before Yuan Haoran, performing the traditional rites of apprenticeship. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Linger, this is my sword from my youth, the Haoran sword. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. Yuan Haoran laughed heartily, then a flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing a silver-white ancient sword, which he handed to Su Ling. This is actually the Haoran sword, someone exclaimed, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Chapter 48. Su Linger becomes a disciple. The Haoran sword was Yuan Haoran's sword during his youth. Since Yuan Haoran broke through to the martial king realm, he rarely used the Haoran sword. This sword held a very special significance. It was also a top-grade spiritual weapon of the mysterious tier. Even Jun Xiling had not received the Haoran sword. It was unexpected that Yuan Haoran would give the Haoran sword to Su Linger. Su Linger appeared to have no fluctuations of true energy around her. This indicated that Su Linger was still at the physical realm. Why would the president treat Su Linger so generously? Everyone was filled with curiosity and confusion. Young friend Su Chen, thank you. I almost missed out on a talented gem, Yuan Haoran said seriously to Su Chen. President, you are too polite. Su Chen smiled lightly. Only he understood why Yuan Haoran was so excited. What Yuan Haoran cultivated was the signature martial art of the Divine Martial Academy, the Haoran Sword Classic, which was a top-grade martial art of the Earth tier. It was also the most powerful martial art in the entire Greatly Kingdom. However, the Haoran Sword Classic was missing many parts, and only the complete Haoran Sword Classic was in the Divine Martial Order. The Divine Martial Order that Su Chen brought happened to complete the Haoran Sword Classic. Moreover, the requirements for cultivating the Haoran Sword Classic were very strict. One had to possess a congenital Tao body to cultivate it. That was why Yuan Haoran had only accepted Jun Xiling as his disciple. However, Jun Xiling is not an innate Tao body. Su Linger, on the other hand, is a true innate Tao body, someone who can inherit Yuan Haoran's legacy. That is why Yuan Haoran is so excited. Today, he has been able to complete the Haoran Sword Classic and has taken an innate Tao body as his disciple. All of this is thanks to Su Chen. Even though Yuan Haoran has a calm mind, he cannot help but feel excited. Young friend Su Chen, although you gave the opportunity of the Divine Martial Order to Linger, I see that your talent is quite good. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Yuan Haoran glanced at Su Chen and smiled slightly. With his martial king cultivation, he could tell at a glance that Su Chen had reached the Yuan Dan realm, with a solid foundation and rich aura. Su Chen must also have exceptional talent in martial arts. Yuan Haoran immediately felt a desire to recruit him. What? The surrounding crowd was even more shocked. They never expected Yuan Haoran would actively want to take Su Chen as his disciple. What kind of luck is this? Even Lin Qingqing looked at Su Chen with envy. Thank you, Dean, for your kindness, but I already have a master, so it would be inappropriate to become your disciple. Su Chen said calmly. In this life and the last, he has only one master. Unexpectedly, Su Chen actually refused. Instantly, the crowd looked at Su Chen as if he were a fool. Yuan Haoran is the dean of the Divine Martial Academy, the cornerstone of the Great Li Kingdom. How many people wish to become his disciple but cannot? Did Su Chen lose his mind to refuse? He has a master. Could it be that his master is stronger than a martial king? What a pity. No worries. Even though you have a master, you can still cultivate at the Divine Martial Academy. I will make arrangements for you to have the status of an ordinary disciple at the academy. You young people should spar more to grow faster. Yuan Haoran said with some regret. Thank you, Dean. Su Chen cupped his hands in salute. Yuan Haoran is indeed a good man. Without him saying anything, he made an exception to let Su Chen enter the Divine Martial Academy. It seems that his sister will be safe following Yuan Haoran. Linger, come with your master. Yuan Haoran took Su Linger away. Since Su Linger is an innate Dao body, she can completely cultivate the Haoran Sword Classic, inheriting the hope of the Divine Martial Academy. Yuan Haoran did not want to waste a moment. He has already devised the most comprehensive cultivation plan for Su Linger. He even rejected the dean. It seems that his mysterious master is truly a master of alchemy. Lin Qingqing looked at Su Chen, her heart filled with shock, and she became even more certain of her speculation. After all, although Yuan Haoran is strong, he is still far from a master of alchemy. Su Chen, you are now also a disciple of the Divine Martial Academy. Do you need me to show you around? Lin Qingqing asked. No need. Your Highness the Princess. Please go ahead. I plan to visit the Scripture Pavilion, so I won't trouble you. Su Chen replied with a faint smile. With Lin Qingqing around, wherever he goes, he will attract a lot of attention, and he wouldn't feel at ease. Moreover, what he needed to do at the Scripture Pavilion couldn't be too high profile. All right. I live at the Listening Wind Cottage. If you need anything, just come find me. Lin Qingqing said, somewhat disappointed. But she also knew her identity. Although she wanted to befriend Su Chen, it couldn't be too deliberate. Lin Qingqing also left. Su Chen stepped into the Divine Martial Academy, and behind him, Lu Guqing continued to follow him closely. How long are you going to follow me? Su Chen said impatiently. Until you are willing to teach me the Willow Leaf Storm Sword technique. Lu Guqing said stubbornly. He was determined. Wherever Su Chen went, he would follow. Suit yourself. Su Chen shook his head and headed toward the Scripture Pavilion. Su Chen, you murderer. How dare you become a disciple of the Divine Martial Academy? Come here and die. Just as Su Chen reached the door of the Scripture Pavilion, a cold voice exploded. In the distance, a young man dressed in white, with an ancient sword on his back, approached with an extraordinary presence, exuding a fierce and unmatched sword intent. His icy eyes were filled with indifference and killing intent. Chapter 49. Lin Hao's hostility is that senior brother Lin Hao. Someone exclaimed. Lin Hao, a core member of the Divine Martial Academy, the eldest disciple of the Mo Luo Master. He has outstanding talent and strong cultivation, and he is also one of the 4 great talents of the royal capital, known as the Cold Young Master. Exceptionally handsome and proud. No one expected Lin Hao to come out and cause trouble for Su Chen. Murderer? Who did this Su Chen kill? But now that he has attracted senior brother Lin Hao's attention, he is probably doomed. Some people looked at Su Chen with immense sympathy. Who are you? Su Chen glanced at Lin Hao indifferently. Although he did not know Lin Hao's identity, he guessed that Lin Hao was likely here for Zhang Kuan, another disciple of the Mo Luo Master. This Mo Luo Master is truly relentless. I am Lin Hao. Zhang Kuan is my junior brother. You killed Zhang Kuan, and now you dare to swagger into the Divine Martial Academy? Today, I will avenge my junior brother. Lin Hao's eyes flashed with cold light as he fixed his gaze on Su Chen. His expression was arrogant, with a condescending attitude, completely disregarding Su Chen. He had already broken through to the martial sovereign realm, making him second only to Jun Xiling among the young generation of the Divine Martial Academy. Even Lu Guqing behind Su Chen was not worth his attention, let alone Su Chen. This Su Chen actually killed Zhang Kuan? Zhang Kuan is the son of Minister Zhang and a disciple of the Mo Luo master. Su Chen is truly audacious. Having offended the Zhang family and the Mo Luo master, even the dean might not be able to save him. The crowd began to murmur. Zhang Kuan, I did kill him, but he deserved it. You people are truly relentless. Su Chen sneered. Although Lin Hao in front of him had reached the martial sovereign realm and exuded a powerful aura, Su Chen did not take him seriously. On the contrary, he wanted to use Lin Hao to test the level of his current combat strength. You seek death. Lin Hao's eyes revealed a murderous intent. He did not expect that Su Chen would dare to speak so arrogantly when death was imminent. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Lin Hao, with true qi surging violently. The cold, killing intent completely locking onto Su Chen. Lin Hao, you can't kill him. Before Su Chen could move, Lu Guqing stood in front of him, staring at Lin Hao. Lu Guqing, do you dare to stop me? Lin Hao's eyes gleamed with dangerous light. In fact, within the Divine Martial Academy, Lin Hao and Lu Guqing were both core students and had a competitive relationship, having fought many times. However, Lu Guqing had mostly lost. Thus, among the four great talents, Lu Guqing ranked last, weaker than Lin Hao. Lin Hao, Su Chen is my cousin. As long as I am here, I won't allow anyone to harm him. Lu Guqing said coldly. All right. Lu Guqing, before I broke through, you were not my opponent. Now that I have reached the martial master realm, what qualifications do you have to fight me? Lin Hao laughed angrily. As he finished speaking, the aura of the martial master realm erupted violently, like an invisible wave of energy that made everyone around change their expressions. Senior brother Lin Hao, did he really break through to the martial master realm? This is terrifying. Senior brother Lin Hao is the second disciple to break through to the martial master realm after senior sister Jun Xiling, right? Senior brother Lu Guqing is in danger. He was already no match for senior brother Lin Hao before, and now he will surely lose even more. The crowd was shocked by Lin Hao's cultivation and looked at Lu Guqing with some sympathy. No one believed Lu Guqing could defeat Lin Hao. You are not his opponent. Step aside, Su Chen said calmly. Before you taught me the Liuye Quangfeng sword technique, no one could kill you. He can't either. Lu Guqing did not turn around, but his back was extremely stubborn. He then glanced at Lin Hao and calmly said, if you want to kill Su Chen, you will have to step over my dead body first. His voice was calm, but there was a resolute determination that moved people. Seeking death, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. A flash of killing intent flickered in Lin Hao's eyes, and he struck instantly. Clang! The ancient sword behind him was unsheathed. Like a silver dragon, swift as lightning, carrying the might of wind and thunder, and lunged towards Lu Guqing. Wind, thunder sword technique. This was a powerful martial skill Lin Hao cultivated, ranking among the top of the Xian rank, unmatched in power, capable of invoking the might of wind and thunder. More importantly, Lin Hao had comprehended the true meaning of thunder, and his sword was as fast as lightning, unmatched in sharpness, making him a standout in the Divine Martial Academy. Lu Guqing had previously lost to Lin Hao's fast sword. Now, with Lin Hao's breakthrough to the martial master realm, his true qi was even more solid and terrifying, making his sword even faster, leaving traces of afterimages in the void. Lu Guqing's expression was extremely serious, and he quickly drew his sword, unleashing the Liuye Quangfeng sword technique to meet Lin Hao head-on. Clang, 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 clang. The sword lights collided in midair, sparks flying, and both were moving at an extreme speed, intertwining and dazzling to the onlookers. Puff! A flash of blood appeared, and a deep wound appeared on Lu Guqing's chest. He let out a muffled grunt and staggered backward. Chapter 50. Guiding Lu Guqing. What? Senior brother Lu Guqing lost so quickly? They had previously fought, and even when determining a winner, it took hundreds of moves. Did senior brother Lin Hao's breakthrough to the martial master realm make his combat power so terrifying? Of course. The martial Dao master not only has an incredibly solid true qi, but also possesses a profound understanding of martial skills, seamlessly integrating them. I think senior brother Lin Hao is about to comprehend sword intent. TSK, sword intent. If he comprehends sword intent, then the sword prince will probably have to change. Outside the scripture pavilion, many disciples of the Divine Martial Academy were drawn to the fight, their eyes filled with astonishment as they discussed among themselves. The Divine Martial Academy does not prohibit disciples from sparring, as long as there is no intentional serious injury or casualties. Therefore, they often witnessed the battles between Lin Hao and Lu Guqing and were naturally familiar with their strengths. Now, Seeing Lu Guqing get hit by a sword and stagger back in just a few moves, they all believed Lu Guqing had certainly lost. Kill. Lu Guqing seemed completely unconcerned about the sword wound on his chest, suddenly shouting loudly, and the red sky sword in his hand burst forth with sword light, sweeping towards Lin Hao like a violent wind. Too slow. Lin Hao sneered. Then, he swung his sword horizontally, the sword light dazzling and brilliant, faster than Lu Guqing's, almost arriving first. Clang. He stabbed his sword onto Lu Guqing's red sky sword, fast as lightning, simultaneously containing a surging hidden force that made Lu Guqing's arm numb, almost causing him to drop the red sky sword. Puff! A flash of blood appeared, leaving a wound on Lu Guqing's arm. He seemed to be deliberately toying with Lu Guqing, not directly defeating him, but constantly leaving scars on his body. Soon, Lu Guqing became extremely disheveled. Practicing the Liuye Quangfeng sword technique so chaotically, you truly wasted 20 years. If you don't want to lose, just do as I say. Suddenly, a voice rang in Lu Guqing's ear. It was Su Chen. Lu Guqing was slightly stunned and then overjoyed. Su Chen finally agreed to teach him the Liuye Quangfeng sword technique. The Liuye Quangfeng sword technique uses intent to guard the source, embraces the center with the source, and moves with the heart, slow as willow leaves dancing in the wind, and fast as a violent wind and thunder. Su Chen's voice was not fast. However, to Lu Guqing's ears, it was like a divine revelation, making his gaze brighter and more brilliant. After hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Guqing truly understood the meaning behind them. His Liuye Quangfeng sword technique had indeed gone off course. What is he doing? Is he going to guide Lu Guqing? This is laughable. The Liuye Quangfeng sword technique is the ancestral martial skill of the Lu family. Lu Guqing has already mastered it. It would be better if Lu Wenyuan came to guide him. What does he understand? Even if Lu Wenyuan came, he wouldn't be able to help Lu Guqing defeat Lin Hao, as the gap between them is too great. The crowd also heard Su Chen's voice and snickered, mocking him. Whoosh! At the same time, a sword energy from Lin Hao came slicing through the air, aiming to leave a wound on Lu Guqing's left arm. Clang! Lu Guqing's red sky sword sliced through the air, seemingly having anticipated the trajectory of Lin Hao's sword energy, blocking it. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Lu Guqing to block it. Moreover, in his eyes, Lu Guqing seemed to have changed a bit. Lin Hao, next you will witness the true Liuye Quangfeng sword technique. Lu Guqing said calmly. Boom. His true chi surged, sword light crisscrossing the void, and the red sky sword emitted a dazzling brilliance, leaving strange traces in the air. The red sky sword moved slowly at times, like willow leaves dancing in the wind, and quickly at others, like a violent wind sweeping away leaves. In this interplay of speed and slowness, a strange rhythm and cadence formed. Do you really think that just by relying on that kid's 2 sentences of guidance, you can defeat me? If so, then let me show you my true combat power. Lin Hao's expression turned extremely ugly, and a chilling killing intent surged in his eyes. Boom. The true chi around him rumbled like thunder, and the long sword in his palm erupted with intense sword light, carrying a vast momentum as it slashed down towards Lu Guqing. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to acknowledge that Lu Guqing had become incredibly difficult to deal with. Clang, clang, clang. Sword energies intertwined, radiance bursting forth. Lu Guqing remained Lu Guqing. His sword did not become faster or slower, but that rhythm between speed and slowness seemed to dominate the battle, making Lin Hao extremely uncomfortable. Lin Hao's fast sword seemed to have sunk into mud, and before he knew it, he had fallen into a disadvantage. Willow leaves rustling in the violent wind. Lu Guocheng uttered a few words, and the sword in his hand instantly erupted with hundreds of sword lights. Enveloping this piece of void, a grand artistic conception surged forth, instantly breaking through Lin Hao's layers of sword energy and enveloping him. Was that sword intent? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in disbelief, their voice trembling slightly. Lu Guocheng had actually comprehended sword intent. Chapter 51. Defeating Lin Hao. Lu Guocheng felt an immense sense of exhilaration. He had practiced the Liuye Quangfeng sword technique for over a decade, but never had he felt as liberated as he did today, making him unable to resist the urge to let out a long howl. All his confusions regarding the sword path were swept away. Su Chen's words had allowed him to fully understand the essence of the Liuye Quangfeng sword technique, and he had directly comprehended sword intent. Once his sword intent was formed, his combat power surged instantly. Even Lin Hao, who had already broken through to the martial zone realm, faced immense danger under this sword, having only the strength to defend himself, with no ability to counterattack. Boom! The sword energy exploded violently, the shockwave blasting Lin Hao away. Lin Hao let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his aura in complete disarray, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Swish! At that moment, Lu Guoqing approached holding the Qishao sword, the sword light dazzling and swift as lightning, reaching Lin Hao in an instant. The sword tip stopped at Lin Hao's throat. Lin Hao could even feel a chill, as if it would slice through his throat, causing him to stiffen, no longer daring to move. You've lost, Lu Guoqing said. How could you comprehend sword intent? How did you do it? Lin Hao stared fiercely at Lu Guoqing, his eyes filled with jealousy and unwillingness. Sword intent. Once one comprehends sword intent, their understanding of the sword path reaches a new level, achieving a seamless integration that doubles their combat power and possesses various mysterious powers. But even if Lin Hao had broken through to the martial zone realm, he did not expect to comprehend sword intent in a short time. Yet Lu Guoqing had done it. It's you, Su Chen. You made him comprehend sword intent. Lin Hao suddenly thought of something, turning his head abruptly to stare at Su Chen. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Su Chen's few words had allowed Lu Guoqing to comprehend sword intent, dramatically increasing his combat power and defeating him in an instant. This miraculous ability made Lin Hao feel a chill in his heart. He couldn't believe that Su Chen, a teenager of just over 10 years old with only the cultivation of the Yuan Dan realm, could have such high attainments in the sword path. Su Chen's sword path talent, even I admire it. What right do you have to kill him? If I were to make a move, you would already be a corpse, Lu Guoqing said, looking at Lin Hao. What? The surrounding crowd was also stunned. They hadn't expected Lu Guoqing to hold Su Chen in such high regard. Lu Guoqing's sword path talent was recognized as the best by the older generation, and he was proud and solitary, having no friends. It seemed that apart from the dean, no one in the entire Divine Martial Academy could earn his respect. However, a teenager like Su Chen had gained such admiration from him, leaving everyone in disbelief. However, recalling how Su Chen's few words had led Lu Guoqing to comprehend sword intent and defeat Lin Hao, the crowd looked at Su Chen with awe, feeling that he was unfathomable. Lin Hao, right? Tell Elder Mo Luo and the Zhang family that Zhang Kuan was killed by me. If they want to seek revenge, they can come themselves. Stop sending useless people. Su Chen glanced at Lin Hao and said, You. A hint of humiliation surged in Lin Hao's eyes, his anger reaching its peak. Who was he, Lin Hao? A genius disciple of the Divine Martial Academy, admired by countless juniors, yet now reduced to a useless person in Su Chen's mouth? If it weren't for Lu Guoqing pressing a sword against his throat, he would have charged at Su Chen to fight him. Get lost, Lu Guoqing said coldly. All right, Su Chen, I remember you. You don't even regard my master. Just wait to face his wrath. Lin Hao glared at Su Chen, then gritted his teeth and turned to leave in disgrace. The crowd looked at Su Chen with admiration. Elder Mo Luo was a great elder of the Divine Martial Academy, at the peak of the martial zone realm, with unfathomable strength. Recognized as the second strongest in the academy, second only to the dean. Su Chen didn't even regard Elder Mo Luo. It was uncertain whether he was arrogant or truly had some backing. However, most people were skeptical of Su Chen, feeling that facing Elder Mo Luo would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Thank you, cousin Su Chen. Lu Guoqing solemnly bowed to Su Chen and said earnestly, All right, the Lu Yi Kuang Feng sword technique has been taught to you. You don't need to follow me anymore, right? Su Chen said somewhat helplessly. Facing a sword fanatic like Lu Guoqing, he felt he had no way to deal with it. Cousin Su Chen, my ability to comprehend sword intent is all thanks to you. From now on, if you have any orders, I will never refuse. I have touched upon the martial zone realm, so I need to go back and enter seclusion for cultivation. If Elder Mo Luo comes to trouble you, just return to the Lu family. He will give Grandpa some face and won't harm you. Lu Guoqing said seriously. For someone as taciturn as him, being able to say such a long speech was quite remarkable. Okay, I understand. Su Chen smiled slightly, then turned and walked into the Sutra Pavilion. Su Chen, huh? Interesting. What Su Chen didn't know was that at this moment, in the Sutra Pavilion, a pair of beautiful eyes were watching him, filled with curiosity. Chapter 52, Sutra Pavilion. Sword Control Technique. The Sutra Pavilion of the Divine Martial Academy is located halfway up the mountain, facing the sea of clouds, ancient and majestic, shining brightly under the sun. The Sutra Pavilion is 5 stories high, the first and second floors can be freely accessed by ordinary students, while only inner disciples can enter the third floor. And only core disciples can enter the fourth floor. The highest fifth floor contains extremely precious martial techniques, and even core disciples, mentors, and elders need permission to enter. Su Chen was actually not very interested in the martial techniques in the Sutra Pavilion. After all, he was the nine-dragon martial emperor in his past life. And the nine-dragon battle heaven technique he cultivated was an unparalleled divine-level technique, with countless heavenly-level techniques and martial skills. The Sutra Pavilion of the Divine Martial Academy had nothing more powerful than earth-level techniques. Su Chen went straight to the second floor. The second floor mostly contained yellow-level techniques and martial skills, but on a few bookshelves in the corner, there were some incomplete techniques and martial skills. Those incomplete techniques and martial skills came in various levels, but either could not be cultivated or lacked subsequent techniques, so very few students bothered with them. Su Chen approached those incomplete techniques and martial skills. The bookshelves were covered in dust, indicating that no one had visited here for a long time. However, Su Chen patiently began to flip through them one by one. Found it. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he took out an ancient book. Sword Control Technique. This is a very ancient martial art. The sword control technique is a high-grade martial art of the earth rank, allowing one to fly with a sword while using mental power to control the flying sword, killing from 1,000 miles away with terrifying power. However, this sword control technique is only half complete. Once mastered, it allows one to fly with the sword. But the method for controlling the flying sword with mental power is missing. Therefore, the current sword control technique can only be considered a high-grade martial art of the mysterious rank. The most critical point is that training in the sword control technique is extremely difficult. One must have a fifth-tier mental power and an abundance of true qi several times that of an ordinary person to be able to cultivate it. Thus, many people are interested in the sword control technique, but upon seeing the harsh training conditions, they naturally back away. However, this sword control technique is Su Chen's goal. Although it is incomplete, there exists a complete version of the sword control technique in the hidden realm of Wulong Mountain, and mastering it is the key to obtaining the greatest opportunity within that realm. Su Chen's eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself. In his previous life, it was someone from the Divine Martial Academy who mastered the sword control technique, obtained the supreme inheritance in the hidden realm of Wulong Mountain, and later became a legendary sword emperor, sweeping through the world with unmatched combat power. Therefore, this time Su Chen came to the Scripture Pavilion to find the sword control technique and prepare for entering the hidden realm of Wulong Mountain. The training conditions for this sword control technique are too harsh. Although your swordsmanship talent is extraordinary, you probably won't be able to succeed in cultivation. Just then, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. Su Chen raised his head. A girl with a devastatingly beautiful appearance, tall and curvaceous, dressed in a black long dress, appeared before him. She had a pair of sparkling big eyes, bright and dazzling, her every frown and smile radiating countless charms. Even Su Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. Among the women he had seen, only Lin Ruowei could be compared to the girl before him in terms of beauty. As for Deng Ziqing and Lin Qingqing, they paled in comparison. Jun Xiling, a name surfaced in Su Chen's mind. The most talented senior sister of the Divine Martial Academy, also a disciple of Yuan Haoran. More importantly, Jun Xiling is the one who mastered the sword control technique and later obtained the greatest opportunity in the hidden realm of Wulong Mountain. The training conditions are indeed harsh, but I am prepared to give it a try. Su Chen replied with a calm smile. He now possesses 6th-tier mental power, coupled with 9 true Dragon Yuan Dawn, giving him true qi comparable to dozens of times that of an ordinary person. This sword control technique can be said to be prepared for him. It's up to you. Jun Xiling did not persuade him further, smiling lightly. Then, with great interest, she looked at Su Chen and said, "You gave Lu Guqing a few pointers, and he was able to defeat Lin Hao, so you must have comprehended the sword intent, right? How about we spar a bit?" Jun Xiling's eyes were filled with eagerness. This battle maniac. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In contrast to Jun Xiling's captivating beauty, she is famously known as a battle maniac in the Divine Martial Academy. Both Lu Guqing and Lin Hao have suffered at her hands. Jun Xiling is extraordinarily talented, possessing a Yuanling sacred body and naturally powerful mental energy, which is why she was able to master the sword control technique. Moreover, she is at the martial sovereign realm, making her a good opponent. Su Chen was somewhat tempted. Perhaps he could spar with Jun Xiling to test his current combat strength? On second thought, forget it. You are only at the first tier of the Yuan Dan realm. Even if you have comprehended the sword intent, you are not my opponent. I, Jun Xiling, cannot take advantage of others. Let's save the battle for another day. Jun Xiling thought for a moment and waved her hand, somewhat troubled. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Is she underestimating him? Chapter 53. Battle with Jun Xiling. You may not be my opponent. Although you have mastered the sword control technique, and I am just at the Yuan Dan realm, you still have no chance of winning. Su Chen replied with a calm smile. So confident? Then let's have a match. But you can't blame me for using my strength against you. A hint of interest appeared in Jun Xiling's eyes. It is known that in the Divine Martial Academy, those junior brothers and sisters avoid her. Although she possesses a beauty that could cause nations to fall, no one dares to get close to her. Her combat strength is simply terrifying. Even in battles at the same realm, others have no chance of winning. Therefore, no one is willing to spar with Jun Xiling. Today, however, seeing Su Chen, who is merely at the Yuan Dan realm, being so proactive, she became eager to try. All right, but should we bet on something? Su Chen's eyes flickered as he smiled slightly. What do you want to bet on? Jun Xiling asked. If I win, you will secure a spot for me in the hidden realm of Wulong Mountain and take me in. How about that? Su Chen smiled slightly. This was his true goal. The hidden realm of Wulong Mountain is not a place that just anyone can enter, but Jun Xiling, as a disciple of Yuan Haoran, could easily bring someone in. You know about the hidden realm of Wulong Mountain? It seems that Lord Lu told you about it. Why not go find Lord Lu? It's not a difficult matter. But do you really think you can win against me? Jun Xiling's thoughts were quite free-spirited, but her interest in Su Chen was growing stronger. Although Su Chen's talent in the sword path is extraordinary, he is still only at the Yuan Dan realm, a whole major realm lower than her. She doesn't believe he can defeat her. This is my condition, do you agree? Su Chen smiled calmly. Agree? Why not? But what if you lose? Jun Xiling said nonchalantly. I cannot possibly lose. If I really do lose, you can propose any condition you want. Su Chen replied confidently. All right, little brother, I appreciate someone as confident as you. I won't bully you. If you lose, you must accompany me in sword practice until I comprehend the sword intent. How about that? Jun Xiling said with a smile. Agreed. Su Chen replied. The scripture pavilion is not a place for sparring. Let's go to Butterfly Valley. Jun Xiling said. Butterfly Valley is a valley full of blooming flowers within the Divine Martial Academy, with a serene and beautiful environment, and it is Jun Xiling's residence. Due to her formidable reputation, no one dares to intrude here, making it almost a forbidden area within the Divine Martial Academy. Su Chen followed Jun Xiling to Butterfly Valley. Inside Butterfly Valley, flowers bloomed in abundance, butterflies danced, spiritual energy lingered, and waterfalls flowed, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. In front of the waterfall, Su Chen and Jun Xiling stood facing each other. Su Chen, you can go ahead and make your move. If you can truly defeat me, I will let you have your way. Jun Xiling said with a smile. Her pair of captivating big eyes sparkled, seeming to speak, irresistibly drawing one's attention. In terms of appearance alone, Jun Xiling is indeed a peerless beauty. However, Su Chen's gaze remained calm, unaffected, and he smiled lightly. In that case, I won't hold back. Boom. He slightly trembled his feet, and the earth roared. His true chi erupted with a bang, transforming into dragon-shaped true chi that coiled around him. Then, he struck out with a palm in midair, releasing a dragon-shaped true energy that erupted with an ancient dragon's roar, as if a true dragon had come back to life. Attacking Jun Xiling. This is great. Jun Xiling's eyes lit up, revealing her immense fighting spirit. As soon as Su Chen made his move, she realized his extraordinary nature. True energy taking form is a technique only martial masters possess. Su Chen was merely at the Yuan Dan realm, yet he could manifest true energy, indicating its profound depth, not inferior to that of a martial master. Furthermore, Su Chen's palm technique was incredibly fierce, as if it could subdue a true dragon and shatter the earth, making Jun Xiling feel a bit of pressure. Whoosh! Jun Xiling pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, her true energy surging, transforming into numerous palm prints that fell like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. Although the palm prints appeared light, each concealed a deadly intent, overwhelming Su Chen with countless shadows of palms. 10,000 flowers, disarray palm. This is a top-tier mysterious martial skill that Jun Xiling practiced, boasting terrifying power that even martial masters would hesitate to take on. Boom. However, That dragon-shaped palm print came racing across, shining with a blazing brilliance like the sun, sweeping away the multitude of palm shadows like a gale scattering leaves, and then colliding heavily with June Xiling. The void buzzed and trembled. June Xiling felt an unmatched divine force assaulting her, causing her to involuntarily fly backward. Her 10,000 flowers disarray palm was so easily shattered. What a great palm technique! What martial skill is this? June Xiling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she suppressed her surging true energy and eagerly asked Su Chen. This palm is called Dragon Battle in the Wild. Su Chen replied with a calm smile. Chapter 54. Great Wilderness Battle Dragon Palm. Su Chen practiced the Great Wilderness Battle Dragon Palm from the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique. The Great Wilderness Battle Dragon Palm has a total of 9 moves, and mastering all 9 to their peak can unleash the power of supreme, divine-level martial skills. The first move is Dragon Battle in the Wild. The power of Dragon Battle in the Wild is comparable to a top-tier mysterious martial skill. Su Chen did not reveal the name of the Great Wilderness Battle Dragon Palm, only stating that the first move is Dragon Battle in the Wild, to avoid exposing the 9 Dragons Battle Heaven technique. June Xiling possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Martial Sovereign, over a dozen small realms higher than Su Chen, not to mention that June Xiling was also a Yuan spirit sacred body. Even though Su Chen had the experience and memories from his previous life, the gap in cultivation was too vast, so he did not hold back at all and unleashed his most powerful martial skill. Dragon Battle in the Wild, what a good name. Su Chen, your combat power is strong, your true energy is profound, and your talent is something I have never seen in my life. Next, I won't hold back. June Xiling said earnestly. No need to hold back. Just bring out your strongest combat power. I won't hold back either. Su Chen replied. Boom. His blood and energy surged, stepping on the ground like a fierce beast awakening, emitting an incredibly terrifying aura. Su Chen's gaze was sharp and brilliant, with a blazing light erupting from his palm, forming another fierce palm print that transformed into a true dragon, pressing towards June Xiling. Let us battle, June Xiling shouted, and her true energy instantly surged out, transforming into unmatched sword energy rushing towards Su Chen. Spirit sword energy. This is another powerful martial skill that June Xiling practiced, capable of condensing her true energy into sharp sword energy, exploding from her body in an instant. Hundreds and thousands of sword energies howled as they came, unleashing terrifying power. Even the protective true energy of a martial master could not withstand it. Roar. A sharp dragon's roar rang out as Su Chen's palm print instantly swelled, resembling a massive grinding stone descending, with dragon-shaped true energy also condensed to its peak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky full of sword energy fell, colliding with the dragon-shaped true energy, and exploded with a thunderous sound, creating a torrent of energy waves. Meanwhile, Su Chen's palm print collided violently with June Xiling. Bang! The void shook. Both of them flickered and retreated simultaneously. Ha ha ha, that felt good. Su Chen, take another spirit sword energy from me. June Xiling's eyes filled with fighting spirit, laughing joyfully, and then the sword energy surged out once more. June Xiling's fingers were like swords, and the sky full of sword energy instantly gathered, condensing into a brilliant sword energy over 10 zhang long, as if it were substantial, slashing down towards Su Chen. Her comprehension of spirit sword energy had reached a great level, able to merge hundreds and thousands of sword energies into one, exploding in an instant to obliterate everything. This sword, even a peak martial sovereign would struggle to withstand, and could very likely lead to their demise. Here it comes. Su Chen's eyes brightened and sparkled, showing no fear at all, his fingertips bursting forth with sharp sword energy, instantly resembling a long rainbow, piercing the void, advancing towards June Xiling. Void sword energy. This is another powerful sword energy that Su Chen practiced, ranking in the heavenly tier, with incredibly terrifying power, and with his cultivation. He could barely invoke a trace of sword energy, but even just a trace of sword energy was still dazzling to the extreme, fierce, and unmatched. Crack! June Xiling's spirit sword energy, though over 10 zhang long and seemingly immensely powerful, was actually shattered by Su Chen's sword in an instant, exploding with a thunderous sound. Whoosh! Su Chen's sword energy maintained its momentum, moving at incredible speed, reaching June Xiling in an instant. What a domineering sword energy! June Xiling gasped in awe. That sword energy, condensed to its peak, resembled a powerful divine sword, making her feel a chill all over. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, June Xiling pointed her fingers like a sword, and an ancient sword she carried on her back instantly unsheathed, falling at her feet and lifting her up, soaring into the sky. Sword control technique. June Xiling actually used the sword control technique, flying in midair directly. It should be noted that flying in the air is a characteristic of martial venerable experts. Even martial masters can only briefly step on the air, unable to fly. By using the sword control technique, June Xiling soared into the air, evading Su Chen's incredibly domineering void sword energy. Boom! Su Chen's void sword energy suddenly struck a nearby gigantic rock, slicing the enormous stone weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds into powder. The entire Butterfly Valley trembled slightly, seeing the terrifying power of the void sword energy. Even June Xiling couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. Su Chen, I didn't expect you to have cultivated such a powerful martial skill. This must be the power that can only be unleashed by Earth-tier martial skills. I have to say, you do indeed have a chance to defeat me. But now that I have the sword control technique, you can't hit me at all, so when I exhaust your true energy, you will lose. June Xiling said with a smile. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with unusual brilliance, growing increasingly interested in Su Chen. Is that so? Su Chen replied with a calm smile. Then, his powerful mental energy surged out, and a long sword flew out of his storage ring, controlled by his mental energy, and instantly landed at his feet, lifting him up. Su Chen also used the sword control technique, appearing in front of June Xiling. Sword control technique, June Xiling exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Chapter 55, Sword Control in the Sky. June Xiling had mastered the sword control technique, and she naturally understood how difficult it was. Even with her mastery as a martial Dao Grandmaster and her special physique that granted her strong spiritual power, it still took her several months to successfully cultivate the technique. However, Su Chen had only just seen the sword control technique in the scripture pavilion today, having looked at it just once. And now he was able to fly directly in the air. What kind of extraordinary talent is this? How could you have mastered the sword control technique so quickly? June Xiling stared at Su Chen intently. Is the sword control technique that difficult? Su Chen replied with a calm smile. Although the sword control technique is incredibly challenging for ordinary people to master, Su Chen was the Nine-Dragon Martial Emperor in his past life, having seen countless extraordinary techniques. Not to mention, his strong spiritual power allowed him to grasp the profound mysteries of the sword control technique after just one glance, making it easy for him to control the sword in the air. At this moment, Su Chen, dressed in white like snow, soared into the sky with his sword, exuding an ethereal and otherworldly aura as if he were a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Even if you can use the sword control technique, you won't be able to defeat me, June Xiling huffed. Then a flash of light appeared beneath her feet as her flying sword sliced through the air, instantly darting away into the distance. The sword control technique is not something you can use like that. Su Chen smiled slightly. Then, he extended his finger like a sword, unleashing a sword aura like a dragon, and the flying sword beneath his feet also shot forth, moving faster than June Xiling's. More importantly, the flying sword beneath him seemed to merge with the power of heaven and earth, transforming into sharp sword lights that instantly enveloped June Xiling. Break it, June Xiling shouted, slamming down her palm prints, trying to shatter the sword lights. But soon, she realized she was mistaken. Boom! The sky was filled with interwoven sword lights, containing an overwhelming momentum that could annihilate everything, and June Xiling's palm prints were all destroyed by the sword aura. Then, a series of sword auras floated around June Xiling, locking onto all her vital points. The cold gleam of the sword aura radiated, exuding a fierce, killing intent that made June Xiling freeze in place, no longer daring to fly away. The power of heaven and earth. This is the power of a martial Dao king that can be controlled only by those who have reached that level. How did you do it? June Xiling stared at Su Chen and asked. Su Chen continued to astonish her. Whether it was defeating her as a martial Dao grandmaster with his Yuan Dan realm cultivation or mastering the sword control technique in an instant. Now Su Chen had even mastered the power of heaven and earth. She almost thought Su Chen was a martial Dao king with extraordinary skills. No, this is the power of the sword control technique. June Xiling suddenly noticed the flying sword beneath Su Chen's feet, the sword aura rushing forth and enveloping the vast power of heaven and earth, making her think of something instantly. It seems you are not as foolish as you look, Su Chen said with a calm smile. The sword control technique, if it could only allow one to fly in the air, would not be worthy of its status as an Earth-tier martial skill. Although it currently has some flaws, it still possesses infinite marvelous uses. To control the sword with the mind is, more importantly, to control the air with the mind, harnessing the power of heaven and earth to unleash the ultimate sharpness of the sword path. Su Chen said slowly. So that's how it is? Jun Xiling's eyes brightened. Su Chen's words seemed to enlighten her. When she cultivated the sword control technique, she also sensed that it had deeper mysteries and was not as simple as just flying in the air, but she couldn't grasp what those mysteries were. Now, she finally understood. It turns out that controlling the power of heaven and earth and using the mind to soar in the air is the essence of the sword control technique. I admit defeat. Jun Xiling generously acknowledged her loss, and she was convinced. She had never thought she would lose to Su Chen. But now she realized that although Su Chen's cultivation was lower than hers, both his talent and combat power were far superior to hers. Compared to Su Chen, those so-called martial geniuses in the royal capital paled in comparison. Thank you for your guidance. Su Chen waved his hand, retracting the sky full of sword aura, and then descended from the air. Although he had won, Jun Xiling's combat power was indeed formidable. If he had not activated the extraordinary martial skills from the 9 dragons or heavenly art, along with the sword control technique, winning against Jun Xiling would not have been so easy. However, he had achieved his goal. Su Chen, rest assured, after the opening of the Wulong Mountain secret realm, I will take you along. But, may I ask for some guidance on the sword control technique? Jun Xiling said, her eyes filled with anticipation. After seeing Su Chen perform the sword control technique, she understood its essence and mysteries, making it hard for her to contain her excitement. Of course, Su Chen replied with a slight smile. As long as Jun Xiling contemplates the profound mysteries of the sword control technique, she would naturally be able to cultivate it successfully. It was just that Jun Xiling had not broken through that last layer. Su Chen shared some of his insights with her, which left her utterly impressed. Su Chen, what are you doing here with Sister Jun? At that moment, a surprised voice rang out. Su Chen and the somewhat reluctant Jun Xiling looked up to see a young girl in a red dress, stunningly beautiful, entering Butterfly Valley, her eyes filled with curiosity. It was none other than the little princess, Lin Qingqing. Chapter 56. Wind and Rain Tower. Lin Qingqing and Jun Xiling were good sisters, so she often came to Butterfly Valley to visit Jun Xiling. She did not expect to encounter Su Chen. Lin Qingqing's gaze swept over Su Chen and Jun Xiling. Noticing the fine beads of sweat on their foreheads and Jun Xiling's pair of watery big eyes, revealing a hint of suspicion. Something's off. I met junior brother Su Chen in the scripture pavilion, and we were just having a friendly spar here. Qingqing, what brings you here? Jun Xiling explained, and then asked. Sparring? Sister Jun, you really are a battle enthusiast. Su Chen has just broken through to the Yuan Dan realm. You shouldn't bully him, Lin Qingqing said with a hint of annoyance. However, hearing that Su Chen and Jun Xiling were sparring, she felt inexplicably relieved. Bullying him? He was the one who bullied me. Okay, Jun Xiling retorted. Bullying you? How did he bully you? Lin Qingqing's heart tightened, and she quickly asked. Her eyes kept darting between Su Chen and Jun Xiling, wondering if these two really had something going on. Of course, he defeated me. Otherwise, do you think it was just bullying? Qingqing, you aren't jealous, are you? Jun Xiling laughed, giving Lin Qingqing a mischievous glance. Lin Qingqing's face instantly turned bright red, and she hurriedly denied it. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I be jealous? Wait, what did you say? He defeated you? Lin Qingqing suddenly thought of something. Her eyes filled with shock. Su Chen defeated Jun Xiling. Who is Jun Xiling? She is the senior sister of the Divine Martial Academy, possessing the cultivation of a martial sovereign at the 6th level. Even the peak martial sovereigns would not necessarily be her opponent. Although Lin Qingqing knew Su Chen was exceptionally talented, she never thought he could be Jun Xiling's opponent. But now, what did she just hear? Su Chen defeated Jun Xiling. That's right. You don't know, Su Chen is really amazing. I've never seen a man so impressive. It makes me feel a little fluttery. Xiao Qingqing, if you're not jealous, then I might just make a move, Jun Xiling said with a smile, seemingly not caring about Su Chen, who was beside them at all. Su Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. What kind of outrageous words are these? You little vixen. Let us see if I don't tear your mouth apart. Jun Xiling's words made Lin Qingqing blush deeply, and she quickly rushed over, pretending to hit Jun Xiling. Ha ha ha, Xiao Qingqing, I knew you had a crush. Come, Let me feel if you've grown recently. Jun Xiling smiled triumphantly and jumped over to mess around with Lin Qingqing. Ahem ahem ahem. Ladies, if you have nothing else, I'll take my leave. Seeing the two of them act as if he weren't there, Su Chen coughed lightly and was about to say goodbye. Su Chen, wait a moment. Lin Qingqing hurriedly called out, her face flushed, glaring fiercely at Jun Xiling. In 7 days, it's my birthday, will you come? Lin Qingqing looked at Su Chen with eager anticipation. Birthday? That's truly a cause for celebration. Since the princess has invited me, I will certainly attend. Su Chen replied with a slight smile. It's settled then. 7 days from now, I will hold my birthday celebration at the Clear Spring Palace. You must come. Lin Qingqing said shyly. Okay. Su Chen agreed and then took his leave. Little girl, tell me, do you like Su Chen? But with such a graceful young man and a martial arts genius, even I am moved. Jun Xiling teased as she patted Lin Qingqing's shoulder. I don't. Don't talk nonsense. Mainly, after 7 days, my birthday, people from the Great Yin Kingdom will come, and I want Su Chen to help me out. Lin Qingqing said with a deep blush. The Great Yin Kingdom? Is it that husband of yours, the Crown Prince of Great Yin? Is he coming to propose? Jun Xiling was slightly stunned. I don't know, but I don't like that guy. I always feel that he is up to no good. Since Su Chen is so strong, it would be perfect for him to teach that guy a lesson. Lin Qingqing shook her head. You really prioritize romance over friendship. If you want to teach that guy a lesson, I can help you. Don't worry, I'll also come to support you. Jun Xiling said while wrapping her arm around Lin Qingqing's neck, speaking boldly. In the royal capital, Zhang family. The head of the Zhang family, Zhang Hong, along with many elders, were present. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. That little brat is actually the grandson of Lu Wenin? Damn it, damn it. Zhang Hong's eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent. Head, if that little brat is just a country bumpkin, no matter how high his cultivation, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. But now, his sister has become the direct disciple of and they are living in the Lu residence, making it too tricky to deal with them. An elder of the Zhang family said solemnly. Exactly. Head, I think now we can only follow the idea of the venerable Moro and secretly hire assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower to take him out. Another elder said with a fierce aura. Good. In that case, let us use the family treasury, take out spirit stones, and hire assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower. I want that Su Chen to have no place to be buried. Zhang Hong slammed the table, suddenly standing up, and said coldly. Understood. Many elders stood up simultaneously, bowing and accepting the order. Chapter 57, Assassination. Divine Martial Academy. Outer Gate Courtyard. This is the residence of ordinary students at the Divine Martial Academy. Su Chen was accepted as a student of the Divine Martial Academy by special approval from and naturally had a steward arrange a small courtyard for him. Su Chen stayed here temporarily. He came to the Divine Martial Academy to wait for his future master, and the academy occupies the spiritual vein of the royal capital. With rich spiritual energy, perfect for cultivation. Su Chen's body contained 9 true dragon essence pills, which made his true chi dozens of times thicker than that of ordinary people. But the resources he needed for cultivation were also 10 to 100 times more than others. Luckily, he had a good disciple. Master Gu Yin knew that Su Chen needed spirit stones for cultivation, so he gave him tens of thousands of spirit stones from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. With these tens of thousands of spirit stones, I can cultivate to the martial sect realm. Su Chen thought silently. He sat cross-legged in his room, surrounded by crystal-clear spirit stones, the rich spiritual energy continuously merging into his body. In just a few days, he absorbed over 10,000 spirit stones, and his cultivation had also reached the 3rd level of the Essence Pill Realm. The 3rd level of the Essence Pill Realm? Before the secret realm of Wulong Mountain opens, I should be able to reach the 9th level of the Essence Pill Realm. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. Around him, many dull spirit stones had been completely drained of their spiritual energy, turning into the most ordinary stones. His aura was also stronger than before. If someone saw that he had broken through 2 small realms in just a few days, they would probably be shocked. After all, cultivating in the Essence Pill Realm requires a massive accumulation of true chi, and breaking through a small realm could take months or even years. Su Chen's cultivation speed was simply astonishing. Suddenly, Su Chen felt an intense sense of crisis. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he instantly looked out the window. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of silver needles, as thin as hair, instantly pierced through the window, enveloping Su Chen like a storm. At the same time, a sword light like a venomous snake descended from above, aiming for his vital point at the top of his head. The hidden weapons outside the window and the attack from above were perfectly coordinated. There are assassins. Su Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately understood. Boom. His true chi surged violently, shaking the surrounding void, and a dragon-shaped true chi instantly swept out, blocking in front of him. Clang, clang. A series of sounds of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying, and the multitude of silver needles that swept in were completely stopped by the dragon-shaped true chi. At the same time, Su Chen's figure flickered, evading the deadly strike from above at an unbelievable angle. Boom. His strike was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he threw a punch. The powerful fist imprint sent a fierce wind, directly smashing towards the figure above. That was an assassin cloaked in shadows. Who hadn't he expected Su Chen's reaction to be so quick? And that punch made him feel a strong sense of threat. He didn't dodge or evade. Instead, his black short sword drew a dark gleam, slashing towards Su Chen's neck. Ruthless, decisive, it was a life-or-death gamble. He seemed to care nothing for his own life. His only goal was to kill Su Chen. However, Su Chen seemed to have anticipated his movement. Just as the black short sword came slashing down, he kicked out in midair. Boom. Su Chen's kick was as fast as lightning, striking the wrist of the black-clad assassin, sending the short sword flying out. Then, Su Chen's fist slammed hard into the chest of the black-clothed assassin, and a crisp sound echoed as bones broke. The assassin's chest caved in, and he was instantly sent flying. Bang! He crashed into a nearby wall, and then silently slid down, lifeless. Su Chen's punch was incredibly domineering, having shattered his heart and killed him instantly. Whoosh! At the same time, Su Chen felt a strong wind coming from behind him, and the assassin outside the window charged in. A slender sword, like a venomous snake, stabbed towards Su Chen's heart. Boom! Su Chen's feet trembled, causing the ground to roar and shake as a terrifying true energy erupted from within him, sharp as sword chi. Behind him, the true energy acted like sword chi, blocking the slender sword, and then Su Chen suddenly turned around, delivering a palm strike. Roar! A faint dragon's roar seemed to resonate as the great wilderness battle dragon palm, fierce and domineering, directly struck the slender sword, shattering it to pieces. Then, the palm print continued unabated, like lightning, striking the assassin's face behind him. Puff! Like a watermelon exploding, blood splattered everywhere, and the assassin's head shattered, brain matter bursting out. He then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In just a moment, both assassins had died at Su Chen's hands. Silver-ranked assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower? Good. Su Chen found 2 silver tokens on the 2 black-clothed assassins. His gaze icy as he sneered. These 2 assassins were both experts at the martial sect level, powerful as silver-ranked assassins of the Wind and Rain Tower. If it had been other martial masters, they would have undoubtedly died under their superb cooperation. Su Chen did not expect that the notorious assassin organization, Wind and Rain Tower, would provoke him. Chapter 58. Deng Zichen knock, knock, knock. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly heard a knock on the door. His gaze flickered. He retracted his murderous aura, then walked out and opened the door to the small courtyard. Greetings, young Master Su Chen. A sweet voice rang out. Before Su Chen stood a young girl in a white long dress, her face stunningly beautiful, appearing gentle and serene, exuding a soft and delicate aura. It was indeed Deng Zichen. Miss Deng, what brings you here? Su Chen was slightly taken aback and smiled. Previously, at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Deng Zichen had been taken away by someone from the Divine Martial Academy and became a student there. He did not expect her to come to see him. Young Master Su Chen, just call me Zichen. I have already taken the second elder as my master. I heard that brother Su Chen has also come to the Divine Martial Academy, so I came to pay my respects. I hope you can forgive my impertinence. Deng Zichen said shyly but earnestly. Second elder? Morong Jing? I see. Congratulations on quickly opening your dantian and entering the Qi refining realm. Su Chen's gaze flickered as he sensed the fluctuations of true energy on Deng Zichen, smiling slightly. Just a few days ago, Deng Zichen had no cultivation. In a short span, she had directly crossed over from the body refining realm, opening her dantian and entering the Qi refining realm. Only Murong Jing could achieve such a feat. Moreover, Deng Zichen's physique was also very special, being a pure spirit body, naturally connected to all meridians, untouched by dust, as flawless as crystal, an elite cultivation physique. That was why she could open her dantian in just a few days. You know, my master? I didn't expect my cultivation to progress so quickly, but I'm still far behind young master Su Chen. Deng Zichen said, somewhat surprised but still humbly. Second Elder Murong Jing is known throughout the Divine Martial Academy, right? Being her disciple is indeed a blessing for you. Su Chen smiled slightly. Although the name of the second elder, Murong Jing, has the character for quiet in it, she is by no means gentle. One could even say she is quite violent. If you were to ask who the most feared person among the disciples of the Divine Martial Academy is, Jun Xiling would only come in second. Murong Jing ranks first. Murong Jing wields a pair of purple gold giant hammers, possesses divine strength, and has a fiery temper. The elders and mentors of the Divine Martial Academy have often been on the receiving end of her wrath. Even if she finds a student displeasing, she would not hesitate to challenge them, regardless of their rank. When Divine Martial Academy students see Murong Jing, it's like mice encountering a cat. She is truly feared wherever she goes. Both Murong Jing and the Grand Elder Mo are at the peak of the martial sovereign level, renowned as the last hope for breaking through the martial king realm after the academy head. My master is indeed very good to me, Deng Zichen said with a smile. Then shyly asked, young master Su Chen, aren't you going to invite me in for a chat? It's fine to go in, but don't be scared. Su Chen smiled lightly. Oh, Deng Zichen's eyes were filled with curiosity. However, when she entered the small courtyard and arrived inside the house, she was immediately shocked by the scene before her. Hearing Su Chen's account, Deng Zichen became extremely angry. Young master Su Chen, the Wind and Rain Tower is too arrogant. This is the Divine Martial Academy. How dare those rat-like scoundrels act recklessly here? Don't worry, I will tell my master when I go back. She will not let them off. The Wind and Rain Tower is notorious in the Greatly Kingdom. Although it is the largest assassin organization in the Greatly Kingdom, it is still far inferior to the Divine Martial Academy. If it weren't for the Wind and Rain Tower's headquarters being too secretive, Yuan Haoran would have long since wiped it out. Thank you, but let me handle this matter myself. Su Chen smiled calmly. How could Deng Zichen know that the reason the Wind and Rain Tower's assassins came after him was entirely orchestrated by the Zhang family? Su Chen had already decided to uproot the Wind and Rain Tower, including the Zhang family. Others might not know the location of the Wind and Rain Tower's headquarters, but Su Chen does. Did these persistent guys really think he was easy to provoke? All right. Seeing Su Chen's insistence, Deng Zichen could only agree. After chatting casually with Su Chen for a while, she reminded him to be safe and then took her leave. Although Su Chen told her not to interfere, the Wind and Rain Tower's assassins daring to openly attack in the Divine Martial Academy would definitely provoke the Academy's wrath. It was likely that her board master would be wandering around again with a pair of giant hammers. The mysterious master of the Wind and Rain Tower should only be at the martial sovereign level, and with my current cultivation, I am still not his opponent. Once I break through to the martial sect realm, I will pay a visit to the Wind and Rain Tower and erase it from existence. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance, secretly thinking. After sending off Deng Zichen, he sat down again and continued to refine spirit stones for cultivation. Chapter 59. The Princess's Birthday. The assassination failed. A figure shrouded in a black robe stood before Zhang Hong and said, Failed? How could that be? Didn't you send 2 silver-ranked assassins? They are said to be able to assassinate even masters. Why couldn't they kill that little bastard Su Chen? Zhang Hong suddenly turned around. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Head of the Zhang family, the specific situation still needs to be investigated. Perhaps it wasn't Su Chen who killed them. After all, there are many powerful experts within the Divine Martial Academy. Don't worry, since I've taken your money, Fengyu Tower will naturally take full responsibility for this matter. The figure in the black robe said lightly. Shenwu Academy, you really have some nerve. Upon hearing the name Shenwu Academy, Zhang Hong's face changed drastically. His eyes filled with immense anger. He never expected that Fengyu Tower would be so audacious as to directly infiltrate Shenwu Academy to assassinate Su Chen. That group of rats from Fengyu Tower is truly insane. Zhang Hong was afraid that if Shenwu Academy became enraged and discovered that he, Zhang Hong, had hired someone to kill, the entire Zhang family would likely be doomed. Rest assured, Master Zhang, no one can pry open the mouths of the assassins from Fengyu Tower, so it will never implicate you. You can be assured, next time Su Chen will undoubtedly die. The figure in the black robe said faintly. Let's hope so. Zhang Hong snorted coldly, his expression somewhat ugly. I take my leave. The figure in the black robe nodded, and then a cloud of black smoke rose, as if he were a ghost, disappearing right before Zhang Hong's eyes. in the clear spring palace. Today is the birthday of the little princess Lin Qingqing. So the entire clear spring palace is festively decorated and has been cleaned up to a new shine. The palace maids and eunuchs have all changed into red dresses and robes, busily arranging various spiritual fruits and delicacies on the tables. Outside the clear spring palace, guests continuously arrive, presenting precious gifts. As the most cherished daughter of the great Li King, Lin Qingqing possesses extraordinary martial talent and is also born with stunning beauty. So her birthday has attracted countless young talents from the great Li Kingdom. Each one is a remarkable martial genius, handsome and strong, with brilliant and proud gazes. Entering the clear spring palace. When Su Chen arrived at the clear spring palace, it was already bustling with activity, filled with people inside and outside the palace. However, although there were many guests, only a select few could enter the palace to take their seats. All of them individuals of noble status or renowned martial geniuses in the royal capital. Shenwu Academy, young master Su Chen has arrived. The welcoming eunuch's voice rang out. Originally bored in the clear spring palace, Lin Qingqing's eyes brightened with a hint of surprise as she quickly stood up to welcome him. Seeing Lin Qingqing actively rise to greet him, the many guests in the clear spring palace revealed various expressions in their eyes. Who is this Su Chen? How can he make the princess rise to greet him? Indeed, the princess is the proudest. She didn't even stand up to greet the crown prince and the second prince. Could Su Chen be the one who killed Zhang Kuan and obtained the Shenwu order? Isn't he just a country bumpkin? What qualifications does he have to be welcomed by the princess? The crowd buzzed with curiosity. Especially on Lin Qingqing's left and right sides were a young man wearing a jade crown with a tall stature and handsome features, and another young man dressed in a purple robe with a dragon, whose gaze was somewhat sinister. They were none other than the crown prince and the second prince of the great Li Kingdom. The crown prince is the heir to the throne, and the second prince is also deeply trusted by the king, excelling in both martial talent and capability. Thus, many people knew that the next king of the great Li would undoubtedly emerge between the crown prince and the second prince. They all understood Lin Qingqing's significance in her father's heart, so they were vying for her support, personally coming to congratulate her on her birthday. However, upon hearing Su Chen's name, the expressions of the crown prince and second prince were not the same. The crown prince was filled with curiosity. He was intrigued by why his proud sister cared so much about Su Chen. As for the second prince, his eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Both Zhang Hong and the elder Mo Luo were his strongest supporters, and Su Chen had killed Zhang Kuan, offending both Zhang Hong and the elder Mo Luo. Although he wished to gain Lin Qingqing's support, he would never give up Zhang Hong and the elder Mo Luo for Su Chen. Therefore, Su Chen was considered his enemy. Since he was an enemy, the second prince's attitude towards enemies had always been the same: to make them completely disappear. Su Chen, huh? The second prince sneered coldly in his heart, his gaze becoming extremely dangerous. Outside the clear spring palace, dressed in white, Su Chen appeared elegant and handsome, slowly stepping forward. Su Chen, you have arrived. Lin Qingqing came to the entrance, her eyes filled with surprise and shyness. Today, she wore a red palace dress, embroidered with golden phoenixes, looking regal and noble, which added a few more touches of dignity and authority to her already stunning beauty, making others hesitant to meet her gaze. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. When had they ever seen Lin Qingqing show such a girlish demeanor? Who exactly is this Su Chen? Everyone was filled with confusion. Happy birthday, Your Highness. Su Chen smiled slightly. Then, he took out a jade box from his storage ring and handed it to Lin Qingqing. This is a pill I personally refined, a gift for you. Su Chen said. Thank you. Lin Qingqing's face was filled with surprise as she took the jade box. She wanted to open it immediately to see what pills Su Chen had refined for her, but with so many guests present, she felt shy and could only reluctantly put it away. Come, follow me inside. Lin Qingqing smiled, pulling Su Chen into the clear spring palace. Once inside the clear spring palace, Su Chen was arranged in the second position on the left, right next to the crown prince. Seeing how much Lin Qingqing valued Su Chen, although the crowd didn't say much, all eyes were on Su Chen. I am Lin Feng, pleased to meet you. Young Master Su. The crown prince Lin Feng, sitting next to Su Chen, appeared gentle and elegant, smiling slightly. Pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. Su Chen returned the greeting. Although he only glanced at him, he could tell that this crown prince possessed the cultivation of a martial master, with a solid foundation, and although his exterior was gentle, he seemed quite shrewd. In contrast, the second prince Lin Qi, sitting opposite, had a sinister gaze and a cold aura, giving off an impression of arrogance and chilliness. And his eyes were constantly sizing up Su Chen. These two are not to be underestimated, Su Chen thought to himself. Su Chen, you murderer, how dare you sit here? Get out and die? Just then, a piercing voice rang out. Everyone's gaze shifted to see a tall and handsome young man striding in with the eunuch, revealing a hint of unusual expression in their eyes. Zhang Qian, Zhang Hong's eldest son and Zhang Kuan's brother. He had also been cultivating in Xinwu Academy, and had been in seclusion trying to break through to the martial sovereign realm, but unexpectedly he had come out. He was also a talented disciple of Xinwu Academy, and with his status, he naturally had the qualification to enter the Clear Spring Palace. But who would have thought that Zhang Qian would encounter Su Chen? It could be said that enemies meeting each other would be particularly hostile. Zhang Qian, today is the princess's birthday, and it's naturally a pleasure for you to come. But Clear Spring Palace does not allow anyone to cause trouble. Lin Qingqing's expression turned cold as she warned Zhang Qian with a glance. At the same time, she felt a bit regretful for forgetting about Zhang Qian. She never expected that he would come out of seclusion on her birthday and even personally arrive at the Clear Spring Palace. This was going to be troublesome. Your Highness, today is indeed your birthday, and I have come to congratulate you. But you know very well that Su Chen is a murderer. He killed my brother. Yet you allow him to sit here comfortably. This is a disgrace to Dali and a dereliction of duty on your part. Zhang Qian sneered. It seemed he didn't care at all that it was Lin Qingqing's birthday. The moment he saw Su Chen, he was determined to confront him. Moreover, in a place unnoticed by others, Zhang Qian exchanged a secret glance with the second prince. Only Su Chen noticed it. Looking for trouble with me? How interesting. Su Chen thought coldly. Zhang Qian, you are outrageous. Lin Qingqing's face turned red with anger as she pointed at Zhang Qian and shouted. Su Chen, are you willing to be a coward? If you have guts, come out. Today I will personally avenge my brother. Zhang Qian's gaze fell on Su Chen, filled with murderous intent. Avenge? Are you sure you're not looking for death? Su Chen stood up and said. His gaze was incredibly calm, as if there were no ripples at all. Even though he could sense that Zhang Qian had broken through to the martial sovereign realm, it still did not move him in the slightest. Good. Su Chen, you are indeed as arrogant as ever. Today I will make you pay with blood for your debts. Zhang Qian said, his eyes red with rage. Zhang Qian, you are bold. This is Clear Spring Palace, not your Zhang family. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, I will have someone take you down. Lin Qingqing slammed the table and stood up, her face like frost. Sister, today is your birthday. Don't get angry. Since Zhang Qian accuses Su Chen of being the murderer, and Su Chen does not deny it, this is their personal grievance. Let them resolve it themselves, and we can witness it. How about that? The second prince, Lin Shi, stood up with a flicker of his eyes and smiled slightly. Second brother, but Su Chen killed Zhang Kuan because Zhang Kuan wanted to kill him. He was just acting in self-defense. Zhang Qian is purely making a fuss. Lin Qingqing said anxiously. Sister, we are not the parties involved. How can we know? Such life and death grievances are not easy to resolve. It would be better to let them fight it out, and only then can they resolve their grievances, right? Lin Shi said with a faint smile. Second brother, you are mistaken. Young Master Su Chen is merely at the Yuan Dan realm, while Zhang Qian is at the martial sovereign realm. There is a significant gap in their cultivation levels. How can they possibly fight? The crown prince, Lin Feng, also stood up and said, Elder brother, how can life and death grievances be measured by cultivation levels? Why not see if both of them are willing to fight? Lin Shi said with a faint smile. Su Chen, do you dare to fight me? If you win, I will no longer pursue the matter of you killing my brother, but if you lose, you will pay with your life for my brother. Upon hearing Lin Shi speak, Zhang Qian immediately fixed his cold gaze on Su Chen. Fight? That's not impossible. But if I win, I want your life. Su Chen said. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall was shocked. Chapter 61, Killing You. One move is enough. No one expected that Su Chen would truly dare to accept the challenge. Moreover, he boldly declared he would take Zhang Qian's life. Su Chen was only at the Yuan Dan realm, one major realm lower than Zhang Qian. How could someone at the Yuan Dan realm be a match for a martial sovereign? After all, Su Chen had never publicly made a move in the capital of Dali, even though he had once defeated Jun Xiling. Besides Jun Xiling and Lin Qingqing, no one else really knew Su Chen's true combat power. Therefore, no one thought Su Chen would be Zhang Qian's opponent. Zhang Qian was a genius disciple of the Divine Martial Academy. Although his talent was somewhat inferior to Lu Guqing and Lin Hao, he had still broken through to the martial sovereign realm before the age of 30, making him incredibly powerful. All right, let's bet our lives on this. I hope you won't regret it, Su Chen. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Qian's eyes as he sneered. He was afraid that Su Chen would back out, so he immediately agreed. Qing, see? Both of them have agreed. Do you still want to oppose? The second prince, Lin Qi, glanced at Lin Qingqing and smiled slightly. He naturally did not believe Su Chen could be Zhang Qian's opponent, so he looked forward to watching Su Chen die at Zhang Qian's hands. Moreover, it was just the right opportunity to test Su Chen's true strength. Since they have both agreed, I naturally have no objections. But if Zhang Qian dies in the Clear Spring Palace, anyone who dares to trouble Su Chen will be my enemy. Lin Qingqing coldly snorted, her face expressionless. She knew Su Chen's true combat power. Even Jun Xiling was not Su Chen's opponent. How could a mere Zhang Qian be anything to worry about? She was just unhappy that on her birthday, Zhang Qian dared to be so reckless and force her friend, Lin Qingqing. Qingqing, are you so confident in Su Chen? Then I will wait and see. Lin Qi's gaze narrowed, and he smiled. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not expect Lin Qingqing to have such confidence in Su Chen. Firmly believing that Zhang Qian would die and resolutely protecting Su Chen, Zhang Qian's face became somewhat unsustainable, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew even stronger. If that's the case, then come. Zhang Qian's voice was icy cold, and his vast true energy erupted violently as he launched a punch at Su Chen. Roar! That punch was like a tiger's roar, and behind Zhang Qian, a shadow of a massive black tiger appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. Tiger Roar Fist. This was a high-grade martial skill that Zhang Qian had cultivated with unmatched power. Tiger Roar Fist? Tiger roars in the mountains and forests. The real form of the fierce tiger. I didn't expect Zhang Qian to have mastered the Tiger Roar Fist to perfection. Who could withstand this punch? Su Chen was doomed to lose. Not to mention that he was only at the Yuan Dan realm. Even if he had broken through to the martial sovereign realm, it would still be difficult to withstand this punch. Everyone exclaimed in shock, their eyes filled with awe. The moment Zhang Qian made his move, they understood the severity. This strike was already on par with figures from the older generation. Come on. Su Chen's gaze was calm and peaceful. He took a step forward, and his true energy surged forth, transforming into an unmatched palm print that shot out instantly. Roar! An ancient dragon's roar shook the void, as if a divine dragon was coiling around Su Chen's arm, ready to ascend to the skies and fly to the heavens. That kind of unmatched power and the momentum that could shatter everything caused those around them to change their expressions involuntarily. Great Wilderness Battle Dragon Palm, second move. Flying Dragon in the Sky. Su Chen had no intention of entangling with Zhang Qian. What he wanted was to crush his opponent like a whirlwind sweeping away leaves. Against a mere first-level martial sovereign like Zhang Qian, one move was enough. Boom. In the Clear Spring Palace, tiger roars and dragon cries merged, and the true energy surged, causing the entire palace to hum and tremble. Everyone showed an incredibly shocked expression as that surging true energy swept over them, making them involuntarily step back, their blood surging. Bang! In an instant, the fists and palms collided. The void trembled like thunder, in front of everyone's eyes. That black giant tiger was crushed by the soaring divine dragon as if it were nothing, and then it slammed heavily onto Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian let out a cry of despair, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying. Boom! He crashed into the hard wall in the distance. His chest caved in, and he didn't know how many bones were broken in his body, his face pale as death. In an instant, he was heavily injured. What? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Zhang Qian was actually severely injured by Su Chen with just one move? How was this possible? How could you be this strong? Zhang Qian seemed to go mad, his eyes filled with despair and pain, blood continuously spraying from his mouth, filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Su Chen's move, Flying Dragon in the Sky, was so terrifying that it felt like he was facing a real divine dragon, and he had no power to fight back at all. More importantly, Su Chen's palm not only shattered all his bones, but it also destroyed his dantian and qi si in an overwhelming manner. Zhang Qian had become a useless person. I have no interest in answering a dead man's question, Su Chen said coldly, and then flicked his fingers, sending a sword qi that pierced directly through Zhang Qian's forehead. Zhang Qian instantly died. Chapter 62. Red Dragon Whip. No one expected that Su Chen would actually kill Zhang Qian. Severely injuring a martial arts master at the Essence Dance stage was something they had never heard of. Immediately, everyone's gaze towards Su Chen was filled with awe. The second prince, Lin Qi, however, instantly turned gloomy. He had just been watching the show, wanting Zhang Qian to teach Su Chen a lesson, or even kill him. But he never expected Su Chen's strength to be so terrifying, killing Zhang Qian in just a few moves. He didn't even have time to intervene. Su Chen's ruthlessness made him feel an even greater sense of threat. Zhang Qian's death was his own doing. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any objections? Lin Qingqing stood up when she saw Su Chen kill Zhang Qian, her gaze sweeping over everyone in the clear spring palace, speaking calmly. Everyone couldn't help but feel a shiver in their hearts. They all understood Lin Qingqing's meaning. She was indicating with her attitude that she was backing Su Chen. My little sister is right. Zhang Qian dared to act so recklessly on my little sister's birthday, and even set up a life-and-death battle with young Master Su Chen. Now that he has died at young Master Su Chen's hands, he deserves it. The Crown Prince Lin Feng also said with a faint smile. Hearing that Lin Qingqing and the Crown Prince were both backing Su Chen, everyone dared not say much, especially the second Prince Lin Qi, whose face turned ashen. This time, he had lost face badly, not only failing to kill Su Chen, but also allowing Zhang Qian to die here. At the same time, it made Lin Qi feel an even greater threat from Su Chen, and he had to eliminate him quickly. Soon, Zhang Qian's corpse was dragged away. The blood was cleaned up, as if the battle that had just taken place had never happened. But the gazes of everyone looking at Su Chen were filled with awe. Miss Jun Xiling from the Divine Martial Academy has arrived. Just then, as a eunuch's voice rang out, a stunning figure entered the clear spring palace. It was a girl dressed in a black long dress, tall and voluptuous, with an extraordinarily beautiful face and a pair of big, watery eyes that contained myriad charms. As soon as she entered the clear spring palace, all eyes fell on her. Even the Crown Prince Lin Feng and the second Prince Lin Qi couldn't help but brighten their eyes. Jun Xiling is here. This proud daughter of the Divine Martial Academy, also a disciple of the Dean, was stunningly beautiful and regarded as a goddess in the hearts of countless talents in the royal capital. Lin Feng and Lin Qi were no exception. In fact, their purpose for coming here was even more important than Jun Xiling. Jun Xiling was the Dean's disciple, almost like a daughter to him, and there were rumors that whoever married Jun Xiling would have a chance to ascend to the future throne of the Great Li Kingdom. After all, the Dean of the Divine Martial Academy, Yuan Haoran, was the stabilizing force of the Great Li Kingdom, transcending the mundane, and had a crucial role in the Great Li throne. Not to mention Jun Xiling's unparalleled talent, extraordinary combat power, and the potential to break through to the Martial King realm. She was also exceptionally graceful and beautiful. Lin Feng and Lin Qi's eyes burned with desire when they saw Jun Xiling. However, Jun Xiling didn't look at anyone but smiled at Lin Qingqing, saying, "Qingqing, I'm sorry. I've been busy cultivating recently and almost forgot your birthday. You won't blame me, will you?" "Of course not. Sister Jun, I'm so happy you could come." Lin Qingqing smiled back. "This is a vicious flood dragon that my master captured. I've extracted its tendons to forge a spiritual weapon called the Red Dragon Whip. Take a look and see if you like it," Jun Xiling said, taking out a wooden box and handing it to Lin Qingqing with a smile. "Thank you, Sister Jun." Lin Qingqing sweetly thanked her, then opened the jade box to reveal a long whip of fiery red color, exuding a faint dragon's might, shimmering brilliantly. And it was clear at a glance that it was no ordinary item. Lin Qingqing instantly fell in love with it. "Is it actually a top-grade spiritual weapon of the mysterious tier?" "Sister Jun, you are too generous," Lin Qingqing said excitedly. The surrounding crowd was also shocked. Vicious flood dragon. To be called a flood dragon, it must at least be a 6th-tier demon king, right? The Dean was actually able to capture a demon king. Truly terrifying. Wow. A top-grade spiritual weapon of the mysterious tier. There are probably not many in the entire Great Li Kingdom. Jun Xiling really has a grand style. No wonder she is the Dean's disciple. The eyes of the crowd were filled with envy and astonishment. There were no demon kings in the Great Li Kingdom, and the demon beasts that could be called demon kings had already gained intelligence and were powerful, fiercer than ordinary martial kings. The fact that the Dean could slay a demon king made them even more in awe of Yuan Haoran. "You're welcome." "Oh, Su Chen, you're here too?" Jun Xiling waved her hand generously, and at this moment, her eyes lit up as she saw Su Chen nearby, and she walked over with a smile. "I've met Miss Jun." Su Chen greeted with a smile. "Su Chen, I have recently mastered sword control technique. Let's have a good match sometime, shall we? This time, I won't go easy on you," Jun Xiling said with high spirits. "Sure." Su Chen smiled in response. He could sense an unparalleled sword intent from Jun Xiling. She was likely to have genuinely made a breakthrough in her sword control technique. Su Chen was also quite curious. Seeing Jun Xiling chatting and laughing with Su Chen, the Crown Prince Lin Feng, who wanted to step forward to speak, felt a bit awkward, while the second Prince Lin Qi was burning with jealousy. Why? Why does Su Chen, a commoner from the countryside, deserve Jun Xiling's favor? Chapter 63. Seven-leaf green lotus. Although the second Prince Lin Qi was burning with jealousy inside, he maintained a calm exterior, his palm glowing as a jade box appeared. Ching, this is a seven-leaf green lotus I discovered in Wulong Mountain, which is most suitable for a woman's physique. Taking it will allow you to undergo a transformation and greatly increase your cultivation. Today is your birthday, so I will give you this seven-leaf green lotus. Lin Qi smiled slightly and said, "Is it actually the seven-leaf blue lotus?" Hiss. The second prince has really spent a lot of money on this. The seven-leaf blue lotus is a top-grade spiritual herb of the mysterious rank, taking 1,000 years to mature and is incredibly precious. Someone knowledgeable exclaimed, their eyes filled with shock. The value of the seven-leaf blue lotus is second only to Miss Jun Xiling's red dragon whip. I didn't expect the second prince to show such affection for the little princess. Everyone praised. Second brother, didn't you already give me a gift? Lin Qingqing frowned and said. Previously, Lin Qi had already given her some precious items, and she didn't expect him to take out the seven-leaf blue lotus now. Lin Qingqing instinctively did not want to accept it. Qingqing, those gifts I gave you before are nothing to mention, since Miss Jun has taken out the red dragon whip. As your elder brother, giving you another gift is nothing. You should accept it. Lin Qi smiled slightly. All right then. Although Lin Qingqing felt a bit troubled, she still accepted it. Qingqing, since this young master Su Chen is your close friend, I've heard that he is also a powerful alchemist. I wonder what kind of treasure he has given you. Can you show it to me so I can have a look? Lin Qi pretended to be curious and asked. Second brother, that's not too good, is it? Su Chen did indeed give me a pill. Lin Qingqing felt a bit awkward. Meanwhile, a cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. This Lin Qi truly did not know how to die? Just now, Zhang Qian came to challenge him, and he could tell that Zhang Qian and Lin Qi were definitely related, perhaps even instigated by Lin Qi. At that moment, he was already quite displeased with this second prince. Now Lin Qi actually dared to come and cause trouble for him? Without thinking, Su Chen knew Lin Qi's intentions. He merely thought that Su Chen wouldn't be able to present any decent gifts, so he publicly said this to embarrass Su Chen. Su Chen believed he hadn't offended Lin Qi, but since he was so malicious, he shouldn't blame Su Chen for publicly slapping his face. Thinking of this, Su Chen smiled indifferently and said, Your Highness, the pill I gave you is nothing to mention. If the second prince wants to see it, let him take a look. Are you sure? Lin Qingqing asked. Absolutely. Su Chen gave her a reassuring look. Lin Qingqing immediately felt relieved, and she also thought that Su Chen was a profound alchemist. The pill he gave her could not be an ordinary one. If second brother wanted to embarrass Su Chen, he was probably making a big mistake. Lin Qingqing took out the pill that Su Chen had given her. When the jade box opened, a sky blue pill, round and ancient, shimmered with an unusual light. But no fragrance wafted out. Moreover, the pill only had 3 pill patterns on it. 3 pill patterns indicated that this was only a third-tier spiritual pill. Although a third-tier spiritual pill was decent and could be used by martial artists in the Yuan Dan realm, it was somewhat beneath the occasion as a congratulatory gift. Is it just a third-tier spiritual pill? This Su Chen is really stingy. Everyone here has at least given a 4th-tier spiritual pill. Can he even take out anything decent? That's right. I heard that His Highness the Crown Prince even gave a 6th-tier spiritual pill, which is extremely precious. Is this Su Chen really an alchemist? A 3rd-tier spiritual pill thinks it can attend the princess's birthday. What a dreamer. Now, the princess will probably be enraged. Everyone revealed various expressions and couldn't help but ridicule softly. The guests in the Clear Spring Palace were either wealthy or noble, mostly martial arts geniuses from the royal capital. Everyone had made a significant effort for Lin Qingqing's birthday this time. A 3rd-tier spiritual pill indeed couldn't hold up. Even Lin Qingqing was taken aback, not expecting that Su Chen had given a 3rd-tier spiritual pill. But she quickly reacted, smiled slightly, and said, Thank you, young master Su Chen. This is precisely the spiritual pill I need and is very important to me. Then, she was about to put the jade box away. Wait. Lin Qi smiled indifferently. He would not let this opportunity pass. Since Qingqing said this spiritual pill is very precious, then please let young master Su Chen enlighten us. What kind of precious spiritual pill is this? Could it possibly grant eternal youth? Lin Chi's voice already carried a mocking tone. Eternal youth? Ha ha. It's just a third-tier spiritual pill. Do you think it's a supreme holy pill? The second prince really knows how to joke. I see this spiritual pill resembles a healing pill I've seen before. It's hardly worth mentioning. A healing pill, and you still dare to present it? This Su Chen clearly doesn't take the princess seriously. Lin Chi's subordinates, seeing their boss causing trouble for Su Chen, understood what was happening and began to mock him freely. Second brother, you are going too far. Lin Qingqing's face darkened as she said coldly. Qingqing, your brother is clearly doing this for your own good. Some people seek fame and have malicious intentions. You must not be fooled. Isn't that right, young Master Su? Lin Chi said earnestly, then glanced at Su Chen with a half-smile. Fool. Su Chen glanced at Lin Chi and said indifferently. Chapter 64. Eternal Youth Pill, what did you say? Lin Chi's gaze turned icy, almost as if he had heard wrongly. He didn't expect Su Chen to dare to insult him publicly. I said you are a fool. What gift I gave to the princess has nothing to do with you. If you jump out so eagerly, be careful not to shoot yourself in the foot. Su Chen coldly laughed. Su Chen, you are so audacious. Do you really think that with my little sister backing you, I can't do anything to you? Lin Chi was so angry that his whole body trembled, his eyes filled with a chilling glare. Fool is just a fool. He only knows how to use his status to pressure others. Since you want to know what this is, then I will tell you. This pill is called the Eternal Youth Pill. Taking it can preserve one's appearance forever. Moreover, it is not a third-tier spiritual pill, but a sixth-tier spiritual pill. Su Chen said calmly. What? Su Chen's words shocked everyone, their eyes filled with disbelief. Eternal Youth Pill? Can preserve one's appearance forever? A sixth-tier spiritual pill? The many women in the Clear Spring Palace, including Lin Qingqing and Jun Xiling, couldn't help but brighten their eyes, revealing an overwhelming desire. What woman doesn't care about her appearance? What woman doesn't wish to preserve her beauty forever? If this spiritual pill is truly the Eternal Youth Pill, it would have a deadly attraction for women. Eternal Youth Pill? Preserving one's appearance forever? And a sixth-tier spiritual pill? Ha ha ha. Su Chen, you really dare to talk nonsense. How come I've never heard of such a thing as the Eternal Youth Pill? Moreover, this spiritual pill only has 3 pill patterns. How can you say it is the Eternal Youth Pill? The second Prince Lin Chi laughed loudly, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. His words raised many doubts among the crowd. Exactly. A spiritual pill that can preserve one's appearance forever indeed has a deadly attraction. But we've never heard of such a pill. Not to mention, this spiritual pill indeed only has 3 pill patterns. How could it be a sixth-tier spiritual pill? After all, everyone knows that the grade of a pill is determined by its pill patterns. Just because you haven't heard of the Eternal Youth Pill does not mean it does not exist. And who said this spiritual pill only has 3 pill patterns? Fool. Su Chen let out a cold laugh. Then, he personally took out the spiritual pill, and under the brilliant sunlight, 3 strange pill patterns emerged, which surprisingly overlapped to reveal 3 additional golden pill patterns. It was actually 6 pill patterns. This beauty-enhancing pill was refined by Su Chen himself and had been enhanced by the Qiankuan Ding. Although it appeared to have only 3 pill patterns, it actually concealed 3 more, making it a true beauty-enhancing pill. Is this really a 6th-grade spiritual pill? Someone exclaimed, their voice trembling. 6th-grade spiritual pills are supreme pills that only powerful warriors at the martial king level are qualified to consume, containing profound transformative powers. They did not expect Su Chen to be so extravagant as to directly produce a 6th-grade spiritual pill, a beauty-enhancing pill. Lin Qingqing and Jun Xiling exchanged glances, both revealing a look of desire in their eyes. They also did not expect Su Chen to be able to refine such a defying pill. Young Master Su Chen, do you have any more of this beauty-enhancing pill? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. Among the guests in the Qingchuan Palace, a woman couldn't help but speak up, filled with excitement and desire. At this moment, they all believed Su Chen's words. After all, the temptation of a 6th-grade spiritual pill, combined with the mystery of the beauty-enhancing pill, made it unbearable for them. Impossible. This is definitely not a 6th-grade spiritual pill, nor is it a beauty-enhancing pill. Su Chen, don't spout nonsense here. Lin Chi coldly said, his handsome face twisting into a grimace. He felt a bit regretful. He originally intended to embarrass Su Chen to show off in front of Jun Xiling, but now he deeply understood what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. Now it was better. Not only did he fail to embarrass Su Chen, but he had also turned himself into a clown. He clearly saw the disdain and contempt in Jun Xiling's eyes. A beauty-enhancing pill? Who has a beauty-enhancing pill? At this moment, An elderly voice came from outside. An old man dressed in a white robe, with white hair and beard, and looking ethereal, walked in, his eyes filled with anticipation. The Grand Elder? Greetings, Grand Elder, someone exclaimed, recognizing the identity of the old man and hurriedly bowing to him. The Grand Elder of the Wanbao Merchant Association, Yun Yi. He was not only a master of pill refining, but also a peak martial sovereign, holding immense power over the Wanbao Merchant Association. No one expected that Yun Yi would come here. Upon seeing Yun Yi, Lin Shi felt as if he had found a savior and quickly said, "I have met the Grand Elder. This child is spouting nonsense, claiming that the pill in his hand is a beauty-enhancing pill. Please, Grand Elder, make a ruling and expose this arrogant fool." He believed that with the Grand Elder's proficiency in pill refining, he would surely be able to dismantle Su Chen. A beauty-enhancing pill? It really is a beauty-enhancing pill. Yun Yi seemed to completely ignore Lin Shi, his gaze instantly drawn to the spiritual pill in Su Chen's hand. His eyes filled with immense excitement as he slowly walked towards Su Chen. His hands trembled slightly, revealing his overwhelming excitement. His words left Lin Shi momentarily stunned. Is this really a beauty-enhancing pill? Chapter 65. Grand Elder Yun Yi, may I ask this young master, from where did you obtain this beauty-enhancing pill? Yun Yi stood before Su Chen, asking eagerly. As a master of pill refining, and being just one step away from reaching the realm of pill master, he naturally knew the preciousness of the beauty-enhancing pill. This was an ancient spiritual pill capable of preserving one's beauty forever, incredibly mysterious, causing countless female martial artists to go crazy over it. Yun Yi was also searching for a beauty-enhancing pill. However, the formula for the beauty-enhancing pill had long been lost. Aside from a few ancient ruins, it was nearly impossible to find any beauty-enhancing pills, let alone refine one. He subconsciously thought that Su Chen must have obtained the beauty-enhancing pill from some ruins. This beauty-enhancing pill was refined by me, Su Chen said casually. You refined it? Could it be that you are young Master Su Chen? Yun Yi's whole body shook, and an expression of immense shock appeared in his eyes. It seemed he had thought of something and immediately confirmed Su Chen's identity. Indeed, I am Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. This Grand Elder of the Wanbao Merchant Association appeared to be very eager for the beauty-enhancing pill, and perhaps he could obtain some cultivation resources from him. The reason Su Chen took out the beauty-enhancing pill was not only to thank Lin Xingxing for her repeated help, but also to exchange the beauty-enhancing pill for cultivation resources. The Donglin domain is one of the 36 domains in the Eastern Wilderness, extremely barren, with even low-grade spirit stones being rare. If Su Chen were to cultivate step by step, it would take an unknown amount of time to restore his peak cultivation from his past life. However, those powerful figures must have plenty of cultivation resources, and Su Chen aimed to target them. However, he had just taken out the beauty-enhancing pill when he did not expect it to attract Yun Yi. As expected of young Master Su Chen, as expected of a pill master, I didn't expect you to be able to refine a beauty-enhancing pill, Yun Yi exclaimed, his eyes filled with immense excitement. Looking at the youth before him, he was even slightly dazed. A boy of just over 10 years old could actually be a pill master. Anyone who heard this would be extremely shocked. He knew about Su Chen because he had learned from Lin Ruowei that Su Chen had refined the Taiyin transformation pill. If it weren't for the presence of so many people, he might have almost wanted to ask Su Chen for guidance on pill refining. A pill master. Everyone was stunned. At first, they were shocked that Su Chen could produce the long-lost 6th-grade spiritual pill, the beauty-enhancing pill. But they never expected that this beauty-enhancing pill was actually refined by Su Chen. Su Chen is a pill master. One must know that in the entire Daliwangdu, only the mysterious president of the Wanbao Merchant Association was a pill master. Becoming a pill master was incredibly difficult. But Su Chen was only in his teens. How did he achieve this? A pill master? The second Prince Lin Qi's face turned pale. He understood the weight of these 4 words better than anyone, and he was unwilling to believe that Su Chen could be a pill master. A pill master in Daliwangdu was a figure comparable to a martial king. If Su Chen was truly a pill master, then offending him would be disastrous. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince Lin Feng felt immensely relieved. Fortunately, he was not as arrogant as Lin Qi, who had offended Su Chen right away. Young Master Su Chen, may I ask if you would part with this beauty-enhancing pill? Whatever you need, I will surely find it for you. Yun Yi asked eagerly. Elder Yun, this beauty-enhancing pill is a birthday gift I'm giving to the princess, so I really cannot give it to you. However, Su Chen shook his head. Yun Yi's heart filled with disappointment, but upon hearing Su Chen's words, he was suddenly intrigued and quickly asked, "However, what?" "However, I can still refine beauty-enhancing pills, but I lack the necessary spiritual herbs." Su Chen smiled slightly. "That's easy. My Wanbao Merchant Association has plenty of spiritual herbs. Whatever you need is no problem." "Yuan," he said grandly. "I want one too." Jun Xiling chimed in, looking at Su Chen with a smile. "Su Chen, with our relationship, you wouldn't deny me even a single beauty pill, would you?" Jun Xiling walked up to Su Chen, directly linking her arm with his, pouting her red lips, and said in a delicate voice. The eyes of the crowd nearly popped out. When had they ever seen Jun Xiling behave this way towards a male? Suddenly, something shattered in many people's hearts. "Young Master Su Chen, I also want a beauty pill. As long as you can help me refine it, I will give you anything you want." "Young Master Su Chen, I want one too." "Me too." In the Clear Spring Palace, many female cultivators stared at Su Chen with fiery eyes. That was the legendary beauty pill that could preserve one's appearance forever. Which woman could resist such temptation? Almost instantly, Su Chen was surrounded by everyone. "Bastard!" Lin Shi, seeing Jun Xiling act like that towards Su Chen, was already trembling with anger, his eyes filled with jealousy. However, when he thought about Su Chen's identity as a master alchemist, his heart was filled with regret and unwillingness. Why did he offend Su Chen? Chapter 66. Encountering assassination again. The beauty pill was completely on fire. Su Chen's purpose was naturally achieved. After he announced that he would refine several beauty pills to be auctioned at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the many female cultivators in the Clear Spring Palace reluctantly dispersed. As for the second Prince Lin Qi, he had already lost the face to stay any longer and left the Clear Spring Palace directly. The birthday banquet for Lin Qingqing officially began in the Clear Spring Palace, with everyone clinking glasses, especially Su Chen, who became the true focus of the banquet. Even Jun Xiling, Prince Lin Feng, and Elder Yuan Yi frequently toasted him. Everyone sensed that Su Chen's name would become the most dazzling new star in the Great Li imperial capital, impossible to ignore. After all, a master alchemist is respected even by martial arts kings, and the Great Li imperial capital would deliberately try to win him over. As for Zhang Qian's death, it had long been forgotten. Who would dare offend a master alchemist? It was simply asking for death. In the Divine Martial Academy, in an ancient palace, the tall and imposing Merhua Xuanzhang suddenly opened his eyes. "Su Chen is a master alchemist." His voice was filled with shock. "Yes, master." This news came from the Clear Spring Palace. Su Chen received the certification from Elder Yuan Yi and even refined the long-lost beauty pill, making him a master alchemist. However, the disciples still cannot believe that this little brat could be a master alchemist. Xianbin knelt before Merhua Xuanzhang, his eyes filled with panic and disbelief. He had never thought that Su Chen would actually be a master alchemist. However, Su Chen's status as a master alchemist was personally certified by Elder Yuan Yi, and even if he was unwilling to believe it, he had to accept it. Recalling that just a few days ago, he was still thinking of competing with Su Chen in alchemy, he instantly felt embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide. If it weren't for Elder Yuan Yi's mental power being damaged, he would have broken through to Master Alchemist long ago. Since it was his certification, it meant that Su Chen truly had the strength of a Master Alchemist. "I really underestimated this child as a Master Alchemist," Merhua Xuanzhang said slowly, his eyes flashing with sharpness. Previously, he had always regarded Su Chen as an ant that could be easily crushed, not even considering him at all. But if Su Chen is indeed a Master Alchemist, he could no longer afford to be careless. Today, are the assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower going to assassinate Su Chen? Merhua Xuanzhang suddenly seemed to think of something and quickly asked. "That's right. According to their agreement, today is the day they will assassinate Su Chen, Master Yu." Xianbin nodded. "Not good. Quickly inform the Wind and Rain Tower to withdraw. Do not assassinate Su Chen. If he really is a master alchemist, killing him would likely cause great trouble." Merhua Xuanzhang immediately said. A hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He knew better than anyone how immense and terrifying the power was to cultivate a master alchemist at such a young age. He did not believe that Su Chen had become a master alchemist for no reason. There must be an unfathomable power or a peerless strongman standing behind him. Whatever it was not something he could afford to offend. Yes, Xianbin suddenly realized this point, instantly drenched in cold sweat, and hurriedly turned to run outside. Su Chen, what exactly is your background?" Merhua Xuanzhang's eyes flickered with a cold light as he muttered to himself. In the Clear Spring Palace, the birthday banquet for Lin Qingqing ended, and Su Chen was already slightly tipsy. He did not return to the Divine Martial Academy with Jun Xiling, but planned to go back to the Lu residence to check on his mother and younger sister. It was already night, and the cool breeze blew on his face, alleviating some of his drunkenness. However, just as he was about to reach the Lu residence, a sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he sensed a dangerous aura spreading along the empty street. Are those assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower again? They really are relentless. A hint of cold killing intent appeared in Su Chen's eyes, but on the surface, he remained calm and continued walking forward. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, two figures appeared silently behind Su Chen. And then two ghostly blue long swords instantly unleashed overwhelming killing intent, enveloping Su Chen. They were two assassins cloaked in black, their cold and indifferent cruel eyes exposed. It seemed they envisioned their long swords tearing through Su Chen's body and piercing his heart. Yet, Su Chen appeared completely unaware. In the next moment, the long swords pierced through Su Chen's body. However, instead of the expected blood splattering, it seemed as if they had stabbed into thin air. Not good. The two assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower changed their expressions, their eyes filled with shock as they watched Su Chen before them turn into an afterimage and disappear. That was not Su Chen's true body. "You're looking for me?" Su Chen's calm and indifferent voice echoed in the ears of the two assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower, causing their hairs to stand on end. Without thinking, they unleashed their killing intent, and sword energy surged towards their rear. But it was already too late. Roar! An ancient and strange dragon roar echoed as Su Chen, standing behind them, unleashed his true energy, his blood surging, and two faint golden dragons coiled around his arms, instantly transforming into two unmatched fist prints. Explosive attack. Chapter 67. The moon is bright and stars are few. Treading on the sword to kill boom. Although the two assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower were both powerful martial sect experts, in an instant, they unleashed their true energy and formed protective true chi to resist. However, that unmatched fist print erupted like a divine dragon, unstoppable, and instantly shattered their protective true chi before heavily striking their bodies. The two assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower let out a scream, blood spurting wildly from their mouths as they were sent flying, crashing hard onto the distant, solid bluestone ground. Boom! The bluestone ground instantly cracked, creating two human-shaped, deep pits. The two assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower had already been crushed to pieces, dead beyond recognition. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, a series of sharp cold lights shot towards Su Chen from behind. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and he suddenly stepped down, unleashing a violent surge of true energy. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, it was as if his sleeve had turned to iron, fanning away all the cold lights. Those were flying daggers, and the blades were a deep blue, clearly coated with deadly poison. In the distance, atop a building, a Wind and Rain Tower assassin's face changed drastically, his eyes filled with grave concern. Having missed his strike, he quickly fled into the distance. He had witnessed Su Chen kill the two Wind and Rain Tower assassins with unbelievable power, and even his infallible flying daggers had been blocked by Su Chen. He knew he was no match for Su Chen if he stayed, so he chose to flee without hesitation. "Where do you think you're going?" Su Chen sneered. A flash of light appeared beneath his feet, and a flying sword manifested, allowing him to leap into the air like lightning, charging towards the Wind and Rain Tower assassin. Sword control technique. Su Chen executed the sword control technique, soaring through the air, and almost instantly caught up to the black-clad assassin. He can walk in the air? Not good. He is actually a martial sovereign. The black-clad assassin's soul was struck with terror, his eyes filled with immense fear. Seeing Su Chen flying on his sword, he instinctively believed Su Chen was a martial sovereign hiding his true strength, which extinguished any fighting spirit he had, causing him to flee in a panic. At the same time, he harbored intense hatred for the Zhang family. The Zhang family actually claimed that Su Chen was merely at the Yuan Dan realm. Could someone at the Yuan Dan realm instantly kill two martial sovereign assassins? Could someone at the Yuan Dan realm fly on a sword? If he could return to the Wind and Rain Tower, he vowed to have the master eliminate the Zhang family entirely. But unfortunately, he no longer had that chance. Whoosh! A brilliant sword light erupted, like a meteor streaking through the night sky, reaching its peak speed and piercing directly through the chest of the black-clad assassin. A spray of blood burst forth, and the light in his eyes instantly faded before he crashed to the ground. The third Wind and Rain Tower assassin dead. The Wind and Rain Tower really is relentless. Or rather, does the Zhang family truly think I, Su Chen, am easy to bully? A murderous intent permeated Su Chen's eyes, as cold as iron. In the Divine Martial Academy, the Wind and Rain Tower had once sent 2 assassins to kill him, ultimately dying at his hands. He hadn't expected the Wind and Rain Tower would dare to send more people. 3 more martial sovereign assassins. Such high-level assassins were rare in the Wind and Rain Tower. Losing one was a significant blow, and the mastermind behind all this was none other than the Zhang family. However, Su Chen had misunderstood the Wind and Rain Tower. The Wind and Rain Tower believed that those 2 assassins had died at the hands of the elders of the Divine Martial Academy, which was why they only sent 3 silver-ranked martial sovereign assassins. If they had known that it was Su Chen who killed them, they would likely have sent gold-ranked martial sovereign assassins instead. Tonight, the Zhang family will be annihilated. Su Chen's voice was chilling, and a murderous aura surrounded him. Standing on his flying sword, he darted through the air above the royal capital, speeding towards the Zhang family's direction. Not long after Su Chen left, a figure hurriedly appeared on the street. Upon seeing the 3 dead Wind and Rain Tower assassins, his face changed drastically, his eyes filled with terror. I came too late. But Su Chen, he actually managed to slay even the silver-ranked assassins of the Wind and Rain Tower? This is serious. The figure was Xianbin. He had rushed over to stop the Wind and Rain Tower assassins, but arrived too late. However, seeing the 3 silver-ranked assassins dead, he was immensely shocked. Su Chen is terrifying. He immediately turned to leave, needing to report this matter to the Elder Moro. His instincts told him that if Su Chen did not die, it would not just be him, but even Elder Moro would be in danger. Zhang family. A scene of mourning. Today, the eldest son of the Zhang family, Zhang Qian, who was also the son of the family head Zhang Hong and a genius student of the Divine Martial Academy, was publicly killed by Su Chen in the Clear Spring Palace. When this news reached the Zhang family, Zhang Hong fainted momentarily. He had never expected that Zhang Kuan would die at Su Chen's hands, and now Su Chen had killed Zhang Qian. Su Chen, my Zhang family will never coexist peacefully with you. Zhang Hong spat blood, his voice shrill, filled with overwhelming killing intent. Chapter 68. The murderous intent. Zhang Hong had never anticipated that Zhang Qian would provoke Su Chen at Lin Qingqing's birthday banquet, ultimately dying at Su Chen's hands. Su Chen's power had surpassed Zhang Hong's expectations. Family head, Su Chen has killed the eldest and youngest sons. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. What are those bastards from the Wind and Rain Tower doing? Why haven't they killed Su Chen yet? Family head, we can't wait any longer. We must seek Elder Moro's help. Let him take action and personally slay Su Chen. Exactly. The youngest son is his disciple, having been killed by Su Chen. As his master, I must avenge him. Family head, let Lu Wenyuan give us an explanation. In the Zhang family, many elders were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes brimming with killing intent. Initially, they were angry about Su Chen killing Zhang Kuan, but they did not take Su Chen seriously at all. However, they had not expected Su Chen's strength to be so terrifying, completely beyond their expectations, now instilling in them a sense of uncontrollable crisis. If Su Chen does not die, the Zhang family will face great disaster. I will go to the Divine Martial Academy and find Elder Moro to take action. We must tear Su Chen to pieces. Zhang Hong gritted his teeth, his voice cold as ice. No need to go, I've arrived. At that moment, a calm and ethereal voice sounded. Under the cold moonlight, a figure clad in white, like snow, arrived on a flying sword, gracefully descending in an instant before Zhang Hong and the others. It was Su Chen. Su Chen. Zhang Hong trembled, his eyes filled with shock. He had never expected Su Chen would dare to come to the Zhang residence, especially in such a manner of flying on a sword, which left him utterly stunned. Flying in the air? Could he be a martial sovereign? Someone gasped, their voice filled with disbelief. The many elders of the Zhang family, seeing Su Chen arriving on his sword, were equally astonished by his extraordinary demeanor. Their eyes filled with deep apprehension. You are Zhang Hong. The assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower were sent by you to kill me, right? Su Chen's expression was calm and indifferent as he looked at Zhang Hong, speaking lightly. Indeed, that's me. Su Chen, I never expected the assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower would fail to kill you, but how dare you come to my Zhang residence? Zhang Hong laughed in anger. Although he felt apprehensive, He could clearly sense that Su Chen was merely at the Yuan Dan realm, and not a martial sovereign at all. As for flying on a sword, it must be some special martial skill. Seeing Su Chen appear in the Zhang residence, his eyes turned blood red, filled with rage and killing intent, making him wish to immediately strike and completely eliminate Su Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous elders of the Zhang family, their guards, and many martial arts experts all rushed over, surrounding Su Chen in the center, their eyes filled with killing intent. Although they knew Su Chen would be difficult to deal with, the Zhang family was one of the 4 great families in the royal capital. While they did not have a martial sovereign, they had no less than 10 martial masters, and with many Yuan Dan realm guards. They believed that swarming him would surely result in Su Chen being torn to pieces. Just admit it. Since you're all here, it saves me the trouble of finding you one by one. Today, the Zhang family will be exterminated, Su Chen said calmly. His voice was incredibly serene, but to everyone's ears, it carried a chilling sense of murderous intent, filled with overwhelming ferocity and killing aura. Hold, Su Chen, do you really think you're invincible? Today is your day to die? Zhang Hong laughed in anger. Kill. With his roar, the many martial arts experts of the Zhang family could no longer hold back and charged towards Su Chen. Boom. In the void, true qi surged, and various powerful spiritual weapons, infused with true qi, erupted with brilliant light, weaving into a terrifying net of killing intent that descended upon Su Chen. With so many experts attacking simultaneously, even a martial sovereign would have to temporarily avoid their might, or they would suffer heavy injuries. The Zhang family members were full of confidence, believing they would completely slay Su Chen today. Roar. At that moment, an ancient dragon's roar resonated, shaking the heavens. In Su Chen's palm, brilliant golden clouds surged, and a golden divine dragon burst forth, emanating overwhelming killing intent, transforming into an incredibly powerful palm print that charged forward. Great Wilderness Battle Dragon Palm. The dragon battles in the wild. This palm was unmatched in power, containing unparalleled divine strength, instantly shattering the layers of true qi in the void and crashing into the incoming weapons. Crack. Boom. The crisp sounds echoed as the countless weapons were struck by Su Chen's palm, violently trembling, then cracking into numerous fissures before instantly shattering. Powerful spiritual weapons turned to scrap metal in an instant. Kill. Su Chen's gaze was extremely cold as he charged forward. He resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, his true qi soaring, his battle intent unmatched. With each palm strike, a martial arts expert was crushed, spewing blood and flying away. Almost anyone who touched him was injured, and those who engaged were killed. No one in the Zhang family was his match. Chapter 69. Extermination of the Zhang family. Roar. 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 The sounds of dragon roars echoed under the moonlit sky, shaking the entire Zhang family, filled with an iron-blooded killing intent. Su Chen struck out with his palm at a Zhang family elder, a genuine martial sovereign, whose true qi surged and was incredibly powerful, yet was instantly shattered by Su Chen's attack. His eyes were filled with horror as he attempted to retreat, but Su Chen's figure flashed like lightning, and an unmatched palm print fiercely struck the elder's chest. The Zhang family elder screamed in agony, spewing blood, and instantly died. Even the martial sovereign elder was crushed like dried weeds by Su Chen, let alone the other Yuan Dan realm martial artists, who could not even approach Su Chen and were swept away by his true qi, suffering heavy injuries and flying out. Zhang Hong, you will die? Su Chen's gaze was incredibly cold as he charged toward Zhang Hong. As the strongest in the Zhang family, Zhang Hong's cultivation had reached the peak of martial sovereign 9th layer, just one step away from the martial sovereign realm. However, seeing Su Chen's unstoppable demeanor, his eyes filled with trepidation and instinctive fear arose. Swish. A long sword appeared in his palm, radiating spiritual light, its cold gleam flashing, and fierce sword qi instantly slashed towards Su Chen's arm. This was a high-grade mysterious spiritual weapon, incredibly powerful, facing such a terrifyingly strong Su Chen. Even Zhang Hong had to take it seriously, unleashing all his combat strength as he crazily charged at Su Chen. Su Chen, you killed my sons Zhang Qian and Zhang Kuan. Today we will not rest until one of us is dead. Zhang Hong shouted frantically. Though wary of Su Chen's formidable strength, Zhang Hong knew he could not flee. This was the Zhang family, and only one of them could survive, which ignited his murderous intent. Swish, swish, swish. The sword qi crisscrossed the void, enveloping the courtyard like a storm, continuously pouring down towards Su Chen, wanting to completely slay him. Su Chen's palm emerged like a dragon, his aura terrifying, constantly erupting with supreme divine might, shattering the sky full of sword chi as he met Zhang Hong's long sword with his bare palm. Clang, clang. In the void, sparks flew. Zhang Hong's eyes were filled with disbelief. He never expected Su Chen's strength to be so terrifying. Meeting his long sword with his bare palm only left white imprints, not a single wound. Instead, he was shaken by Su Chen's terrifying palm strength, his blood surging. And the long sword in his hand felt unstable, as if it might fly out of his grip. Kill! Su Chen roared, his gaze like iron. He formed his fingers like a sword, and the flying sword buzzed and trembled, floating before him, transforming into a dazzling divine light that instantly broke through the void and shot toward Zhang Hong at high speed. Sword control technique. Using the mind to control the sword. Nurturing it with qi. Su Chen's mental strength was already incredibly strong. This method posed no difficulty for him. Moreover, the flying sword moved with lightning speed. And even Zhang Hong could not react in time. His eyes filled with a mix of shock and anger as he raised his long sword to defend. Crack. However, the terror of the sword control technique far exceeded his imagination. A crisp sound rang out as the long sword in Zhang Hong's hand was instantly cut in two. And the flying sword, at an incredible speed, carried a streak of blood, soaring upwards. Zhang Hong's arm was instantly severed. Zhang Hong's eyes were filled with immense pain, clutching his arm and stumbling backward. Swish. But after the flying sword severed his arm, it instantly turned back like lightning, piercing through Zhang Hong's chest and nailing him hard against the distant wall. Su Chen, you are dead. Zhang Hong let out a piercing scream. His eyes filled with unwillingness, fear, and despair. His heart had been pierced by the flying sword, and despite his strong vitality, he could only hold on for a moment longer before the light in his eyes faded, his head drooping helplessly. He died. What? The family head is dead. Su Chen, he is not human. He is a demon. The many elders and martial arts experts of the Zhang family were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Zhang Hong was the head of the Zhang family, incredibly powerful, the first expert of the Zhang family, just one step away from the martial sovereign realm. But who could have imagined that he would also die at Su Chen's hands? Su Chen's strength far exceeded their imagination. After Zhang Hong died, the members of the Zhang family instantly lost their fighting spirit, their eyes filled with fear, and they wanted to flee into the distance. Where could they escape to? Su Chen's gaze was cold, and a killing intent surged around him. He controlled his flying sword, unleashing streams of sword energy that fell from the sky, along with unmatched palm prints that struck down relentlessly on those Zhang family cultivators, creating a scene of blood and carnage as they were slaughtered. Since he had already offended the Zhang family, he decided to see it through to the end. Su Chen did not want to face endless troubles and retaliation from the Zhang family in the future, even though he was not afraid. His little sister and mother were his eternal soft spots, and he did not want them to suffer any harm. Therefore, Su Chen struck decisively, annihilating all the powerful cultivators of the Zhang family. The Zhang family was destroyed. Chapter 70. The Cloud Seal Heavenly Book. The Zhang family was left with bodies strewn across the ground, led by family head Zhang Hong. Numerous elders and guards of the Zhang family all perished at Su Chen's hands. Their eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness, regretting why they had made an enemy of this calamity named Su Chen. Thus, the entire Zhang family was wiped out. At the same time, they were filled with confusion as to why Su Chen's strength was so formidable. To obliterate the Zhang family would require a great cost, even for a martial sovereign. Yet Su Chen, merely at the Yuan Dan realm, managed to destroy the Zhang family without suffering any harm. Such terrifying power was unprecedented. With the Zhang family destroyed, the next target was the Wind and Rain Tower. A cold light flickered in Su Chen's eyes. If it weren't for the Zhang family's repeated provocations and their eventual request for assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower, Su Chen's killing intent would not have been ignited, and he wouldn't have acted so ruthlessly. However, Su Chen did not regret it. Those who kill are always killed in return. The Zhang family wanted to kill him, and he destroyed them for self-preservation. As for the Wind and Rain Tower, they were even more loathsome than the Zhang family. The Wind and Rain Tower was notorious, and like a bone stuck in the throat, once they accepted a task, they would pursue it relentlessly until it was completed. Therefore, the Wind and Rain Tower had set its sights on Su Chen. Either they would kill him, or he would annihilate them. There was no third possibility. Boom. Su Chen unleashed a powerful palm strike, shattering the wall before him and revealing a large metal door. This was the Zhang family's treasury. One of the elders of the Zhang family, before dying, cried bitterly and revealed the location of the treasury in hopes of saving his life. The key to the treasury was on Zhang Hong. Su Chen took out a dark golden key, opened the treasury door, and entered. What greeted his eyes was a mountain of silver and gold. Altogether, it amounted to several tens of millions of taels, dazzling and blinding. However, for Su Chen, silver and gold were of no use. He only cared about various heavenly materials, earth treasures, and spirit stones. Against the wall, there were several large sandalwood boxes, from which faint spiritual light emanated. After opening the boxes, he was greeted by spirit stones that resembled pebbles. Indeed, they were spirit stones. However, the so-called four great families of the royal capital were rather poor, having only a mere few thousand low-grade spirit stones. Su Chen's eyes brightened, but he still muttered in disappointment. In his previous life as the Nine Dragons' martial emperor, he used at least top-grade spirit stones, and he had even seen legendary divine stones. The spiritual energy contained in low-grade spirit stones was very mixed and scarce. Even ordinary disciples from large sects and sacred places disdainfully avoided using them. However, considering the extreme poverty of the Eastern domain, where spiritual energy was thin, low-grade spirit stones were exceedingly rare, let alone middle-grade, upper-grade, or even top-grade spirit stones. These few thousand low-grade spirit stones were probably only suitable for the family head Zhang Hong to cultivate. For Su Chen, they were better than nothing. He stored all these low-grade spirit stones in his storage ring. Then, he examined the items on the shelves, most of which were spirit pills, spiritual herbs, ordinary cultivation methods, and martial techniques, the highest grade being merely Xian-level top grade, which did not catch Su Chen's interest. However, there was one item on the bookshelf that caught his attention. His gaze flickered as he picked up a rusted copper piece, which felt heavy in his hand and was covered in green corrosion, the nature of which was unknown. But Su Chen thought of a legendary treasure. Could this be the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book? Su Chen's body trembled, and his eyes revealed an incredible shock. He activated the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique, and the true energy within him surged wildly, golden light dazzling as it rushed towards the copper piece in his hand. Buzz! The copper piece in his hand vibrated, as if stimulated by some ancient and mysterious power. The corrosion began to fall away, revealing a brilliant glow. Then, silver divine light burst forth, and the copper piece transformed into a page covered with strange characters, flowing with an enigmatic light, appearing profound and inscrutable. Could it really be the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book? Su Chen was shaken, filled with uncontrollable excitement. The so-called Cloud Seal Heavenly Book was said to be passed down by a significant figure in the divine realm, containing 36 golden seal writings and 72 silver seal writings, recording various heaven-defying divine arts, martial techniques, and magical methods, containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, mysterious and powerful. The Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique that Su Chen obtained was actually one of the golden seal writings, reputed to rank among the top 10 in heaven-defying techniques within the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book. It was precisely because of the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique that he became the Nine Dragons Martial Emperor, sweeping through the invincible, dominating the world, and becoming the #1 person in the world. He never expected to discover the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book today in the small eastern domain of the Great Li Kingdom, in the Zhang family's treasury. If this silver seal writing were to spread, even invincible figures at the martial emperor level would storm into the Great Li Kingdom, willing to pay any price, and risking countless lives to seize it. This was a supreme technique directly pointing to the great Tao. Who could resist its allure? What a stroke of fortune. He never thought he would find the Cloud Seal Heavenly Book here. He was eager to see what kind of divine powers were contained within this silver seal writing. Su Chen's eyes were filled with anticipation as he operated his true energy. That page of silver seal writing instantly transformed into a dazzling stream of light, merging into his mind's sea of consciousness. Chapter 71. The Breaking Illusion Divine Eye. The capital shakes boom. The heavens and earth trembled, and divine light howled. In Su Chen's mind's sea of consciousness, it was as if the world was being opened up. A blazing light burst forth, and a brilliantly shining golden eye appeared in the sea of consciousness. Breaking Illusion Divine Eye. 4 ancient and mysterious silver seal characters appeared in Su Chen's mind. An ancient torrent of information flowed into Su Chen's brain, allowing him to understand the supreme divine powers recorded within this cloud seal heavenly book. It was actually a divine-level eye technique. Su Chen's body shook. His eyes filled with immense shock. This breaking illusion divine eye was incredibly powerful, capable of seeing through all illusions, perceiving all things in heaven and earth, and could even emit breaking illusion divine light, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. Cultivated to the extreme, it could even annihilate the world with a single glance. He never expected that the breaking illusion divine eye would be so terrifying. To know, as the Nine Dragons' martial emperor, Su Chen had encountered many eye techniques in his previous life, such as the heavenly eye of the Buddhist sect and the vertical eye of the three-eyed race. But none of them were comparable to the broken illusion divine eye. Regarding the power of the one-eye world destruction described by the broken illusion divine eye, Su Chen was filled with anticipation. Truly a great fortune. With this broken illusion divine eye, I have another powerful trump card. If I can cultivate the broken illusion divine light, even a martial Tao king could be killed with a single glance. Su Chen was filled with excitement. The page of the Cloud Seal heavenly book he obtained from the Zhang family was Su Chen's greatest fortune. Moreover, this page of the Cloud Seal heavenly book seemed to possess some strange imprint, which directly integrated into Su Chen's sea of consciousness and disappeared. Su Chen left the Zhang family and returned to the Lu residence. He wanted to cultivate the broken illusion divine eye and strive to master this supreme divine eye technique as soon as possible. Within the Zhang family, blood flowed like rivers. Since Su Chen did not annihilate the entire Zhang family, but only killed Zhang Hong and those martial powerhouses of the Zhang family, and did not hide his tracks, the women and children of the Zhang family all knew that it was caused by Su Chen. The cries of mourning and grief echoed through the skies. The Zhang family, one of the 4 great families of the royal capital, was destroyed in a single night. Once this news spread, it instantly shocked the entire Dali royal capital. Who could have imagined that the Zhang family, which had a legacy of hundreds of years and was one of the 4 great families of the royal capital, could be so easily annihilated? Not to mention, the culprit was just Su Chen, a teenager in his teens. For a time, the royal capital was filled with panic, and people were discussing it endlessly. The Zhang family was actually destroyed by Su Chen. It was too unbelievable. That Su Chen, it is said, only has the cultivation of the Yuan Dan realm. That's right. Although the Zhang family did not have a martial venerable, they had more than 10 martial Dao masters. Even if a martial venerable powerhouse wanted to annihilate the Zhang family, it would not be so easy. How did Su Chen do it? Yuan Dan realm annihilating the Zhang family. It was too unbelievable. Could it be that a martial venerable powerhouse acted, pretending to be under Su Chen's name? It's hard to say. However, the women and children of the Zhang family firmly believed that it was Su Chen who destroyed the Zhang family and wanted to file a complaint to the court, earnestly requesting the holy judgment. Regardless, from today onwards, Su Chen had already become famous in the royal capital, and it was likely that even the 4 young masters of the royal capital would be overshadowed by Su Chen. People were discussing it endlessly. But what shocked everyone even more was that both the other 3 great families and the royal family chose to remain silent at the same time. Even the women of the Zhang family, who came to file complaints, were driven out. This was somewhat intriguing. Lu residence. Lu Wenyuan frowned tightly, his eyes filled with immense shock. Although he was the current prime minister and had long been able to hide his emotions, he was still extremely shocked when he heard this news. The Zhang family was destroyed just like that, and the instigator was his cheap grandson? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't connect that handsome young man with the ruthless killer. Not to mention, he had just received news that Su Chen had gifted a youth-retaining pill at the birthday banquet of the little princess Lin Qingqing. And even the elder of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce confirmed that Su Chen was a master of alchemy. A master of alchemy. That was a noble figure that even martial Dao kings had to treat with respect. How could a little boy like Su Chen be a master of alchemy? Lu Wenyuan couldn't figure it out. Soon, the steward of the Lu residence came to report. Master, young Master Su Chen has already entered seclusion for cultivation and cannot meet you. Entered seclusion? Lu Wenyuan was slightly taken aback. However, he felt a bit of admiration. Su Chen destroyed the Zhang family, and now the royal capital was in turmoil. He didn't know how many people were watching him, yet he could still remain calm and enter seclusion to cultivate. This state of mind was indeed extraordinary. Grandfather, Su Chen is too arrogant. He destroyed the Zhang family and brought great disaster to our Lu residence, and now he even dares to find an excuse not to meet you. It's simply infuriating. Lu Yulong sneered. He thought he had finally found an opportunity to get back at Su Chen. Slap. At that moment, a crisp sound rang out. Lu Wenyun slapped Lu Yulong's face, causing him to sit down on the ground. Fool. Lu Wenyun said coldly. Grandfather, why did you hit me? It's clearly Su Chen who caused the disaster. Lu Yulong felt extremely wronged, as if his spirit had suffered a great blow. Caused a disaster? Su Chen did destroy the Zhang family, but the Zhang family had more than 10 martial Dao masters. Why don't you go and try to destroy one? Lu Wenyun laughed coldly. Lu Yulong was instantly speechless, and suddenly he realized, breaking out in a cold sweat. Right. The Zhang family had more than 10 martial Dao masters. Su Chen so easily destroyed the Zhang family. Could it be that Su Chen possessed combat power comparable to a martial venerable? Martial venerable? Just thinking of these two words. Lu Yulong's eyes also showed an expression of extreme awe. How could that Su Chen be so strong? Chapter 72. The arrival of the great Lin dynasty. The Zhang family was destroyed by Su Chen. In the Divine Martial Academy, Master Moro suddenly opened his eyes. His expression filled with disbelief. Indeed. Master, I was late yesterday. The assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower had already acted. But I didn't expect that Su Chen not only directly eliminated the 3 silver medal assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower, but also directly broke into the Zhang family and annihilated the entire Zhang family. Xian Bin knelt in front of Master Moro, drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with immense terror. He hadn't expected Su Chen to possess such terrifying combat power. Thinking back to when he had planned to deal with Su Chen, he had thought that it was Lin Qingqing who saved Su Chen. Now it seemed that Lin Qingqing had probably saved him. If Lin Qingqing hadn't arrived, he might have already died at Su Chen's hands. What a Su Chen! It seems I really underestimated him. The killing intent in Master Moro's eyes surged as he spoke coldly. At the same time, he had other thoughts in his heart. He was deep-minded and always planned ahead, so when he confirmed that Su Chen was an enemy, he had already started investigating Su Chen. The investigation results, however, shocked him greatly. A month ago, Su Chen was still a waste of the Su family in Yunjiang City, having his Dantian and Qi Si crippled, completely becoming a useless person. But unexpectedly, in less than a month, Su Chen not only restored his Dantian and Qi Si, but also made rapid progress in cultivation, now possessing the combat power to eliminate martial Dao masters. This kind of improvement speed was astonishing. Furthermore, considering Su Chen's attainments as a master of alchemy, Master Moro speculated that there was probably a master alchemist standing behind Su Chen, or perhaps Su Chen had received a supreme inheritance from a master alchemist. Only a master alchemist could possess the miraculous power to transform waste into brilliance, allowing a useless person to become an unparalleled genius in a short time. A master alchemist? Upon thinking of this, even Master Moro's eyes showed a hint of apprehension. Master alchemists stand at the pinnacle, transcending the ordinary, and they are figures that even Master Moro must look up to. Even within the entire Eastern Wilderness's 36 domains, master alchemists are the most top-tier figures. Master Moro also did not dare to offend them, but he indeed coveted the creation on Su Chen's body. If he could obtain the creation from Su Chen, he could not only become a master of alchemy, but even a future saint of alchemy, and his cultivation would also advance by leaps and bounds. It seems that he must verify whether there truly is a living saint of alchemy behind Su Chen, or if he has merely inherited the legacy of a saint of alchemy. The Moro elder made up his mind. If there is indeed a living saint of alchemy standing behind Su Chen, then he definitely cannot afford to offend him, and he might have to bow down to Su Chen or even flee. If it is only the legacy of a saint of alchemy, then the Moro elder would naturally not hold back and would need to kill Su Chen to seize the supreme creation on him. However, Su Chen's combat power is too strong. Ordinary people might not be able to test Su Chen's true trump card. What should be done? Just as the Moro elder was pondering, Lin Hao walked in from outside the main hall. Reporting to Master, the envoy from the Great Lin Empire has arrived, led by His Highness the Ninth Prince. They are already outside the royal capital. Lin Hao reported respectfully. The Great Lin Empire? His Highness the Ninth Prince? Good. The Moro elder trembled all over, suddenly stood up, and revealed an incredibly excited expression in his eyes. The Great Lin Empire is one of the overlords of the Eastern region, and the Great Li Kingdom is nominally a vassal state of the Great Lin Empire. Within the Great Lin Empire, powerful figures gather, with martial emperors stationed, dominating a region. Speaking of which, the arrival of the Great Lin Empire did not surprise the Moro elder. as it was he who sent word for them to come. He also understood that the Great Lin Empire's arrival must be for the hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm. Boom! The Moro Elder's true chi surged around him, and in an instant, he soared into the sky and flew toward the royal capital. The Great Li Royal Capital, a massive black treasure ship emanating an immense oppressive force, instantly broke through layers of clouds, crossing the void, and appeared directly above the royal capital. On the treasure ship stood a young man dressed in a purple python robe, tall and handsome, with a proud and sharp gaze, exuding a powerful aura, as if a deity, looking down at the Great Li Royal Capital below. Reporting to His Highness the Ninth Prince, we have arrived at the Great Li Royal Capital. Behind him, a powerful warrior clad in black armor knelt on one knee. Very good. Have the Great Li King come to see me? The Ninth Prince said indifferently. Yes. The armored warrior replied respectfully. Soon, a vast and ancient horn sounded, spreading far and wide, and echoed within the Great Li Royal City. On the black treasure ship, a black dragon flag fluttered in the wind, with an ancient character embroidered in gold thread. Lin. The Great Lin Empire has descended. Within the royal capital, everyone was incredibly shocked, their eyes revealing a sense of awe. The Great Lin Empire? Hiss. It has been decades since people from the Great Lin Empire came to our royal capital. Why have they come now? The arrival of the Great Lin Empire probably won't bring any good news. The people from the Great Lin Empire are always arrogant, looking down on our Great Li Kingdom. Every time they come, what else do they do but plunder resources? I think they're here to take advantage. People whispered among themselves. At the same time, the Moro Elder also stepped into the air and appeared before the Ninth Prince. I, Moro, greet His Highness the Ninth Prince. The Moro Elder respectfully bowed. Get up, the Ninth Prince said. In fact, although the Moro Elder is the Grand Elder of the Divine Martial Academy, he is from the Great Lin Empire and was sent by them. Officially, it's to strengthen the ties between the two countries, but in reality, it's to monitor. Therefore, the Great Li royal family has always kept a respectful distance from the Moro Elder, giving him a very transcendent status in the Great Li royal capital. Thank you, Your Highness the Ninth Prince. The Moro Elder respectfully saluted. However, when his gaze swept over a figure beside the Ninth Prince, he couldn't help but tremble. Why is he here? Beside the Ninth Prince stood a young man in a black robe, with an extremely proud expression, and 5 golden flames embroidered on his sleeves in gold thread, making him appear mysterious and noble. The 5 golden flames are the symbol of a master of alchemy. The Ninth Prince actually brought a master of alchemy? Moreover, the Moro Elder recognized the young man in the black robe. Zhang Yunhe, a renowned alchemical genius from the Great Lin Empire, born with mutated spiritual power, incredibly powerful, hailed as the future saint of alchemy. There are even rumors that he has been valued by an ancient holy place in the eastern wasteland and will soon become a disciple of the holy place. If he becomes a disciple of the holy place, his status will surpass that of the prince of the Great Lin Empire. Moro, how long until the hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm opens? The Ninth Prince asked. Reporting to Your Highness, the hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm has been showing increasingly strong fluctuations in these few days. It is likely to open in 2 or 3 days. The Moro Elder answered respectfully. Very good. The Ninth Prince nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Zhang Yunhe beside him and smiled slightly, saying, Brother Jiang, when the hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm opens, come in with me, and I will definitely help you find what you want. Then I thank Your Highness. Zhang Yunhe smiled modestly. However, upon hearing about the hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm, there was still a flicker of fervor and excitement in his eyes. I didn't know His Highness the Ninth Prince was visiting. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. At that moment, a hearty laughter rang out. Whoosh! A figure stepped through the air and quickly arrived before the Ninth Prince. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a red dragon robe, wearing a crown, tall and handsome. With a refined demeanor and a faint smile on his lips, his gaze wise and bright. It was none other than King Lin Chuan of the Great Li. Your Majesty, you are too polite. This time, I have come for the hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm, and I will need King Li's assistance. The Ninth Prince said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Upon hearing about the hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm, Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he cast a meaningful glance at the Moro Elder, then smiled calmly, and said, Naturally, no problem. It goes without saying that the news about the hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm was also leaked by the Moro Elder. However, Lin Chuan did not expect the Great Lin Empire to come so quickly, especially since there were 2 unfathomable auras aboard the Void treasure ship. seemingly blending with the surrounding heavens and earth, causing Lin Chuan to feel worried. Martial Emperors. Those are two martial emperors. It seems the Great Lin Empire attaches great importance to the hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm, suppressing the worry in his heart. Lin Chuan maintained his expression and smiled as he welcomed the ninth prince and others into the Great Li Royal Palace. Whoosh! In the secret chamber, a sharp and brilliant divine light suddenly shot out from Su Chen's eyes. The incredibly hard wall in front was instantly penetrated. Is this the power of the void-breaking divine light? Su Chen opened his eyes, his gaze bright and brilliant, as if strands of golden light were diffusing in his eyes before slowly dissipating. The secret chamber of the Lu Mansion was built with the hardest mountain stones and had blue-gold iron plates isolating it, making it extraordinarily tough. Even a martial sovereign would find it difficult to destroy. Yet, such a hard secret chamber was as fragile as tofu before Su Chen's void-breaking divine light. This was just Su Chen's initial comprehension of the void-breaking divine eye. Even at a minor level, it possessed such terrifying power, demonstrating the horror of the void-breaking divine eye. To cultivate the breaking illusion's divine eye, one must consume the 10,000-year snow lotus and refine it with jade mellow spiritual liquid. These two treasures are likely impossible to find in the eastern domain and can only be sought after in the future. Su Chen muttered to himself. This time in seclusion, he gained tremendous rewards. Not only did his cultivation break through to the 9th layer of the Yuan Dan realm, but the 9 true dragon Yuan Dan within him were also perfectly complete, just a step away from entering the martial ancestor realm. He had also successfully cultivated the breaking illusion's divine light. If he were to catch an opponent off guard, even a martial venerable could be directly killed by the breaking illusion's divine light. Su Chen had gained another powerful trump card. If I'm not mistaken, the Wulong Mountain secret realm should be opening soon. Next, Master should be arriving as well, right? A hint of nostalgia and excitement appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Remembering the figure sealed in his mind, Su Chen was filled with an uncontrollable longing. Creak. The door to the secret chamber slowly opened. Su Chen stepped out, and the sunlight outside fell upon him, enveloping him in a strange glow. However, at that moment, an urgent and anxious voice broke the tranquility. Su Chen, it's bad. Your sister is in trouble. She's about to be taken away. You need to go check it out. Lu Yulong, bruised and battered, rushed over from a distance, speaking anxiously. What? Su Chen's body shook violently, and a surge of murderous aura erupted in his eyes. Chapter 74. Let her go, or die. Zhuke Street. This is a main road in the royal capital that leads from the royal city to the city gates, and it is also the most prosperous street, lined with countless shops, restaurants, and inns. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is located on Zhuke Street. But at this moment, at the entrance of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Su Linger and Lu Guqing were surrounded by a group of people. 2 black-clad martial artists, with cold expressions and powerful auras, were viciously attacking Lu Guqing. Their strikes lethal and merciless. Lu Guqing held a long sword. Although his swordsmanship was fierce and his sword energy was vast, he was still at a disadvantage and would be defeated in no time. Su Linger's eyes were filled with extreme anxiety, but she was being held by a black-clad young man, unable to break free. Bastard, let go of me. Su Linger's small face turned red. Her eyes filled with overwhelming anger. However, despite her cultivation at the Qi refining realm and having condensed innate true energy, she had no strength to resist against the black-clad young man. Miss, do you know who my master is? He is a lofty alchemy master. Being favored by him is your greatest blessing. I advise you to stop struggling, or that guy will die. The black-clad young man sneered. He was also a martial master, with an extraordinary aura, a gloomy face, and eyes like a venomous snake, a mocking smile at the corners of his mouth. Let him go. My master is the dean of the Divine Martial Academy. If he finds out, he won't let you go? Do you really think you can act so recklessly? Su Linger shouted angrily. She looked at Lu Guqing in the distance, her face filled with worry. Today, she left the Divine Martial Academy to visit the Lu residence and see Su Chen, but encountered these uninvited guests before the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Especially the black-clad young man, who upon seeing her, immediately had his eyes light up and insisted on taking her back as a gift for the alchemy master. Fortunately, Lu Guqing and Lu Yulong passed by. Lu Guqing fought desperately to save her. However, the 2 bodyguards of the black-clad young man were both at the 9th layer of the martial ancestor realm, and their combined strength made Lu Guqing unable to match them. Su Linger was worried. wondering if Lu Yulong had returned to the Lu residence to report the situation, but given the strength of this group, she couldn't help but worry if her brother could handle them. The Dean of the Divine Martial Academy? So what? It is your fortune to be noticed by my master. Even the Dean of the Divine Martial Academy must give my master some face. The black-clad young man showed a hint of fear in his eyes upon hearing about the Dean of the Divine Martial Academy, but he quickly sneered. Let her go? At that moment, Lu Guqing roared angrily, unleashing a terrifying true energy explosion, forcibly withstanding a strike from the black-robed martial artist, then wielding his sword in a horizontal arc, stabbing like lightning towards the black-clad young man's brow. Lu Guqing's face was cold, with a hint of madness in his eyes. He pushed this sword to its limit, resembling a shocking celestial phenomenon, its speed reaching an extreme. You are seeking death. The black-clad young man's expression changed. He did not expect Lu Guqing, already at his limit, could unleash such a fierce attack. Panic surged in his heart as he hurriedly attempted to dodge. But a flash of blood appeared, and Lu Guqing's sword left a bloody mark on his face, missing splitting his head by a hair's breadth. Boom! The black-clad young man quickly countered with a palm strike, unleashing a vast true energy that deflected Lu Guqing's attack, then quickly retreated while dragging Su Linger. Damn it! Kill him! The black-clad young man wiped the blood from his face. His expression twisted. He shouted angrily. At this moment, the two black-robed martial artists charged forward, their powerful palm strikes landing heavily on Lu Guqing's back. Lu Guqing's body shook violently, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying out sideways. Cousin, Su Linger exclaimed, her eyes turning red. Lu Guqing was now heavily injured by the two black-robed martial artists, staggering and unable to defend against their fierce attacks. It seemed he was about to die at their hands. Roar! But at that moment, an ancient and vast dragon roar sounded. Intense divine light surged, the air trembled, and a dazzling golden divine dragon soared through the sky, exuding overwhelming killing intent, crashing heavily into the two black-robed martial artists. The two black-robed martial artists were shaken violently. Despite their efforts to resist, they were instantly crushed through their protective energy, spewing blood and flying out, crashing heavily onto the ground far away. Who? The black-clad young man's expression changed, staring intently at a figure in the distance. The crowd instinctively parted, and a young man in white, with hair like ink flying, strode forward, his true energy surging around him like a divine dragon. His eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Let her go or die. The icy voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. Chapter 75, Jiang Yunhe. Is that Su Chen? Someone exclaimed. Su Chen, the one who annihilated the entire Zhang family in one night? Hiss, it's actually him. The girl captured by that black-clad punk seems to be Su Chen's sister. He actually dared to provoke the god of killing Su Chen? He isn't for it now. The crowd whispered, glancing at Su Chen with immense respect, then looking at the black-clad young man with glee. Brother. Su Linger's eyes showed immense joy. Who are you? The black-clad young man warily glanced at Su Chen, then quickly pulled Su Linger back. The previous strike had truly frightened him. Su Chen severely injured two martial artists at the 9th level of the martial sovereign realm with a single move. Such terrifying combat power likely meant that they were not his match. Fortunately, Su Linger was in his hands. I won't say it a second time. Either let her go or die. Su Chen stared at the young man in black, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes. Having been reborn, there were only a few people he cared about, and the young man in black dared to harm Su Linger, which struck his reverse scale. Damn it, kid. Don't be arrogant. My master has taken a liking to your sister. It's a blessing for her. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. My master is a Dandao master, do you understand? Offending my master means your entire family will be buried without a trace. The young man in black said fiercely but weakly. A Dandao master? No wonder he's so arrogant. Someone exclaimed. A Dandao master is a figure comparable to a martial king. Even the king of the Dali kingdom would treat them with respect. No wonder the young man in black dared to rob a commoner in broad daylight. However, would Su Chen, the killing god, fear a Dandao master? If you don't let her go, you can die. A flash of killing intent gleamed in Su Chen's eyes, and a sharp sword aura surged forth, instantly shooting towards the young man in black. So what if he is a Dandao master? Even a Dandao saint, I won't fear. Su Chen thought. Anyone who dared to capture his sister would have to pay the price. The young man in black trembled all over, not expecting Su Chen to truly make a move. Shocked and angry, he gritted his teeth and suddenly pushed Su Linger towards Su Chen. Then, he exploded with all his cultivation and crazily fled into the distance. He was decisive, knowing he was no match for Su Chen, so he chose to escape. The young man in black was also furious. He had to tell his master about this, and then make Su Chen wish he were dead. However, he still underestimated Su Chen. Whoosh! A flash of light appeared beneath Su Chen's feet, the sword aura at his fingertips shattered, and he reached out to embrace Su Linger, landing steadily on the ground. "Wait for me," Su Chen told Su Linger. Then his feet shone brightly as a flying sword lifted him up, and he instantly chased after the young man in black. Riding the sword in midair, Su Chen was flying in the air. He was actually a martial sovereign. Someone exclaimed. They didn't recognize the sword-riding technique, but they knew that flying in the air was a sign of a martial sovereign. No wonder Su Chen was able to wipe out the Zhang family overnight. It turned out he was a powerful martial sovereign. Upon seeing Su Chen flying on his sword, the young man in black was instantly terrified. His eyes filled with unimaginable fear. He had never expected Su Chen to be a martial sovereign. He had no strength left to resist and frantically urged his true energy to escape for his life. Boom. However, Su Chen's speed was incredibly fast, and in an instant, he caught up to the young man in black, then struck out a palm in midair. The unmatched palm imprint was powerful and contained an ancient dragon's might, as if a true dragon had descended, making the young man in black shiver with fear. He tried his best to resist, but he simply couldn't match Su Chen's unparalleled palm power, which struck him directly in the chest, breaking several of his ribs as he flew away. "Please don't kill me. My master is Zhang Yunhe, a Dandao master, and a future disciple of the Holy Land. If you harm me, he will never let you go." The young man in black lay on the ground, spitting blood and looking at Su Chen, his eyes filled with fear. He was utterly terrified. Thus, he even shouted out his master's name, hoping to make Su Chen wary and spare his life. A Dandao master? A disciple of the Holy Land? Even if it were the King of Heaven. "Anyone who dares to harm my sister must die." Su Chen sneered coldly. He stepped on the chest of the young man in black, causing him to scream in agony, begging for mercy and fear. "Stop." At that moment, a cold and arrogant voice echoed. In the distance, a handsome young man in a black robe, with 5 flames embroidered on his cuffs, stepped forward, followed by several powerful guards. It was indeed Zhang Yunhe. "Master, save me." The young man in black trembled all over. Seeing Zhang Yunhe, his eyes filled with extreme excitement as he shouted, "Let him go, then kneel and slap your own face. I can spare your life." Zhang Yunhe glanced at Su Chen and said indifferently. His high and mighty posture was like a being from the heavens overlooking the masses, not caring about right or wrong, as if sparing Su Chen's life was his benevolence. Chapter 76. Meeting Lin Ruowei again. Su Chen smiled. However, his smile was extremely cold. Then, he suddenly stepped down, and terrifying true energy erupted, instantly crushing the young man's chest and shattering his heart veins. The young man's eyes were filled with disbelief and unwillingness, and then the light in his eyes gradually dimmed as he breathed his last. Until death, he could not understand why Su Chen dared to kill him. His master Zhang Yunhe was a Dandao master, a future disciple of the Holy Land. Did Su Chen not have the slightest fear? But unfortunately, he would never get the answer. "What did you just say?" Su Chen raised his head and looked at Zhang Yunhe in front of him, speaking. Zhang Yunhe's expression instantly darkened. "How bold. Kid, I originally wanted to spare your life, but you actually dared to kill my follower? In that case, you shall pay with your life." Zhang Yunhe's voice was chilling to the bone. In fact, he didn't care about the life or death of the young man in black. He only cared about his own face. Su Chen treated his words as if they were wind passing by his ears, and having killed his man so recklessly made Zhang Yunhe's anger boil and killing intent surge. "Just you?" Su Chen sneered. He could tell that Zhang Yunhe was probably not from the Dali Kingdom. As a Dandao master, also claiming to be a future disciple of the Holy Land, and possessing a lofty and proud demeanor, he was obviously someone from a dynasty or an ancient family. But even so, Su Chen remained unafraid. "Kill him." Zhang Yunhe pointed at Su Chen, his voice icy cold. "Yes." An old man in black robes beside Zhang Yunhe nodded, then suddenly looked at Su Chen. True energy surging violently around him, his gaze sharp as a sword, and his withered hand like an eagle's claw, reaching out towards Su Chen in midair. He was actually a martial sovereign powerhouse. Although Zhang Yunhe was angry, he did not underestimate him. having killed 2 martial sovereign guards, plus one of his followers. It was evident that Su Chen's strength was formidable, so he directly sent his strongest martial sovereign guard. A martial sovereign? Su Chen's eyes were enveloped in golden light, and in an instant, his gaze seemed to become ancient, mysterious, dignified, and indifferent, as if a deity from the heavens was looking down on the masses. A terrifying killing intent spread out from Su Chen's body, breaking the illusion's divine light. Su Chen prepared to directly activate the breaking the illusion's divine eyes, unleashing the breaking the illusion's divine light to kill this martial sovereign. Even the old man at the martial sovereign level felt that terrifying killing intent and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, his eyes revealing an expression of fear. Stop! But at this moment, a clear and ethereal voice rang out. Boom! Between heaven and earth. It seemed as if an invisible great force was rising, transforming into a vast and majestic power of the world, pressing down on the elder in the martial sovereign realm. The elder trembled all over, feeling as if he had fallen into a quagmire, his expression extremely grave, and even his voice trembled slightly. Martial King? Is it her? The golden light in Su Chen's eyes faded, and the broken illusion divine eye was suppressed by him. Upon seeing the figure in the void, a strange expression emerged in his eyes. In the void, rays of light rose, and mist swirled. A woman dressed in white, stunningly beautiful, stepped into the void. As her clothes floated, she resembled a celestial being descending from the 9 heavens, exuding an otherworldly aura. Her face was extraordinarily beautiful, her skin as white as jade, like a goddess from the 9 heavens, making anyone who looked at her feel ashamed of their own appearance. Su Chen immediately recognized her. Lin Ruowei, the only woman in this life who had a close relationship with Su Chen. However, at this moment, Lin Ruowei had already broken through to the martial king realm. Her aura unfathomable, becoming even more ethereal and transcendent, making it hard for people to look directly at her. Is that the princess? Someone exclaimed. We pay our respects to the princess. The numerous citizens within the royal capital were filled with fervent admiration, kneeling down to pay their respects. If Yuan Haoran was the anchor of the Great Li Kingdom, then Princess Lin Ruowei was the saintess and goddess in everyone's hearts. Lin Ruowei not only had extraordinary martial talent, but was also a well-known prodigy in the royal capital. Moreover, she was kind-hearted, punishing the strong and aiding the weak, helping the common people, earning her immense prestige among the populace. Therefore, as soon as she appeared, everyone in the royal capital instantly recognized her and bowed sincerely. You are Lin Ruowei? Jiang Yunhe's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Ruowei, his gaze slightly heated. He hadn't expected that there would be such an extraordinary woman in the Great Li Kingdom, even surpassing any woman he had seen in the Great Lin dynasty. Not to mention, Lin Ruowei's cultivation was strong, having already reached the martial king realm. Such a goddess was worthy of him. Jiang Yunhe? I am Jiang Yunhe, a person of the Great Lin dynasty, a master of alchemy, and a future disciple of the Holy Land. I have met Miss Ruowei. Jiang Yunhe displayed a self-assuredly handsome smile and cupped his hands in a salute to Lin Ruowei. However, Lin Ruowei didn't even glance at him, but directly walked up to Su Chen, asking with concern, Are you okay? I'm fine. Su Chen felt a bit awkward, but still shook his head and smiled. On the other hand, Jiang Yunhe's smile instantly froze, revealing a mix of shame and anger in his eyes. Lin Ruowei actually ignored him? Chapter 77. The Alchemy Battle. It's good if you're fine. He is from the Great Lin dynasty, with a deep background. Offending him is not beneficial. Let me handle it. Lin Ruowei smiled slightly at Su Chen and whispered. That smile was like 100 flowers blooming, making the world lose its color. The surrounding crowd was also shocked. In their minds, Lin Ruowei had always been like a moon palace fairy, cold and transcendent, never smiling at anyone. Now, she actually smiled at Su Chen? What is the relationship between Su Chen and Lin Ruowei? Young Master Jiang, your follower is forcibly abducting common women in the royal capital to take Su Chen's sister away. Yet you want to attack Su Chen without distinguishing right from wrong. Could it be that your follower's abduction was instigated by you? Lin Ruowei turned to look at Jiang Yunhe and said, You speak nonsense. Jiang Yunhe's face changed, immediately denying it. My follower would never do such a thing. He has already been killed by Su Chen. Who knows if what Su Chen said is true? Jiang Yunhe said, his face looking grim. That's not difficult. Many people must have seen whether your follower forcibly abducted women. Why don't I ask everyone to see what the truth is? Lin Ruowei said indifferently, Your Highness the Princess. I report that it was that black-clothed rogue who wanted to abduct this young lady. That's right, it was him. We all saw it. He even said that it was his master who ordered him to abduct this young lady. We all heard it. That's right. After hearing Lin Ruowei's words, the crowd immediately mustered their courage and spoke up in unison. If it weren't for Lin Ruowei's high prestige, they wouldn't have dared to recklessly identify Jiang Yunhe. But with Lin Ruowei here, they naturally wanted to speak up for their princess. You all speak nonsense. Jiang Yunhe was furious. He hadn't expected that these commoners would dare to identify him. If it weren't for Lin Ruowei being present, and he feared her cultivation in the martial king realm, he would have long been unable to hold back and would have killed these commoners around him. Young Master Jiang, you see, the truth is as such. Since that's the case, your follower deserved to die. Let's end this matter here. How about it? Lin Ruowei said. Speaking of which, she also gave Jiang Yunhe a way out and didn't delve into why Jiang Yunhe's follower wanted to forcibly take Su Linger. And it here? Impossible. Zhao Xing is my follower. Even if he did something wrong, I will handle it myself. How could it be up to Su Chen? Killing my follower, today? Considering Miss Ruowei's face, I can spare his life. But he must kneel down and apologize. Jiang Yunhe said coldly. He had already lost face and naturally didn't want to let it go like this. Brother Jiang is right. Even if Zhao Xing forcibly abducted a common woman, he is just a commoner. His crime does not warrant death. Su Chen killed Zhao Xing, and it is only fair for him to kneel and apologize to Brother Jiang. Right? At this moment, another calm voice rang out. In the distance, the crowd parted. A tall figure in a purple robe, with a face like jade, stepped forward with a faint smile, looking very elegant. Behind him were two figures, their auras unfathomable, their gazes sharp as lightning, making Lin Ruowei involuntarily narrow her eyes. Martial kings. The two guards behind the ninth prince were both martial arts kings, truly worthy of the great Lin dynasty. Upon hearing the ninth prince call Su Linger a commoner, a cold glint and murderous intent emerged in Su Chen's eyes. Kneel down and apologize? Absolutely not. Su Chen today stands firm. If the two of you are unconvinced, just come at me. Lin Ruowei. Lin Ruowei's expression turned cold, and she said. She originally didn't want Su Chen to offend Jiang Yunhe, but seeing Jiang Yunhe and the ninth prince so aggressive, she simply no longer bothered to pretend. Moreover, she understood the nature of young people. It was impossible for Su Chen to bow his head to Jiang Yunhe, but for Su Chen's sake, she was willing to offend Jiang Yunhe and the ninth prince. Upon hearing Lin Ruowei's words, Jiang Yunhe's eyes burned with jealousy, filled with murderous intent. What virtue or ability did Su Chen have to be valued so highly by Lin Ruowei? The ninth prince's gaze also revealed a hint of intrigue. Miss Ruowei, you are overestimating the situation. Our two nations have a good relationship, and it is naturally impossible to ruin the peace over a mere individual. However, I do have an idea. I wonder what Miss Ruowei thinks. The ninth prince's gaze flickered, and he smiled slightly. What? Lin Ruowei continued to maintain her cold expression. I have heard that this Su Chen is a well-known alchemy genius in the royal capital, said to be able to refine sixth great spirit pills and is a master of alchemy. Coincidentally, Brother Jiang is also a master of alchemy. Why don't we let the two of them compete in alchemy? This way, it won't hurt anyone's feelings. What do you think? The ninth prince said with a calm smile. Alchemy? Lin Ruowei frowned. Exactly. If Su Chen loses, let him kneel and apologize to Brother Jiang, and this matter will be settled. If he wins, we won't pursue it further. How about that? The ninth prince nodded. Lin Ruowei hesitated a bit, glancing at Su Chen. Although she knew that Su Chen had extraordinary talent in alchemy, she was unsure how his skills compared to Jiang Yunhe's. After all, Jiang Yunhe was a renowned master of alchemy, and a certain holy place in the eastern wilderness had already reserved him as their true disciple. I agree. However, if I win, you must kneel and apologize. Su Chen said coldly, staring at Jiang Yunhe. Chapter 78. Dragon and Tiger Yuan Spirit Pill. According to Su Chen's original intention, if he won, he would definitely bet his life against Jiang Yunhe. However, Jiang Yunhe's status was extraordinary, supported by the Lin dynasty. Even though Su Chen was not afraid, he did not want to cause trouble for Lin Ruowei. For someone as proud as Jiang Yunhe, kneeling and apologizing would probably be more painful than killing him. All right, I'll bet with you. Before the ninth prince could speak, Jiang Yunhe sneered and agreed directly. If it were a martial arts duel, he might have considered it. But in an alchemy duel, he was not afraid at all. He had immense confidence in his alchemical skills, and he didn't believe Su Chen was a master of alchemy. Even if Su Chen were a master, he would definitely lose. Very well. Since it's an alchemy duel, besides me and Miss Rollway as witnesses, you two will also need to make a heart demon oath. How about that? The ninth prince's gaze flickered, and he smiled slightly. The heart demon oath concerns a warrior's Dao heart. If one violates the heart demon oath, they may suffer from madness and severe damage to their cultivation, or worse, have their meridians severed and become a useless person. Okay, Su Chen said with a smile that was not quite a smile. The ninth prince's words were to his liking. The ninth prince feared that he wouldn't fulfill the bet, while he was also worried that Jiang Yunhe might cheat when it came to alchemical skills. Not to mention a Jiang Yunhe. Even a sage of alchemy would be no match for him. Soon, Su Chen and Jiang Yunhe made the heart demon oath. They entered the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The Grand Elder Yun Yi of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce had also heard of the bet between Su Chen and Jiang Yunhe and was willing to be a witness, bringing out 2 ancient alchemical cauldrons. As if to embarrass Su Chen, the ninth prince and Jiang Yunhe did not disperse the crowd, but prepared to humiliate Su Chen in front of everyone. The news of the duel between 2 masters of alchemy stirred not only the alchemists of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, but also many people from the royal capital who came to witness it. Masters of alchemy were on par with martial kings. When would they ever see such a spectacle? Especially for alchemists. Being able to observe a duel between masters of alchemy was simply a supreme fortune. No one knew who would win or lose between Jiang Yunhe and Su Chen. Need I say? It must be Jiang Yunhe. Jiang Yunhe is the most dazzling alchemy genius of the Delin dynasty and has already caught the eye of a major figure from the holy place, who wants to take him as a disciple. He is a genuine master of alchemy. That is true. Su Chen is still too young. Although it's rumored that he has considerable skills in alchemy, claiming he is a master of alchemy is probably a stretch. People discussed. What do you know? Young Master Su Chen is definitely a master of alchemy. Have you heard of the youth-preserving pill? That is a 6th-grade spirit pill, and it was refined by young Master Su Chen. At that moment, a disheveled old man angrily spoke out. Who dares to be reckless here? Oh, it's Master Gu Yan. Master Gu Yan, please forgive us. We were just speaking nonsense. Someone shouted angrily, but when they recognized the old man, they immediately showed a fawning smile. Master Gu Yan, the alchemy master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. He was not someone they could offend. Oh Gu Yan, your mental strength? At that moment, Grand Elder Yun Yi suddenly trembled all over, as if he had thought of something and looked at Gu Yan with great excitement. That's right, I accidentally broke through to the 5th level. Gu Yan grinned. 5th level mental strength is the threshold for an alchemy master. Grand Elder Yun Yi, like Gu Yan, had been stuck at the peak of the 4th level and had not been able to break through to a master of alchemy. He hadn't expected Gu Yan to break through before him. Very good. Gu Yan, you're impressive, Yun Yi said excitedly. He was filled with confusion and wanted to ask Gu Yan how he had broken through the bottleneck. But now was the time for Su Chen and Jiang Yunhe's alchemy duel, so he refrained from asking too much. Su Chen, Brother Jiang. Today's alchemy duel will be witnessed by me, Miss Rollway, and Grand Elder Yun Yi. We have selected an ancient alchemical formula. Whoever can successfully refine it and produce a higher quality will be the winner. How about that? The ninth prince's gaze flickered as he looked at Su Chen and Jiang Yunhe with a slight smile. He was very confident in Jiang Yunhe's alchemical skills, so he appeared relaxed and felt no pressure at all. Sure, no problem. Both Su Chen and Jiang Yunhe nodded. Then, after you have seen the ancient alchemical formula, you may begin. We have prepared 3 sets of materials for each of you, and there is no time limit, Lin Ruowei said lightly. Then, 2 beams of light flew from her slender fingers, instantly flying towards Su Chen and Jiang Yunhe, transforming into 2 jade slips. She knew that Su Chen's alchemical skills were extraordinary, and he likely had a master of alchemy behind him, but whether he could surpass Jiang Yunhe, she was also unsure. However, at this point, she could only let things take their course. After Su Chen received the jade slip, a wisp of mental strength entered it, and he immediately saw the content of the ancient alchemical formula, Dragon and Tiger Yuan Spirit Pill. Su Chen's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of peculiarity. He did not expect it to be such a spirit pill. Chapter 79, Purple Lotus True Fire. The Dragon and Tiger Yuan Spirit Pill is a 6th-grade spirit pill. Its function is to allow a person's mental strength to undergo transformation, gain enhancement, and breakthroughs, and even has a certain probability of condensing into a martial arts Yuan spirit. The martial arts Yuan spirit is a symbol of a martial king. representing that the mental strength has reached the 6th level. However, refining this ancient pill is not easy. Although the formula still exists, the success rate is extremely low, and only alchemy saints can refine the dragon and tiger yuan spirit pill. For a master of alchemy, it is very difficult to refine the dragon and tiger yuan spirit pill. However, this is not a difficult task for Su Chen. Not to mention the dragon and tiger yuan spirit pill, even the 9th grade 5 elements essence gathering pill and the 10th grade undying transformation pill he has refined before. Although the dragon and tiger yuan spirit pill has some difficulty, it is not a big challenge for Su Chen. The dragon and tiger yuan spirit pill, huh? Good. Only this kind of ancient pill can unleash my true power. Jiang Yunhe let out a cold laugh and glanced at Su Chen, then directly sat down in front of the alchemy furnace. Boom. He slapped the alchemy furnace, and instantly, his palm imprints surged like wind, causing the furnace to hum and tremble. Runes burst forth with dazzling brilliance, floating in front of Jiang Yunhe. In the palm of his hand, a purple flame rose, resembling a lotus flower, looking ancient and mysterious, enveloping the alchemy furnace in an instant. Was that the true fire of heaven and earth? Someone exclaimed, their eyes filled with disbelief. The purple flame in Jiang Yunhe's palm contained a mysterious aura, incredibly hot, making the atmosphere around them scorchingly intense. That was clearly the aura of the true fire of heaven and earth. The true fire of heaven and earth is a rare flame born from the universe, and it is the lifelong pursuit of alchemists and artifact masters. If one could gain the blessing of a true fire of heaven and earth and refine it, there is a great possibility of becoming a sage of alchemy or a sage of artifacts in the future. The true fire not only increases the success rate of alchemy and artifact forging, but also possesses immense power, allowing one to comprehend the laws of fire and forge an unparalleled foundation in the Tao. No one expected that Jiang Yunhe actually possessed a true fire of heaven and earth. Was that the legendary Purple Lotus True Fire? Ranked 106th on the True Fire of Heaven and Earth list, who would have thought that the rumor from 3 years ago was actually true? That the Purple Lotus True Fire had fallen into this person's hands? The elder Yun E of the Wanbao Merchant Association was also shaken, his eyes filled with shock. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but feel a bit fiery in his gaze. That was the true fire of heaven and earth, the lifelong pursuit of alchemists. And Master Gu Yin and other alchemists were also trembling, their eyes filled with envy. Once the Purple Lotus True Fire appeared, it seemed to draw everyone's attention. Nobody expected that Jiang Yunhe possessed the Purple Lotus True Fire. He was likely to win this alchemical duel. Someone sighed. Gu Yin wanted to refute, but upon seeing the Purple Lotus True Fire, he fell silent. With the blessing of the true fire of heaven and earth, plus Jiang Yunhe himself being a master of alchemy, could Su Chen still win? The Purple Lotus True Fire? No wonder he was so confident. Su Chen's gaze flickered, and he smiled faintly. He seemed to have no worries at all. Instead of starting to refine pills, he watched Jiang Yunhe refine pills with great interest. The true fire of heaven and earth, like the Purple Lotus True Fire, was something he would not have even glanced at in his previous life. To know, in his previous life, the true fire he possessed was the Sun True Fire, ranked 3rd on the True Fire of Heaven and Earth list. He had even refined Supreme Divine pills using the Sun True Fire. The mere Purple Lotus True Fire was naturally nothing in his eyes. Boom. Jiang Yunhe's true energy surged, and the Purple Lotus True Fire in his palm slowly blossomed, dazzling and brilliant, enveloping the alchemy furnace. The runes on the alchemy furnace were activated to their utmost. And then with a wave of Jiang Yunhe's sleeve, various spiritual herbs placed nearby were tossed into the alchemy furnace one by one. Inside the furnace, purple flame lotuses continuously refined the spiritual herbs, purging impurities and leaving only the purest essence of the herbs. Jiang Yunhe's alchemy was as smooth as flowing clouds and flowing water, imparting a unique aesthetic rhythm. Especially the alchemists, their eyes filled with astonished admiration. They were deeply impressed by Jiang Yunhe's alchemical skills. What was Su Chen doing? Lin Ruowei frowned, noticing that Su Chen still hadn't started refining pills, feeling a bit anxious. Ruowei, could it be that Su Chen is intimidated by the Purple Lotus True Fire and has chosen to give up? The 9th prince said lightly. The Dragon and Tiger Yuan Spirit Pill is indeed difficult to refine, but if he gives up like this, it would surely tarnish the reputation of Dali. I believe he won't give up. I believe he can refine the Dragon and Tiger Yuan Spirit Pill, Lin Ruowei insisted. Although she didn't quite believe Su Chen could win, for some reason, she was filled with confidence in him. Su Chen has started refining pills, someone exclaimed. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Su Chen. Boom. Su Chen stepped forward, his true energy erupting like a true dragon, instantly activating the earth fire array surrounding the alchemy furnace. Immediately, the violent earth fire erupted like a volcano, enveloping the alchemy furnace, and the runes burst forth, causing the furnace to radiate the most brilliant light. Chapter 80. Dragon Roars and Tiger Howls. Su Chen observed Jiang Yun's alchemy and already understood his level of alchemy. With the blessing of the purple lotus true fire, Jiang Yunhe indeed had a good chance of refining the Dragon and Tiger Yuan Spirit Pill. But Su Chen knew better than anyone that the Dragon and Tiger Yuan Spirit Pill was not easy to refine. A slight misstep could lead to a complete furnace explosion and failure. Not to mention, even if it were successfully refined, the quality of the Dragon and Tiger Yuan Spirit Pill could vary greatly. Rumbling, the earth fire surged, roaring like a true dragon, spewing flames and enveloping the alchemy furnace. Su Chen's expression was calm and tranquil, his true energy bursting forth, and his hands continuously formed seals, creating shadowy images that struck the alchemy furnace. The furnace hummed and trembled, while the many spiritual herbs placed nearby fell into the furnace like flowing light. Su Chen actually chose to refine all the spiritual herbs simultaneously? How audacious! Someone exclaimed. It is known that even for a master of alchemy, this step of refining herbs is incredibly crucial and must be treated with caution. After all the herbs have different properties, requiring different fire control techniques. Care must be taken when refining. Throwing so many herbs into the furnace at once would only lead to an explosion. It was expected that Su Chen was truly an alchemy master. It seemed he was greatly exaggerated, which was disappointing. That's right. Without the blessing of the true fire of heaven and earth, just refining with earth fire. And still so arrogant. It seems the furnace is about to explode. Everyone should stay away. Watching Jiang Gongzi refine pills would greatly benefit us. Many alchemists looked at Su Chen with disappointment in their eyes. Su Chen still couldn't create a miracle. Roar, roar. But at that moment, two ancient and mysterious dragon roars resounded. Su Chen remained calm and composed, and in the alchemy furnace before him, flames gathered, dragon might enveloped, and in an instant, transformed into two fire dragons. The many spiritual herbs thrown into the alchemy furnace were swept up by the two fire dragons, and with incredible power. All impurities were instantly refined, turning into the purest essence of the herbs. Two pearls floated in the furnace, exuding the essence of fire, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, appearing increasingly dazzling. In the end, the two pearls suddenly fused into one, becoming a brilliant and stunning spirit pearl, radiating a splendid light that made it hard to open one's eyes. Ha ha ha, you bunch of fools, what do you know? This is the two dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique, the supreme fire control method created by a great alchemy emperor in ancient times. How dare you question young master Su Chen? Gu Yan laughed heartily, his eyes filled with excitement and thrill. Finally, he saw his master perform the two dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique again. After Su Chen taught the two dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique to Gu Yan, he not only broke through the bottleneck of his mental power and reached the realm of a Pill Dao Grandmaster, but he also felt the profundity of the two dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique. Even now, Gu Yan could not possibly cultivate the two dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique to such an extraordinary level as Su Chen. What? The two dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique. How is that possible? It seems somewhat similar to the records in ancient texts, with flames transforming into dragons, spitting out spiritual pearls, seizing the essence of flames and the splendor of heaven and earth. Could it really be the two dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique? Many alchemists trembled and suddenly looked at Su Chen, their eyes filled with disbelief. That's right. It is indeed the two dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique. I never expected that in my lifetime I would have a second chance to see someone wielding the two dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique. The elder Yun Yi of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce also stood up suddenly, speaking with immense excitement. When he first stepped onto the path of alchemy, he had once seen an unmatched pill saint demonstrate the two dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique, and that mysterious power left an indelible mark in his heart. He never thought he would see the two dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique again in his lifetime. After Yin Yi's confirmation, everyone finally believed it. Su Chen really could wield the two dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique. How could he master the fire control technique created by the Pill Emperor? The ninth prince's brow also furrowed, feeling a bit out of control, even though he didn't understand alchemy. Watching Su Chen refine pills was like watching flowing clouds and flowing water, containing a natural aura of the Tao, appearing mysterious and unfathomable, captivating all. With every move resonating with the will of heaven, he finally understood that Su Chen was not so easy to deal with. I said he is a Pill Tao Grandmaster, with a talent so strong that I have never seen in my life. This bet, Jiang Yunhe will undoubtedly lose, Lin Ruowei said lightly. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Su Chen, sparkling with brilliance. Is that so? Then let us wait and see. The ninth prince's expression darkened, but he still responded lightly. Roar. At that moment, on Jiang Yunhe's side, a blazing flame surged, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed in, transforming above the cauldron into the shapes of dragons and tigers, emitting the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls. Within Jiang Yunhe's cauldron, brilliant light burst forth, and mysterious runes intertwined, continuously erupting from within. Is that the dragon's roar and tiger's howl? Is he about to condense the pill? Jiang Yunhe has already refined the dragon and tiger primordial spirit pill so quickly? Someone exclaimed. Chapter 81. The dragon comes from the sky. The tiger emerges from the clouds. Jiang Yunhe's forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. Even his true energy was more than half consumed. However, he remained motionless, fixated on the cauldron in front of him, his hands continuously forming seals to summon the purple lotus true fire for the final refinement. He had already reached the last step and was about to condense the pill. He must refine the dragon and tiger primordial spirit pill and make everyone understand that he, Jiang Yunhe, is the most dazzling genius of the Pill Tao. What Su Chen, what greatly kingdom, would all be trampled under his feet. Roar. The dragon and tiger gathered, radiating brilliance, and the cauldron hummed and trembled as beams of divine light erupted from it, one of which was a brilliant sun, ancient and primitive, trying to fly out. Condense. Jiang Yunhe's gaze was extremely sharp as he thundered out a sudden shout. Whoosh. From the cauldron, a dazzling pill shot up into the sky, merging with the true forms of the dragon and tiger in the void, instantly becoming incredibly radiant. The dragon and tiger primordial spirit pill has been refined. Jiang Yunhe's eyes were filled with immense excitement as he reached out and grasped the dragon and tiger primordial spirit pill in his palm. Congratulations, brother Jiang. I knew you would definitely be able to refine the dragon and tiger primordial spirit pill. The ninth prince smiled slightly and stood up to congratulate him. I did not disappoint. Although it is only a low-grade dragon and tiger primordial spirit pill, apart from a Pill Tao saint, no Pill Tao Grandmaster could refine a pill of such quality. Jiang Yunhe's eyes were filled with pride. That's right, it is indeed the dragon and tiger primordial spirit pill. Though it is low-grade, it is enough to help one condense their martial arts primordial spirit and break through the bottleneck of mental power. Elder Yun checked and nodded in agreement. There was a hint of envy in his eyes. If he could take this dragon and tiger primordial spirit pill, he would surely break through the long-standing bottleneck and become a true Pill Tao Grandmaster. But clearly, due to the preciousness of the dragon and tiger primordial spirit pill, Jiang Yunhe would not give it to anyone else. Hiss. Jiang Yunhe really refined the dragon and tiger primordial spirit pill? This is an ancient spirit pill, said to be a 6th-tier spirit pill that only Pill Tao saints can refine. Jiang Yunhe is too impressive. It should be due to the enhancement of the purple lotus true fire. However, even so, his alchemical skills are extraordinary. Now it's up to Su Chen. Everyone was incredibly shocked, looking at Jiang Yunhe with eyes full of awe. Meanwhile, Su Chen was still steadily refining the pills. In the cauldron, 2 fiery dragons swam about, continuously emitting ancient dragon roars, while the spiritual pearl floated in the sea of flames, growing increasingly radiant. The 2 dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique. How could he? At the same time, Jiang Yunhe, who had already refined the dragon and tiger primordial spirit pill, also saw Su Chen and instantly recognized the 2 dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique, his eyes filled with disbelief. The 2 dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique. One of the most mysterious fire control techniques in legend, created by a generation's Pill Emperor, has long been lost. How could Su Chen know it? Even Jiang Yunhe felt a twinge of jealousy in his heart at this moment. Only at the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm. He dares to refine the dragon and tiger primordial spirit pill? Even with the two dragons playing with Pearl's fire control technique, it is absolutely impossible. Although Jiang Yunhe felt jealous, he appeared full of mockery on the surface. He saw that Su Chen's cultivation level was at the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm. The true energy within a 9th level Yuan Dan realm cultivator is simply insufficient to support the refinement of the dragon and tiger primordial spirit pill, which is also why the cultivation level of a pill Dao Grandmaster must at least reach the martial sovereign realm. Although an alchemist relies fundamentally on mental power, martial cultivation is equally important. Boom. Not long after, a loud rumble echoed like a thunderclap. The skies above changed dramatically, and the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly towards the cauldron in front of Su Chen. Roar. The sound of dragon roars shook the heavens, and a massive dragon-shaped spiritual energy materialized in the sky. Meanwhile, clouds and mist surged, and flames intertwined, forming the illusion of a giant ancient fierce tiger, exuding overwhelming ferocity. The dragon comes from the sky, the tiger emerges from the clouds. Such a powerful phenomenon instantly shocked everyone. Why is there such a terrifying celestial phenomenon? Hiss. Su Chen refining pills actually triggered a celestial anomaly. How is that possible? It's too incredible. Everyone was shocked as they looked up at the sky. The pill summoned a celestial phenomenon. Could it be? Suddenly, Yun Yi seemed to think of something, and he couldn't help but tremble all over. Staring intently at Su Chen's cauldron, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Yunhe also thought of it, his face instantly turning pale as he suddenly looked at Su Chen's cauldron. Boom. A blazing divine light surged out from the cauldron. 3 dazzling pills flew out of the alchemy furnace like the sun, merging with the true forms of dragons and tigers in the void. Crack. 3 silver-white bolts of lightning instantly descended from the sky, striking down on the 3 pills, accompanied by thunder and sparks. After absorbing the silver-white lightning, the 3 pills became even more radiant and vibrated with powerful spiritual fluctuations. Whoosh! Su Chen was prepared and reached out, immediately summoning a large hand of true energy that directly grasped the 3 spirit pills into his palm. The pill tribulation? How is this possible? Jiang Yunhe was stunned. Yun Yi was also shocked. Su Chen refining the dragon tiger primordial spirit pill actually triggered the legendary pill tribulation? Chapter 82. Jiang Yunhe kneels to apologize. The pill tribulation occurs when a pill is flawless and contains a trace of the power of the laws of heaven and earth, causing changes in the celestial phenomena and bringing down a lightning tribulation. However, to trigger a pill tribulation, at least a 7th-tier spirit pill is needed, and it must reach perfect quality to do so. Su Chen refining the dragon tiger primordial spirit pill actually triggered a pill tribulation. While there have been precedents of 6th-tier spirit pills triggering a pill tribulation, those who could achieve it were all extraordinary alchemy geniuses, destined to become pill saints or even a pill emperor. Could it be that Su Chen has the potential to become a pill emperor? At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Su Chen changed, although they were reluctant to believe it. The already descending pill tribulation told everyone that Su Chen had indeed refined a perfect quality dragon tiger primordial spirit pill. The pill tribulation. I never expected to witness a legendary pill tribulation in my lifetime. Yun Yi trembled with excitement, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. It is said that even pill saints cannot trigger a pill tribulation every time they refine a pill. It is incredibly difficult to induce a pill tribulation. Yet now, Su Chen has done it. Young Master Su Chen has refined 3 Dragon Tiger Primordial Spirit pills, all of perfect quality. Yun Yi trembled as he examined the 3 Dragon Tiger Primordial Spirit pills refined by Su Chen and then announced to the crowd. Hiss! Everyone gasped in astonishment. Refining 3 pills, all of perfect quality, is something even pill saints would find difficult to achieve. How terrifying! Has young Master Su Chen's alchemical talent already reached this level? I previously said that Jiang Yunhe had the support of the Purple Lotus True Fire and was guaranteed to win. Now it seems I was too ignorant. Without the support of the true fire of heaven and earth, who could achieve such a feat? Indeed, compared to young Master Su Chen, Jiang Yunhe is truly undeserving of being called a genius in alchemy. He falls far behind. The crowd buzzed with discussion, especially the alchemists, whose gazes towards Su Chen were filled with fervent admiration. No one knew better than them how extraordinary Su Chen's accomplishments were. The Dragon Tiger Primordial Spirit Pill is a 6th-tier spirit pill. Although one portion of spiritual medicine theoretically could produce 3 dragon tiger primordial spirit pills, the process of alchemy incurs significant losses. To successfully refine even one pill is already quite challenging. Many people have come to accept that one portion of spiritual medicine can only yield 1 spirit pill. But Su Chen refining 3 pills indicates what? It indicates that Su Chen's alchemical skills are extraordinary, showing no loss of medicinal power during the refining process, allowing him to produce 3 pills. Not to mention, Su Chen also triggered the pill tribulation, and under the tempering of the pill tribulation, all 3 dragon tiger primordial spirit pills reached perfect quality. What an astounding level of alchemical mastery. Not to mention pill masters. Even pill saints might not be able to achieve this. The words of the crowd made Jiang Yunhe's face turn red, green, and pale, filled with shock and disbelief. He felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. How could there be such a monstrous genius in the small Greatly kingdom? With the support of the purple lotus true fire, he still ended up defeated by Su Chen. He was unwilling. Who exactly is Su Chen? The 9th prince looked at Su Chen deeply, his eyes filled with a heavy expression. With such alchemical mastery, even the true disciples of the sacred lands would not be much better. If the major sacred lands were to learn of this, they would surely recruit Su Chen into their ranks, surpassing him, the 9th prince, in status and achievement. He could no longer treat Su Chen as an ordinary person. Could it be that Su Chen's master is from that sacred land? Lin Ruowei's beautiful eyes were constantly studying Su Chen, sparkling with brilliance, as she thought of many things. If this is the case, then it is no surprise that Su Chen has such alchemical mastery. Jiang Yunhe, I have won this wager. Su Chen slowly rose, looking at Jiang Yunhe with calm indifference. A wager? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, suddenly remembering that there was indeed a wager between Su Chen and Jiang Yunhe regarding this alchemical duel, and they had both made a vow of heart demons. The loser had to bow and apologize to the other. This is a tremendous humiliation. Would Jiang Yunhe follow through? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Jiang Yunhe trembled all over, his face turning extremely pale. He looked at Su Chen deeply and then fell silent. Suddenly kneeling in front of Su Chen, extending his hand and harshly slapping himself several times. Smack, smack, smack. The crisp sounds echoed across the square, clear and audible. Su Chen, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Jiang Yunhe was quite resolute. Despite his reddened and swollen face, he gritted his teeth and spoke. He chose to fulfill the wager. Su Chen's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Jiang Yunhe's character was not as weak as he had imagined. In that case, let it be, Su Chen said lightly. Meanwhile, in the distance, the 9th prince's expression had become extremely grim. Forcing Jiang Yunhe to slap himself in apology was clearly a slap to his own face. A fleeting trace of hidden killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Su Chen. Chapter 83, Mysterious President, Shi Jingluan in the Wanbao Merchant Association. Everyone looked at Su Chen with awe. There had previously been rumors that Su Chen was a pill master who had refined the long-lost 6th-tier spirit pill, the beauty pill. But many had not seen it with their own eyes and held skeptical attitudes. Yet today, Su Chen displayed extraordinary alchemical skills before everyone and defeated Jiang Yunhe. Who would dare to question Su Chen's identity as a pill master now? The younger generation is indeed formidable. I never expected that young master Su Chen, not yet 20, would already be a pill master. Compared to young master Su Chen, what are we? An elderly man with a youthful appearance side. He was also a well-known alchemist in the royal capital, but after witnessing Su Chen's alchemy today, he was left in awe, filled with endless emotion. Master, you are truly amazing. Guyan was also incredibly excited, his eyes filled with gratitude. He felt immensely fortunate to have Su Chen as his master. He vaguely sensed that Su Chen was like a rising star, destined to shine upon the 36 domains of the eastern wilderness, and even this vast continent one day. This is the true unparalleled genius. Brother Jiang, let us go. The 9th prince deeply glanced at Su Chen, suppressing the killing intent in his heart, and left with the somewhat disheartened Jiang Yunhe. Today's alchemy duel was beyond everyone's expectations, including the 9th prince. Su Chen's prodigious talent not only made him feel threatened, but also filled him with jealousy and killing intent. Such a genius, if he cannot be used for my benefit, then the only option left is to find a way to destroy him. At that moment, Elder Yuni suddenly twitched his ears, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes as he slowly walked up to Su Chen. Young Master Su Chen, our president would like to see you. I wonder if you are willing? Yuni smiled at Su Chen. President? Su Chen's heart stirred, and a figure appeared in his mind. The president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is extremely mysterious. Usually, Elder Yuni manages the affairs of the Wanbao Chamber, and the president has almost never appeared. Many people do not know the true identity of that mysterious president. However, Su Chen is very clear on it. Speaking of which, this president of the Wanbao Chamber has quite a connection with Su Chen's future master. All right, Su Chen replied without changing his expression, smiling slightly. Lin Ruowei walked up to Su Chen and said seriously, Su Chen, you must be aware that the president of the Wanbao Chamber is not an ordinary person. If he extends an invitation to you, you must not refuse. This is your greatest opportunity. Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness. I will be careful. Su Chen's gaze flickered as he smiled slightly. He knew that Lin Ruowei probably also knew the identity of that president. Moreover, although Lin Ruowei's words were somewhat pointed, they were indeed sincerely for Su Chen's consideration. After all, the forces behind that president are indeed the best place for alchemists. Su Chen followed Yuni deeper into the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Deep within the Wanbao Chamber, there was a tranquil and ethereal valley filled with various extraordinary flowers and plants, shimmering with dazzling brilliance under the cover of mist. In the center of the valley stood a bamboo pavilion, in front of which lay a clear small lake. A middle-aged man dressed in white, looking elegant and extraordinary, sat by the lake fishing with a fishing rod. From a distance, the man in white seemed to blend into the surrounding world, exuding a natural and peaceful atmosphere. Reporting to the president, young master Su Chen has arrived. Yuni respectfully reported. Good, you may leave, the middle-aged man in white said. Yuni gave Su Chen an encouraging glance and then turned to leave. It really is him, Shi Jingluan. Su Chen's heart stirred, thinking to himself. Young friend Su Chen, please have a seat. The middle-aged man in white, Shi Jingluan, turned around and smiled at Su Chen, gesturing to a nearby bamboo chair. He looked exceptionally refined, with the air of a scholar, like a great Confucian in a secular dynasty, full of knowledge. Yet his eyes were deep and weathered, as if he could see through people's hearts and revealed a sense of being above it all. He resembled an immortal. Thank you. Su Chen responded calmly, and then sat down generously. I am Shi Jingluan, the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. I wonder if you have heard of my name? Shi Jingluan said with a slight smile. His voice was very natural and casual, with no hint of arrogance, as if he were conversing with an old friend, making people unconsciously feel goodwill. No, Su Chen replied, but he couldn't help but scoff in his heart. He had heard the name Shi Jingluan no less than 10,000 times in his past life. What president of the Wanbao Chamber? That was merely a facade. In reality, Shi Jingluan was an elder of the martial arts holy land, Wanbao Pavilion, in the eastern wilderness. The so-called Wanbao Chamber was just an outer force of the Wanbao Pavilion. Moreover, Shi Jingluan's cultivation was incredibly terrifying. He was a genuine martial emperor. Su Chen understood even more that Shi Jingluan's real purpose for becoming the president of the Wanbao Chamber and coming to this small Dali kingdom was to seek the hidden realm of Wulong Mountain. It's okay if you haven't heard of it. However, I didn't expect that such a talented alchemist like you would appear in this small Dali kingdom. At such a young age, you have already reached the level of a master alchemist. It's truly astonishing. Shi Jingluan turned to look at Su Chen, not hiding the appreciation in his eyes. Chapter 84. Rejecting Shi Jingluan, the president flatters me. Su Chen said calmly. Your growth to this point is due to your fortune and opportunities, and of course, your unparalleled talent, which has allowed you to become a master alchemist in such a short time. I wonder what your plans are for the future? Shi Jingluan asked. The future? Naturally. I will work hard to cultivate and explore a broader world. Su Chen smiled slightly. He had already understood Shi Jingluan's intentions. Indeed, Shi Jingluan smiled slightly and said, Su Chen, I will not hide it from you. The Wanbao Chamber is backed by one of the 7 holy lands of the eastern wilderness, the Wanbao Pavilion. And I am an elder of the Wanbao Pavilion. You should know about the martial arts holy lands, right? Only by entering a martial arts holy land to cultivate can one have the chance to glimpse the pinnacle of martial arts. With your talent, it would be a pity to stay in this small Dali kingdom. Therefore, I can represent the Wanbao Pavilion and make you a disciple of the Wanbao Pavilion. I wonder if you are willing? Shi Jingluan was extremely candid and did not beat around the bush, directly stating his intention. The reason he wanted to meet Su Chen was not only out of curiosity about Su Chen's alchemical skills, but also because he had an appreciation for talent and wanted to recruit Su Chen into the Wanbao Pavilion. The Wanbao Pavilion? A glimmer of brilliance appeared in Su Chen's eyes. As he had anticipated, Shi Jingluan indeed came to recruit him. Su Chen naturally knew very well about the 7 martial arts holy lands in the eastern wilderness. Although the Wanbao Pavilion was not the most powerful martial arts holy land, it was undoubtedly the richest. The Wanbao Chamber had a footprint in almost all 36 domains of the eastern wilderness, and many powerful alchemists, even alchemy saints, were gathered within the Wanbao Pavilion, accumulating vast wealth. The Wanbao Pavilion was indeed a very good choice. However, it was a pity that Su Chen's heart was already set elsewhere. He stayed in the royal capital to wait for his master from his past life. Otherwise, he would not have remained in this small dilly kingdom. Su Chen, the Wanbao Pavilion is the place with the most alchemists among the 7 holy lands. Even alchemy saints are present, with achievements that are astonishing. If you can enter the Wanbao Pavilion, I guarantee that you will be promoted to an alchemy saint within 10 years. Shi Jingluan smiled slightly. In his view, the conditions he proposed were something Su Chen could not possibly refuse. Becoming a disciple of a holy land and having the opportunity to learn supreme martial arts. Even becoming an alchemy saint was an irresistible temptation for all martial artists and alchemists. They were determined to recruit this alchemical talent, Su Chen, into the Wanbao Pavilion. President, I'm sorry, but the Wanbao Pavilion may not be suitable for me. Su Chen's gaze flickered, and without the slightest hesitation, he said calmly. He directly rejected the offer. What? Shi Jingluan was slightly taken aback. He almost thought he had misheard. Su Chen actually rejected his invitation? President, I already have someone in my heart, so I can't join the Wanbao Pavilion. I'm sorry. Su Chen said seriously. You really surprised me. Shi Jingluan was taken aback for a moment and shook his head with a wry smile. He did not expect that a dignified martial emperor, an elder of the Wanbao Pavilion, someone who even the emperor of the Great Lin dynasty would treat with respect, would be rejected by Su Chen. Moreover, Su Chen showed no hesitation at all. This left him feeling somewhat defeated. Su Chen, you need to think this through. Wanbao Pavilion doesn't easily recruit disciples. To become a true disciple of Wanbao Pavilion, you must at least be a master alchemist, and they are all exceptionally talented individuals. Are you sure you want to give this up? Shi Jingluan asked seriously. I am sure, Su Chen replied. Then can you tell me which sacred land you want to go to? Shi Jingluan looked at Su Chen for a moment and asked with a wry smile. Tiandao sect. Su Chen replied calmly. Tiandao sect? Shi Jingluan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Su Chen to mention Tiandao sect. Are you sure it's Tiandao sect? I thought you would say Wushi sect or Juyang divine sect. I didn't expect you to want to go to Tiandao sect. You probably don't know that although Tiandao sect is strong, it is only on par with our Wanbao Pavilion, and they haven't opened their doors to recruit disciples for decades. The number of disciples in Tiandao sect is also the least among the 7 sacred lands. Even if you want to go to Tiandao sect, they might not want you. Shi Jingluan was filled with confusion. In his view, among the 7 sacred lands, Tiandao sect was the least likely choice for Su Chen. Tiandao sect was quite peculiar. Although it was once known as the leader of the 7 sacred lands over 30,000 years ago, it had long since declined. Moreover, the rules of Tiandao sect were quite strange, recruiting disciples based on fate, preferring quality over quantity, resulting in very few disciples. The personalities of the people within the sect were also eccentric, and today, Tiandao sect's strength ranked extremely low among the 7 sacred lands. Why did Su Chen want to go to Tiandao sect? That's right, I've made my decision. President, thank you for your kindness, but I believe I can enter Tiandao sect, Su Chen said with a calm smile. However, his voice was filled with determination, perhaps in Shi Jingluan's eyes. Su Chen's choice of Tiandao sect was incomprehensible, but Su Chen understood that his choice was solely because of one person. That person had once given him hope, saved him from suffering, and led him to the pinnacle of martial arts. That person came from Tiandao sect. Chapter 85. Past events. Under Shi Jingluan's gaze filled with regret and disappointment, Su Chen left the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Although Wanbao Pavilion was good, Su Chen did not care. He had his own principles. The people from the Great Lin dynasty have arrived, and Shi Jingluan has also appeared. The opening of the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm is likely just a few days away. Master is probably arriving soon, right? Su Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation, excitement, and a hint of unease. However, before the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm opens, I should break through to the martial sect realm. Su Chen thought to himself. His current cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm. His aura was perfect and flawless, and his true energy was as thick as the sea. The 9 true Dragon Yuan Dawn had already reached completion, so breaking through to the martial sect realm was not difficult. Su Chen planned to make a strong push and directly break through to the martial sect realm. Outside the Lu residence, Lu Guqing and Lu Yulong were waiting. Upon seeing Su Chen, Lu Yulong immediately shivered, his eyes filled with immense excitement. "Su Chen, you finally returned," Lu Yulong said to Su Chen, a mix of fear and excitement in his voice. He was afraid because Su Chen had previously dealt with him harshly. He was excited because he did not expect Su Chen to be so deeply hidden, actually a master alchemist. Even that genius Jiang Yunhe from the Great Lin Dynasty had been defeated by Su Chen. Now, Su Chen's name had spread throughout the entire Great Li capital, becoming the most dazzling genius, discussed and admired by countless people. "Thank you for helping with Linger." Su Chen glanced at Lu Yulong and then at Lu Guqing, saying earnestly, if it weren't for Lu Guqing risking his life to protect her, and Lu Yulong risking his life to return to inform him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, his thanks were sincere. "No need, no need. I did nothing. It was all because you, Su Chen, are too powerful to save cousin Linger." Lu Yulong was startled and quickly waved his hands. He never thought he would hear a thank you from Su Chen one day, making him both nervous and excited. "You taught me sword techniques, and we share a bond of half a master-disciple relationship. It was only right for me to save Linger, no need to thank me. Also, Grandpa wants to see you," Lu Guqing said. "Grandpa wants to see me?" Su Chen was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that stubborn old man would want to see him. Was it because he had become a master alchemist? A hint of a smile appeared in Su Chen's eyes as he said, "All right, lead the way." Under the guidance of Lu Guqing and Lu Yulong, Su Chen passed through several corridors and arrived at a study. It was indeed Lu Wenyan's study. Lu Wenyan stood in the study, looking at a painting hanging on the wall. The painting depicted a gentle and elegant woman in palace attire, standing under a flowering tree, her garments fluttering, looking extraordinarily beautiful. After Lu Guqing and Lu Yulong brought Su Chen in, they saw Lu Wenyan engrossed in the painting and did not dare to speak much. They gestured for Su Chen to enter before retreating. Su Chen stood at the door of the study, gazing at the woman in the painting. Gentle as water, stunningly beautiful. She bore some resemblance to Lu Hanyan, but looked slightly older and had a bit more heroism and less fragility. Could this be my grandmother? Su Chen felt a slight stir in his heart. "That's right. This is your grandmother, Zhao Wanruo." After a moment, Lu Wenyan came back to his senses, as if he had seen the confusion in Su Chen's heart, and spoke slowly. Then, without waiting for Su Chen to ask, he began to speak on his own. "Your grandmother Zhao Wanruo was a very gentle woman, and she came from the Zhao family of the Great Lin Dynasty. When I was still a poor boy, I encountered her by chance." Lu Wenyan at this moment seemed no longer as imposing as before. His eyes were filled with nostalgia, and his voice flowed slowly, recounting a touching story. A rich young lady fell in love with a poor scholar but faced opposition from her family, and then eloped with the poor scholar. The rich young lady was Zhao Wanruo, and the poor scholar was Lu Wenyan. Due to family opposition, the Zhao family even wanted Zhao Wanruo to enter a marriage alliance to enhance their power. Zhao Wanruo escaped from the Zhao family and eloped to the Great Li capital with Lu Wenyan, giving birth to 2 sons and a daughter for Lu Wenyan. Lu Wenyan naturally treated Zhao Wanruo very well and worked hard, eventually achieving success and rising step by step in the Great Li Kingdom, becoming a trusted minister of the king and ultimately the prime minister of Great Li. However, this happiness did not last long. When Lu Hanyan was still young, the Zhao family sent people to forcibly take Zhao Wanruo away while also trying to kill Lu Wenyan. In the end, Zhao Wanruo threatened with her life to save Lu Wenyan. Do you know the fate of the Zhao family? Lu Wenyuan recounted a past event, seemingly a bit melancholic, and turned to Su Chen to ask. "I don't know," Su Chen answered honestly. "Later, after enduring countless hardships, I reached the realm of Martial King, leading over 100 strong warriors to storm into the imperial capital of Daling, slaughtering the Zhao family to save Wanruo. But unexpectedly, Wanruo didn't wait for me at all. When the Zhao family forced her to remarry, she had already committed suicide." Lu Wenyuan's voice was extraordinarily calm, yet it still carried a trace of deep-seated hatred and regret. Su Chen sighed inwardly. Lu Hanyan didn't even know about their grandmother's matters, so naturally, she hadn't mentioned it to him. He didn't expect there was such a hidden story. "Now, can you understand why I opposed your parents being together?" Lu Wenyuan's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on Su Chen. Chapter 86. Covetousness. Su Chen never imagined that his uncle had such a history. Even now, Lu Wenyuan, who seemed merely a martial sect master, had actually been a powerful martial king back then, which was quite surprising to Su Chen. He could understand Lu Wenyuan's thoughts. After experiencing such past events, Lu Wenyuan didn't want his daughter to repeat the same mistakes. That's why he was so resolute when Lu Hanyin insisted on marrying Su Chen's father. However, understanding was one thing, but Su Chen couldn't accept it. I can understand, but people are different. How can you determine that my mother and father are not happy together? On the contrary, your indifference might make my mother sad and unhappy. Su Chen said lightly. Your mother is happy? Then where is your father now? Lu Wenyuan sneered. I'm not saying this to make you agree with my actions. I'm just telling you that if I had the chance to choose again, I still wouldn't let your mother marry your father, because your father is simply not a good match for her. Lu Wenyuan remained very stubborn. Su Chen fell silent. Lu Wenyuan's words left him somewhat speechless. Indeed, his father, Su Yuanzong, had gone missing for some reason when he was very young, and his fate remained unknown. Over the years, Lu Hanyin had indeed lived a difficult life. From this perspective, Lu Wenyuan had grievances against Su Yuanzong, and Su Chen couldn't say much. Su Chen, what I didn't expect was that you have such extraordinary talent in martial arts and alchemy, even stronger than your father. Lu Wenyuan continued. I was worried that your mother would be all alone, but now that you are here, I can rest assured. Just remember one thing, the taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind. You may not be afraid, but you should consider your mother more. If she is willing, let her stay in the Lu residence. With this old bone of mine here, no one will dare to touch her. Lu Wenyuan glanced at Su Chen, snorted coldly, and then turned to leave. This old man is really too proud. Su Chen looked at Lu Wenyuan's back, bitterly smiling to himself. How could he not hear Lu Wenyuan's concerns? Su Chen indeed had exceptional talent, but there were many who wanted his life in this royal capital. Lu Wenyuan was both reminding him to act low-key and to pay attention to his own safety, while also telling him that he would protect Lu Hanyin, so he wouldn't have to worry. Clearly, it was concern, but when Lu Wenyuan said it, it came off as so stiff and annoying. This sentiment, Su Chen must accept. Inside the Lu residence, Su Chen began his training in the secret room. The dragon and tiger spirit pill he concocted could enhance spiritual power. Although Su Chen had already condensed his martial spirit, taking the dragon and tiger spirit pill could also strengthen his spirit, allowing him to smoothly break through to the martial sect realm. Today, I will condense qi into gang and enter the martial sect. A glimmer of determination appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Boom. He swallowed the dragon and tiger spirit pill, and his aura surged, vast and magnificent true energy gushing out. The 9 true dragon essence pills within him erupted with dazzling light at that moment. Roar, roar, roar. Ancient and mysterious dragon roars echoed within Su Chen's body. The 9 true dragon essence pills, like 9 strange true dragons, shone brilliantly at this moment, their dragon might permeating, slowly merging into one. A powerful gang qi gradually emerged in Su Chen's Dantian sea of energy. Gang qi was far stronger than true energy. It took hundreds of true energies to compress and condense into a strand of gang qi, which not only had greater killing power, but also possessed strong defensive capabilities. The protective true gang of a martial sect master is very hard to break, even under the frenzied attacks of a martial artist at the essence pill stage. This step is also a qualitative change. For Su Chen, condensing qi into gang and breaking through to the martial sect realm was not difficult. It could be said to be a natural progression. Lin Ruowei actually broke through. It seems the Taiyin transformation pill was indeed concocted by Su Chen for her. On the solitary peak, under the full moon, a figure stood at the mountain summit, his eyes filled with shock and sharpness. It was the Moro Master. Brother, why bother caring? Even if Lin Ruowei has broken through to Martial King, it doesn't change the overall situation. Besides, I believe you won't take long to break through to Martial King as well. However, that kid Su Chen is a bit strange. Next to the Moro Master stood a middle-aged scholar holding a folding fan, looking quite effeminate, with a glint in his eyes like that of a venomous snake. According to my investigation, the possibility of Su Chen obtaining some kind of strong inheritance is greater. There shouldn't be a real alchemy saint behind him. Junior brother, are you interested in seizing the opportunity from Su Chen? The Moro Master turned to look at the middle-aged scholar. Brother, you are so wary of Su Chen. Yet you want me to take action. You don't want to use me to test Su Chen, do you? The middle-aged scholar closed his folding fan and said with a half-smile. You wouldn't be uninterested in the inheritance of an alchemy saint, would you? The Moro master replied lightly. You're right. I'm indeed very interested. That kid Su Chen has too many secrets. In that case, I'll take action once and see what kind of opportunities he has. By then, brother, don't regret it. The middle-aged scholar smiled calmly. Then I will trouble you, junior brother. The Moro master said lightly. No need to thank me. Tomorrow is Su Chen's death date. The middle-aged scholar said indifferently. Then, his true energy erupted, transforming into a white shadow, moving at lightning speed, instantly disappearing into the vast sea of clouds, leaving no trace behind. Like a ghost. Chapter 87. The murderous intent of the martial, venerable Lu residents. Roar. The sound of dragon roars echoed, and Su Chen's true energy surged, golden radiance dazzling. A golden dragon-shaped true energy circled around him, finally transforming into a stream of light, directly entering Su Chen's body. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glint of golden light flashing through them. He had finally broken through to the martial sect realm. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Although he had to start his training all over again after being reborn, Su Chen greatly enjoyed the feeling of gradually becoming stronger step by step. He was also more confident that he could surpass the peak of his previous life and reach an even higher realm. With my current cultivation at the martial sect realm, combined with the ninefold strength of my gang chi, even when facing a martial venerable, I still have the power to fight. If the broken illusion divine eye is added, even a martial sovereign would have a chance to be killed. Su Chen thought to himself. Now he finally had enough strength to face some strong enemies. After all, in the kingdom of Dali, the only visible martial kings were Yuan Haoran and Lin Ruwei, while the Moro sovereign was merely at the peak of martial sovereign. Su Chen certainly did not forget about the Moro sovereign. It could be said that since arriving in the royal capital from Yunjiang City, the multiple crises and even assassination attempts he encountered were all linked to the Moro sovereign. The Moro sovereign was like a venomous snake hiding in the dark, ready to strike at any moment. It was time to deal with Moro. Su Chen murmured softly. He left the secret room. The opening of the Wulong Mountain secret realm was just a few days away. His master had come to the Divine Martial Academy right before the Wulong Mountain secret realm opened. So it was just right to go check out the Divine Martial Academy and wait for his master to arrive. He could also find an opportunity to deal with Moro. Su Chen thought, his eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. Su Chen left the Lu residence and headed towards the Divine Martial Academy. At that moment, Su Chen felt an extremely subtle killing intent locking onto him. Someone was secretly trying to kill him. Although Su Chen's cultivation was only at the martial disciple level, he had condensed his martial Dao origin spirit and possessed an extremely strong spiritual perception, immediately sensing that subtle killing intent. Was it someone from the Great Lin dynasty, or someone from the Moro sovereign? Su Chen pondered in his heart. However, he remained calm on the surface, avoiding the crowd and quickly making his way to a grove not far from the Divine Martial Academy. Since you have been following me, you can show yourself now. Su Chen turned around and said, Oh, you actually noticed me? Interesting. A light exclamation sounded. Not far away, a middle-aged scholar in a blue long robe, holding a folding fan, appeared before Su Chen. He had a feminine face, an icy aura, and his eyes flickered with cold light, filled with mockery as he looked at Su Chen. Martial sovereign? You must be sent by the Moro sovereign, right? Su Chen stared at the middle-aged scholar and said. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes. Under the broken illusion divine eye, he immediately saw through the middle-aged scholar's cultivation level. Martial sovereign, 6th layer. Are you so sure that I am one of Moro's people? You have offended Jiang Yunhe quite badly. Are you not afraid that I am sent by Jiang Yunhe to seek revenge on you? The middle-aged scholar said curiously. People from the Great Lin dynasty are not that foolish. If they wanted to kill me, they would not send a useless martial sovereign. At least it would be a martial king. Su Chen said. So arrogant. I want to see if you will still be so sharp-tongued when you fall into my hands later. The middle-aged scholar sneered. His voice was erratic, making it feel extremely uncomfortable to the ears. Whoosh. A strong wind howled, as if a vast palm print was descending from the sky towards Su Chen. Su Chen's feet trembled, and a fiery light burst from his eyes. He suddenly turned around, completely ignoring the palm print behind him, and struck out with a powerful palm. Roar. The golden dragon-shaped true energy erupted violently, as if a real dragon had come to life, making Su Chen's palm strike unmatched in ferocity, instantly colliding with a phantom shadow behind him. Boom. The void shook, and a thunder-like sound erupted as both Su Chen and the shadow were pushed back. Oh, the phantom revealed itself to be the middle-aged scholar. The original position of the middle-aged scholar was now occupied by a slowly dissipating afterimage. The middle-aged scholar's eyes were filled with surprise. He did not expect that Su Chen could see through his true position. Although the middle-aged scholar was a martial sovereign, he did not underestimate Su Chen at all. While they were talking, he had split off an afterimage while secretly moving his true body, planning to launch a deadly attack on Su Chen. But he never expected that under Su Chen's broken illusion divine eye and powerful spiritual perception, all his actions were clearly visible. Kill. Su Chen's gaze was sharp, and his true energy surged violently. With blood chi boiling as waves of unmatched palm prints descended upon the middle-aged scholar like a tsunami. Great Wilderness Battle Dragon Palm. After breaking through to the martial disciple level, his powerful true energy transformed into even more terrifying innate true energy, making his attacks unmatched. The power of the Great Wilderness Battle Dragon Palm was even more fearsome. Coupled with Su Chen's already formidable physical strength and the thick true energy within him, the unmatched power of the Great Wilderness Battle Dragon Palm, accompanied by the ancient dragon's roar, erupted for the first time. Chapter 88. One look to annihilate the martial sovereign. How bold! The middle-aged scholar laughed in anger. He did not expect that a mere martial disciple like Su Chen would dare to take the initiative to attack him. The icy power around him erupted, causing the temperature to plummet. A black true energy exploded in his palms, his hands clawing out like a divine eagle soaring through the sky, suddenly reaching for Su Chen. Heavenly Frost Divine Eagle Claw. This was a powerful martial technique he had cultivated, classified as a low-grade earth-level skill. It could not only freeze the blood vessels of others, but was also incredibly fierce, capable of tearing through gold and stone, something that ordinary people could hardly resist. Boom! Su Chen and the middle-aged scholar collided fiercely, producing the sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. Su Chen's momentum only grew stronger, and his palm prints became even more formidable as they exchanged dozens of strikes before both were forced to retreat. The violent true energy wreaked havoc, shattering the surrounding flowers and trees. The giant rocks were riddled with dense holes created by the murderous aura, looking extremely terrifying. You are merely at the martial disciple level. How could you possess such terrifying combat power? The middle-aged scholar's expression was grave, filled with disbelief. He initially thought that although Su Chen had extraordinary talent in alchemy, his martial cultivation was not strong. He believed that if he made a move, he could easily capture Su Chen in an instant. But after fighting with Su Chen, he realized just how wrong he was. Su Chen's palm prints were unmatched, containing the might of a dragon, and he grew stronger with each battle. After exchanging dozens of blows, the middle-aged scholar's arms felt slightly sore and numb. If it weren't for his superior cultivation level, he would hardly be able to endure Su Chen's terrifying palm strength. You are too weak. If this is all the strength you have, then you can go die? Su Chen's voice was calm and indifferent, but his gaze was incredibly sharp. Boom! His true energy surged violently, instantly transforming from palm to fist and a fierce fist print. Like a shooting star, suddenly smashed towards the middle-aged scholar. After breaking through to the martial disciple level, Su Chen's combat power had increased significantly, and he could use the middle-aged scholar to test the level of his current strength. Die! The middle-aged scholar's eyes were cold with killing intent. He sprang into the air with a single step, and then countless icy lights shot out from his sleeves like a storm, enveloping Su Chen. His unique hidden weapon, the bone-piercing nail. The bone-piercing nail was made of heavenly cold iron, and combined with his unique true energy, it could instantly pierce through everything. Even the protective true energy of a martial sovereign would be unable to withstand it, instantly causing severe injuries. The middle-aged scholar, seeing Su Chen's extraordinary combat power, did not want to delay any longer, so he instantly unleashed the bone-penetrating nail. Clang! At that moment, a sword cry rang out, and a dazzling sword light erupted. A flying sword appeared in front of Su Chen, and in an instant, sword energy intertwined, brilliance bursting forth, weaving into a sword net that intercepted the bone-penetrating nails coming from the air, cutting them down one by one. Go! Su Chen pointed in midair, and powerful spiritual energy attached itself to the flying sword, pushing its power to the extreme, shooting towards the middle-aged scholar like lightning. This is sword control technique. The middle-aged scholar's pupils contracted. He never expected that Su Chen had actually mastered the sword control technique. The speed of the flying sword was too fast, and a chilling aura locked onto him, making it impossible for him to evade. "Break from me!" The middle-aged scholar shouted angrily, and a short knife appeared in his palm. Cold and sharp, slicing down towards the flying sword. Clang! Sparks flew, but the overwhelming divine power erupted, causing the short knife in the middle-aged scholar's hand to hum and tremble, and then it was directly shattered. The middle-aged scholar's arm went numb. Despite his best efforts to dodge, the flying sword still swiftly swept across his chest, leaving a deep blood mark that nearly opened him up completely. Whoosh! The flying sword returned to Su Chen's feet, lifting him up and soaring towards the middle-aged scholar. Damn it! The middle-aged scholar's face turned ugly. He did not expect Su Chen to be not only powerful, but also to have cultivated the sword control technique, unleashing such terrifying power, causing him to suffer significant losses. "Su Chen, I remember you." The middle-aged scholar looked deeply at Su Chen and instantly turned to leave. He was decisive, knowing that Su Chen was not to be trifled with. Today, relying solely on himself, he would probably be unable to take down Su Chen, so he turned and left. "Since you came, you should stay?" Su Chen said lightly. Crack! Then, a brilliant golden glow appeared in his eyes, strands of lightning intertwined, and an ancient and majestic aura erupted, as if it could shatter everything, mysterious to the extreme. A blazing golden beam shot out from his eyes in an instant, heading towards the middle-aged scholar. Breaking illusion, divine light. What is that? The middle-aged scholar trembled all over, his eyes filled with disbelief. The golden glow in Su Chen's eyes was too majestic and mysterious, as if it were the eye of heaven, causing him to momentarily lose his senses. And that golden beam made him feel a chilling, deadly threat. However, the speed of the breaking illusion divine light was too fast, instantly reaching the middle-aged scholar. Uft! The breaking illusion divine light directly shattered the middle-aged scholar's protective true essence, and then instantly pierced through his brow, exploding his head. The middle-aged scholar's eyes were filled with disbelief and unwillingness, the divine light in his eyes gradually dimming, and then he fell from midair, crashing heavily into the forest below. He died from suffocation. Chapter 89 Master, a martial arts master thus died at the hands of Su Chen. As the breaking illusion divine light extinguished the middle-aged scholar, Su Chen felt a wave of intense fatigue, having exhausted most of his spiritual energy. This breaking illusion divine light is strong, but with my current level of spiritual energy, I can only unleash 2 at most before running out. It can only be used as a trump card and should not be used lightly. Su Chen thought to himself. His current combat power was already able to contend with martial arts masters, and with the breaking illusion divine light, he could even potentially kill a martial arts master in an instant. Su Chen had gained a direct understanding of his strength. He took a storage ring from the middle-aged scholar's hand, then smashed the corpse and headed towards the Divine Martial Academy. It wouldn't be long before the middle-aged scholar's corpse would be devoured clean by wolves and tigers drawn by the smell of blood, leaving no trace behind. A powerful martial arts master thus died here, which was exceedingly frustrating. Who is it? Come out. Su Chen suddenly felt a powerful and subtle divine consciousness fall upon him, causing him to feel a chill all over, and he could not help but shout. He turned around, looking at a certain spot in midair. Buzz! The void slightly distorted, and a figure appeared in midair. It was a woman dressed in a red long gown, with a beautiful and enchanting face, exuding a mysterious aura as her eyes sparkled with charm. She had a slender figure, a noble demeanor, and was surrounded by a faint glow, ethereal and otherworldly. Like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, she possessed an extraordinary grace. Little guy, you actually managed to find me? It seems your spiritual energy is quite strong. The woman in the red dress looked at Su Chen with great interest. Upon seeing the woman in the red dress, Su Chen suddenly trembled, as if his mind had exploded, revealing an indescribable excitement and inability to contain himself in his eyes. Master, Su Chen's voice trembled. Looking at the woman in front of him, he felt as if he had returned to a different era, and a sense of admiration arose within him. In this new life, he had seen her again, his master from his previous life, Luo Xian. Luo Xian was an elder of the heavenly Tao sect, her cultivation unfathomable, having reached the pinnacle of martial emperor, a formidable figure within the entire sect. It was also Luo Xian who brought Su Chen back to the heavenly Tao sect, leading to Su Chen's later rise. One could say that Luo Xian was not only Su Chen's master, but also had given him a chance at rebirth. Su Chen came to the Divine Martial Academy to wait for Luo Xian's appearance. He never expected to see her in such a sudden manner today. Little guy, it's our first meeting, and you call me master. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I never said I would take you as a disciple. Luo Xian was slightly taken aback. Sizing up Su Chen. Su Chen's calling her master took her by surprise. Ahem, I misspoke. I meant to say that you seem very kind, like my master. If you don't mind, how about taking me as your disciple? Su Chen coughed and thickened his skin to smile. You little brat. You really know how to take advantage of the situation. Wanting to become my disciple is not that easy. However, your talent is not bad. With just the cultivation of a martial sovereign, you actually managed to kill a martial venerable and even practice some powerful eye technique. Not bad. Not bad. Luo Xian's eyes brightened as she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen's words made her somewhat excited. Speaking of which, she still didn't have a disciple. And although she often wielded power in the heavenly Dao sect, it was indeed quite boring. If she were to take on a disciple, it might not be a bad idea. Senior, I am self-taught and my talent is decent. I wonder what tests you have. Feel free to say. As long as you are willing to take me as your disciple, I have no complaints. Su Chen said with a smile. He knew that Luo Xian still did not recognize him, and Su Chen now was much stronger than he had been at this point in his previous life. Su Chen was determined to become Luo Xian's disciple, so he suppressed his excitement, thickened his skin, and moved closer. Little brat, you almost disrupted my train of thought. Honestly, where did you learn your sword control technique? And that palm strike that could produce a dragon's roar? Who taught you that? Luo Xian said with a stern face. She suddenly remembered her purpose for coming here, as she was also attracted by Su Chen's sword control technique and the Great Wilderness Battle Dragon Palm. The sword control technique is a unique skill of the Heavenly Dao sect. Although the Great Wilderness Battle Dragon Palm is not a martial art of the Heavenly Dao sect, it is closely related to Luo Xian, and she needs to clarify this matter. In response to the senior, Su Chen said, the sword control technique is something I learned from the Divine Martial Academy. I only have the fragments, not the complete version. As for the palm technique that emits the sound of a dragon's roar, named Dragon Battle in the Wild, it is also a fragment of a martial skill that I obtained by chance. Su Chen smiled slightly. He indeed did not lie about the sword control technique. But the Great Wilderness Battle Dragon Palm is related to the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique. A very powerful martial saint had practiced the Great Wilderness Battle Dragon Palm in the past, and left behind many fragments. Su Chen saying he obtained it by chance would not raise Luo Xian's suspicions. I see. Your ability to cultivate the sword control technique and that move Dragon Battle in the Wild to such a level is quite compatible with the martial arts of my Heavenly Dao sect. Moreover, you little brat, your talent is not bad. Luo Xian glanced at Su Chen. So, does that mean you agree to take me as your disciple? Su Chen's eyes brightened as he hurriedly asked. Taking you as my disciple is not impossible. However, joining the Heavenly Dao sect is not that easy. You still need to pass the test. Luo Xian's gaze flickered, and she smiled slightly. She was somewhat moved. The reason she came to this small Dali kingdom was for the soon-to-open Hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm, but unexpectedly, she encountered a genius like Su Chen. Of course, Luo Xian did not place much importance on talent. What she valued most were character, quality, and comprehension. Su Chen's talent was naturally up to standard. But to become her disciple, he still needed to be tested on his character, quality, and comprehension. Senior, feel free to say whatever test it is. I will definitely pass. Su Chen said with a smile. Very well. Since you are a disciple of the Divine Martial Academy, you should know about the Hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm, right? When it opens, I will take you in. If your trial satisfies me, I will accept you as my disciple. Luo Xian's gaze shifted, and she said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen nodded without hesitation. Little guy, work hard on your cultivation. The Hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm is quite dangerous. It's not as safe as you think. When the secret realm opens, I will find you. Luo Xian glanced at Su Chen, smiled slightly, and then soared into the sky, flying toward the Divine Martial Academy. Watching Luo Xian's departing figure, Su Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. Master, in this life, I will definitely protect you, protect the Heavenly Dao sect, and never let anyone harm you. Su Chen thought to himself, a hint of determination in his eyes. In his previous life, Luo Xian took him as her disciple and brought him to the Heavenly Dao sect. The Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique was also taught to him by Luo Xian. As one of the 7 sacred grounds of the Eastern Wilderness, the Heavenly Dao sect, although not the strongest, was not weak either. And the relationships among the disciples of various peaks were very close, without the deceit found in other sacred grounds. Su Chen spent his happiest years in the heavenly Tao sect. It was also there that he gradually stood out, cultivated the 9 dragons battle heaven technique. And his cultivation and strength advanced by leaps and bounds, becoming a well-known genius in the heavenly Tao sect, the little junior brother that everyone cherished. However, good times did not last long. The heavenly Tao sect encountered a great calamity. An incredibly terrifying enemy invaded the sect, slaughtering its disciples and setting the entire sect ablaze. Su Chen witnessed with his own eyes those senior brothers and sisters who had cared for him dearly perish in the sea of flames, one after another, tragically dying before him. He could only resent his own lack of strength. In fact, to save Su Chen, Luo Xian even risked her life to perish alongside a powerful enemy to ensure Su Chen escaped from the heavenly Tao sect. Today, seeing Luo Xian again reminded him of the destruction of the heavenly Tao sect in his previous life. In this life, as long as I, Su Chen, am here, the heavenly Tao sect will not be destroyed, and Master will live well. All those so-called enemies will die. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Aside from his parents and Linger, Luo Xian was the most important person to him. The heavenly Tao sect was his home. He would never allow the tragedy of his previous life to repeat itself. In this life, he possessed even stronger power. And he must obtain unparalleled combat strength before the crisis arrives to reverse everything. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Su Chen turned and soared toward the Divine Martial Academy. At the Divine Martial Academy, in a separate courtyard, Su Chen took out the storage ring of the middle-aged scholar. The spiritual imprint on it had already disappeared. He extended a strand of spiritual power and imprinted it onto the storage ring. Inside the storage ring, there were some spiritual herbs and spiritual pills. Although most of them were 4th or 5th grade spiritual pills, which were quite useful for martial zone and martial venerable, Su Chen did not think much of them. There were also several martial arts techniques, the most powerful of which was the Sky Frost Divine Eagle Claw cultivated by the middle-aged scholar, ranked as a low-grade, earth-level martial skill. Besides that, there were several thousand low-grade spirit stones. Another broke person. A few thousand spirit stones should barely allow me to improve 1 or 2 small realms. It seems that to obtain enough spirit stones, I can only go to the heavenly Tao sect, Su Chen said with a wry smile. He had the 9 dragons battle heaven technique and the memories of his previous life, so he naturally did not lack powerful martial arts. The only thing he lacked was cultivation resources, specifically spirit stones. Unfortunately, the Eastern Lin domain was too barren, among the 36 domains in the Eastern Wilderness. It ranked among the last, with only some low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, even a dignified martial venerable like the middle-aged scholar had only accumulated a few thousand spirit stones. And as Su Chen cultivated the 9 dragons battle heaven technique, which is an incredibly powerful divine-level martial art, the density of true qi at the same realm is 9 times that of others. Naturally, the resources needed for cultivation far exceed those of other martial artists. These few thousand spirit stones might allow other martial zone powerhouses to cultivate for a long time, but for Su Chen, at most, they would only allow him to improve 1 or 2 small realms. The Hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm was opened by the Flame Dragon Martial Saint. Although I did not enter it in my previous life, I heard my master mention it. It not only contains the inheritance of the Flame Dragon Martial Saint, but also the various treasures accumulated by him. There should be enough resources there. I cannot miss it. Su Chen's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. Chapter 91. Flame Dragon Martial Saint. The Flame Dragon Martial Saint is a legendary figure. He was a martial saint of 1,000 years ago, not only incredibly powerful, having reached the peak of martial saint, but more importantly, he was also a saint of alchemy. However, when he was attempting to break through to the martial emperor realm, he fell into a demonic path and ultimately perished in the Hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm. He not only left his inheritance in the Hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm, but also the various resources and treasures accumulated by a generation's alchemy saint. In his previous life, although he was accepted as a disciple by Luo Xian, he was too weak at the time to enter the Hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm and only heard Luo Xian talk about it later. The opening of the Hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm attracted not only the martial powerhouses from the Great Lin dynasty, the Dali Kingdom, and several surrounding kingdoms, but also strong figures from 3 of the 7 sacred grounds of the Eastern Wilderness, including Shi Jingluan from the Wanbao Pavilion and Luo Xian from the Heavenly Tao sect, and the of the Jiuyang God sect. When thinking of, a stunningly beautiful and effeminate man appeared in Su Chen's mind. with eyes that seemed capable of penetrating the human heart, and his strength was extraordinarily powerful. Even Luo Xian had suffered significant losses at his hands. In his previous life, Jun Xiling had cultivated the sword control technique and obtained the martial arts inheritance of the Flame Dragon Martial Saint in the secret realm of Wulong Mountain. Eventually becoming a sword emperor was Jun Xiling's master. Jun Xiling was exceptionally talented, and in this life, he must bring her into the Tiandao sect and not let her become his disciple. Su Chen thought to himself. After making up his mind, he took out all his spirit stones and began to operate the 9 Dragons Battle Heaven technique to continue his cultivation. At the peak of the Divine Martial Academy, Junior Sister Luo, it's been many years since we last met, and you are still so beautiful, while I have aged. Yuan Haoran looked at Luo Xian with a look of deep emotion in his eyes. Senior brother Yuan, if you had stayed in the sect with your talent, you would have probably already broken through to the Martial Saint realm, so why waste time here? Luo Xian sighed lightly. She floated in gracefully, stepping from the sea of clouds, slowly approaching Yuan Haoran. Yuan Haoran was once also a disciple of the Tiandao sect. Luo Xian still remembered when she was very young. Around 8 or 9 years old, Yuan Haoran was a well-known genius in the Tiandao sect, kind to others, warm and gentle, like a gentleman. But so many years had passed, and Yuan Haoran had aged as well. Senior brother Yuan, is it really worth it to stay here for hundreds of years for a promise? Luo Xian asked in confusion. There's nothing to be valued or devalued. This is my choice, so of course, I won't regret it. Some things are far more important than cultivation levels. Yuan Haoran replied with a calm smile. All right. I know I can't persuade you this time. The Wulong Mountain secret realm is about to open. What do you think? Luo Xian shook her head. She knew that while Yuan Haoran appeared generous, he was very stubborn and had his own principles. So she didn't plan to persuade him any further. The Wulong Mountain secret realm should be opened by a martial saint. Moreover, I suspect it could very well be the Flame Dragon Martial Saint from 1,000 years ago. Yuan Haoran's eyes flashed as he said solemnly, the Flame Dragon Martial Saint? The traitor of the Juyang God sect? Luo Xian's body trembled, her eyes revealing a strange expression. It's very likely. Therefore, someone from the Juyang God sect will probably come this time. So you must be careful. Yuan Haoran warned. I understand. If it really is the secret realm left by the Flame Dragon Martial Saint, then it will be interesting. Luo Xian said with a smile. Junior Sister Luo, although I cannot return to the sect, I have 2 disciples with exceptional talent. Please take them back to the sect, and do not let their talents go to waste. Yuan Haoran said seriously. No problem. Since it is senior brother Yuan's recommendation, it is naturally a small matter. Speaking of which, I encountered an interesting little fellow at your Divine Martial Academy, which made me think of taking on disciples. Luo Xian agreed, and suddenly thought of Su Chen, smiling with interest. A disciple from the Divine Martial Academy? Who is it? Yuan Haoran asked curiously. He knew Luo Xian's mischievous temperament and how she had caused trouble for many disciples of the Tiandao sect. Although she had exceptional talent, she had never considered taking on disciples. Now she wanted to take on disciples? That was indeed strange. That little ghost. Luo Xian was about to speak. But at that moment, a bright light flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly turned to look toward the end of the sea of clouds. Roar! An ancient and vast dragon roar echoed through the sky. The sea of clouds trembled violently, causing the heavens and earth to change color. At the end of the sea of clouds, a blazing crimson divine light shot up into the sky, transforming into a dragon shape, sweeping away the surrounding sea of clouds and radiating a terrifying aura. Boom! Between heaven and earth, it was as if the sound of thunder surged, and the void twisted violently, a vast and magnificent might of the heavens and earth enveloping the space. That was in the direction of Wulong Mountain. Was the Wulong Mountain secret realm about to open? Yuan Haoran shuddered, revealing an expression of extreme shock. Such terrifying spatial fluctuations and heavenly pressure must be from a martial saint without a doubt. Luo Xian's eyes also lit up instantly. Chapter 92. The Opening of the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm. No one expected that the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm would open at this time. Boom. In the distance, at the end of the sea of clouds, on a mountain peak shaped like a coiling dragon, thunder roared, divine light soared, and blazing flames in the sky transformed into a fire dragon emanating strong dragon might, its roar shaking the surroundings. Many powerful figures in the capital of the Dali Kingdom were also instantly stirred. The Wulong Mountain Secret Realm has opened? In a magnificent palace, The ninth prince suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with an indescribable shock. Your Highness, it is indeed the opening of the Wulong Mountain's secret realm. Shall we go now? Jiang Yunhe's eyes revealed an expression of immense anticipation. According to the records he had seen in ancient books, there was likely a legacy left by a saint of alchemy within the Wulong Mountain secret realm. His purpose for coming was naturally to obtain the saint's legacy. Your Highness, the Wulong Mountain secret realm is precisely where that Su Chen will meet his end. My subordinates have already investigated and found that Su Chen accidentally obtained a legacy from a saint of alchemy, which is why he has made such rapid progress in such a short time, becoming a master of alchemy. An elder dressed in a black robe with a stern expression in the palace saluted the ninth prince and said coldly. He was the Morua elder. He had previously sent a middle-aged scholar to kill Su Chen, but he never expected that the middle-aged scholar had also died at Su Chen's hands. He was both shocked and fearful, and he dared not make a move against Su Chen. However, he planned to use the ninth prince's hand to kill Su Chen, which is why he did not hesitate to say that Su Chen had obtained the legacy of a saint of alchemy to justify his own actions. The legacy of a saint of alchemy? Could it be that Su Chen has some connection with the Wulong Mountain secret realm? The ninth prince's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. My subordinate believes it is very likely that Su Chen might know the location of the ultimate legacy within the Wulong Mountain secret realm. So as long as we capture Su Chen, the ultimate legacy in the Wulong Mountain secret realm will surely fall into your Highness's hands. Morua elder said respectfully. Very well, Su Chen. You truly are someone who refuses to take the path to heaven and instead breaks into hell. Since this is the case, do not blame this palace for being impolite. Once we enter the Wulong Mountain secret realm, capture Su Chen immediately. The ninth prince said coldly. Yes. Morua elder and the two martial kings behind the ninth prince all bowed in unison. 10,000 Treasures Merchant Association. The Wulong Mountain secret realm has opened? Good. It was worth my wait here for so many years. Shi Jingluan, who was fishing by the lake, suddenly looked toward the crimson divine light column in the distant sky, revealing a hint of anticipation in his eyes. President, everything is ready. Not far away, the Grand Elder Yun Yi hurried over, his eyes filled with excitement. Good. Let's go? Shi Jingluan nodded. Then, he soared into the air, his robes fluttering, heading toward the direction of Wulong Mountain. Behind him, the Grand Elder Yun Yi and more than a dozen powerful members of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce simultaneously soared into the sky, closely following him. The secret realm of Wulong Mountain has opened? Brother Wang, I will take Qingqing into the secret realm. You should stay in the royal capital to prevent any chaos. Lin Ruowei said seriously to the great Li King Lin Chuan in front of her. Ruowei, you've worked hard. However, with the opening of the Wulong Mountain secret realm, not only will the great Lin dynasty and the nearby kingdoms covet it, but even the lofty martial arts sacred land will not let it go easily. You must be careful, Lin Chuan said with great concern as he looked at Lin Ruowei. Brother Wang, rest assured, our great Li kingdom has kept this secret for over 1,000 years and has borne too much. Qingqing's awakening of her bloodline is the most important thing for the Lin family. I will definitely succeed this time, Lin Ruowei said earnestly. Good. Be careful with everything, Lin Chuan said solemnly. He understood how dangerous Lin Ruowei's journey would be and recognized the heavy burden she had always carried. But this was the hope of the great Li kingdom, the hope of their Lin family. He only regretted that he was not strong enough and hoped that Lin Ruowei and Lin Qingqing would have a smooth journey and return safely. The secret realm of Wulong Mountain has opened? Quickly report to the king. Master, we have waited a long time for this moment. Hurry back to the sect to report. According to legend, there is a legacy left by a martial saint in this Wulong Mountain secret realm. We must not miss it. If we obtain the legacy, the king could even replace the great Lin dynasty, so why not? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Quickly send the news back. Around Wulong Mountain, powerful martial artists emerged from the mountains, all showing extremely excited expressions. Since the aura of the secret realm appeared in Wulong Mountain, spies from various kingdoms, sects, and martial families filled the area, all waiting for the moment the secret realm would open. Seeing the twisted space above the Wulong Mountain secret realm and the majestic and mysterious red giant dragon, they all realized that the secret realm had indeed opened. At this moment, Su Chen also woke up from his cultivation state, slowly opened his eyes, and looked towards the direction of the Wulong Mountain secret realm. The creation left by the flame dragon martial saint. I must obtain it. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he murmured to himself. Chapter 93. Gathering of all parties. With the opening of the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm, the originally calm, divine martial academy instantly erupted. Yuan Haoran did not hide the news of the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm. He knew it was impossible to keep it a secret. Therefore, led by Yuan Haoran, he began to organize the elders, instructors, and some core students of the Divine Martial Academy to prepare to head to the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm. Yuan Haoran's intention was naturally to hope that the students of the Divine Martial Academy could gain experience. However, he was also aware that the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm was fraught with danger. So he decided that only those who reached the Martial Zone realm could enter the secret realm. Yuan Haoran, along with Elder Murao and other high-ranking members of the Divine Martial Academy, took the lead in stepping into the air towards the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm. Many elders and students, unable to fly, boarded the flying spirit birds raised by the Divine Martial Academy, led by Senior Sister Jun Xiling, heading towards Wulong Mountain. Chirp! A piercing cry rang out as a massive black eagle, dozens of feet long, soared into the sky from the Divine Martial Academy, with many elders and students on its back, flying towards Wulong Mountain. The Black Eagle was a 6th-tier spirit bird, comparable in strength to a martial king, tamed by Yuan Haoran in his early years, and was also the guardian beast of the Divine Martial Academy. Its speed was extremely fast, slicing through the white clouds like lightning, stirring up a howling wind. Su Chen, how about we team up once we enter the secret realm? Jun Xiling approached Su Chen with a smile. Sure. Su Chen's eyes flickered, and he smiled slightly. Without needing Jun Xiling to say more, he would definitely choose to team up with her. After all, in his previous life, it was Jun Xiling who obtained the legacy of the Flame Dragon Martial Saint, and following her would surely lead to the ultimate legacy location. Great. Let me tell you, the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm is said to be incredibly vast. Once we enter, the Dean and the Princess, those big shots, will head directly to the depths of the secret realm to look for the legacy of the strongest. Our task is to search from the outskirts, looking for heavenly materials and treasures while honing ourselves, and also to see if any legacy appears. Jun Xiling whispered. Su Chen was not very clear about the situation in the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm, but Yuan Haoran had explored it before, so he shared quite a bit with Jun Xiling. Moreover, once they entered the secret realm, they couldn't act together. That would make them too conspicuous and attract various dangers, including powerful beasts or traps within the secret realm. The best way was to team up in pairs. All right, perhaps the Martial Saint's legacy will appear on the outskirts, and we will find it. Su Chen smiled slightly. It's not impossible. If that's the case, we would hit the jackpot. Both of us have practiced sword control technique. When we join forces, even if we encounter a martial zone, we can still protect ourselves. Jun Xiling's eyes lit up, eager to try. She still didn't know that Su Chen had already killed a 6th-layer martial zone. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have said that. Soon, they arrived at Wulong Mountain. Wulong Mountain was a mountain range spanning several hundred miles, looking from a distance like a giant dragon lying on the ground. At this moment, at the dragon's head, the rocks crumbled, and blazing divine light burst forth, revealing a twisted red vortex. Brilliant beams of light shot up from the vortex. Additionally, flames soared, forming a giant fire dragon that coiled around the vortex, emitting a series of dragon roars. The overwhelming dragon might made even the martial zone and martial king powerhouses feel a significant pressure. The Black Eagle landed on Wulong Mountain. The powerful dragon might made the Black Eagle restless, but with Yuan Haoran's soothing, it barely calmed down. At this moment, several hundred powerful figures had appeared on Wulong Mountain. Su Chen could see Shi Jingluan and Grand Elder Yuan Yi from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, as well as the 9th Prince of the Great Lin Dynasty, Jiang Yunhe, and Elder Morwa together. Several strong figures from nearby kingdoms and sects were also gathered in small groups. Their gazes towards the red vortex were filled with fervor and excitement, because that red vortex was the entrance to the secret realm. However, at this moment, divine light still surged from the red vortex, and the spatial fluctuations were quite chaotic, meaning the passage had not fully opened yet. Therefore, everyone was waiting. They were waiting for the passage to stabilize completely, which would be the moment they could enter the secret realm. Su Chen, you've come too? Just then, Su Chen heard a surprised voice. Turning around, he saw Lin Qingqing, dressed in a red dress and holding a long whip, looking particularly charming and cute. Beside her, Lin Ruowei, in a white dress, looked ethereal and otherworldly, like a celestial being from the Moon Palace, also looking at Su Chen with a hint of complexity in her eyes. Su Chen discovered that on the side of the Great Li Kingdom, apart from the Divine Martial Academy, only Lin Ruowei and Lin Qingqing had come. Moreover, although Lin Qingqing's cultivation had increased significantly, she was still only at the 7th level of the Yuan Dan realm, making her the weakest among the group. Why did Lin Ruowei bring Lin Qingqing here? Could it be that Su Chen's eyes flashed with a glimmer of insight, as he recalled Lin Qingqing's physique and considered a certain possibility? Chapter 94. Zhuyang Divine Sect. Su Chen had previously sparred with Lin Qingqing, and with his strong spiritual power, he could sense that Lin Qingqing possessed a special fire attribute spiritual body, the Flame Dragon spiritual body. Connecting this to the Flame Dragon Martial Saint, Su Chen easily deduced that Lin Qingqing might be a descendant of that martial saint. Furthermore, it was very likely that the Great Li Kingdom was founded by the Flame Dragon Martial Saint. If not, the hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm could not have happened to be located precisely within the Great Li Kingdom, which also had a history of exactly 1,000 years. This made sense. Lin Ruowei brought Lin Qingqing along, likely to seek the inheritance of the Flame Dragon Martial Saint for her. It was strange. If Lin Qingqing was a descendant of the Flame Dragon Martial Saint, then Lin Ruowei should also possess a fire attribute spiritual body. Why did she have the Xian Yin holy body instead? Could it be that Lin Ruowei was not from the Lin family? Su Chen was filled with curiosity. However, he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, suppressing his thoughts, and smiled slightly at Lin Qingqing, saying, "That's right. I also plan to train in the hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm." "Great. Su Chen, let's work together," Lin Qingqing said eagerly. "No." Before Su Chen could respond, Lin Ruowei directly refused. Then, she glanced apologetically at Su Chen and said, "Su Chen, Qingqing wants to go with me to find something." "I understand." Su Chen smiled slightly. Once he guessed Lin Qingqing's physique, he understood why Lin Ruowei would bring her alone to the hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm. It was likely to search for some kind of inheritance. All right. Although Lin Qingqing felt a bit disappointed, she still nodded in agreement. Boom. At that moment, a loud rumble echoed from the distance, and divine light whistled as a massive void treasure ship broke through the void, appearing above the hidden Dragon Mountain. The treasure ship exuded an overwhelming pressure, and several figures with unfathomable auras stood on it, holding a large red flag embroidered with 9 suns in gold thread, fluttering in the wind and making a rustling sound. Is that the Zhuyang Divine Sect? Lin Ruowei's eyes flashed with sharpness as she instantly recognized the identity of the visitors upon seeing the red flag. The Zhuyang Divine Sect, the second most powerful sect among the 7 holy lands of the Eastern Wilderness, after the Wuxia sect. Lin Ruowei's heart sank. Although she had anticipated this, she was still surprised that the Zhuyang Divine Sect actually came. Leading them was an old man dressed in a red robe, with a ruddy face and a very imposing presence. His aura was incredibly hot, and his eyes were sharp and domineering as he looked down at everyone on the hidden Dragon Mountain. Then, his gaze settled on Luo Xian and Shi Jingluan, and he slightly narrowed his eyes before saying lightly, "The speed of the Tiandao sect and the Wanbao Pavilion is quite fast. However, this hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm is fated to be with my Zhuyang Divine Sect, so I fear you too will be disappointed." His voice boomed like thunder in the sky, causing many to turn pale, their eyes filled with immense awe. This was an unfathomable martial emperor powerhouse. Only Luo Xian and Shi Jingluan's auras could barely contend with him. Even Yuan Haoran, the 9th prince, Jiang Yunhe, and others wore serious expressions. "Elder Lei, aren't you being too presumptuous? Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, secret realm spaces, are for the fated. How can you be so sure that it is fated with your Zhuyang Divine Sect?" Luo Xian sneered. "Elder Lei, I didn't expect your Zhuyang Divine Sect to take interest in such a small secret realm. It's truly surprising. However, Sister Luo is right. Fate or no fate, we have to see the true strength beneath our hands," Shi Jingluan also said with a smile. They recognized the identity of the old man in the red robe, Elder Lei Dong of the Zhuyang Divine Sect. He and Luo Xian unconsciously released powerful aura fluctuations to counter Lei Dong. For a moment, the atmosphere was filled with an oppressive energy. Very interesting. If that's the case, then let us see whose abilities are superior. Lei Dong's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he finally smiled faintly, retracting his aura and saying lightly. Luo Xian and Shi Jingluan also withdrew their momentum, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Especially the 9th prince and Jiang Yunhe, their expressions were somewhat grim. The martial Dao Holy Land had actually come, and with 3 martial emperor powerhouses, there was simply no one to contend with. It was likely that the greatest fortune in this secret realm would fall into their hands. They felt somewhat reluctant, but dared not speak further. Buzz. At that moment, the crimson vortex trembled slightly, and the brilliant light that had been surging forth gradually weakened. Within the vortex, a mysterious passage began to stabilize. The hidden Dragon Mountain Secret Realms passage had opened. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone couldn't help but feel a jolt of excitement. Minner, follow me into the secret realm, Lei Dong said to a young man in a white robe beside him, who had a handsome face. Yes, Grandpa. The young man in the white robe bowed his head. And then Lei Dong waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of true energy that immediately swept up the young man and several figures from the Zhejiang divine sect, instantly whisking them into the vortex passage. Let's go? Luo Xian and Shi Jingluan exchanged glances, equally unwilling to be outdone, and followed Lei Dong into the vortex passage. The hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm has opened. Let's hurry in. I've heard there are martial saint inheritances inside. We absolutely cannot miss it. Quick, quick, quick. Seeing the 3 martial emperor powerhouses enter first, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, while also becoming incredibly excited, rushing towards the vortex passage. Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another rushed through the air, vanishing into the passage in an instant. Chapter 95, Purple Sun Peaches Boom. Before his eyes, the light was dazzling and brilliant. The void twisted, revealing a mysterious and unfathomable scene, but it quickly disappeared. When the scene before Su Chen gradually became clear, he found himself in a strange space. In the distance, the mountains rose and fell, exuding an ancient and vast aura. Towering ancient trees stood erect, and exotic flowers and herbs were everywhere. Shrouded in thick spiritual mist, looking ethereal and mysterious. This was the hidden Dragon Mountain secret realm. Swish, swish, swish. In the void above, the 3 martial emperor powerhouses, Lei Dong, Luo Xian, and Shi Jingluan, exuded intense auras, like 3 small suns, and as soon as they entered the secret realm, they unhesitatingly rushed towards the depths of the realm. They must be going to find where the true inheritance lies. Su Chen, let's go and see if there are any treasures in this secret realm. Jun Xiling said eagerly. Okay. Su Chen nodded. He saw that Lin Ruowei and Yuan Haoran were also heading deeper into the secret realm, while other powerhouses from various countries and sects were grouping in 2s and 3s, rushing off in different directions. He and Jun Xiling flew towards the depths of the mountains ahead. Juzi fruit, Xianling grass, and Muyang flower. Seeing the spiritual herbs in the mountains and forests, Su Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. The Donglin region is an extremely barren place, where spiritual herbs are scarce, and many materials he wants to refine elixirs are simply unavailable. However, in this secret realm, various spiritual herbs are everywhere, and the spiritual energy is incredibly rich and abundant. The spiritual herbs in the mountains and forests delighted Su Chen as he harvested them. Nevertheless, he did not waste too much time and only picked some rare and valuable spiritual herbs that are hard to find outside. Su Chen, look over there. Suddenly, Jun Xiling pointed ahead and said. Su Chen raised his head and found that in the valley ahead, flowers were in full bloom. And there was an ancient peach tree with leaves coiling like a dragon, bearing 7 or 8 purple-red peaches. The peaches were the size of fists, shimmering with spiritual light and exuding a fragrant aroma, clearly not ordinary items. Is that actually a Xiang Panta? Su Chen's eyes flashed as he instantly recognized the origin of the peaches. The Xiang Panta is a ground-level spiritual herb that can be used to refine Xiang Dan, which can enhance one's cultivation, cleanse the body, and strengthen the true energy within, making it incredibly precious. Even consuming it alone has miraculous effects. Su Chen did not expect to find a Xiang Panta here. What a good thing. Su Chen, it seems that this Wulong Mountain secret realm is indeed extraordinary, as we can casually encounter such heavenly materials. Jun Xiling's eyes also sparkled, and she smiled as she approached to pick the Xiang Panta. Whoosh. But at that moment, sounds of air being pierced came, exuding a chilling aura and killing intent. Who is it? A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as the true energy within him erupted, surging out and forming powerful protective true energy around him. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds rang out as several dark blue flying daggers struck Su Chen's protective true energy, creating ripples. Jun Xiling also shifted her position, constantly dodging. Ha ha. That Ziyang Panta belongs to me. A loud laugh came from not far away. A figure swiftly rushed over, taking advantage of Su Chen and Jun Xiling's distraction to reach for the Ziyang Panta. Seeking death. A murderous intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He did not expect someone to dare to snatch something from him. He suddenly punched out. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar erupted, and the ferocious fist imprint surged like a flood, carrying an overwhelming momentum that enveloped the figure. What? The figure, a young man in a black robe with a sinister demeanor, suddenly changed his expression and hurriedly raised the black battle knife in his hand to block. Crack! Su Chen's unmatched fist imprint struck the black battle knife, and a series of crisp sounds erupted as the black battle knife shattered with a loud bang. The powerful fist imprint tore through the black-robed young man's sleeve, and with a scream, he was sent flying. His arm bore spiderweb-like cracks as blood gushed forth, and his eyes were filled with unimaginable horror. Why you're so strong? He was at the peak of the 9th level of martial sect, with formidable strength. Initially, he thought Su Chen and Jun Xiling's auras were weak, which is why he dared to snatch the Ziyang Panta. But he did not expect Su Chen to possess such terrifying combat power that one punch would incapacitate his arm. People from the Yin Kingdom? Die? Jun Xiling's eyes flashed as she recognized him as a warrior from the Yin Kingdom through his attire. In an instant, a brilliant sword light flew out from her body, fast as lightning. Puff! The speed of that sword was so fast that it appeared before the black-robed young man in the blink of an eye, and then, accompanied by a spray of blood, his head flew into the air. The corpse crashed to the ground. Flying sword technique? A hint of surprise appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Jun Xiling's flying sword technique had progressed so rapidly? How about it? My flying sword technique isn't any worse than yours, right? Jun Xiling said proudly. Not bad, but still a bit lacking compared to me. Su Chen smiled slightly. He finally understood why Jun Xiling could receive the sword path inheritance from the flame dragon martial saint. Her understanding of the sword path was indeed formidable. That's not necessarily true. Once we leave the secret realm, let's have a match. Jun Xiling said eagerly. Su Chen chuckled, then picked the Ziyang Panta, giving Jun Xiling 5 peaches and keeping 4 for himself. He then uprooted the Ziyang Panta tree and stored it in his storage ring. They continued walking forward. This Wulong Mountain secret realm was vast, not much different from the real world, leaving Jun Xiling with many thoughts. Such methods of creating worlds and crafting the void could probably only be done by a martial saint, right? Buzz. A golden divine light gathered in Su Chen's eyes, filled with strange runes, ancient and majestic. He activated the breaking illusion divine eye to explore the area. According to his memory, Luo Xian had once told him that the strength of the flame dragon martial saint was extraordinary and unfathomable. Not only was he a master of alchemy, but he also had extraordinary attainments in the sword path. The sword path inheritance that Jun Xiling received was located somewhere on the periphery of the secret realm. Su Chen activated the breaking illusion divine eye to see if he could find any traces of the sword path inheritance. Su Chen showed a hint of surprise. The breaking illusion divine eye could see through illusions, surveying the world, making everything in the mountains before him unable to escape his gaze. Although he did not find the sword path inheritance, he discovered an incredibly peculiar place. There is actually a spiritual stone mine here. Su Chen's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a hint of ecstasy. It should be known that the greatest obstacle limiting Su Chen's cultivation was spiritual stones. The Donglin region was too barren. Even a dignified martial venerable had only a few thousand low-grade spiritual stones, and mid-grade and high-grade spiritual stones had hardly ever appeared, highlighting how miserable the Donglin region was. However, Su Chen saw ahead, behind a waterfall, where spiritual veins converged and treasure light shimmered. It was actually a spiritual stone mine. If such a spiritual stone mine appeared in the outside world, it would surely drive countless martial artists crazy, even provoking wars between nations for the sake of seizing it, resulting in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This spiritual stone mine must not be missed. Xiling, follow me. Su Chen's eyes flashed as he grabbed Jun Xiling and rushed towards the waterfall. Although Jun Xiling was a bit curious, she obediently followed. Behind the waterfall, looking at the damp and smooth cliff before him, Su Chen took a deep breath, gathering the true energy within him, and then suddenly punched out. Boom. The mountains roared and shook, and the cliff before him was instantly blasted open by Su Chen, creating a large hole. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen continued to punch. The fist imprints were incredibly powerful, and stones flew everywhere. Soon, a dark cave appeared, and he pulled Jun Xiling into the cave. Su Chen, what is inside? Jun Xiling asked curiously. A spiritual stone mine. Su Chen replied. What? Jun Xiling shivered all over, and her eyes revealed an expression of immense surprise. She naturally understood what the spirit stone mine mentioned by Su Chen represented, and it was no wonder that Su Chen wanted to bring her here. Since it was a spirit stone mine, it was something they absolutely could not miss. Whoosh! A flying sword floated in front of Su Chen, radiating brilliant sword energy, and then, under Su Chen's control, continuously cut through the rocks in front of them. Soon, stones were flying everywhere, and one by one, spirit stones, as transparent as pebbles, appeared before Su Chen and Jun Xiling. Indeed, it was a spirit stone. Su Chen, we're going to get rich. Jun Xiling said excitedly. This is just a small spirit stone mine. The storage amount is probably only a few 100,000 spirit stones, but for us, it's enough. Let's split up and mine these spirit stones first, and then go look for the inheritance. Su Chen said with a slight smile. His biggest purpose for coming to this Wulong Mountain secret realm was still for spirit stones. Now that he had encountered a spirit stone mine, Su Chen naturally prioritized collecting the spirit stones over the so-called martial saint inheritance. No matter how strong the martial saint inheritance was, how could it compare to his own status as the Nine Dragons martial emperor? Good. Jun Xiling nodded eagerly. Then, Jun Xiling also used her sword control technique, choosing another direction to continuously unleash sword light, cutting through the rocks, and digging out one transparent spirit stone after another. Fortunately, both Su Chen and Jun Xiling practiced sword control techniques, and their mining efficiency was extremely high. In just a quarter of an hour, they had dug out several thousand spirit stones. This spirit stone mine even contained medium-grade and high-grade spirit stones. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with golden light as he vaguely saw that deep within the mountains ahead, there were indeed medium-grade and high-grade spirit stones, which immediately excited him. With these spirit stones, I can definitely cultivate to the martial sovereign realm. I must dig them all out. Whoever dares to compete with me will be killed. Su Chen immediately began to mine frantically again. Chapter 97. The Bronze Door and Ancient Sword. Su Chen and Jun Xiling were continuously mining. Even though this spirit stone mine didn't have a large stockpile, and Su Chen and Jun Xiling had sword control techniques, they still took a full 3 days to dig out all the several 100,000 spirit stones. However, Jun Xiling only mined a small portion, with most of them being taken by Su Chen. This included several thousand medium-grade spirit stones and several hundred high-grade spirit stones. With another half-day, they should be able to completely exhaust all the spirit stones. Su Chen's eyes were filled with joy. This spirit stone mine could be said to be his biggest gain since entering the secret realm, enough to support his cultivation of the Nine Dragons Battle Heaven technique for a while. Before him, he dug out a high-grade spirit stone the size of a fist. Feeling the immense spiritual energy contained within, he was very happy and stored it in his storage ring. Just as Su Chen and Jun Xiling were mining spirit stones in the spirit stone mine, a group of uninvited guests quickly approached. Your Highness, according to my calculations, there should be a small spirit stone mine here with at least several 100,000 spirit stones. A middle-aged Taoist priest dressed in a robe, carrying an ancient sword and holding a compass, looked at the direction of the compass in his hand and then pointed to the mountains ahead. A spirit stone mine. His words caused the young people behind him to tremble all over, their eyes filled with an intense fiery look. Especially the leading young man, dressed in a purple python robe and wearing a jade crown, looking extraordinary, revealed an immensely satisfied expression. He was the third prince of the Dian Kingdom, Yin Bufan. Master Zhao, if we can really find the spirit stone mine, I will definitely reward you greatly. Yin Bufan said. The middle-aged Taoist priest before him was named Zhao Su, a master he had invited, skilled in celestial mechanics and divination, able to observe the trends of the earth veins and seek dragons to divide gold, unfathomable. This time, he brought Zhao Su to the Wulong Mountain secret realm, hoping that Zhao Su would help him find treasures. He did not expect Zhao Su to find a spirit stone mine right away. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhao Su's eyes flashed, and he smiled calmly. Let's go. This spirit stone mine is mine, Yin Bufan said confidently. He then led everyone toward the mountains ahead, which was the direction Su Chen and Jun Xiling were mining. Crack! The flying sword in Su Chen's hand unleashed a series of sharp sword energies, continuously slicing through the mountain rocks. Suddenly, after a massive rock was shattered, A large underground space revealed itself. Huh. A look of surprise appeared in Su Chen's eyes. He had been focused on exploring the Spirit Stone mine and had not noticed that behind the Spirit Stone mine, there was such a vast underground space. Soon, Jun Xiling also noticed the commotion and rushed over. Could this be? Su Chen's eyes sparkled with golden light as he sensed an unusual aura, suddenly guessing. This is very likely the place of inheritance for the Flame Dragon Martial Saint's sword path. He felt a sharp, yet subtle wave of sword intent. Su Chen, could this be the inheritance place of a strong practitioner? Are we really this lucky? We just dug up a spirit stone mine and found an inheritance site? Jun Xiling said, equally shocked. Very likely. Let's go in and take a look. Su Chen's gaze flickered, and together with Jun Xiling, they entered the underground space. It was as if they had entered an enormous cave, completely dark, with damp rock walls on either side. In the distance, the sound of flowing water occasionally echoed. But before Su Chen and Jun Xiling, there was a faint glow flickering. Is that a sword? Jun Xiling exclaimed. Su Chen also saw it. In the distance, there was a massive bronze door, and a rusty ancient sword was inserted into it, with the blade buried in the bronze door, appearing as if it were scrap metal. However, in Su Chen's eyes, beneath the rust, there lay a dazzling and sharp divine sword, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it contained an incredibly terrifying power. Su Chen and Jun Xiling approached the bronze door to examine the ancient sword. Su Chen, this ancient sword seems to be the key to opening the bronze door. We should pull out the ancient sword to open the bronze door, Jun Xiling said thoughtfully. Exactly. The aura of sword intent here is very strong. It should be the inheritance left behind by some martial arts powerhouse. It seems we are quite lucky. Su Chen smiled calmly. You are quite lucky. Having dug up my spirit stone mine and found a strong person's inheritance cave? At that moment, a harsh voice came. Powerful figures emerged from the passage where Su Chen had dug out the spirit stones, entering the underground space. It was none other than Yen Bufan, Zhao Su, and the others. At this moment, Yen Bufan was glaring at Su Chen and Jun Xiling with an unfriendly expression, his eyes filled with greed, and a fleeting hint of murderous intent. Guided by Zhao Su, he came to mine the spirit stone mine, but he did not expect that the spirit stone mine had already been completely mined by someone else. Following the passage, he saw Su Chen and Jun Xiling and immediately realized that they must be the ones who had mined the spirit stone mine, and a wave of fury and murderous intent surged within him. What excited him even more was, the spirit stone mine actually has more secrets, hiding an ancient stronghold of a powerful being. Chapter 98. Destroying the martial sovereign. Is it again people from the Yen kingdom? Su Chen's eyes flashed. Among the few people in front of him, except for a black-robed old man behind Yen Bufan, who was a martial sovereign, the others were all at the martial sect level. Moreover, the Yen kingdom and the Daily kingdom were enemies, and he didn't expect to encounter a prince from the Yen kingdom this time. People from the Li kingdom? Interesting. Hand over the spirit stones, and then kneel down to be my servant, and I can spare your lives. Yen Bufan stared at Su Chen and Jun Xiling. Kill. Su Chen and Jun Xiling exchanged glances and both shouted in unison, suddenly charging towards Yen Bufan and the others. Boom. Su Chen's true energy surged violently, and with one punch, it was like a mountain roaring and a tsunami crashing, an unmatched punch imprint enveloping Yen Bufan and the others. Clang. Jun Xiling, on the other hand, summoned her flying sword, the sword light sharp and bright, humming and vibrating, leaving trails of afterimages in the void, chilling to the bone. Quickly slicing down. Hold. Yen Bufan's gaze turned cold, his face extremely ugly. He didn't expect Su Chen and Jun Xiling to be so decisive and attack immediately. The powerful aura of Su Chen and Jun Xiling made him not dare to be negligent, and a golden knife appeared in his palm, its blade dazzling and bright, suddenly slashing downwards. Protect the prince. Kill them all. The powerful beings behind Yen Bufan all showed murderous intent, erupting with powerful cultivation and charging towards Su Chen and Jun Xiling. Only Zhao Su, with a flash of brilliance in his eyes, slowly restrained his aura, leaving the battlefield, heading towards the bronze door and ancient sword. Poof! Su Chen's punch imprint was unmatched. A black-robed young man who came forward had his arms violently tremble and then shattered directly, being heavily struck in the chest by Su Chen's punch, spewing blood and crashing against the distant mountain wall. It seemed he wouldn't survive. Su Chen's gaze was sharp, and he showed no mercy. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, charging towards everyone. Jun Ziling's flying sword was like a butterfly through flowers, continuously bringing up splashes of blood. One head after another soaring into the sky. The martial artists brought by Yin Bufan all perished at the hands of Su Chen and her. Die for me. Yin Bufan was furious, his golden knife dazzling and slashing down like a raging storm, instantly clashing against Jun Ziling's flying sword. Clang. Sparks flew, and both Jun Ziling and Yin Bufan retreated simultaneously. Kill. At this moment, Su Chen had just killed Yin Bufan's last guard and was about to charge at Yin Bufan when Yin Bufan's martial sovereign guard, like a ghost, appeared behind Su Chen, delivering a cold palm strike. Boom. Su Chen's eyes flashed, and he suddenly punched backward. The fists collided, the void roared, and the underground cave trembled violently, with both Su Chen and the martial sovereign elder retreating simultaneously. What powerful fist strength! However, you still have to die? The martial sovereign elder was somewhat surprised, but his gaze remained icy, filled with killing intent, as a dark blue true energy surged from his palm, containing an extremely cold power, suddenly striking towards Su Chen. That palm seemed to want to completely freeze Su Chen, the howling cold power causing the temperature in the cave to drop sharply. Flash! Su Chen's tongue burst forth like thunder. A flying sword shot out with a ringing sound, the sword energy surging like a tidal wave, slicing towards the martial sovereign elder's arm. Clang clang. The black-robed martial sovereign elder moved as fast as lightning, continuously clashing with the flying sword, sparks flying everywhere. And the violent aura around him surged out, making Su Chen's flying sword unable to get close. You actually know sword control? Hand it over, and I can spare your life. A hint of greed appeared in the martial sovereign elder's eyes as he said to Su Chen. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of martial sovereign, and he practiced an extremely cold palm technique, striking ruthlessly, his hands refined like divine weapons, continuously knocking Su Chen's flying sword away. Want to learn sword control? Then let's see if you have the life to take it. Su Chen sneered. Buzz. In an instant, golden radiance shone in his eyes, becoming majestic and mysterious, a blazing golden divine light shooting from his eyes towards the martial sovereign elder at high speed. What? The martial sovereign elder's face changed dramatically, feeling a deadly threat from the breaking illusion divine light. Without thinking, he pushed his arms forward, gathering cold true energy to form a hard ice wall in front of him. Poof! However, that hard ice wall was like tofu to the breaking illusion divine light. Instantly pierced through, even the martial sovereign elder's arm was directly severed, blood spraying out. If he hadn't moved extremely quickly, his head would have been pierced by the breaking illusion divine light. Die! Su Chen pointed in midair, the flying sword shot out like lightning, directly piercing through the martial sovereign elder's protective true chi, lifting a head with bulging eyes into the sky, blood gushing out from the headless corpse. The martial sovereign is dead. Elder Deng. From a distance, Yin Bufan, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Jun Ziling, saw this scene and immediately felt a surge of rage, letting out a furious roar. Chapter 99. Controlling the sword with the divine, the martial sovereign elder was a powerful guard sent by the Yin kingdom to Yin Bufan, possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of martial sovereign, with tremendous strength, even if he entered the secret realm of Wulong Mountain. As long as Yin Bufan did not provoke those martial kings and the 3 martial emperors, it could be said that no one could harm him. But he never anticipated that shortly after entering the secret realm, Elder Deng would die. Moreover, he died at the hands of a boy who was only at the martial sect level. Kill. Su Chen's gaze was cold, and he hurled a punch towards Yin Bufan in midair. He had no intention of wasting words with Yin Bufan, since Yin Bufan wanted to seize his opportunity. He could only die. Roar. An ancient dragon's roar sounded, and an incredibly powerful punch imprint seemed to wrap around a golden divine dragon with an unstoppable force, directly smashing into Yin Bufan's chest. Poof! Yin Bufan spewed blood from his mouth and was suddenly sent flying. Su Chen closed in like lightning, throwing punches to directly kill Yin Bufan. No, you can't kill me. I am the 3rd prince of the Yin kingdom. If you dare to kill me, my father will never let you go. Fear filled Yin Bufan's eyes as he shouted desperately. Boom. However, Su Chen showed no hesitation. A punch struck Yin Bufan's head, instantly causing blood to splatter, and Yin Bufan's head exploded, dying on the spot. In the blink of an eye, everyone brought by Yin Bufan was slaughtered by Su Chen and Jun Ziling. Su Chen, I didn't expect you to be so decisive. That's right, when facing enemies. There's no need for words, just go for it. You are even stronger than I imagined. Jun Xiling praised, not hiding the admiration in her eyes. Su Chen's combat power was incredibly strong. Even a 9th-level martial sovereign had perished at his hands. But what Jun Xiling admired even more was Su Chen's disposition. Decisive in killing, invincible with me. This is the potential to become the strongest and step onto the peak of martial arts. There is still one fish that slipped through the net. Su Chen smiled faintly and looked towards the bronze door. There, Zhao Su, not knowing when, had already stood before the bronze door, holding an ancient sword, trying to pull it out. But to his disappointment, the ancient sword remained motionless. Zhao Su had already unleashed all his cultivation, but the ancient sword seemed to be rooted in the bronze door, and he couldn't pull it out at all. At this moment, seeing the gazes of Su Chen and Jun Xiling, Zhao Su suddenly stiffened, slowly turned his head, and forced a smile. Two esteemed ones. It has nothing to do with me. I am not from the Yin Kingdom, just invited by Yin Bufan to explore the Spirit Stone Mine. Could you spare my life? Zhao Su said. He was also extremely shocked in his heart. Yin Bufan's strength was not weak. Having already reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Martial Grandmaster realm and was about to enter the Martial Sovereign realm. Not to mention, there was a Martial Sovereign level 9 guard. Yet, even so, they still died at the hands of Su Chen and Jun Xiling. A group of Yin Kingdom warriors had been wiped out. He knew he was no match for Su Chen and Jun Xiling, so he directly begged for mercy. Su Chen, this guy has ill intentions. He wants us to fight to the death so he can take the opportunity to open the bronze door and enter. We should kill him. Jun Xiling sneered. Don't kill me. I am still useful. As long as you spare my life, I will tell you the secret behind this bronze door. Zhao Su's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, the secret behind the bronze door? What do you know? Su Chen's eyes flashed as he said lightly. Zhao Su felt a chill at Su Chen's gaze. He knew that if he didn't give Su Chen a satisfactory answer, he might very well die here. Behind the bronze door, there is a martial saint inheritance. Esteemed ones, they all think the true inheritance of the Wulong Mountain secret realm is deep within the secret realm. But no one knows that the real inheritance is right here. As long as you open the bronze door, you will see the supreme inheritance of a martial saint. Zhao Su hurriedly said. Su Chen frowned. How do you know? I am Zhao Su, descended from the lineage of feng shui masters, proficient in feng shui techniques. I once saw records of this secret realm in ancient texts. This is the secret realm created by the flame dragon martial saint. We feng shui masters are skilled in observing the world and seeking dragon veins, and we have techniques to sense the breath of strong people's caves. Therefore, I can be certain that this is the inheritance place of the flame dragon martial saint. Zhao Su explained. The lineage of feng shui masters? I see. Su Chen nodded. In this world, martial arts are revered. However, besides martial arts, there are some special professions that are also incredibly noble, such as alchemists, artifact masters, and formation masters. Among them, feng shui masters are the most mysterious and special, capable of observing the fortunes of heaven and earth, searching for dragon veins, and are extremely sensitive to the caves of strong individuals. Many secret realms and caves were discovered by feng shui masters. I can't pull out the ancient sword either. Jun Xiling also tried to pull the ancient sword, but it remained motionless and could not be pulled out at all. Esteemed ones, I know how to pull out the ancient sword. If I help you obtain the inheritance, could you spare my life? Zhao Su asked. Speak. If what you say is right, I can spare your life. Su Chen said lightly. Originally, I didn't know how to pull out the sword, but just now, I saw the young master perform the sword control technique, and I finally understand how this ancient sword should be pulled out, because it requires using the mind to control the sword. Zhao Su said seriously. Using the mind to control the sword? Su Chen's heart suddenly stirred. Chapter 100, Jun Lin's Sword. Inheritance Stone. The sword control technique is a method of controlling the sword with the mind. Su Chen thought that the reason Jun Xiling was able to obtain the sword path inheritance in the Wulong Mountain secret realm was that she had mastered the sword control technique, which was the key to unlocking the inheritance. In this case, to pull out this ancient sword, it may not be by hand, but by using mental power to control the sword. Su Chen's heart moved, and he immediately applied the technique of sword control, causing a brilliant light to burst forth from his brow. His martial arts primordial spirit surged forth, transforming into a huge mental power hand that grasped the ancient sword. Clang! The ancient sword hummed and trembled, emitting a thunderous dragon's roar that shook the void. Soon after, The rust on the ancient sword continuously fell away, and a dazzling brilliance burst forth, revealing a radiant divine sword before Su Chen. Whoosh! The ancient sword buzzed and trembled, then transformed into a brilliant stream of light, instantly flying before Su Chen, appearing ancient and mysterious. Meanwhile, the bronze door slowly opened. Boom! From within the bronze door, an ancient and terrifying sword intent surged out like a raging ocean, seemingly wanting to obliterate everything. Su Chen's expression was extremely grave. He could feel that this was definitely the sword intent left behind by an extraordinary sword saint. Otherwise, it would not be so enduring. Jun Xiling and Zhao Su, though straining to resist, also turned pale at this moment. Buzz! The ancient sword before Su Chen buzzed and trembled, and the sword intent erupted. Suddenly, that terrifying sword intent surged into the ancient sword like 100 rivers flowing back, restoring tranquility. At this moment, Su Chen also saw two characters on the ancient sword. Junlin. Is this actually the Junlin sword? Su Chen's heart trembled slightly, revealing an extremely surprised expression in his eyes. He instinctively glanced at Jun Xiling. In his previous life, Jun Xiling obtained the Supreme Sword Path inheritance from the Wulong Mountain Secret Realm and later became the Sword Emperor, dominating the world. The unparalleled divine weapon in her hand was the Junlin sword. The Junlin sword shone brilliantly in Jun Xiling's hands, even surpassing countless powerful imperial weapons, becoming a true divine artifact. And now, the Junlin sword was in Su Chen's hands. At the moment Su Chen performed the sword control technique, he had already left his mark on the Junlin sword, making him the true master of the Junlin sword. This is a divine sword that could potentially be upgraded to a divine artifact in the future. Using the mind to control the sword? Su Chen, with such a powerful sword intent here, could it be that there is a sword path inheritance from a supreme being? Let's go in and take a look. Jun Xiling didn't think too much, looking at the opening bronze door with eager anticipation in her eyes. Let's go? Su Chen nodded, together with Jun Xiling. He stepped into the bronze door. Zhao Su's gaze shifted, and he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing Su Chen spared his life. He could have left at this point. However, looking at the bronze door before him, he felt somewhat unwilling and eventually gritted his teeth and followed them in. Inside the bronze door was an ancient, simple underground palace. It seemed as if no one had been here for countless years, exuding a sense of decay and antiquity. However, Su Chen and Jun Xiling felt a hint of danger. Before them was an ancient altar. On the altar sat a young man dressed in a purple gold robe, with a proud demeanor and sharp eyes like lightning, holding a sword sheath. However, his brow was pierced by a black arrow, clearly long dead. The Holy Spirit body, enduring for 1,000 years, is indeed a martial saint. Su Chen slowly spoke. The young man before him looked vivid and lifelike, yet there was not a trace of life in him. His brow was pierced, and it was evident that his martial spirit had been erased, leaving only a shell behind. However, the powerful pressure of the holy path still made Su Chen, Jun Xiling, and Zhao Su feel immense stress. Su Chen instinctively thought that this martial saint before him was probably not the Flame Dragon martial saint. In this hidden realm of Wulong Mountain, besides the Flame Dragon martial saint, was there actually another martial saint? Su Chen's heart shook. He had originally thought that Jun Xiling had obtained the sword path inheritance from the Flame Dragon martial saint, but now it seemed he was mistaken. There were actually two martial saints in this hidden realm. Was that a legacy stone? Just then, Zhao Su exclaimed, his eyes filled with immense excitement and fervor. Following his gaze, Su Chen and Jun Xiling both saw two items placed before the corpse of the martial saint. A pitch-black stone, covered in strange patterns, resembling a heart. A rusted black iron sheet. Zhao Su's gaze was now fixated on that stone, filled with fervor. That was indeed the legacy stone left behind by a powerful martial saint. However, Su Chen's gaze swept past the black stone and was drawn to the rusted black iron sheet. Could it be? Su Chen's heart stirred, and his gaze instantly became sharp and brilliant. The Cloud Zhuang Heavenly Book. The four words floated into his mind.